Hua Hua, please don't harm yourself. Your dad and I both agree on the divorce. And Hua, as a single young woman, why would she be getting a divorce? And Hua opened her eyes and saw a gentle woman in front of her. The woman, seeing her finally move, couldn't help but cry with joy. We just want you to be happy. If a divorce will make you happy, then go ahead. Suddenly, Anhua felt a sharp pain in her head as a flood of memories rushed in. She had entered a book. She was in a story that started in the 1960s. Key elements: stepmother raising children plus military marriage plus rough man plus facing off against the worst plus feel-good story. These were all popular themes. However, she was not the main character but a minor supporting role, the male lead's unfortunate ex-wife. The ex-wife came from a wealthy family and, after a conflict with her first love, impulsively married a rough military officer. After their marriage, their lifestyles and values clashed greatly, and the ex-wife looked down on the male lead's lack of culture and manners. When her first love divorced, the ex-wife's stagnant heart finally stirred, leading her to seek a divorce. Of course, the divorce happened. 2 years after the divorce, due to her background and lifestyle, the ex-wife was sent away with her first love. She was beautiful, but had been pampered all her life. What kind of good life could she have after being sent away? Moreover, her first love was a selfish man who not only failed to protect her, but also pressured her to sleep with others for a warm blanket. In the first half of the book, the ex-wife was just a character described by the author. When she officially appeared in the 1980s, her tragic story was briefly mentioned. The ex-wife was portrayed as a pitiful figure, looking much older than her 40 years, with most of her hair turned gray. She wanted to reconnect with her son, but he held a grudge against her for abandoning him and would only offer money for her care, refusing to call her mom again. Feeling hopeless, the ex-wife eventually jumped into a river to end her life. Given the ex-wife's experiences in the book and Anhua's knowledge of history, she decided not to divorce the male lead. So, what if he was illiterate? Being illiterate showed he had strong roots. In 2 years, that background would mean nothing to fear. Besides, the male lead had become a deputy commander by 30, fought against tough enemies, and had a bright future ahead. He was definitely a valuable partner. Who else could protect a wealthy young lady during turbulent times? I won't divorce. And Hua murmured. Chiu Shushin was taken aback and wiped the tears from her eyes with a cloth. You're not leaving? And Hua sat up suddenly and said firmly, I won't get a divorce. I want to go with the army. Chiu Shushin was surprised but also happy.
Great.
It's good that you're not leaving. You shouldn't. Suddenly, Anhua's stomach let out a loud growl. The original person had been on a hunger strike to force her parents to agree to her divorce. Chiu Shushin quickly said, You must be hungry. I'll go make you something to eat. And Hua touched her stomach and weakly nodded. Chiu Shushin happily went out. And Hua also got up, locked the door, and cautiously closed her eyes to focus. When she opened her eyes again, she felt relieved. Her storage space had come with her. This space appeared when she was 16 and is about 500 square feet. When it first appeared, Anhua thought the apocalypse was coming and excitedly planned to stock up, only to awkwardly realize she was a high school student with no money. Fortunately, the apocalypse never came. However, her desire to stock up did not fade. As she grew up and started earning money, her parents' divorce gave her a large sum of money, and the supplies in her space gradually increased. Food was the most basic need. She had about 5 tons of rice and flour combined, 1,000 pounds of various grains, and plenty of cooking oil, salt, sugar, eggs, milk, meat, and vegetables, enough for daily living. And Hua didn't like instant food, so she didn't stock up much on canned goods or instant noodles, but she did pack a lot of ready-made meals from restaurants, like beef noodles, pork intestines noodles, pea noodles, spicy sour noodles, and rice noodles, as well as buns, meat pies, steamed rolls, and wontons, which wouldn't spoil anyway. She also had live chickens, ducks, and fish. Notably, the live animals in the space do not grow or metabolize, just like they are dead, and only come to life once they leave the space. She had stocked up on clothes and daily necessities, including various women's products. Medicines were harder to find. She only had basic fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, wound care medicines, antibiotics, and various vitamins. Since Manhwa added items as she thought of them, the contents of the space were quite mixed. Some were things she thought she might need, like vegetable seeds and various fungi, while others were items she regularly used or ate, like skincare products or certain snacks. Although she decided to rely on the male lead, and her future life should be secure, it was still a chaotic time, and the space gave her more confidence. And Hua happily surveyed the space before leaving. She opened the door. A little boy was standing at the door. This is Dong Dong, the 4-year-old son of the original character and the male lead. Dong Dong has big, dark eyes and fair skin, with delicate features that resemble his mother. When he sees his mother come out, he turns to run away, but Anhua quickly hugs him and asks, "What's wrong? Do you want to find your mom?" Dong Dong looks down, tugging at his mother's collar with his small hands, and silently shakes his head. And Bo Huai, sitting on the sofa, says, "You've been making a fuss at home these past few days. Kids understand everything and might think you don't want him anymore. You should comfort him." The original character did plan to give up the son. A strong feeling of guilt rises within Anhua, almost bringing her to tears. She kisses her child's cheek and says, "That's not true. Mommy would never give up on Dong Dong. Mommy still wants to take Dong Dong to find Daddy." Dong Dong looks up and asks, "Really, Mommy?" And Hua nods seriously, "Really?" Dong Dong asks, "When are we going to find Daddy?" Children always long for their fathers. As Hua thinks, and Bo Hua informs her, "I've already called and booked your train ticket for tomorrow. As for the food and household registration, I'll get you a letter of introduction and proof, and I'll send a telegram to your husband." And Hua replies, "You work fast." And Bo Hua adjusts his glasses and gives an awkward smile. He is a bit intimidated by his daughter and wants to send her off with the army before she changes her mind. Chiu Shushin peeks out from the kitchen and complains, "Why the rush? I haven't prepared anything for her yet." And Hua says, "Mom, tomorrow is fine. No need to prepare anything special. I just need to pack some clothes." Chiu Shushin asks, "What about your job?" The original character was a top student at a music academy, joined a symphony orchestra after graduation, and even performed abroad with them. She had a dream of being an artist. However, this dream was not fulfilled in the original story, and Anhua doesn't have the means to fulfill it for her. Symphonic music, being a capitalist art, won't exist in a few years. So Anhua simply says, "Just quit." Although Chiu Shushin feels regret, she is more pleased because the man who is pursuing her daughter is the orchestra conductor, a slick and untrustworthy fellow. Chiu Shushin immediately starts searching the house for things her daughter and grandson like to eat, packing them up to take along. Finally, she pulls Anhua into the room and drags out 2 small boxes from under the bed. "Your dowry should be kept by you now." Chiu Shushin opens the boxes. Anhua was almost blinded by the shine. There were 2 boxes, one filled with jewelry and the other with gold. Anhua tried to lift one and almost couldn't. It must weigh around 40 to 50 pounds. Based on the gold prices from before she traveled, it should be worth over 10 million. The jewelry was even more valuable. A quick glance revealed several large gemstones. Chiu Shushin sighed, "Our family has lost everything because of your father, and now we only have this little bit of jewelry and gold left." Anhua was speechless. Chiu Shushin wasn't just complaining. The Yin family had once been prominent officials in the previous dynasty, and An's grandfather had started factories to build wealth. Unfortunately, An Bohuai was known as a spendthrift, only knowing how to spend money without making any, and gradually sold off all their assets. After entering the new society, they had to hand over their land and businesses. Now, the Yin family had little wealth, and the house they lived in was assigned by the school. However, considering their ancestors' riches, this box of jewelry and gold was indeed not much. Chiu Shushin pulled out a large stack of money. "This is $1,000. Keep it for yourself. Forget the money. You should keep it for yourselves." Chiu Shushin waved her hand. Your dad and I have low expenses, and we don't need that much. Your brother also has enough money. I'm just worried about you. Even though your husband has a decent salary, it's good for women to have some savings. And Bo Huai was a secondary professor, earning over 200 plus royalties and fees, making him part of the high-income group of this era. Anhua's brother, Anze, worked at a research institute in Haishur with his wife and child, and his salary was also good. Chiu Shushin pressed the money into Anhua's hands. If you ever need money, just write home. As long as your parents are around, we'll support you. Remember that? Anhua felt a lump in her throat, thinking of her parents before she traveled. After their divorce, they each started new families, leaving her with an old house, some money, and a cold warning not to disturb their new lives. They waited until she graduated high school to divorce, which was already very generous. She had traveled while slipping in the bathroom. The version of her in that world must be dead by now. She wondered when her body would be discovered, and if her parents would feel sad upon receiving the news of her death. Why are you crying, dear? Quickly wipe your tears. I can't stand to see you upset, Chiu Shushin said, pulling her daughter into an embrace. Anhua sniffled and hugged her tightly. Given the in-family situation, Anhua felt it was necessary to talk to Bohai. Hearing Anhua talk about the situation, and Bohai felt relieved. You finally understand some things, but our family situation is different. And Bohai leisurely stroked his beard. Your father has secretly supported the authorities' work since before the liberation. And Anhua shook her head. No matter what, we still need to be cautious, say less, and share fewer opinions. Just because today is fine doesn't mean tomorrow will be. Seeing his daughter, who usually focused on her own world and ignored outside matters, so serious, and Bohai laughed heartily. All right, my dear daughter has grown up and is worried about her father. I will listen to you and speak less. And Anhua nodded. The original book didn't mention the in-family, so it was unclear if Bohai would face any challenges during these changing times. However, there was no way to avoid it. The waves of history cannot be escaped. And Anhua could only stay in touch with her family, understand the situation, and adapt as needed. That night, Anhua quietly stored jewelry and gold in a safe place, along with items she thought would be useful later. The next day, Bohai and Chiu Shushin saw Anhua off to the train. Are we going to find Dad? Dongdong asked his mother, looking up with a curious face. And Anhua nodded. Yes, Dongdong, do you still remember what Dad looks like? Dongdong thought seriously for a moment and nodded. The male lead would often visit the in-family when he came to the provincial city for meetings to see his son, but the original character disliked him and didn't allow them to interact. The last time Dongdong saw his dad was about 6 months ago. Children forget quickly, so he should have already forgotten what his dad looked like. And Anhua praised, our Dongdong has a great memory. Dongdong shyly pressed his lips together and added, I remember Dad took me flying. It was so much fun. And Anhua asked, what else? Did Dad take you to do anything else? Dongdong tilted his little head and thought for a while. Shooting. And Anhua remembered that when Dongdong was just over 3 years old, the male lead had taken him to a shooting range and taught him how to pull the trigger. When the original character found out, she was terrified and felt even more that the male lead was a rough and uncivilized person. From then on, she intentionally kept Dongdong away from him. And Anhua could understand the original character's feelings. If it were her, she wouldn't accept a 3-year-old playing with a gun, even if an adult was holding it. However, Anhua would choose to communicate with the male lead first. If he remained stubborn, she would take further action. After all, children naturally crave their father's love, and it shouldn't be abruptly cut off. After more than 5 hours, they arrived at the stationed area in Yun County. As Anhua looked around, a young soldier approached her and saluted, saying, Sister-in-law, the commander sent me to pick you up. Anhua recalled the information about this person. Xiao Zhu, the male lead's bodyguard. After greeting him, Anhua glanced behind Xiao Zhu, but saw no one else. The commander was supposed to come personally, but he got caught up with work, so I came instead, Xiao Zhu said, his round face breaking into a smile with dimples, looking honest and trustworthy. But whether he truly was trustworthy remained unknown. And Hua didn't mind much and said, "Xiao Zhu, could you help me with my luggage?" Xiao Zhu was surprised to see Hua had brought so much luggage. Wasn't she coming to force the commander to divorce? The military camp was located on the outskirts of the county, surrounded by farmland, with a river a kilometer away. Across the river was a factory, and beyond that was the road into the city. Though it was called the outskirts, it was essentially rural. No wonder the original owner didn't want to come with the military. Dong Dong was also struggling to adapt, whining to be held by his mother and mumbling about wanting to go home. And Hua patted her son's back and comforted him. "This will be our home from now on because Daddy is here." Thinking of his father, Dong Dong settled down a bit. Xiao Zhu glanced at Hua again. "Sister-in-law, I'll take you to the family area first. After we drop off the luggage, I'll report back to the commander." Okay. The family area consisted of single-story houses that looked like ordinary rural homes, but they were neatly arranged in rows, with a path made of cinders running through the middle and small trees planted on either side. Xiao Zhu turned the vehicle into the first row of houses and stopped in the middle. Family members had already noticed Xiao Zhu and recognized him as Deputy Commander Zhao's bodyguard, so it was clear that the person he brought was a family member of Deputy Commander Xiao. Deputy Commander Xiao was somewhat of a celebrity here, being the third in command and about 10 years younger than the first two commanders, with a bright future ahead. Perhaps because he was young, Deputy Commander Xiao was stricter than the previous two commanders, often wearing a serious expression. He would scold anyone, male or female, without mercy for any mistakes. Plus, he was quite large, with fists as big as cooking pots, which made him even more intimidating. Everyone found it hard to imagine how Deputy Commander Xiao could marry a university student from the city. Surely she couldn't be unattractive? Now that Deputy Commander Zhao's wife had arrived, everyone gathered curiously around her. A beautiful woman stepped out of the jeep. She had a delicate oval face, arched eyebrows, bright eyes, rosy cheeks, and a small, red mouth beneath a well-shaped nose. Her skin was smooth and fair, with no visible flaws, and her long black hair was thick and shiny at the back of her head. She was dressed nicely in a white lace blouse paired with a plaid skirt that was narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, swaying elegantly as she moved. Then, she carried a little boy down from the vehicle. The boy was just as charming, looking almost like a girl. "Are you the wife of Deputy Director Xiao? Is this his son?" Someone asked for confirmation, and Hua nodded and greeted the people around her warmly. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Wow! The fierce Deputy Director Xiao married a stunning beauty and even had a lovely little boy. This seems quite mismatched. And Hua quickly settled in, greeted everyone, and led the child into the house. The interior was better than expected, with smooth terrazzo floors, bright windows, and a complete set of furniture, likely provided by the organization. The house had 4 large bedrooms, each with ample space, and there was a yard in front and back. However, it showed no signs of being lived in. Only one bedroom had a bed, and the yard was overgrown with weeds. And Hua commented, "It looks like no one has cleaned up here." Xiao Zhu explained, "The director usually sleeps in the office, so this place is quite empty." After a pause, he decided to share a bit about his boss. The director said since he's all alone, he might as well let someone else live here. Luckily, he hasn't gotten around to it yet. Otherwise, sister-in-law, you wouldn't have had anywhere to stay. And Hua understood and smiled at Xiao Zhu, who replied with a grin. As Xiao Zhu was about to leave, Hua took some candy from her bag and handed it to him. "I would have given you cigarettes, but I don't have any, so here's some candy instead." "I love candy. Thank you, sister-in-law." Xiao Zhu smiled, showing his dimples. Noticing that this sister-in-law seemed different from the last time they met, she was more friendly and smiled more. After seeing Xiao Zhu off, Hua began to carefully inspect her future home. Wow, there's dust everywhere. Cleaning will be a big job. Dong Dong, who had lived in an apartment since birth, was excitedly running around the yard, his previously dull face now bright with joy. "Wow, Mom, there's a bug." Wow, a colorful butterfly. Wow, Mom, look, there's a dad. Anhua was looking for cleaning tools when she heard the commotion and went outside. A man in military uniform was holding Dong Dong in the center of the yard, his head slightly lowered as he looked at the child in his arms. From Anhua's perspective, she saw his side profile, with his brow and nose forming a strong mountain-like silhouette, and his jawline was sharp and firm. Hearing a noise, the man turned around, and Anhua finally got a clear look at his face. The original owner seemed to have disliked her husband so much that her memory of his appearance was just a blur. The book described the male lead in just 8 words: tall, handsome, and quiet. Handsome. Upon closer inspection, he was decent, but his imposing aura overshadowed his looks. He was at least 185 centimeters tall, standing out in this era. His muscles under the uniform were bulging, suggesting immense strength. His face was originally quite upright and dignified, but his sharp, hawk-like eyes added a fierce wildness, giving him an aggressive and intimidating presence. No wonder the original owner labeled him as a beast. And Hua felt a bit frightened. This man seemed like he could punch a cow to death. Could she handle that? His sharp eyes turned toward Hua. For 2 months, she had written several letters to Xiaozheng about divorce, each with similar content. She had no feelings for him, wanted a divorce, and was seeking true love. She had put it so eloquently, as if she were simply changing her mind about love. In reality, even though their marriage was not perfect, Xiaozheng had never considered divorce. After all, a child shouldn't lose their mother for no reason, and divorce would be embarrassing. When he learned that Anhua had someone else, he was angry but not surprised. After some time to think, Xiaozheng made a decision. Since Anhua wanted to pursue her so-called true love, he would let her. Wasn't it just a divorce? He could find another wife. Come inside, Xiaozheng said, putting down the child and walking into a room. Anhua hesitated for a moment but followed him. Close the door. He seemed so fierce. Anhua nervously complied. Xiaozheng said expressionlessly, I've already submitted the divorce papers. Once approved, we can finalize the process. Anhua suddenly remembered that the original owner had already written a divorce letter. I didn't come to divorce you. I came to live with you while you serve. Xiaozheng was taken aback, then frowned and said, Is divorce a joke? You can just say it and it's done? Did the male lead mean he wanted to divorce her? Had the female lead already appeared? Anhua felt a sense of crisis. What? Do you really want to get rid of me? I quit my job to find you, and you want to divorce me? Do you have no conscience? You heartless man. Xiaozheng. Anhua's small face was puffy with anger. Her cheeks flushed, and her watery eyes stared at him with deep resentment. For a moment, Xiaozheng almost doubted if he was the one who had changed his feelings. Anhua wasn't done yet. From pregnancy to childbirth to raising the child, I've done it all alone. Besides sending money back, have you helped even a little? Have you taken care of the child for a single day? Have you ever asked how I was doing? Do you know how hard it has been for me all these years? Actually, having her family around made it easier, and the original person didn't mind living apart from the male lead. But Anhua had taken on a difficult situation. How can a man continue living with his wife after being unfaithful? Anhua had to act first, even if it went against her conscience. Sure enough, Xiaozheng felt short of breath after hearing her words. As a soldier, he naturally felt he owed a lot to his family. Anhua cautiously observed his expression and cleared her throat, but that's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. I'm here now to live well with you. Let's forget the past, okay? A strange look appeared on Xiaozheng's face. Anhua had always been noble and calm in front of him, never showing her emotions, even when he did something she disliked. She would just silently look at him with disdain. Xiaozheng had never seen such a persistent and lively Anhua. For some reason, his firm resolve to divorce wavered. Since she was willing to turn back, why not give her a chance? Have you thought it through? Not divorcing? He scrutinized her. I traveled a long way with Dong Dong, so I really don't want a divorce. Anhua said seriously, adding, and this matter ends here. Let's not mention divorce again. It's not good for the child to hear. Who caused this mess? It was her. Xiao Zheng was silent for a long time, long enough for Anhua to feel anxious, thinking they might not get through this. Finally, he said in a deep voice, "All right, you can stay for now." This man looked fierce, but he was actually quite easy to handle. Anhua felt relieved. The two of them walked out of the house. Dong Dong was outside, his little face tense, looking at both his dad and mom. Anhua smiled and said, "Mommy and Daddy just discussed making a bunk bed for Dong Dong, so he can climb up and down to play." Dong Dong's eyes lit up. "Really?" Anhua nudged Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng said, "Really, Dad can do it. I learned carpentry when I was young." Anhua was surprised and asked, "You can make furniture too? That's amazing. What's so amazing about it? Besides, shouldn't she think it's simple?" "A rural carpenter." Dong Dong, imitating his mom, exclaimed, "Dad is so amazing." Both of them looked at him with admiration. Xiao Zheng cleared his throat awkwardly. Next, Anhua asked where the cleaning tools were, and Xiao Zheng went to the backyard to get a broom and dustpan. Anhua wanted to take them, but he stepped back, took off his military jacket, tossed it aside, and quietly started cleaning. The strong man was now bending down to sweep, and he did it skillfully. A man who actively helps with chores gets a point. Anhua's gaze swept over his bare arms, bent waist, and thighs. He was really strong, exuding a raw masculinity that reminded her of cheetahs running on the grasslands and tigers hunting in the jungle. Anhua had dated several boyfriends of different types, but none were like this. This strong type of man. If he stood by her as a protector, it would feel very safe. Anhua joined the cleaning effort. "Where's the basin? How do we get water?" Xiao Zheng found a basin and took her to the water tap in the yard. "Is there a cloth?" Xiao Zheng found a cloth for her. Xiao Zheng worked quickly and efficiently, and what Anhua thought would be a big project was soon completed under his guidance. Anhua's luggage only contained clothes and personal items, but they still needed many things for the house. She said, "Let's go to the service center to get some supplies." Xiao Zheng looked at her curiously. "Really not leaving?" "Dong Dong, let's go buy some things." Dong Dong, who was observing ants in the yard, immediately stood up and ran to his parents, extending both hands. Xiao Zheng didn't understand what he was doing. Anhua explained, "The child wants you to hold his hands. One of you holds one side, right, Dong Dong? Mom is smart."
Dong Dong note that we got to sin.
Xiao Zheng took his son's hand, his stern expression softening. He wanted to smile, but his muscles, and used to movement, felt stiff and he couldn't manage it. Mom held the left side, Dad held the right, and Dong Dong bounced in the middle. He used to envy other kids who had this, and now he finally had his mom and dad holding him too. Dong Dong's personality is a bit quiet and introverted, but his joy upon seeing his dad is clear, and he seems much livelier than usual. Anhua has a slight smile on her face. Xiao Zheng turns to take a look. The scene feels somewhat unreal. When they first got married, Xiao Zheng was studying in the provincial capital, and they lived together for a year. During that year, their incompatibility became obvious. Anhua found him deeply disappointing, and he struggled with her upper-class lifestyle. At the matchmaking event, Anhua's beauty and education attracted many men, especially someone like Xiao Zheng, a rural-born officer who thought marrying a city college graduate was a great honor. However, living together revealed that it wasn't that simple. But he didn't feel regret. He believed that the choices he made came with consequences he had to face. As for his desire for a warm family life, he had buried that deep inside. "Hey, Deputy Commander Xiao, spending time with your wife and child?" Someone greeted Xiao Zheng on the road, but their gaze was on Anhua. The fierce Deputy Commander Xiao marrying a beautiful wife had already spread in the family area. Anhua smiled gracefully, allowing people to look at her, and sometimes chatted with them. In the past, Anhua wouldn't even give a glance to anyone who didn't meet her standards, even if she knew them. Xiao Zheng felt suspicious. A person cannot change completely, but they also cannot change their nature entirely. Anhua really seems like a different person. The service center sold items that could meet daily needs, so Anhua first bought a wash basin, foot basin, towels, toilet paper, and remembering they had 2 stove burners at home, she also ordered 2 iron pots. Xiaozheng asked in surprise, "Are you going to cook?" She usually never touched anything in the kitchen. He added, "You don't have to force yourself. We can eat at the cafeteria." Anhua shook her head. "Isn't eating at the cafeteria every day boring? I want to cook for myself." Then she boasted, "I've learned to cook from my mom these past 2 years. I'm pretty good at it. Just wait for me to make you something delicious." Xiaozheng, however, showed no reaction. How could she possibly cook for him? She must be joking. The salesperson at the service center secretly observed the 2 of them. One was a delicate beauty, and the other a stern figure. Did Deputy Commander Xiao save his wife's life, or something? Today, there wasn't enough time to cook, so when mealtime came, Xiaozheng took his wife and child to the cafeteria. Anhua took the child to find a seat, while Xiaozheng went to buy meal tickets. A middle-aged woman walked past Anhua, then turned back after a few steps and said, "You're Xiaoan, right?" Anhua looked confused. The woman smiled and said, "I'm Go Hongying. My husband is the political commissar here. I met you when you and Xiaozheng were hosting a banquet in the provincial city." Anhua stood up and smiled. "Sorry, I didn't recognize you." "It's okay," Go Hongying said, signaling her to sit down. Then she looked at Dong Dong and said, "This must be Xiaozheng's son, right? He inherited his mother's beauty. He doesn't look much like his dad." At first, this seemed like a compliment to Dong Dong, but Go Hongying's expression was a bit odd. Anhua brushed off the awkward feeling and said, "Actually, the child's nose and mouth look a lot like Xiaozheng's." Go Hongying smiled and nodded. "All right, you 2 sit here. I need to go get my food now." Anhua watched Go Hongying leave. Soon, Xiaozheng returned with a lunchbox. He had 2 dishes, 1 soup, and 8 steamed buns, which were quite a lot. "If it's not enough, I'll go buy more," Xiaozheng said. "Dong Dong and I can't eat much. This should be enough," Anhua replied, breaking 1 bun in half and giving half to Dong Dong. "He's 4 years old and still can't finish a bun? Dong Dong has always had a small appetite. What about you? You only eat half? Half is enough for me." Xiaozheng took a bite of his bun and remained silent. It's easy to feed. At this rate, having 1 child is manageable. Anhua slowly tore the bun and fed herself. Dong Dong didn't tear his but chewed slowly. They both ate very politely. Xiaozheng, on the other hand, was much more carefree, eating quickly and heartily. This wasn't a problem. He was still neat and didn't make a mess. However, Anhua noticed that he smacked his lips while eating. Memories of the past suddenly flooded back. During the year they lived together at the military academy in the provincial city, she had really disliked his habits. Smacking while eating, being unhygienic, sometimes coming home smelling of alcohol, and just throwing his shoes off and lying on the bed. There were so many little examples that could fill a page. Anhua, who had vowed to rely on the male lead, started to feel insecure. She grew up in a more developed society, and her family was considered middle class. So many of her habits matched those of the original character, a wealthy young lady. The original character couldn't get along with the male lead. Could she? Anhua thought for a moment and realized that, aside from other matters, she definitely needed to correct Xiaozheng's hygiene habits and his noisy eating. But those changes would have to come gradually. Anhua looked at Xiaozheng and said, "By the way, a woman named Go Hongying just greeted me and mentioned she attended our wedding." Xiaozheng replied, "Sister Hongying is the wife of Comrade Yu Baoshan. She's very capable and works at the Women's Federation in our county. If the families have any issues, they often turn to her. If you face any difficulties, you can also reach out to her." Anhua thought to herself that it made sense. Go Hongying looked very competent and assertive. Speaking of work, Xiaozheng suddenly remembered to ask, "You said you quit your job?" Anhua replied, "Yes." Xiaozheng slowed down his eating. "Is it for following the military?" Anhua nodded, "Yes." Xiaozheng paused for a moment, but couldn't help but ask, "Why are you willing to do it now?" Previously, when Xiaozheng had tentatively brought up the idea of following him, Anhua had interrupted him with a cold look before he could finish. She had said she wanted to pursue art and couldn't confine herself to family life, nor would she give up her dreams for it. Xiaozheng didn't blame her. He knew he had no right to ask anyone to give up their job for him. But now, she had given up her dreams. We can't keep living apart forever. You won't leave the army, so I guess I'll have to make the sacrifice, Manhwa said, trying to establish her role. Xiaozheng looked apologetic. No matter what, I owe you an apology for this. Great, the situation had turned around. In a short time, her image had shifted from a woman who betrayed her husband to a great woman sacrificing for her family. And Hua accepted Xiaozheng's apology with ease and took the opportunity to ask for something in return. Then you need to treat me better from now on. She smiled brightly, looking quite charming. Xiaozheng had never seen her like this, and he stared at her in surprise. Dad, you dropped food from your chopsticks, Dongdong pointed out helpfully. Xiaozheng snapped back to reality, his face slightly flushed. And Hua silently laughed. No matter how fierce a man was, he was still just a man. Dongdong stated seriously, Dad is shy. And Hua playfully asked, do you know why Dad is shy? Because he sees Mom being shy, he understood everything. Xiaozheng cleared his throat and hesitated, struggling to find the right words. He finally said, from now on, I'll listen to you about everything. No matter why and Hua suddenly changed so much, as long as she is happy living with him, it's not a big deal to listen to her on everything except for important matters. And Hua looked at him with bright eyes and said, you said it. Xiaozheng straightened up and replied seriously, I did say that. Men are naturally good at making promises when it comes to courting, but whether those promises can be kept is another story. The phrase I'll listen to you is a common promise from men, and Hua didn't take it seriously. However, the fact that Xiaozheng felt guilty about sacrificing his career to be with her shows that he doesn't have the traditional mindset of a man being above all, and he knows how to respect his partner. That adds a point. The foundation for living together is there. When they returned home, they ran into Go Hongying at the door. It turned out that the political commissar lived right next door. They politely greeted each other, and Hua and Xiaozheng took Dongdong inside. Go Hongying watched their backs for a moment, then went inside and complained to her husband Yu Baoshan, what's up with Hua? Didn't she want to divorce Xiaozheng? How did they get back together? Yu Baoshan, enjoying peanuts and a drink while their two kids ran around, looked a bit less cheerful upon hearing his wife's words. I heard that Xiaowen came back. Are they really okay now? It seems so, Go Hongying replied quietly after sending the kids away. I saw Xiaozheng's son. He doesn't look like him at all. Yu Baoshan was surprised. What do you mean? Go Hongying scoffed. When Xiaozheng was at military school, their relationship wasn't good. And Hua often went back to her family. Who knows if she really went back, or... Before she could finish, Yu Baoshan interrupted, Comrade Go Hongying, you need to be careful with your words and stick to the facts. You can't just spread rumors. Go Hongying rolled her eyes at him. Do I need you to teach me? Anyway, and Hua looks like a spoiled girl who can't settle down. Wanting to divorce Xiaozheng shows that. Yu Baoshan waved his hand. Long-distance relationships can cause emotional ups and downs. But now she seems to have figured things out and come back. Go Hongying paused for a moment and sighed. Yes, she's back. But what about my sister? Yu Baoshan tossed a peanut into his mouth and chewed slowly, finally saying, let's just pretend that didn't happen. And as for Hongxia, it's easy. There are plenty of single men in the camp. I'll find her a good one. Ji Hongying was not convinced. In her opinion, Xiaozheng was the best candidate overall. She and her husband had known Xiaozheng for a long time and understood that although he appeared rough, he was not a violent person. Moreover, he had reached the position of deputy commander at a young age, with undeniable ability, achievements, and background, promising a bright future. Therefore, when she learned that Anhua was causing a stir over a divorce, she called her youngest sister over, believing in the principle of keeping good things within the family, waiting for Xiaozheng to finalize the divorce so she could introduce them. Who would have thought things would take such a turn? Anhua should have just gone through with the divorce instead of reconsidering. Suddenly, she heard soft footsteps by the door. Go Hongying looked over and saw a figure with long braids. She sighed again. Her sister just didn't have that kind of luck. On her first day, after sitting on the train for several hours, Anhwa felt tired and didn't rush to unpack her luggage, only taking out her toothbrush and toothpaste. Xiao Zheng was preparing a coal stove to heat water. Anhwa stood by, watching and learning. The original owner didn't know how to do it, and neither did she. Seeing her focused, Xiao Zheng began to explain. The stack of newspapers in the corner is used to light the coal stove. You tear them into strips to ignite. The air vent is key. You need to on it at first to get it going. Anhwa was eager to try. Let me. Xiao Zheng hesitated and stepped aside. Go ahead. Anhwa squatted down, holding her skirt, and leaned towards the vent too. Get a little closer. Put some effort into it. Suddenly, Xiao Zheng caught a whiff of a special fragrance and looked down to realize how close he was to Anhwa. Her long, fair neck was right beneath his gaze. The scent seemed to emanate from her glowing skin. Xiao Zheng felt a sudden dryness in his throat. It had been a long time since he and Anhwa had been intimate. Anhwa wasn't fond of that kind of thing, and was always reluctant. He also had a bit of pride and found it hard to feel any interest in a woman who was so cold. Moreover, they spent most of their time apart, and Anhwa never visited. Whenever he returned to the provincial city, he went to his father-in-law's house, which made it even harder to have any improper thoughts. But today, perhaps Anhwa was too enthusiastic and affectionate, and he. Xiao Zheng's gaze grew intense. Anhwa blew for a while, and the sparks in the stove gradually flared up. She wanted to get up, but felt dizzy and uncontrollably leaned to the side. She was lacking oxygen. Xiao Zheng felt something soft bump into his arms, and he instinctively reached out to hold her. Anhwa softly sighed, resting her dizzy head on Xiao Zheng's chest. Don't move. Let me catch my breath. I'm short on oxygen. Anhwa placed her hands on his chest, her head slightly leaning on his shoulder. Xiao Zheng felt her breath lightly brush against his neck, making him feel a bit flustered. His mind began to drift, and he unconsciously pulled her closer. A spark from the stove startled him back to reality, and he hurriedly pulled away, forgetting they were both squatting. Anhwa lost her balance and fell onto the ground. It didn't hurt much, but Anhwa was startled and glared at Xiao Zheng, saying angrily, "You pushed me." Her eyes were misty, and the glare seemed to draw him in. Xiao Zheng's heart raced. "Why don't you help me up?" The young lady pouted, extending a delicate hand. Xiao Zheng took a deep breath, barely holding onto his composure as he grabbed her hand. It felt soft and delicate. Once Anhwa stood up, he quickly let go of her hand, grabbed the kettle, and hurriedly said, "I'll go get some water." Anhwa sensed the change in atmosphere and thought, it seemed like today she could finally touch his abs, but then she was suddenly pushed down, and he ran away. But soon, Anhwa figured it out. Xiao Zheng seemed to have fled in a panic. Was he embarrassed by his own feelings? From Xiao Zheng's perspective, they were like an old married couple. Why would he feel shy? An old man, yet he seemed so innocent. After boiling the water, Anhwa wanted to take a shower but realized there was no place to do so in the house. The bathroom was a rural-style dry toilet with no plumbing. Speaking of the toilet, Anhwa wasn't used to it and thought she needed to find a way to improve it. She raised her arm and sniffed, looking worried. After sitting on the train for so long, I feel so dirty. I can't go without a wash. She smelled lovely. How could she be dirty? However, Xiao Zheng didn't dare to look directly at Anhwa and didn't argue, simply saying, "Should I borrow a bathtub for you?" "No need." Anhwa shook her head. "I can't use someone else's bathtub. It's not safe with germs and infections, and I don't want to risk catching something." Xiao Zhengdao said, "The bathhouse is open twice a week in summer, on Wednesdays and Sundays. The day after tomorrow is Wednesday. We can go then for a good wash." Anhwa nodded. "That's the only option. Let's just wipe down tonight." Dong Dong handed his father the task of taking him to the yard to wash. By the time Anhwa finished her tasks, Xiao Zheng had already placed their clean son on the bed. They only had one bed set up for now, so the three of them would sleep together tonight. "Dad sleeps on my left, and Mom sleeps on my right," Dong Dong declared as he lay down in the middle, eagerly looking at his parents. "Come on over." Xiao Zheng, who had also taken a shower, was still a bit damp, wearing just a tank top and shorts, and lay down next to his son. "Mom, hurry," Dong Dong said excitedly, for some reason.
"Coming," she replied.
The bed was about 1.5 meters wide, and Xiao Zheng took up half of it with his large frame. And her felt a bit worried. She was a restless sleeper and might accidentally kick someone while sleeping. Would there be enough space for their son? "Mom, we will live here forever, right?" Dong Dong whispered to his mother, not realizing that his father could hear him. Xiao Zheng asked him back, "Do you like living here?" Dong Dong glanced at his mother and cautiously nodded. "I like it here because there's Dad and butterflies." And Hua kissed his forehead and promised, "Then we will always be with Dad and the butterflies." Dong Dong's eyes sparkled with joy as he chattered away. It seemed that being quiet was not his true nature. After finally waiting for the child to fall asleep, Anhua said, "You should move him to your side. I'm afraid I might roll over and accidentally hurt him." After moving Dong Dong over, Xiao Zheng ended up in the middle. He was tough, so it didn't matter if he got kicked or pressed. And Hua, exhausted from the day, fell into a deep sleep. However, she was awakened several times by something hard poking her. In her groggy state, she didn't think much about it and pushed it away impatiently. Later, she found she couldn't move her hands or feet, and in her dream, a big tiger was pressing down on her, making her uncomfortable all night long. And Hua was awakened by the morning call. It seemed like it wasn't fully light outside yet. She sleepily reached out beside her and only found her son. Xiao Zheng had woken up even earlier than the morning call. "Are you awake?" Xiao Zheng walked in and stood by the bed, looking at her. And Hua mumbled, "You wake up so early." With her big wavy hair, she was snuggled under the covers, showing only her messy head. In the past, Xiao Zheng thought Anhua's curly hair was a clear sign of a bourgeois style and found it quite annoying. But now he saw it as
"Goo."
He couldn't help but say, "Why don't you sleep a little longer?" As soon as he finished speaking, Anhua had already fallen asleep. He chuckled softly, and the hard lines of his face softened a bit. When Anhua woke up again, the sun was bright outside, and there were voices, though she couldn't hear them clearly. She stretched and got out of bed to get dressed. Xiao Zheng came in carrying a stack of lunchboxes, with Dong Dong following obediently behind. When he saw his mom, he reported, "Mom, I went to buy buns with Dad." And Hua praised him and asked Xiao Zheng, "Who were you talking to outside just now?" Xiao Zheng replied, "It was Sister Hong Ying's sister next door. She said she made red date millet porridge this morning and asked if we wanted a bowl. I told her I had porridge from the cafeteria, so we didn't need it." And Hua nodded. It seemed that neighbors like to share things like that. She went to wash up by the water sink in the yard. After finishing the buns, she noticed Xiao Zheng wasn't in a hurry to go to work, so she started discussing some serious matters with him. "I have a few ideas about renovating the house that I want to discuss with you." Xiao Zheng was washing the lunchboxes and said, "Go ahead." And Hua organized her thoughts before speaking. "First, the yard is all dirt. It's fine when it doesn't rain, but when it does, it gets really muddy, so I want to lay down a path." Xiao Zheng nodded. "That's true. Other families have paths. The teacher's family bought stone slabs from a quarry in the next county. I can get a referral letter, and we can go buy some too." And Hua agreed and added, "The second thing is I want to dig a cellar in the backyard to store some vegetables in the winter." The main purpose of the cellar was to create a space for herself, allowing her to store items there and gradually mix in supplies. Xiao Zheng nodded without hesitation. "Okay, we can ask the soldiers from the engineering battalion to help. The third thing is the most important." And Hua looked at Xiao Zheng seriously. "Our toilet must be changed to a flushable one." There were flush toilets in this era, and the Yin family had one. And Hua didn't want to be too flashy. Just a flushable squat toilet would do. Xiao Zheng thought for a moment. "We don't have sewers like in the city, so a flush toilet would need a septic tank." And Hua replied, "The septic tank will be hidden. It's better than a dry toilet. I'll draw a design for you later." Xiao Zheng hesitated. And Hua blinked. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm being too fussy?" Xiao Zheng spoke frankly. "It's quite pretentious. Aren't the grains and vegetables you eat grown with manure? What's there to complain about?" And Hua didn't want to argue with him and cutely said, "Anyway, I want to renovate the bathroom. Do you agree?" Seeing his wife's cute and expectant expression, Xiaozheng felt a bit overwhelmed. Fine, if she's being a bit dramatic, so be it. She traveled all this way to be with him, so what's wrong with a little fuss? Okay, draw up the plans and list the materials you need. I'll find a way to buy them. And Hua smiled brightly, cupped Xiaozheng's face, stood on her toes, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, you're so nice. After Xiaozheng left the house, he still felt a bit lightheaded and dreamy. He touched his cheek where she had kissed him and suddenly smiled. Yu Baoshan and Li Hansong walked over and, seeing his expression, exchanged shocked glances. Li Hansong patted Xiaozheng on the shoulder. Bro, are you okay? Xiaozheng snapped back to reality, and his smile faded. Li Hansong squinted at him with a teasing grin. I know you just had a little time apart, but take it easy. Your legs look a bit wobbly. Xiaozheng replied, Wobbly? I'm strong. Yu Baoshan looked at Xiaozheng curiously. Your wife isn't leaving this time, right?
Xiaozheng nodded. Yeah, she's staying.
By the way, comrade, the divorce papers I submitted are no longer valid. I'll go retrieve them. Yu Baoshan couldn't hide his disappointment and thought for a moment, you didn't mention it before. Why did your wife want a divorce? And why is she staying now? You need to be careful. Don't let her change her mind later. You're the deputy commander, and you have a lot on your shoulders. Don't let family issues weigh you down. Xiaozheng wouldn't openly discuss his wife's infidelity, especially not now. He said, it was just a misunderstanding from being apart. Now that she's here with me, those issues are resolved. Don't worry, comrade. We'll work together to build a good life. Yu Baoshan replied, then congratulations. Li Hansong looked at Xiaozheng with a hint of envy. Before your wife came, I had you to keep me company as a single guy. Now that she's here, I'm back to being alone. Xiaozheng scoffed. That's what you get for being picky and ending up single. Li Hansong and Xiaozheng are the same age. After a few days of school, he wanted to find a cultured and beautiful girl to settle down with. However, being cultured doesn't always mean being beautiful, and even if a girl is both, she might not be interested in him. After many years of unsuccessful matchmaking, he found himself at 30 years old. So, he was very jealous of Xiaozheng's good luck. He believed he was just as good as Xiaozheng. In fact, he knew more characters than Xiaozheng. Yu Baoshan scoffed and pointed at Li Hansong, saying, Your thinking is wrong. When choosing a wife, you should look for a hard-working and virtuous woman. Those who are both cultured and beautiful are often just showing off. Bringing one home will only hold you back. Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow. It seemed like Yu Baoshan was not just talking to Li Hansong. Li Hansong smiled and said, The political commissar is right. From now on, I will look for a hard-working and virtuous woman. Yu Baoshan nodded in satisfaction. When they arrived at the headquarters building, the three split into two groups, and Yu Baoshan headed towards the political department. Once Yu Baoshan was out of earshot, Li Hansong turned to Xiaozheng and said, Can you ask your sister-in-law to introduce me to someone? Whether it's her classmates or relatives, I'm really anxious to solve my personal problem. Xiaozheng glanced at Li Hansong with sympathy. His son was almost ready for kindergarten, while Li Hansong was still single, which was indeed a bit sad. All right, I'll talk to her. After Xiaozheng went to work, and Hua started unpacking her belongings at home. As she organized, she made a list of things she needed to buy later. While she was busy, a loud woman's voice called out from outside, Is the wife of Deputy Commander Xiao home? And Hua quickly went outside. A woman in a blue cloth coat was leading a group of women standing in the yard. The woman in the cloth coat introduced herself. My husband is the chief of staff, Shi Weiguang, and we live right across from you. And Hua asked, How should I address you? The woman then remembered to introduce herself. Oh, I'm Zhou Meihua. And Hua smiled and said, Hello, Sister Zhou. Hello, hello. Zhou Meihua quickly urged the women behind her to introduce themselves as well. At this time, the gap between rural and urban areas was huge, and you could tell just by their clothing. The women, led by Sister Zhou, wore traditional clothes made of rough cloth, with their hair in a bun, clearly coming from a rural background. The women seemed quite shy. After some pushing and shoving, they finally giggled and greeted each other at the door, all smiling as they looked at Anhwa. Anhwa said, "Sisters-in-law, come in for a cup of tea." Zhou Meihua quickly waved her hand. No, we just came to see you. Is there anything we can help with?" Anhua replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I can manage for now." Zhou Meihua stared at Anhua's hair, her eyes shining. "Wow. How did you style your hair like that?" Anhua had styled her hair in a princess look, with part of it tied back and the rest flowing down, smooth and shiny like black waves. She wore a yellow floral dress, looking fresh and charming. Zhou Meihua exclaimed, "So beautiful, really beautiful." Another sister-in-law agreed, "You dress so stylishly. How did the rough-and-tumble deputy commander Xiao marry such a city girl?" "That's impressive." Although the sisters-in-law meant no harm, stylish wasn't a compliment in this context. The book mentioned that the original owner loved her curly hair and spent a lot of time caring for it, but during a chaotic time, it was all shaved off, leaving her with an uneven cut. Anhua shivered and immediately decided to cut her hair short. "Sisters-in-law, let me tell you, I'm not a city girl. Before coming with the army, I had a job and earned my own living, so I'm also a working woman." Anhua smiled, starting to build her image. Some were skeptical. "You look so delicate. How can you be a working woman?" Anhua replied seriously, "Using your hands is labor, and using your mind is also labor. As long as you're doing something, it's all work, and work doesn't distinguish between high or low status." The women were a bit confused, their heads filled with the word labor, but they ended up with one impression: Deputy Commander Zhao's wife is a working woman. Anhua continued, "However, I'm better at mental work than physical work. I see many families growing vegetables and fruits in their yards, and I'd like to ask you sisters-in-law for advice on that. Is growing a few vegetables really a skill?" The women found Anhua's words amusing. Their husbands often said they knew nothing, but they should hear that the educated daughter-in-law of Deputy Commander Xiao wants to learn from them. They certainly know something. Humph. Everyone eagerly patted their chests and said, "If you have any questions, just ask us. Even if you plant it now, you won't be able to eat it for a while. My cucumbers are plentiful this year. You can come and pick some anytime. I'll bring you some tomatoes and lettuce from my garden tomorrow. I have plenty of green onions, so you don't need to buy any. Just take some from my place whenever you need it, since we live right across from each other. It's very convenient." And Zhao was touched by everyone's warmth and invited them to come inside. Zhou Meihua said, "No need to sit down. We know you just moved in and have a lot to do, so we'll leave you to it in Jia." With that, Zhou Meihua waved goodbye to the group. They came to visit in Jia simply because they heard that Deputy Commander Zhao's wife was beautiful and were curious. When they saw her, they realized not only was she good-looking, but she also had a lovely personality. She's really nice, much friendlier than Commander Chen's wife, and not as intimidating as Director Ge. Too bad she's married to Deputy Commander Xiao. Do you think he would hit her? Can her small frame take a punch? That's hard to say. We should keep an eye on her family. If anything happens, we should hurry over. I don't believe Deputy Commander Xiao would dare to hit someone in front of the neighbors. This was said by Zhou Meihua. Meihua really has a sharp mind. And Jia couldn't help but smile at the walls separating them. She wasn't worried about the issues Zhou Meihua and the others discussed. Xiaozheng was just a bit big, and she instinctively felt he wasn't the type to be abusive. Regardless, her positive image was starting to take shape. In fact, since In Bohuai sold the factory and company early on, the In family's household registration identifies them as intellectuals. However, she couldn't be careless. And Jia reminded herself that while she could be extravagant at home, she must never show that side to the outside world. After seeing Zhou Meihua and the others off, and Jia was about to return inside when she noticed a head peeking over the wall. It startled her. It was a young girl's face, and when she realized she had been spotted, she quickly ducked back down. Clearly, she was spying. That side belonged to the Yu Baoshan and Go Hongying family. Their children seemed quite young, so this girl must be Go Hongying's sister, who was supposed to bring porridge to Xiaozheng in the morning. And Zha frowned. If she was curious, she should come over like Zhou Meihua and the others did instead of peeping around the corner. It felt quite uncomfortable. As usual, lunch was at the cafeteria. After finishing his meal, Xiaozheng returned home and began weeding the yard. He was only wearing a tank top and military pants, his strong build squatting there like a small mountain. Dongdong was also beside his dad, pulling up weeds and shouting slogans with great effort. Anhua held an enamel cup of water, standing next to Xiaozheng to discuss something. I plan to visit a few neighbors this afternoon. What do you think I should bring as a gift? Xiaozheng turned to look at her, his expression complicated. During their time at the military academy, Anhua never participated in social gatherings, even when neighbors invited them for dinner. She bluntly said she disliked interacting with people from rural backgrounds, finding them coarse and dirty. So, why was she different now, especially since most families in the military also came from rural areas? Have you been influenced by something? You're not the same as before, Xiaozheng said, his dark eyes fixed on Anhua, full of intensity. Anhua was not worried at all. Her personality was very different from the original, but since the first day she arrived, she had no intention of imitating the original's behavior. That would be too exhausting. As long as she was confident, no one would think she had changed fundamentally. Even Xiaozheng only suspected she had been mentally affected. Anhua calmly explained, I've read many books and learned a lot. Coming from a rural background is not a shame, and lacking education is not their fault. In fact, it shows how they were oppressed and exploited in the old society. In short, my worldview has been reshaped. I am not who I used to be. Xiaozheng was shocked. What books have you read? That's impressive. Anhua replied that I've read the works of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Mao. As a leader of the working class, you should read these too. Xiaozheng felt a bit insecure. He liked educated people, but did not enjoy reading himself. Before joining the military, he could only write his name, and after joining, he struggled with books, only finding interest in military matters. So your change is all due to reading? Xiaozheng looked at Anhua closely. He seemed to want to ask why her attitude toward him had changed so much.
Exactly.
My previous behavior towards you is due to arrogance and prejudice. I thought you were inferior to educated scholars, but now I see that you have grown from being illiterate to who you are today. This shows your courage, wisdom, and perseverance are exceptional. You are a hero forged by the fires of war, the most admirable person protecting the country and its people. Anhua looked into Xiaozheng's eyes with sincerity as she spoke her true thoughts. Xiaozheng was stunned. He had heard many compliments and seen many admiring gazes, but none had made his heart tremble like this moment. Actually, you can see me as two people. One is the me from the past who is gone. The other is the me now, completely new and transformed. Completely new. Transformed. Xiaozheng looked at Anhua seriously. Her familiar features showed a completely different expression, vibrant and lively. He swallowed hard a few times and finally managed to say, softly yet firmly. From that moment, something unfamiliar began to grow in Xiaozheng's heart. Over time, it would develop strong roots and vines, spreading to every corner of his being, even his soul. Seeing him sweat, Anhua brought a cup of water to his lips, saying, Drink some water. Xiaozheng's gaze moved from her delicate fingers to the cup, and he bent down, drinking greedily, as if he were extremely thirsty. His strong neck glistened with sweat under the sun, and as he swallowed, beads of sweat rolled down, disappearing into his shirt. Anhua's eyes widened slightly. For the first time, she noticed that a sweaty man did not smell bad, but rather had a scent of masculinity. Should she let Dong Dong sleep alone tonight? Dad, I want some too. Save some for me. Dong Dong said, looking anxiously at his father with dry lips. Anhua laughed. Don't rush, don't rush. Once you finish, I'll go inside and get more for you. Once both father and son were satisfied, they worked even harder in the fields. Especially Xiaozheng, who was like a tireless old ox, working nonstop, turning over both the front and back yards in one afternoon. After Xiaozheng left for work, Anhua remembered that he hadn't introduced her to the neighbors. But it wasn't too important. After thinking for a moment, she came up with a plan. She went to the service center and bought 1.5 pounds of traditional cake, dividing it into 3 portions, and also found a box of beautifully packaged cookies she had brought from the provincial city. She decided to visit the homes of her superiors, the commander, the political commissar, the chief of staff, and the deputy political commissar, who lived nearby. First, she went to the commander's house, bringing the cookies. Manhwa knocked on the door, and after a while, a soft voice came from inside. The door opened to reveal a woman in her 30s, beautiful and well-groomed, wearing a light green qipao that accentuated her graceful figure, with a silk shawl casually draped over her shoulders. And Juan's pupils widened in surprise. She was still wearing a qipao? The original owner had many beautiful qipaos, all stored away by Juan, who hoped to wear them someday, but now was definitely not the time. Although the so-called fashion trend would officially arrive in 2 years, being in this historical context showed that the development of history does not have clear boundaries. The wind starts to move before the leaves are blown away. Take clothing, for example. You can't see anyone wearing qipaos on the streets of the provincial capital now. Most people are in work clothes, and many young women wear blouses. It's unclear if Wen Shueman was politically unaware or just bold, but Juan would not go against the prevailing environment for the sake of temporary beauty. You must be Commander Chen's wife, right? Hello, I'm Juan, a family member of Shaozheng, and this is my son, Dong Dong, Juan said with a smile.
Zhong politiligrit. Hello, Oni.
The woman smiled slightly and nodded gracefully. I'm Wen Shueman.
Please come in.
Juan had planned to just say hello and leave, but she didn't expect Wen Shueman to invite her inside. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to enter, mainly because she wanted to see what the commander's home was like to set a standard for her future renovations. The front yard of the commander's house was paved with stone slabs, kept clean without any weeds or dust. There was a gazebo in the corner, complete with a stone table and benches and 3 bamboo curtains for shade. A few potted plants were arranged by the gazebo, and along the wall, there were 2 rows of flower pots blooming with vibrant flowers. Simple, yet charming. Inside, most of the furniture was provided by the organization, but the spring sofa was clearly a personal purchase, along with a set of mahogany cabinets. A beautiful clock hung on the wall, and there were antique vases and decorations on the tables. In short, many exquisite details. Xiao Qiao, please serve coffee to our guests. A girl around 20 came out, quickly responding to Wen Shueman's request. Juan hesitated and asked, Xiao Qiao is? Wen Shueman casually replied, she is our housekeeper. Many officials' families often find relatives from the countryside to help with household chores and childcare, doing the work of a housekeeper, but no one would openly call them that. Moreover, Xiao Qiao treated Wen Shueman with great respect, looking nothing like a relative, indicating a hired relationship. I used to drink only Brazilian coffee beans, but I can't find them now. This is from Indonesia. You can try it, Wen Shueman said, delicately picking up a fine coffee cup and leaning back on the sofa, looking relaxed. Hua took a sip, and the rich aroma of the coffee spread in her mouth. She said the quality is still good. Wen Shueman smiled. I've invited several people to drink coffee, and they all didn't like it. You're the only one who enjoys it. I heard your father is a university professor? Do you study Western music? Juan nodded. Yes, I play the violin. Wen Shueman's eyes lit up. I wonder if I have the honor to hear you play. Hua looked regretful. I'm sorry, my violin is in the provincial city. I didn't bring it. Wen Shueman suddenly looked downcast and sighed. Old Chen won't let me listen to the gramophone, dance, or even read books without his approval. My spiritual world is as barren as this place. Hua didn't respond. Wen Shueman perked up again, looking at Hua with hope. I'm glad you're here. Now I have someone to talk to. To be honest, I don't get along with the others, but when I first saw you, I felt we were similar. Hua smiled. If Wen Shueman continued this lifestyle, she would surely face trouble in 2 years. In a different time and place, she might have been friends with Wen Shueman, but for now, she decided to keep her distance. After sitting for a while, Hua took her leave. The second visit was to Vice Commissioner Wang's home. Vice Commissioner Wang's wife, Liao Sanmei, had just come with Zhou Meihua to see Manhwa. Oh, you're too polite. You don't need to bring anything. Take it home for the kids. Just a little cake to show my appreciation. Please accept it, sister-in-law. After some back and forth, Liao Sanmei finally accepted the cake shyly. She invited Manhwa to sit inside, but Manhwa politely declined. Zhou Meihua's family was similar. They insisted for a long time before finally giving away the cake. Sister, you really are too polite. How about this? Come to my house for dinner tonight with Deputy Commander Xiao. I'll prepare a chicken right now. A 7 or 8-year-old boy immediately clapped and shouted, "Yay! Chicken! Chicken! This little rascal only thinks about food." Zhou Meihua laughed and scolded her son, then turned to Manhwa. "Really, you must come." Manhwa said, "I still have a lot of work to do at home, so there's no rush today. Let's stay across the street. There will be plenty of chances to enjoy your cooking later. Just don't mind me when the time comes." Zhou Meihua thought Manhwa's way of speaking was so pleasant that it made it hard to feel upset even when refusing someone. She playfully glared at Manhwa and said, "All right, but next time you can't take so long to accept my invitation." Manhwa smiled and nodded. The last visit was to Yu Baoshan's home. The girl who opened the door was the same one Manhwa had seen peeking from the corner in the morning. When she saw Manhwa at the door, her eyes naturally dropped and she stammered, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm the new neighbor from next door. Just came to say hello." "You must be Hong Ying's sister, right?" The girl nodded slightly. "My name is Hong Xia. My sister and brother-in-law are at work, so they aren't home." "That's okay," Manhwa replied, glancing at Hong Xia. She had a pretty face, slightly tan skin, and wore a peach-colored dress. Her long, shiny braid hung down in front of her chest, giving her a healthy and sunny look that fit the era's beauty standards. Manhwa said, "I've heard my husband mention you." Go Hongxia looked up suddenly. "Brother Xiao mentioned me?" "Brother Xiao?" Manhwa was not overly suspicious, but the way Hongxia reacted made it easy to draw conclusions. Manhwa smiled and said, "He said you are hardworking and a good girl." Hongxia's face turned red instantly. She twirled a strand of her braid and bit her lip, showing a shy demeanor. Manhwa could already confirm some things in her mind and asked casually, "You came from your hometown, right? When did you arrive?" Hongxia replied, "I've been here for a little over a month." The original owner had sent a divorce letter to Xiao Zheng 2 months ago. As a political commissar, Yu Baoshan would have easily learned about Xiao Zheng's marital changes right away. Even though Xiao Zheng was not very approachable, his situation made him appealing to many, even as a divorced man with a child. Hong Xia's arrival was too timely, and her behavior was quite obvious in its intentions. Manhwa handed over the steamed cake and smiled as she said goodbye to Hong Xia. Hong Xia watched Manhwa's retreating figure, her eyes gradually filled with reluctance. Indeed, Brother Zhao's wife was just as her sister had said, a delicate young lady from a wealthy family. How could someone like her take good care of Brother Xiao? From the very first day, Hong Xia knew her purpose. She had been afraid of Xiao Zheng at first, thinking he seemed fierce and would surely be a harsh husband, and she was not very eager to be a stepmother. But Go Hongying kept talking about how great Xiao Zheng was, saying his future was better than her husband's. Marrying into the Xiao family as a stepmother was better than marrying most people. Go Hongxia came to the army with the intention of marrying a high-ranking official, and slowly, she developed feelings for Xiao Zheng. But she couldn't say she liked him too much. Mainly, it was because she thought something that was meant to be hers slipped away, and she couldn't accept it. She couldn't help but look at Manhwa with a critical eye. Manhwa felt a strong gaze behind her, but she didn't pay any attention to Go Hongxia. She might not remember other characters from the book, but she remembered the main characters. Go Hongxia was not the main character, which meant that even if Xiao Zheng divorced, he wouldn't consider her. She was just chasing after something that wasn't meant for her. When Xiao Zheng came home from work in the afternoon, he carried back 2 iron pots he had ordered. "Are you sure you want to cook?" Xiao Zheng asked her. And Huan nodded. "Okay, I'll go buy firewood early tomorrow morning." Every household had to buy firewood and coal based on the number of people. Families with more members could buy more, while those with fewer could buy less. Xiaozheng glanced at Anhua. There's just me in our household, so I can't buy much firewood. I'm not sure if it will be enough. Anhua was puzzled, but it's not just you. There's me and Dong Dong too. Xiaozheng replied calmly, your household registration isn't here. Anhua handed Xiaozheng the introduction letter and proof she had prepared today. Can these documents be used to change the household registration? Xiaozheng looked through them and nodded. Yes. Anhua smiled and said, then I'll trouble comrade Xiaozheng to take care of this. Xiaozheng's hand trembled slightly as he held the documents, but he replied casually, I'll find time to handle it. The three of them slowly went to the cafeteria for dinner. On the way home, Dong Dong looked a bit tired and was held in his father's arms, his little head resting on Xiaozheng's shoulder. Anhua walked beside Xiaozheng, and the atmosphere among the three of them was very harmonious. Gu Hongxia peered through the gap in the courtyard door and felt increasingly frustrated.
Hongxia.
Gu Hongxia was startled and turned around, meeting Go Hongying's sharp gaze.
Sister.
Seeing her younger sister's aggrieved expression, Go Hongying couldn't help but sigh. I should have thought this through. I shouldn't have made such strong promises before, putting you in this situation. But don't worry, I will definitely find someone better than Xiaozheng for you. Gu Hongxia mumbled, but you said before that Brother Xiao had the best conditions. Gu Hongying was taken aback, thinking for a moment, and replied, who said that? The director of the operations department, Li Hansong, is quite promising. Gu Hongxia only cared about one thing. What position does he hold? Is he more successful than Brother Xiao? Gu Hongying said, his rank is lower than Xiaozheng's, but he is in his first marriage. Gu Hongying whispered a few words in Gu Hongxia's ear, and Gu Hongxia reluctantly nodded. Anhua took some effort to convince Dong Dong not to sleep with his parents. Mom, did Dad really bite my bottom last night after I fell asleep? Dong Dong asked, poking his head out from under the covers, looking confused. Anhua nodded without hesitation. Yes, he did. If you sleep with us again tonight, he will do it again. Dong Dong covered his little bottom and shook his head in disgust. No, I don't want Dad to bite my bottom again. Anhua tucked him in. Then you should sleep on your own. Actually, Dong Dong had already been sleeping independently. Hearing this, he didn't resist much, but worriedly said to his mom, Mom, you need to protect yourself and not let Dad bite your bottom. Anhua almost couldn't help but laugh. After getting her son to sleep, Anhua quickly freshened up and put on a lake green silk nightgown. Her fair skin looked even more beautiful in the lake green color. After Xiaozheng came home from dinner, he was busy with his own things, so Anhua didn't disturb him. After changing into her nightgown, she lay down on the bed, covered only by a thin blanket, highlighting her delicate curves. She heard some noise outside. Xiaozheng must have gone to shower in the yard. It's summer now, so showering is easy, and he does it quite often. But in winter, like most people, he will only go to the bathhouse once a week and consider himself clean. When Xiaozheng came in, he saw Anhua lying on the bed with her back to him. Her body was clearly defined, with a deep curve at her waist that could be easily held. Xiaozheng froze. Anhua moved slightly. Seeing her slowly sit up, her long hair cascaded over her left shoulder, revealing the beautiful line of her right shoulder and neck, with only a thin strap hanging on her fair skin. Xiaozheng was certain that he could easily snap that thin strap. Are you done? Anhua deliberately lowered her voice, sounding lazy and sweet. Yes. Xiaozheng glanced around the room. Where's Dong Dong? Anhua replied, the little guy wants to sleep by himself. Xiaozheng walked to the side of the bed. Anhua's heart raced as her eyes wandered over his muscular back, and a phrase popped into her mind. Strong and sturdy. She couldn't help but reach out to touch it. He noticeably stiffened. What did you eat to grow like this? You're all muscle. After a while, Xiaozheng replied in a low voice, I was poor as a child. There wasn't much to eat. I was as thin as a stick until I joined the army at 14 and started to grow. She must be starting to dislike him again. She had said before that she didn't like his body, finding it rough and wild. But to her surprise, she said, it's really beautiful. Xiaozheng turned his head. What did you say? Anhua smiled and said, I said your muscles are very nice. Not the kind of bulky muscles from the gym, but strong and fit, like a beast that fought its way to the top in the jungle. And Hua realized why she had never liked muscular men before. Perhaps it was because she hadn't met someone as natural and genuine as Xiaozheng. After a moment, Xiaozheng replied in a deep voice, "You didn't say that before." And Hua paused, playfully nudging him. "I already said I had a bias against you before. Now that my eyes are open, my taste has changed. Is that a problem?" Xiaozheng felt a tingling sensation all over and could hardly hear her, just nodding, "Okay, whatever you say." "Then let's go to sleep," and Hua said, gently poking his back, smiling like a mischievous little fox. Xiaozheng shivered slightly and softly replied, "Amen." They turned off the light and lay down on the bed. And Hua closed her eyes and waited quietly for a while, but soon she heard soft snoring beside her. Is he really just sleeping? And Hua stared into the darkness for a moment, then let out a soft sigh of disbelief. It seemed she had thrown her charm at someone who was oblivious. But that didn't make sense. A normal man wouldn't be indifferent, especially after years of being single. Besides, their physical contact had already shown that Xiaozheng was not unresponsive to her. Last night, she could say it was because their son was there, but tonight it was just the two of them, so there shouldn't be any awkwardness. In this era, the military had strict rules about conduct, which were closely tied to their future, so Hua didn't suspect Xiaozheng of cheating. Frustrated, she turned to the shadow beside her, thinking, how can you sleep with such a beautiful woman next to you? At your age, you should be striving for more, or will you still be able to when you're older? Anhua was troubled by the question of why Xiaozheng wasn't sleeping with her and eventually drifted off to sleep with her worries. As a result, she dreamt of the big tiger again that night. The tiger made it hard for her to breathe. She struggled for a long time before finally breaking free and slapped the tiger. At that moment, she woke up and, still a bit confused, realized that the big tiger was actually Xiaozheng. What is this man doing? Why did he come when she was asleep and cause a disturbance? I'm tired, stop bothering me, she mumbled. After a while, she heard the sound of clothes rustling, and Hua slightly lifted herself up. You're up so early? Xiaozheng replied, I got up to exercise. You can keep sleeping. And Hua looked outside. The sky was still dark, and it was definitely not yet 5 o'clock. Xiaozheng had already opened the door and left. Once again, he had fled. And Hua had a feeling that Xiaozheng wasn't unaware of his feelings, but was trying hard to control himself. But she still couldn't understand why. Was he acting like a ninja guarding his wife? And Hua dozed off again, but didn't sleep well. When she got up and looked in the mirror, she noticed dark circles under her eyes. This body not only looked exactly like her old self, but it also had the same constitution. A little lack of sleep easily led to dark circles. Xiaozheng had left before dawn, and she didn't know if he had returned. Breakfast was brought to her and Dong Dong by Xiaozhu. Where did Dad go? Dong Dong asked anxiously. In the past, Dad would often disappear after a day or two and wouldn't return for a long time. And Hua reassured him, Dad went to work. He'll be back by lunchtime. Dong Dong sighed in relief, but then asked, Mom, did Dad bite your bottom last night? And Hua replied, No, don't worry. Just eat your food and don't talk while eating. After we're done, I'll take you to the county to play. Dong Dong wasn't very interested in going to the county, but he smiled to please her. When it was heard that Hua was going to the city, Zhou Meihua also wanted to go. Before leaving, she called out to Liao Sanmei, who waved her hand and said, I won't go. I have a pile of clothes to wash. Zhou Meihua gave up and left with Hua. She took out a bag of sunflower seeds from her pocket and shared half with Hua. Did you see that? Zhou Meihua said mysteriously. When Sanmei was talking to us, her mother-in-law was hiding behind the curtain watching. And Hua shook her head. I didn't notice. Zhou Meihua pouted. I used to think my mother-in-law was bad. She would scold me 3 times a day and feel uncomfortable if she didn't. But now that I've seen Wang Heping's mother, I know what a truly terrible mother-in-law is. Have you ever seen someone wake up their daughter-in-law to work at 4 in the morning? Old Lady Wang does that. 4 in the morning is around 1 to 3 o'clock. This is worse than being stingy. And Hua was confused. So early? It's not even light outside. What can you do? Zhou Meihua scoffed. You can't do anything. She just wants to make her daughter-in-law suffer. And that's not all. My sister can't even eat at the table. She has to wait until everyone else is done to eat the leftovers. When she goes out, old lady Wang controls her too. Just yesterday, she came with me to your house for a look, and when she got back, old lady Wang scolded her. And Hua was shocked. I visited her house yesterday afternoon, and Sister Liao didn't notice anything unusual. Zhou Meihua said, old lady Wang doesn't hit her. She grabs her arms and legs and pokes her with needles. You can't see anything on the surface. And Hua wondered, doesn't Deputy Commissioner Wang take care of family matters? Old lady Wang's behavior must affect her son's future. Zhou Meihua sighed. Of course she does. I've seen Wang helping kneel to his mother several times through the hole in my wall. But whenever he tries to intervene, she cries, saying her son forgets her now that he has a wife. It's heartbreaking. Others try to help too, but every time Go Honging asks about the situation, my sister sides with her mother-in-law. How can outsiders help? And Hua asked, why does Sister Liao do that? Zhou Meihua sighed. She says she's afraid that if things get too big, Wang Heping will divorce her. And Hua fell silent. In the end, Sister Liao was controlled by her husband, who was also under his mother's control. Zhou Meihua asked, by the way, Shaoan, what's the situation with your family, Vice Director Xiao? This question caught and Hua off guard. When they first got married, Xiao Zheng had mentioned his family, but the original owner didn't pay attention, so she didn't remember. It seems. And Hua searched her memory. His mother passed away a long time ago. Zhou Meihua nodded. I'm not trying to be rude, but from your perspective, that's a good thing. Vice Director Xiao comes from a rural background, so his mother probably wouldn't get along with you. Your family avoids a lot of conflicts. And Hua couldn't help but agree. The straight distance from the camp to the county town isn't far, but to get into town, they have to take a longer route across a bridge. And without a car, they have to walk, which takes at least 20 minutes. The sun was a bit strong, and Dong Dong was already sweating on his forehead, but he didn't complain or ask his mom to carry him. Zhou Meihua praised, your child is really well behaved. He hasn't made a fuss at all, unlike my little rascal, who would be bouncing around like a monkey by now. Hearing the adults praise him, Dong Dong stood up even straighter. And Hua took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat and asked Zhou Meihua with a smile, sister-in-law, how many children do you have? Zhou Meihua replied, I have 3 sons and 1 daughter. My oldest son is in the army, the second one is in the countryside, and I only have my youngest daughter and son with me. My daughter is 10 and my son is 7. Both are little rascals. As she spoke, Zhou Meihua shook her head, but her face showed a smile and affection. As they chatted, they arrived in the city. What are you coming to the city for? Zhou Meihua asked in Hua, adding, I'm just here to have some fun with you. And Hua thought for a moment and said, I want to get a haircut first, then buy some fabric to make clothes. Sister-in-law, you know the way, so please lead me. Sure. Zhou Meihua first took En Hua to a state-run barber shop. And Hua asked, can you straighten my hair? The barber thought for a moment and replied, yes. However, the next action left En Hua a bit stunned. The barber brought out an iron. And Hua exclaimed, you're going to use an iron to straighten it? The barber responded, what else would I use? And Hua decided, then I'll just get a haircut. Although the barber used a charcoal iron, which wasn't as hot as an electric one, it was still quite intimidating. To avoid damage, she thought it was better to just cut it. After all, it would grow back. Zhou Meihua felt sorry for her, saying, long hair takes a long time to grow. Isn't short hair in style now? So, I want to give it a try, and Hua smiled. The barber checked in Hua's hair quality and, fearing she might change her mind, chimed in exactly. All the young girls in the city have short hair. Young lady, why not sell me your hair? And Hua asked, how much will you give me? The barber thought for a moment and held up 8 fingers. And Hua hesitated. She wasn't sure about the market price and didn't want to be taken advantage of. Zhou Meihua urged her to leave, saying, are you really worried about $8? Let's go, let's go. Don't cut it. I already feel sorry for you. And Hua stood up. The barber quickly said, "Then how much do you want?" And Hua looked at Zhou Meihua, who said, $12, not a cent less. And Hua's hair was curly, but in excellent condition, dark, shiny, and thick. The barber gritted his teeth and said, "All right." The barber's skills were quite good, and the hair was cut to about collarbone length. Since it had been permed before, the ends curled slightly inward, making the hair look fluffy and light. The volume of hair was reduced, which highlighted Anhua's features, making her look much more refined and adding a touch of youthful innocence. Anhua was quite satisfied, and Zhou Meihua was amazed. She picked up Dong Dong and asked, "Child, doesn't your mom look good?" Without thinking, Dong Dong replied, "Yes, Mom looks good." His voice was soft. Anhua chuckled and affectionately touched her little sweet pepper's face. Zhou Meihua felt a bit envious. How did she raise such a sweet child? She wanted one too. Next, they went to buy fabric. In the county, besides the military camp and factory area, the tallest building was the supply and marketing cooperative, which had 3 floors and was very crowded. Especially at the fabric counter, there was a long line, and by the time it was Anhua's turn, only some old-fashioned dark blue and dark gray fabrics were left. After hesitating for a while, she finally bought 6 feet of dark gray fabric at the salesperson's urging. "Meihua, do you know anyone who can get scarce items?" Anhua quietly asked Zhou Meihua. Although she didn't grow up in this era, she knew that some unspoken rules existed in every time period. Zhou Meihua shook her head. "I only wear plain cloth clothes and never buy this kind of fabric." Anhua gave up and thought it would be better to buy a few ready-made outfits to wear. Ready-made clothes were more expensive, so fewer people bought them. The synthetic fiber white shirts were all ordinary styles, and Anhua bought 3 at once, with only slight differences in details. She also bought 3 pairs of pants in black, gray, and khaki. Dongdong's clothes were mostly small shirts and blazers, so Anhua got him a few sailor shirts and vests that were durable and easy to clean. The county's goods were not very abundant, and after buying what they needed, they headed home. Anhua's haircut made a noticeable difference, and as soon as they entered the family area, people came over to take a look. "Wow, you look great like a little girl. This haircut is nice. What was that curly hair before? If I didn't know better, I would think you were from the same place as the commander's family." "Exactly. Our officials' families shouldn't be wearing those fancy things." Anhua listened to the discussions with a smile, and by the end, she finally felt relieved. It turned out that while everyone was polite to her on the surface, some were still gossiping about her appearance behind her back. This haircut was definitely the right choice. Zhou Meihua didn't understand much, but from listening to those people talk, she figured out a few things. "You know, you really should get a haircut. Otherwise, they might put you and Wen Xuemian in the same group and gossip about you every day." And Hua asked, "Do they talk about Chen's daughter-in-law every day? What do they say?" Zhou Meihua was well-liked in the family area, but her only close friend was Liao Sanmei. Ever since Liao Sanmei's mother-in-law came and started controlling her, they hadn't had much chance to chat. Now that Anhua had arrived, even though she was younger and from the city, her personality matched well with Zhou Meihua's, so Zhou Meihua had already considered Anhua a close friend. Zhou Meihua immediately started gossiping about the leaders' families with Anhua. Wen Xuemian is from Shanghai. When she first arrived, she was always hugging and dancing at home, leading some of the families in our area astray. Later, Chen had a big fight with her, and she stopped causing trouble. Zhou Meihua frowned. Now she still looks down on us military families from the countryside. Last year at the big cafeteria during the New Year, everyone was making dumplings together, but she refused to eat, saying she wasn't hungry. Yet when she got home, she had her maid cook her noodles. It seems she thinks we're dirty. This was somewhat unreasonable. Zhou Meihua followed Anhua into the courtyard, gossiping for a long time. Besides Wen Xuemian, she shared stories about other families, and Anhua listened with great interest, letting her speak freely. When it was time to cook, Zhou Meihua reluctantly decided she would visit Anhua more often to chat. Anhua welcomed this. No matter the environment, gathering information was essential for survival. Gossip was the most basic way to share information. While Anhua's mother was talking to someone, Dong Dong had already run to the backyard to watch the ants. The little child was very curious about everything in the countryside. Seeing him so focused, Manhwa didn't intervene. She entered her room and locked the door, taking out some pure cotton fabric from her space, planning to make a few sets of sheets and pillowcases. At first glance, the fabric looked like it was from the 1960s, but upon closer inspection, there were differences in the weaving and materials. The fabric from the 1960s felt sturdier. But that didn't matter much. If anyone asked, she could easily brush it off. No one would scrutinize your bed sheets that closely. Having just returned from the county town, she had bought some fresh vegetables from a farmer at the entrance of the family area and taken some pork from her space, so Manhwa was ready to showcase her cooking skills. The firewood at home is already piled high, probably bought by Xiaozheng in the morning, and they have all the necessary cooking supplies. Manhwa knows how to cook. After her parents divorced, she ate takeout for a year until she got sick of it and started learning to cook from the internet. However, she overlooked one important thing. She usually cooks with a gas stove and rice cooker, along with various modern tools. In this era, there is nothing available, and most importantly, she doesn't know how to use a traditional stove. Fortunately, Manhwa is good with her hands. Following the method Xiaozheng taught her for using a coal stove and experimenting a bit on her own, she finally managed to get the stove going. Dong Dong ran back from the backyard, nervously shouting, "Mom, I smell something burning." Not finding her mother, he rushed to the kitchen door, only to be choked by the thick smoke. Manhwa's voice came from inside, "Dong Dong, don't come in." Dong Dong panicked, "Mom, is there a fire?" Manhwa replied, "No, you need to leave. Don't stand there." Seeing her son about to enter, Manhwa quickly closed the kitchen door. As soon as the door closed, a sharp scream came from inside. Dong Dong, confused and scared, ran outside. The neighbors heard the commotion and came out. Zhou Meihua, holding a spatula, quickly asked Dong Dong what happened. Dong Dong cried, pointing to his kitchen, "My mom is inside." Seeing smoke coming from the window, Zhou Meihua was alarmed and rushed into the neighboring house. Go Hongying frowned and walked over. "It seems to be smoking? Let me check. Is it because she can't cook and burn the kitchen?"
Ye Hong Sies resentment resurfaced.
Manhwa can't do anything, so why could she marry Xiaoge? But thinking of the new person her sister had found for her calmed her down a bit. Old Lady Wang, tiptoeing to see what was happening, overheard, "What? The wife of Deputy Commander Xiao burned the kitchen?"
Ye Hong Sia replied.
"I'm just guessing. Don't spread rumors." Old Lady Wang had already dashed away. Before long, the news spread throughout the neighborhood. The wife of Deputy Commander Xiao can't cook and burned the kitchen. The wife of Deputy Commander Xiao blew up the kitchen, ruining everything. When it reached the ears of the men returning from work, it turned into, there was an explosion at Deputy Commander Zhao's house. His wife was injured and lost a leg. Commander Chengang turned to look at Xiaozheng, just about to say something when he saw a shadow rush past him. How can such a big guy run faster than a rabbit? Manhwa's first cooking experience did not go well. When she was helped out by Zhou Meihua, she found that her home was already crowded with people. Zhou Meihua waved her hand. "It's okay, there's no fire, just the oil pan caught fire." Manhwa explained, "I'm not used to this kind of stove. I have to watch the fire and the pot. In my fluster, I accidentally let the oil catch fire. Once it caught fire, she panicked. Even though she knew how to put it out, she didn't dare to get close." Fortunately, Zhou Meihua came in just in time to help. Although everyone thought Manhwa was a bit useless, they kindly comforted her, saying, "It's okay, you'll get the hang of it after a few tries." I was like that when I first started too. Go Hongying looked at Manhwa for a while, then seriously said, "I know you grew up pampered, but now you are a wife and a mother. If you can't even handle basic housework, what are you doing here?" Zhou Meihua defended Manhwa, "No one is good at work right from the start. You learn slowly." Go Hongying snorted. She has been married for a while. If she was going to learn, she should have done it by now. People from a poor background really can't do anything well. Poor background? Everyone turned to look at Manhwa. Manhwa's eyes suddenly sharpened as she stared at Go Hongying. "Director Go, you shouldn't speak carelessly. My father is a university professor, and my mother is a homemaker. How can you say I come from a poor background? Spreading rumors like this is not right. Everyone looked back at Go Hongying. What Hua's ancestors did as in the past, they really couldn't find any fault with her now. Go Hongying took a deep breath, feeling frustrated, and said, I was just trying to give you some advice. Why are you being so defensive? And Hua replied coldly, my parents are both alive, so it's not your place to educate me. Go Hongying had never had good feelings toward her, perhaps because Hua's change of heart about the divorce made it impossible for Go Hongxia to marry Xiaozheng.
Ah, ridiculous.
Without her, Xiaozheng wouldn't marry Go Hongxia either. Go Hongying's thinking was too self-centered. The atmosphere suddenly turned tense. During the standoff, someone shouted, Deputy Commander Xiao is back. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure rushed in from outside. Xiaozheng stopped in his tracks, quickly spotted Hua in the crowd, frowned, and strode toward her. What happened? I heard there was a fire at home? Xiaozheng has a fierce reputation, and now that he looks so serious, everyone thinks he might hit his wife. Zhou Meihua quickly stopped him, saying, it's a misunderstanding. Xiaowen didn't burn the house. She just had a fire in the frying pan while cooking. Others defended Hua. She just isn't used to cooking on a clay stove yet. She'll get better with practice. You are a leader. You shouldn't hit your wife. Hearing this, Hua didn't believe Xiaozheng would hit her, but she knew he was definitely angry. She felt wronged and said, you won't comfort me, and now you're blaming me? Xiaozheng was confused. Blame you? I'm not blaming you. And he certainly wasn't going to hit his wife. Xiao, don't be like this. Xiaowen didn't mean to. She didn't do anything at military school, and now she's trying to cook for you, which is a big improvement. Go Hongying was trying to help, but her words sounded awkward. What's going on? Chun Gang and Yu Baoshan approached. Nothing, Commander. Xiaozheng briefly explained the situation. Chun Gang said firmly to everyone, if there's nothing wrong, you can all go home and eat. The women were reluctant, worried that Xiaozheng might hit his wife, wanting to stay and watch. Go Hongying urged, all right, everyone go back. Don't disturb the couple while they sort things out. She glanced at Xiaozheng. He wasn't the type to hit his wife, but he certainly had a temper, and Hua would likely get scolded for her mistake. She had always said that a city girl wouldn't know how to manage a household, and this family would have its share of chaos in the future. Go Hongying felt a secret satisfaction and hurried everyone out of Zhao's house. Zhou Meihua returned home anxiously, her ears perked up, listening for any noise from there. Her husband, Shi Weiguang, couldn't stand it and said grumpily, it used to be the Wang family, now it's the Xiao family. You might as well live somewhere else. Zhou Meihua ignored him completely. Shi Weiguang, frustrated, took a big bite of his food. Once everyone left, Xiaozheng finally approached Hua, intending to check if she was all right, but then his leg was suddenly hugged.
Daddy.
Dong Dong shouted anxiously, don't hit mommy. The little guy had heard what everyone said earlier. Xiaozheng was both amused and exasperated as he lifted his son. I'm not going to hit mommy. He checked Hua from head to toe, confirming she was unharmed, before stepping back. If you can't cook, then don't. I told you we could eat in the cafeteria. His tone was still harsh, but Hua could tell he wasn't angry. He was concerned. Hua pretended to be sad, saying, I made you dinner with good intentions, and you're still being so mean. Xiaozheng took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead. What was going on? Why did everyone think he was being mean to her? He tried to lower his voice carefully. I didn't mean to be harsh. Really? Hua glanced at him. Then give me a kiss.
Ah?
Xiaozheng's face turned bright red. How could she say that in broad daylight? To prove you're not being mean, kiss me, Hua pouted, her soft lips shining in the sunlight. Xiaozheng. What the heck? How could she be so charming? Xiaozheng's eyes were fixed on those red lips, almost leaning in to kiss her. A drop of sweat fell into his eye, the sting bringing him back to reality. Xiaozheng swallowed hard, his dry throat finally producing sound. I'm going to the cafeteria to get food. He hurried into the house to grab a lunchbox and quickly left. Hua blinked and looked down, meeting Dong Dong's dazed expression. She had just flirted with the man and momentarily forgot there was a child present. Was it appropriate to show affection in front of a child? She had no experience with kids. Dong Dong asked, Mom, why doesn't Dad kiss you? And Hua replied, maybe he's shy.
Dong Dong pouted. Dong Dong itched the she. Dong Dong we kiss you.
And Hua smiled and leaned in for her son to give her a kiss. Then she reminded Dong Dong, what Dad and I do or say at home, you shouldn't tell others, okay? Even if someone asks, you shouldn't say anything.
Dong Dong nodded vigorously. Okay.
Just now, Mom wanted Dad to kiss her, and I won't say anything, right? Right. Don't say anything. And Hua praised him by patting his head. After getting splattered with grease, and Hua changed her clothes and came out. Xiao Zheng was already back and cleaning the kitchen. She wanted to help, but Xiao Zheng waved his hand. It'll be ready soon. You stay there and set the table. And Hua said, I actually made a dish today, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Xiao Zheng turned to glance at the dark dish, realizing it was the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. And Hua smiled awkwardly. I can't control the heat, so it got burnt, but I tasted it, and it's edible. After the dishes were served, and Hua specially picked up a piece of tomato and scrambled eggs for Dong Dong. This is made by Mom, try it. Dong Dong took a bite and chewed for a moment before calmly saying, Mom, the salt shaker went into my mouth. And Hua poured him a glass of water. Hee, it is a little salty. I was busy watching the fire and the pot, so I made a mistake, but it's still edible. Xiao Zheng glanced at her. She kept saying it was good, but she hadn't eaten any herself. Xiao Zheng placed the tomato and scrambled eggs in front of himself and pushed the other dishes toward his wife and child. Then, without changing his expression, he finished an entire plate of the overcooked and salty tomato and scrambled eggs. And Hua noticed this and pressed her lips together, playfully nudging his calf with her toes under the table. Wow, his calf muscles are really firm. Ahem. Xiao Zheng pulled his leg back slightly and looked at Hua's hair. Did you get a haircut today? And Hua, distracted, nodded. What do you think? Does it look good? Xiao Zheng lowered his head to take a bite of rice and nodded slightly. How good does it look? She pressed on. You look as beautiful as a fairy, Dong Dong chimed in, trying to flatter his mom. And Hua was delighted by this. I even sold my hair for 12 yuan. Xiao Zheng paused. You sold your hair? Yes, and Hua replied, casually adding, I bought 6 feet of fabric today for only 8 yuan. And Hua meant to show off her good hair quality, but Xiao Zheng misunderstood, thinking she sold her hair because she didn't have money. Before, when Hua worked, she earned a salary and Xiao Zheng sent her money every month. She had a decent income, but she also spent a lot, so it was normal for her to be short on cash. But why didn't she tell him when she was out of money? After dinner, Xiao Zheng pulled out a savings book from somewhere and handed it to Hua. This is my savings, and you can take your salary and allowances every month directly. After saying that, he went to wash the dishes. And Hua thought, wow, a man who gives money so generously is really handsome. She tucked the savings book away and went to see Xiao Zheng, who was washing the lunch boxes. The strong man had turned into a husband, and she couldn't help but tease him. She poked his waist playfully. He jumped back, creating some distance, and said sternly, stop it. However, his fierce demeanor intimidated others, but not Hua. She said softly, the bathhouse is open today. When you go, make sure to wash well and clean all the little corners with soap. Xiao Zheng lowered his eyes. So, she thought he was dirty. Before his disappointment could set in, a loud sounded. And Hua gave him a playful slap on the backside. Especially here. In an instant, Xiao Zheng felt as if his whole body had exploded. He turned his head in disbelief, and Hua, with her beautiful face, looked at him with sparkling eyes and a smile. Her soft pink lips were full and inviting, like a juicy peach, tempting someone to take a bite. He said in a low voice, you know you shouldn't touch a tiger's backside, right? She smiled proudly. What if I did? Xiao Zheng, unable to control himself, reached out and pinched her cheeks, making her pout even cuter. His throat moved as he leaned down, only to see a drop of clear saliva trickle from her pouting lips. And Hua noticed she was drooling and quickly pushed him away, wiping her mouth. You're so annoying. If you want to kiss, just kiss. Why pinch my face? Xiaozheng laughed at her adorable expression, showing a big, bright smile. You're so annoying. And Hua glared at him. Suddenly, Xiaozheng's smile faded, and he pointed at her face, looking worried. Does it hurt? What's wrong? And Hua ran to the mirror and was shocked to see several red fingerprints on her face. Xiaozheng followed her, feeling a bit embarrassed. I didn't press hard, really. Actually, it didn't hurt at all. And Hua was just sensitive. Sometimes even a light bump on her leg could leave a bruise for days. The marks from Xiaozheng would take the whole afternoon to fade. But Anhua still squeezed out a few tears. It hurts. How are you going to make it up to me? She hadn't been crying a moment ago, and now she was? Xiaozheng thought she was pretending, but his heart was already swayed. I'm sorry. How can I make it up to you? And Hua's eyes sparkled. Go to the bathhouse and clean yourself up as I say. Xiaozheng. Okay. And Hua didn't wait for him and went to the bathhouse with Dong Dong in the afternoon. On the way, they saw families taking their children to the bathhouse. Xiao and Zhou Meihua, along with a few other women, spotted Anhua ahead and hurried to catch up. Did Deputy Director Xiao hit you this afternoon? Anhua smiled and shook her head. No, he doesn't hit his wife. Zhou Meihua stopped her and looked closely at her face, then suddenly slapped her thigh. Oh my, that's still hitting. Look at your face. The other women gathered around Anhua to take a closer look. Wow, you got slapped on both sides. Doesn't that fingerprint look more like a pinch than a slap? No matter if it's a slap or a pinch, Xiaozheng shouldn't hit his wife like that. Come on, Xiaoen, let's take you to the organization to report this. And Hua didn't expect the mark on her face would cause such a misunderstanding, but the bathhouse was only open this day, and she couldn't stay home. She smiled and said, Sisters, Xiaozheng really didn't hit me, I swear. Look, she's still forcing a smile to cover for him. She must be afraid he won't want her anymore. A few women exchanged glances and shed a tear of sympathy for Anhua. At this moment, Anhua didn't know that in a few days, the news of Deputy Commander Xiao hitting his wife would spread throughout the entire camp. Dong Dong is 4 years old and shouldn't go into the women's bathhouse anymore. And Hua regretted that she should have waited for Xiaozheng to finish work before bringing the child to wash. When Zhou Meihua learned her thoughts, she said, What's the big deal? Let my boy take Dong Dong to the men's bathhouse. And Hua asked Dong Dong, Can you go with your brother to take a bath? Dong Dong, not shy and curious about the older boys, nodded and said, Yes, Mom. Please give me my little pants and big towel, oh, and soap. Zhou Meihua called out to the bouncy boy ahead, Sure Xiaojun, take your brother to the men's bathhouse and make sure he gets clean. Sure Xiaojun looked at Dong Dong, who was even prettier than a girl, and felt a bit disdainful. Why should we take him? Let him go to the women's bathhouse. You're still too young to call yourself a man. Zhou Meihua pretended to hit him, but Sure Xiaojun quickly dodged and made a silly face at her. Sure Xiaojun. His sister Sure Xiaoshan shot him a look. Do you want to get in trouble? Sure Xiaojun immediately became serious and obediently said, Got it, I'll make sure to wash my brother well. Then he took Dong Dong's hand and went into the men's bathhouse. Zhou Meihua scolded, What a troublemaker. Only his sister can handle him. And Hua smiled and looked at Sure Xiaoshan, who had been quiet. The 10-year-old girl had short hair and dark skin, making her look like a boy at first glance. And Hua asked her, Xiaoshan, where do you go to school? Sure Xiaoshan replied, County number 1 primary school, I'm in 4th grade. Her cool expression and upturned eyes made her look quite spirited. Zhou Meihua added, There are 2 primary schools and 2 middle schools in the county, and the best ones are number 1 primary and number 1 middle school. The kids from our community all go to these schools. And Hua asked, Is there a kindergarten? Zhou Meihua said, We have a kindergarten and a daycare in our camp, and all the staff there are family members. And Hua nodded to show she understood. The bathhouse had no partitions. There was just a row of showers and 2 rectangular pools. At a glance, it was all bare skin. The air was filled with the strong smell of sulfur and soap. Both the sight and smell were not very pleasant. And Huan hesitated and took some time to prepare herself mentally before starting to undress. Just as she finished, many eyes turned towards her. Wow, she has such a nice figure. All in one color. Someone exclaimed. And Huan felt embarrassed and wanted to shrink away. Zhou Meihua jokingly scolded, "Put your eyes back in your heads. Why are you staring at someone else's wife? Don't you have your own?" Everyone burst into laughter. Well, we do grow up, but we don't all look the same. Comrade and Huan, what did you eat while growing up? You have a nice chest and a nice shape, and even after having a child, your waist is still so slim, and your belly is so smooth. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were a young girl. Wow, that rough guy, Deputy Commander Xiao, is quite lucky. And Huan felt uncomfortable all over, quickly washed up in a corner, and wanted to leave. Zhou Meihua was surprised and asked, "Aren't you going to soak a bit?" Even though the weather was warming up, it had been a few days since her last wash, and soaking would help get rid of dirt. And Huan shook her head repeatedly, "No soaking, no soaking." She lowered her head and rushed out. Zhou Meihua clicked her tongue in disappointment. She wanted to help and Huan scrub her back to strengthen their friendship. Once outside, and Huan took a deep breath of fresh air and turned to see Go Hongxia and a young girl walking towards her, chatting as they came. "Do you think the commander's wife stays home to boil water and bathe every day? That must use a lot of firewood." "Exactly. Only our commander can afford a wife like that." Their conversation abruptly stopped when they noticed in Huan. And Huan remembered that the young girl with Go Hongxia was Xiao Qiao, the maid from Commander Chen's family. When she visited Wen Xuemian that day, Xiao Qiao had been respectful, but now she was gossiping about her employer. Xiao Qiao nervously greeted Huan, who smiled politely in return. Go Hongxia did not acknowledge her, so Huan pretended not to see her. The two walked past Huan. After a while, Dongdong, Shi Xiaojun, and a few boys who played well with Shi Xiaojun came out of the men's bathhouse. Just a moment ago, Shi Xiaojun was quite dismissive of Dongdong, but now he has his arm draped over Dongdong's shoulder and says to Hua, "Aunt, can my brother sleep with me tonight?" And Hua teased, "Oh, you're getting along with your brother so quickly?" Shi Xiaojun replied, "We just had a competition. Even though my brother is younger, he can as far as I can. I've decided to recognize him as my sworn brother. We may not be born on the same day, but we can share the same year and month." Before he could finish, Dongdong interrupted, "Xiaojun, I can't sleep with you tonight. I want to sleep at my own house." Shi Xiaojun looked disappointed. "Then will you come to school with me tomorrow?" Dongdong said, "I'm only 4 years old. I'm not old enough for school yet." Shi Xiaojun sulked for a bit, but then smiled again after Dongdong cheered him up. And Hua looked at Dongdong and realized that for such a young child, his emotional intelligence was quite high. When Zhou Meihua and Shi Xiaoshan came out, the group headed back together. After work, Xiao Zheng also went to the bathhouse to wash up. As he was leaving, and Hua reminded him, "Don't forget what you promised me. Make sure to wash up well." Xiao Zheng stumbled and almost fell. Unfortunately, even if he did wash up, it didn't matter. He fell asleep the moment he got into bed. And Hua glared at him in frustration. Something must be bothering Xiao Zheng. That's why he's avoiding her. And Hua kept thinking about their relationship. In Xiao Zheng's eyes, they had been married for 5 years and had a son, but their feelings had always been poor. Could it be that Xiao Zheng was upset about the original owner's infidelity? But if he was bothered by that, why would he agree not to divorce and have been getting along with her these past few days? And Hua couldn't figure it out and finally kicked him lightly on the backside in annoyance. The man's breathing paused for a moment. Pretending to be asleep. And Hua's stubbornness kicked in. All right, she decided that if she didn't make this man beg her to sleep with him, she wouldn't carry the surname N. After her initial failure at cooking, and Hua was determined to redeem herself. The key was to master using the clay stove. After consulting Zhou Meihua and practicing repeatedly, and Hua finally became more comfortable using the clay stove. One day, as Xiao Zheng returned home, he was greeted by a rich aroma. "Dad, come quick. Mom made something delicious." Dongdong noticed his dad was back and immediately ran out, waving his little hands. Xiaozheng raised his eyebrows in surprise, took off his hat, and followed his son to the table. On the table, there were already 2 dishes and a soup, scrambled eggs with cucumber and a plate of pickled vegetables. Xiaozheng stirred the soup with a spoon, which contained dried shrimp and tofu. The dishes are here. Xiaozheng looked over at the sound of the voice and saw Anhua walking over with a plate of braised pork. The rich, glossy braised pork looked even more appealing against the white plate. Xiaozheng couldn't help but swallow. Did you make all this? Dong Dong quickly answered. It's all thanks to my amazing mom. And Hua waved her hand at her son. Stay humble, stay humble. Xiaozheng chuckled. Without even discussing the taste, the presentation of the dishes could win awards. No one would doubt they were made by a chef from a state-run restaurant. Xiaozheng was about to grab his chopsticks when Anhua stopped him. You haven't washed your hands yet. Go wash them. He hadn't really developed the habit of washing his hands before meals. He would wash them when he remembered and skip it when he forgot. Hearing Anhua's reminder, he obediently went to wash. Anhua nodded in satisfaction. This man really listens, so it seems changing his other habits won't be too hard. When he returned, he eagerly picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Then he looked at Anhua with shining eyes. Anhua asked, How is it? Xiaozheng, with limited vocabulary, didn't know how to describe it, but gave a thumbs up. Delicious. Anhua immediately smiled, her eyes narrowing. Then eat more. Mom, 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 mom. Dong Dong, seeing that his mom was only looking at his dad, felt unhappy. After getting her attention, he said, You said I should eat more too. And Hua playfully poked his chin with her finger. Our Dong Dong should eat more too.
Dong Dong was satisfied with that.
You've been working hard to learn how to use the stove these past few days, right? Xiaozheng glanced at Anhua. Anhua showed her right hand, revealing marks from the firewood and scars from oil splashes. Without saying a word, her gesture stirred a mix of emotions in Xiaozheng, pain, guilt, and an indescribable happiness. He gently rubbed the marks on her hand with his fingertip. The rough skin made Anhua feel a tickle, and she turned her hand to scratch his palm. A shiver started from his palm and spread through his body, prompting Xiaozheng to quickly pull his hand back and lower his head to eat. He changed the subject. I have a day off tomorrow. I'll try to buy the materials in the morning and fix the road in the afternoon. What about the bathroom? When can we start the renovation? I've already given you the design plans. And Hua felt that everything else could wait, but fixing the bathroom was the priority.
I looked at your design.
The concrete is fine, but the water tank and pipes need to be made of chemical boards. I asked someone to buy them from out of town, but it won't be back quickly. And Hua nodded. Xiaozheng glanced at Anhua and suggested, Why don't we do what the instructor's family did and pave the yard with stone slabs or cover it with concrete? That way, there won't be any mud when it rains. At this moment, Xiaozheng completely forgot how he had scoffed at the instructor's yard when it was first built. His only thought now was that Anhua would prefer a clean environment, just like the instructor's wife. To his surprise, Anhua shook her head. A small path is enough. I still want to plant vegetables in other areas. I've already asked Sister May for seeds. Once the path is done, I'll start planting, and you'll need to help me. Coming from a farming background, Xiaozheng naturally preferred to grow vegetables in the yard. He happily replied, Then the fertilizer from our pit will be useful. And Hua's expression changed. No, we can plant vegetables, but we can't use that for watering. I can't stand the smell. Just when he wanted to praise her, she revealed a bit of her bourgeois sensibility. Xiaozheng muttered to himself, but didn't really mind. And Hua had come a long way to support him, cook for him, and grow vegetables in the yard, which was already more than enough. He thought, what if she ran away again? With that thought, a shadow crossed Xiaozheng's face. Earlier, when Anhua wanted a divorce, he could accept it because their marriage wasn't good. She wanted to pursue a happier life, and he understood. But now Anhua said she had changed completely. Just from her behavior in these few days, he could imagine a very happy future together. He feared that this dream might not come true. So he held back his feelings, not wanting to overwhelm her. If they had another child, he would never let her go. He wanted to keep a bit of clarity and give her some space. Though he had many thoughts, Xiaozheng didn't show them on his face, and Anhua remained unaware. After dinner, without Anhua saying anything, Xiaozheng washed the dishes. When Anhua told him to clean the stove, he immediately made it shine. Anhua mentioned wanting to make a cabinet that could hold bowls upright for draining, and he agreed to take care of it without hesitation. His obedient and gentle demeanor was a strong contrast to his appearance. After Xiaozheng went to work, when Xueman unexpectedly came to visit, Anhua made tea for her, and when Xueman took it, looking around the room for a moment. Anhua had decorated her home simply. It was clean and tidy, like most people's homes. When Xueman took a sip of tea and said, "Longjing? The tea is good." Anhua smiled. "My dad prepared it for me. I don't know much about tea." When Xueman skipped the small talk and got straight to the point, "I heard that Xiaozheng hit you?" Anhua paused. "Who told you that?" When Xueman shrugged, "If it reached my ears, you can imagine that everyone in the neighborhood knows." Anhua sighed and rubbed her forehead. "That's just a rumor." When Xueman nodded, "Since you say so, I believe you." Anhua relaxed, thinking she wouldn't have to explain for long. When Xueman continued, "The other day when you burned the food while cooking, I planned to come check on you, but since there were so many people and you seemed fine, I didn't." Anhua smiled. "Thank you for your concern." When Xueman said, "Xiaozheng has a good salary and can afford a nanny. You don't need to do all that work yourself. If you need a nanny, I can recommend one." Anhua quickly waved her hand. No, I actually enjoy cooking." With 2 years left until things change, she didn't dare hire a nanny. When Xueman initially thought she and Anhua were similar and wanted to befriend her, but after a couple of encounters, she realized they didn't have much in common. When Xueman stood up, "All right then, I'll take my leave." Anhua hesitated for a moment and called out to Xueman, "There are many people living in the neighborhood, but I haven't seen anyone else hiring a nanny. Most just ask relatives from the countryside to help." Understanding the hint, when Xueman immediately grasped Anhua's meaning. Interestingly, Qingang had argued with her about hiring a nanny, but when Xueman didn't mind, she thought he was inconsiderate for letting her do housework. However, when Anhua mentioned it, even just subtly, when Xueman was much more receptive, she smiled. "Thank you for the reminder, I understand." Go Hongming saw when Xueman leave Anhua's house and felt displeased. It's true that birds of a feather flock together. Rich girls hang out with rich girls.
"Sister."
Go Hongxiao approached and linked arms with Go Hongying, patting her chest in relief. "I heard from old lady Wang today that Brother Xiao, Deputy Commander Xiao, really hit his wife. Luckily, I didn't marry him." Go Hongying was surprised.
"What?"
Go Hongxiao repeated what she had heard. "I saw Anhua at the bathhouse the other day, but unfortunately, I didn't get close enough to see the marks on her face." Go Hongying was skeptical. She had known Xiaozheng for many years, and in her opinion, while he could be fierce, he didn't seem like someone who would hit a woman. After thinking for a while, she finally said, "The problem must be with Anhua. Just look at her that day. She almost burned the house down while cooking. She usually acts like a spoiled young lady, and also..." She chuckled oddly. Go Hongxia asked also what. Go Hongying usually considered herself different from housewives and didn't gossip, but in front of her sister, she let her guard down. There were rumors back when she was at the military academy in the provincial city that Anhua didn't want to marry Xiaozheng. She had someone she liked before marriage, but when that person married someone else, she married out of spite. "Really?" Go Hongxia's surprise made Go Hongying want to share more. She continued, after they got married, Anhua often ran back to her family, sometimes not even coming home at night. Who knows if she stayed at her family's or somewhere else. During Xiaozheng's 4 years in the independent division, she never visited him once. Go Hongxia's mouth dropped open wider. "Are you saying she is seeing someone else?" Go Hongying leaned in, speaking mysteriously. "Look at her child, Dong Dong. He doesn't look anything like Xiaozheng." Go Hongxia hadn't looked closely at the child but tried to recall. "It seems he doesn't resemble his father."
Ye Hongying smear kid.
"That's why I say, Xiaozheng married such a wife. It's a waste of his character. If he divorced and married you, life would be so much better. You have a good background and are hardworking. Sister, please stop. Go. Hongxia lowered her head. Ever since she learned that Xiao Zheng hit his wife, she had no good feelings for him. Go Hongying understood her sister's feelings. All right, let's not talk about him.
Let's talk about you.
I'll ask your brother-in-law to invite Director Li over for dinner sometime, and you can get to know him better. Go Hongxia's face turned red. I'm so embarrassed. Go Hongying playfully scolded her sister. Silly girl, of course, I wouldn't just say you should meet someone. I've already thought of a reason. Manhwa just arrived, so we can say we're hosting a welcome dinner for Deputy Chief Zhao's family. We can invite a few senior officials over for a meal, and those with families can bring them along. No one will suspect it's a matchmaking event. Go Hongxia felt relieved. When the day comes, you should prepare a big meal to show off your cooking skills. I'm sure he will come and ask for your hand himself. Go Hongxia's face turned bright red.
Sister.
Go Hongying looked at her sister with satisfaction. She believed her sister was wonderful and was sure she could find a good man. The next day, while working on the road, Xiao Zheng was followed by someone. This is Li Hansong, here to help, Xiao Zheng introduced reluctantly. He had planned to fix the road by himself to impress Manhwa, but Li Hansong insisted on getting involved. He doubted Li could be of any real help. Li Hansong, unaware of Xiao Zheng's thoughts, greeted Manhwa warmly. Sister-in-law, hello. We met a couple of times in the provincial city, but you probably don't remember me. That was true. He didn't register in the original owner's memory, but Manhwa didn't show it. She smiled and said, of course not. Your name comes up often at home. Xiao Zheng raised an eyebrow. Your name? That sounds great. Li Hansong laughed. Really?
What has Lao Xiao said about me?
Is it about setting me up with someone? Indeed, Li Hansong's main purpose for coming today was to find a match. Xiao Zheng was taking too long to respond, so he had to come and check the situation himself. I haven't mentioned it to her yet, Xiao Zheng replied. Li Hansong had a knowing look. Manhwa smiled. What? Do you want me to help you find someone? Li Hansong replied, yes. I'm just a couple of months younger than Lao Xiao, and his son is already grown up. I'm still single. Sister-in-law, please help me out. Manhwa asked, what are your requirements? Li Hansong quickly said, I don't have many requirements, just someone like you, good-looking, educated, and someone I can connect with. Xiao Zheng chimed in, how many people can be like my wife? You might have a tough time finding someone. Just wait and see. And Hua shot him a glance and turned to Li Hansong, but this matter really can't be rushed. I can only help you look slowly, but I can't guarantee there will be a suitable option. As she spoke, she carefully examined Li Hansong. He was about 175 centimeters tall, had fair skin, and had a somewhat delicate appearance. If he were in modern times, he might be considered a handsome guy, but he didn't quite fit the beauty standards of this era. She planned to ask Xiao Zheng about his other requirements later. Since Li Hansong came to help, he would definitely stay for dinner. And Hua noticed there weren't many good dishes at home, so she quietly took out 2 pork ribs and a piece of pork belly from her storage. Living in this era made her realize how scarce resources were. Often, even if you had money, you couldn't buy popular items like meat, fabric, and other fresh foods. You had to line up in advance to get them, and if you were late, you wouldn't be able to buy anything. Moreover, you needed tickets, and each person had a limited monthly supply. If you wanted to buy more, you had to spend money to exchange for tickets. The storage was more useful than she had imagined. And Hua planned to make sweet and sour ribs and braised lion's head meatballs. She asked Dong Dong to go to the neighbor's house to exchange some fresh vegetables for a few eggs. When Dong Dong returned, he brought back some cucumbers and tomatoes, but he hadn't given away the eggs. Dong Dong said, the lady said the vegetables aren't worth much, so no need to exchange for eggs. And Hua made a note of which lady it was and thought about finding an opportunity to thank her later. As the sun was setting, dinner was ready and the path was fixed. And Hua specifically instructed Xiao Zheng to buy some scrap materials to create a winding little path, which looked quite poetic. The path in the backyard was more organized, dividing the yard into 3 main sections. One for the toilet, one for a shed to store items, and the last for digging a cellar. However, Anhua's attention wasn't on the finished path. She looked over at Xiao Zheng, who was shirtless. His well-defined muscles made his upper body appear very strong, with clear chest contours and visible abs, tight and powerful, without any excess fat. His military pants were tightly secured with a belt, accentuating his physique. He had some old scars that added to his rugged and tough appearance. Xiao Zheng always wore a tank top to sleep, and while he showered in the yard, he was often too dark to see clearly. So, this was Anhua's first time seeing him without a shirt. How should she put it? He just seemed very capable. "Wife, how is it? I did most of the work, and Li Hansong just helped a little. I'm pretty capable, right?" Xiao Zheng spoke lightly, but his eyes were fixed on Anhua, trying to read her satisfaction from her face. "That if you can do it, then just do it. Talking is useless." Anhua shot him a glare, snorted, and turned to go inside.
Time to eat.
Xiao Zhang was confused. What did he do to upset her? Li Hansong came over and said, "I didn't expect that sister-in-law, who looks delicate, is actually quite strong." Xiao Zheng glared at him. "What do you mean she's strong? She doesn't know how gentle and kind she is." Li Hansong was taken aback. "Why are you being so harsh? I didn't say anything bad about sister-in-law. Also, I have a question. It seems like sister-in-law wasn't so, how should I say it, approachable before?" Xiao Zheng's dark eyes suddenly deepened, and after a long pause, he let out a low laugh. "Yes, she is different from before. What are you still standing there for? The food will get cold." And Hua's voice came from inside. "I'm coming." Xiao Zheng quickly replied, and went to wash his hands at the sink. Li Hansong watched as he seriously lathered soap and carefully cleaned under his nails, even scrubbing between his fingers. Li Hansong exclaimed, "Wow, Lao Xiao, you're really into hygiene now." Xiao Zheng replied, "I've always been this hygienic." Li Hansong kept quiet, not mentioning how Xiao Zheng once got sick from not washing his hands after eating something dirty. When Xiao Zheng married Anhua, Li Hansong was worried, fearing they wouldn't get along. He never expected that this wealthy young lady would truly change him. At the dinner table, Li Hansong saw 4 beautifully presented dishes and his eyes widened. Did sister-in-law make all of this? Of course, who else would? Xiao Zheng raised his chin, his tone proud. Li Hansong felt a pang of jealousy as he watched him. He just married a wife who is beautiful, educated, and can cook. And Hua smiled. "It's just home-cooked food. Don't complain. You guys eat first, I'll go get the soup." Xiao Zhen quickly followed her. "I'll get it. Be careful not to burn yourself." Li Hansong looked at the couple, clearly in a better mood, feeling warm. As soldiers, who wouldn't want a warm and harmonious family, someone who understands their feelings? "Do you have siblings, Li Hansong?"
And Hua asked.
"Sister-in-law, don't be so polite. Just call me Lao Li like Lao Xiao does." Li Hansong finished speaking and answered Hua's question. "I only have a younger sister who works as a nurse in the hospital. My mother is also a doctor and my father works at the health bureau." And Hua readily replied, "All right, then I'll call you Old Li." Xiao Zheng glanced at Anhua, feeling a bit uneasy. She called him by his full name, Xiao Zheng, while using a nickname for Li. And Hua continued, "Old Li, you've known my family's old Xiao for a long time, right?" Xiao Zheng's ears perked up at the mention of my family's old Xiao. It sounded nice, but wasn't it too ordinary? Old Xiao and Old Li, it was hard to tell who was an outsider and who was family. Li Hansong replied, "Of course. It's been about 10 years. During the Korean War, he was the company commander, and I was his deputy." "That's a long friendship," Anhua remarked. While eating, they chatted casually, and Anhua learned more about Li Hansong. She felt a bit challenged about introducing him to someone. According to Li Hansong's requirements, the woman should be educated and attractive. Most women who met these criteria came from well-off families, as girls from poor families couldn't afford an education. However, considering the uncertain future, Anhua didn't want to introduce someone like herself to Li Hansong. She decided to take her time. "Xiao Xiao, and are you home?" Just after finishing their meal, they heard a voice from outside, and then Go Honging walked in. Oh, just finished eating, huh? Go Honging looked at the leftover food on the table, puzzled. Wasn't Hua supposed to be bad at cooking? This didn't seem like cafeteria food. Could it be that Xiaozheng cooked? She secretly scoffed, thinking that Xiaozheng, being a man, should focus on work instead of cooking. And Hua was not being a good wife. Sister Honging, is there something you need? And Hua invited her to sit. I'll pass on sitting. Go Honging waved her hand. Seeing Li Hansong, she smiled and said, since Director Li is here, I'll invite everyone. And Hua just arrived, so I thought I'd host a dinner at my place tomorrow. And Hua acted surprised, saying, Sister, you're too kind.
There's no need for that.
Go Honging gave her a dismissive smile and turned to Li Hansong, saying seriously, Director Li, you must come. Don't decline. Li Hansong joked, if it's a free meal, I certainly won't decline. Xiaozheng added, then thank you in advance, sister. Go Honging nodded and left. And Hua found it strange. She was sure that Go Honging did not like her, so why did she go out of her way to welcome her? After Li Hansong left, and Hua expressed her doubt to Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng was surprised. Sister Honging doesn't like you?
Why?
And Hua hesitated, realizing that he was completely unaware of Go Honging and Go Hongxia's plans. Instead of answering, she asked, if I had really divorced you before, would Sister Honging have introduced her sister to you? Would you agree? Xiaozheng focused on the first part of her sentence and asked, feeling a bit uncomfortable, didn't you say you wouldn't mention divorce again? Why bring it up? And Hua replied, I'm just asking if you would marry Go Hongxia. She was genuinely curious. The book mentioned that the male lead, scared by the behavior of his wealthy ex-wife, wanted to find a simple rural woman for his second marriage. He ended up marrying the female lead, who had come to find a husband but discovered he had already remarried. According to the male lead's thoughts, Go Hongxia seemed to fit his criteria. So why didn't he marry her first? Was it that the male and female leads were destined for each other, and he remained single just for her? If she chose not to divorce Xiaozheng, would the story still follow its original path when the female lead appeared? And Hua felt confused and wanted to know Xiaozheng's thoughts. Xiaozheng, unable to avoid her questions, had to seriously consider the possibilities she mentioned. Finally, he said, although I have a good personal relationship with Comrade Yu and his wife, I won't get more closely involved with them. And Hua asked, why is that? Xiaozheng replied, Comrade Chen and Comrade Yu are partners, but they come from different backgrounds. I'm in the middle, so it's best not to show any clear bias. And Hua understood. This meant that Chen Gang and Yu Baoshan belonged to different factions. While they could cooperate peacefully, conflicts would arise if issues came up. And Hua then asked, what about you? What's your background? Xiaozheng was surprised that Hua was discussing political matters with him. After a pause, he said, I don't have any close ties to either of them. So, Yu Baoshan wanting to introduce his sister-in-law to Xiaozheng might also be a way to win him over? Even though this was a new society, family connections were still one of the most effective ways to build beneficial relationships. And Hua felt relieved, as long as she understood Xiaozheng's reasonable reasons for not marrying Go Hongxia. Otherwise, if the logic didn't add up, she would truly worry that the original plot would come crashing down on her. When Yu Baoshan saw Go Honging return from next door, he said, aren't you the one who doesn't like Xiaoan? Are you really going to host a welcome dinner for her? Go Honging then shared her plan with Yu Baoshan. Surprised, Yu Baoshan complained, why didn't you discuss this with me first? Go Honging replied, confused, what's wrong? Can't I make this small decision on my own? Yu Baoshan glanced at Go Hongxia, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, and pulled Go Honging into the room, whispering, Li Hansong is known for being picky. If he can stay single until 30, why would he like Hongxia? What will you do if she likes him, but he doesn't like her back? Go Honging became unhappy. My sister is both beautiful and hardworking. She has so many suitors back home. Why wouldn't Li Hansong like her? To be honest, Go Honging initially thought Li Hansong was not good enough. She found him a bit frivolous compared to Xiaozheng, who seemed more stable and reliable. However, since things didn't work out with Xiaozheng, Li Hansong's qualities started to look appealing. Yu Baoshan frowned. Hongxia is great, but she has a serious flaw. She lacks education. Some people may not care, but Li Hansong's first requirement for a partner is that she must be educated. Go Hongxia didn't just lack education. She couldn't even read or write well enough to spell her own name. Go Hongying, however, disagreed. Getting married is about living together, not just reading books. Look at the neighbor who married someone educated. Is Xiao Zheng's life any better? Seeing that he couldn't convince Go Hongying, Yu Baoshan decided to drop the discussion. He thought it wouldn't hurt to try. After all, no one would make a big deal out of it. Even if Li Hansong didn't agree, it wouldn't be embarrassing. If it worked out, Li Hansong could be a good ally in the future. With that thought, Yu Baoshan sighed again. If Xiao Zheng became his brother-in-law, his influence in the group would surely surpass Chen Gang's. What a pity. The dinner invitation was for the evening, and Go Hongying took time off work to prepare. She and Go Hongxia set up the feast, creating a lively atmosphere that caught the attention of the neighbors, and several women came over to help. Manhwa thought for a moment and felt she should politely offer her assistance as well. Logically, Go Hongying should refuse her, as the dinner was meant to welcome her, and it wasn't customary for guests to enter the kitchen. Who would have thought that Go Hongying would nod and say, "All right, let's take this opportunity for Xiao and to show us her cooking skills." What cooking skills could Manhwa possibly show? The story of her almost burning down the kitchen while cooking was already well known in the neighborhood. Zhou Meihua felt that Go Hongying's suggestion was not sincere. She bluntly said, "Director Go, you know Xiao and can't cook. Asking her to showcase her skills is just embarrassing her." Go Hongying remained unfazed. "I just want her to make a simple dish for fun." Zhou Meihua wanted to say more, but Manhwa pulled her back. Manhwa said, "Since Director Go insists, I'll just make a simple dish." People's actions are driven by their motives. Go Hongying insisted on having her cook, so she must have a purpose. Manhwa observed and noticed that tonight's chef was Go Hongxia. Connecting this with Go Hongying's strange idea of hosting a welcoming dinner for her, Manhwa began to speculate. Go Hongxia's goal was to get married, and now that her plans to marry Xiao Zheng had fallen through, she would need to find another target. She heard that Go Hongying had invited many people for dinner to welcome Manhwa, but inviting so many unrelated guests showed that the surface reason was just a cover. Go Hongying's real intention might be to promote Go Hongxia and spread her good reputation. It was even possible that among the guests, Go Hongying was scouting for Go Hongxia's next match. Having Manhwa showcase her cooking skills was to highlight Go Hongxia. Indeed, Go Hongying thought this way, but she had only come up with the idea when she heard Manhwa offer to help. If Manhwa made a bad dish, it would provide a contrast to prove to everyone that when marrying, it's most important to find someone who is capable and kind, not just educated. Noticing Go Hongying's meaningful gaze, Manhwa's expression turned cold. It's natural for Go Hongying to want to elevate her sister and marry her off well, but she shouldn't use others as stepping stones. Since that's the case, she wouldn't hold back from ruining today's plans. "What dish should I make?" Manhwa asked, looking troubled. Zhou Meihua suggested, "Just make a cucumber salad, chop it up, sprinkle some salt and sesame oil, and it will be fine." A woman friendly with Go Hongying said, "No way, that's too simple. At least you should stir-fry something to call it cooking." Zhou Meihua shot her a glare. "Zhang Zhaodi, if you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." Zhang Zhaodi wasn't intimidated by Zhou Meihua. "I have a mouth, and if I don't use it, I feel uncomfortable. I want to speak." And Hua stopped the argument between the two, saying, "How about this? I'll make one of my special dishes, but I need a whole chicken. Sister Hongying, are you willing to let me use one? She has a special dish? The one that burned the kitchen?" Zhang Zhaodi couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Meihua shot her a glare. Hearing Hua's words, Go Hongying hesitated. She had bought a chicken today for 6 yuan, and it would be a shame to let Hua ruin it. But soon, Go Hongying gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Ruining the precious ingredient would better show how useless Hua was. "Whatever you want to do, sister-in-law believes in you," Go Hongying said sweetly, even though she was secretly looking forward to the show. And Hua smiled brightly. Thank you for trusting me, sister-in-law. For some reason, Go Hongying felt a slight bad premonition, and Hua turned to Zhou Meihua and said, Sister Meihua, I can't kill the chicken. Could you help me with that? Zhou Meihua was happy to help her, and Hua then called over Zhou Meihua's son, Shi Xiaojun, and whispered to him for a while. Shi Xiaojun patted his thin chest and shouted, I promise to complete the task. After shouting, he ran out. Once the chicken was ready, and Hua poked small holes in it with a toothpick. Zhou Meihua looked at her curiously and asked, Sister, what are you doing? And Hua replied, I plan to marinate the chicken first. It will absorb the flavors better. Zhang Zhaodi clapped her thigh. This method is good. I'll do the same when I marinate meat in the future. Zhou Meihua rolled her eyes at her and asked in Hua, why marinate it? The chicken is fresh and doesn't need any seasoning. What are you planning to do? And Hua smiled. You'll find out once I finish. Still keeping it a secret. After applying the seasoning to the chicken, and Hua massaged it for a bit, then stir-fried some lean pork, mushrooms, and dried bamboo shoots in lard, stuffing them into the chicken. Finally, she placed the chicken in a bowl to marinate a bit longer. Then, and Hua ran out again, not revealing what she was up to. Go Hongying lost interest in watching her and focused on helping Go Hongxia instead. She whispered to Go Hongxia, don't be nervous. With an Hua as a contrast, you'll definitely shine. Don't worry about Director Li not noticing you. Go Hongxia blushed deeply, turning her head to cut vegetables with quick and skilled movements. After a long time, and Hua returned, followed by Shi Xiaojun and Dong Dong, who were holding large lotus leaves. Anhua was holding a basin filled with yellow mud. She rolled the lotus leaves in hot water, then wrapped the marinated chicken in the leaves, tied it tightly with cotton thread, and finally covered it with yellow mud before placing it in the stove. Go Hongying looked down on her, thinking Anhua couldn't cook and was just trying to attract attention with these strange methods. Ultimately, food should be judged by taste. If it's delicious, that's what matters most. As work ended, the invited guests began to arrive one by one. The roasted chicken was taken out from the stove. The mud on the outside was cracked and gray, making it hard to associate with delicious food. Go Hongying felt relieved. Anhua was destined to be just a supporting character today. Go Hongying invited several senior officials from her department. Commander Qin, Chief of Staff Shi, Deputy Political Commissar Wang, along with the Director of the Political Department, the Minister of Equipment, the Minister of Logistics, and Li Hansong, the Director of Operations. Except for Li Hansong, the others were all married and brought their families. However, Deputy Political Commissar Wang was a bit different. He brought his mother, Old Lady Wang, instead of his wife. Sure, Weiguang teased him. While others come with their wives, you come with your mother. How filial. Wang Heping looked gloomy and snapped back. Do you think I wanted this? Son, come sit down. The meal is about to start, Old Lady Wang called from across the room. Wang Heping quickly put on a smile, coming mom. Sure, Weiguang shook his head. In addition to the children, there were over a dozen people. Yu Baoshan borrowed another table to set up in the yard, which was just enough to accommodate everyone. Dishes were brought out one by one. Although they were simple home-cooked meals, they looked delicious and fragrant, suggesting they tasted good too. The director of the political department was Zhang Zhaodi's husband, and Yu Baoshan was his direct superior. Both couples were skilled at reading the room. Go Hongying was thinking about how to introduce Go Hongxia when the director started praising her. Incredible, incredible. Sister Hongying, you've worked hard today, preparing such a big feast. Go Hongying took the opportunity to say, you're mistaken, I don't have the skill to make all this food. It's all thanks to my little sister. Someone asked in surprise, how old is Sister Hongying's sister? She's so talented. Just then, Go Hongxia brought the last dish to the table. Go Hongying grabbed her and pulled her in front of her. This is my younger sister from my family, Hongxia. She's 20 years old. Everyone's attention suddenly focused on Go Hongxia, including Li Hansong. Go Hongxia lowered her head, twisting the ends of her braid with her fingers, looking like a shy young woman. Objectively speaking, Go Hongxia met the standards of many men in this era. She was more hardworking and genuine than most city girls and prettier than many rural girls, Plus, she had a brother-in-law who was a political officer. If she hinted that she was looking for a partner, at least half of the young men in the camp would be eager to impress her. Unfortunately, while others praised Go Hongxia, Li Hansong only glanced at her before shifting his gaze to play with a few children nearby. Go Hongying noticed this and discreetly let Go Hongxia leave first. Speaking of which, Shaoan showed us a skill today, Go Hongying said, pointing to a lump of mud already placed on the table. This is the dish made by Shaoan. The political department director couldn't help but laugh. Is this really a dish? What is it? A mud ball? I must say, amidst such a lavish spread, a lump of mud is quite unique. The sarcasm was almost palpable. Xiaozheng narrowed his eyes, sending a sharp glance toward the political department director. The director shivered, forced a smile, and closed his mouth. Xiaozheng wasn't going to let it go easily, coldly saying, "You don't know anything and just talk nonsense. That's quite unique too." Xiaozheng didn't know what the lump of mud was either, but he trusted his wife would never serve something unworthy. And Hua, sitting next to Xiaozheng, smiled slightly at his defense. "Deputy Commander Xiao, please don't be angry." "I misspoke," the man said, forcing a smile while secretly wiping sweat from his brow. It was tough to please the leader and offend someone like Xiaozheng, who was known for being tough. Yu Baoshan intervened. "All right, let's eat before the food gets cold. But I have to ask, how do you eat this lump of mud?" At that moment, when Shueman spoke up coldly, "This is called beggar's chicken. Haven't you all heard of it? Beggar's chicken?" Most people present had never heard of it. In this era, communication wasn't as advanced and travel was slow. Besides learning from books, many people lived in a small world. Moreover, with limited resources, simply having enough to eat was considered good, and most people didn't think about how to make their meals more interesting. When Xuemian continued, the method of making beggar's chicken is said to have originated in the Song dynasty. It is said that a beggar stole a chicken but had no cooking tools, so he wrapped the chicken in lotus leaves, covered it with a layer of clay, and then roasted it over a fire. Li Hansong chimed in. Later, the recipe for beggar's chicken spread, and Emperor Qianlong tasted this dish when he traveled south. He praised it highly and even wrote the words clay beggar's chicken. The others were surprised and Shi Weiguang sighed. "So, we are eating a famous dish from Emperor Qianlong today." Chen Gang criticized. "What nonsense! It's just a roasted chicken. Why use such fancy terms?" When Xuemian shot him an unhappy glance. "Old-fashioned, always making a big deal out of everything." And Hua smiled and said, "There are many stories about the origin of beggar's chicken, but let's not discuss that today. I'll set the chicken aside and break open the clay." She brought the clay to the table, partly to keep it warm and partly because breaking the clay is part of the fun of eating beggar's chicken. And Hua moved to a spot where everyone could see and used a small hammer to open the clay covering the chicken. As the clay shell broke, a wonderful aroma filled the air. When she peeled back the lotus leaves, the golden brown chicken was revealed, and the smell became even richer. And Hua placed the chicken back on the table, saying, "Everyone, eat while it's hot." Go Hongying's expression changed. It was clear that the food looked delicious, and the enticing aroma made everyone's mouths water. Due to limited ingredients, and Hua's beggar's chicken had fewer side ingredients, preserving more of its original flavor. The tender, juicy chicken melted in the mouth, with layers of taste that were not too overwhelming. Chen Gang was the first to give a thumbs up. Delicious. Better than roast chicken. The others also praised it sincerely and reached for the chicken. The children, especially, had gathered around in Hua during the clay breaking, excitedly cheering. And Hua's chicken was not only impressive but also delicious, capturing everyone's attention. The dishes made by Go Hongxia were momentarily ignored, and she looked at her sister with a hint of disappointment. Go Hongying comforted her with a pat on the hand, though she felt a bit frustrated herself. When Xuemian asked curiously, "Shaoan, didn't you say you couldn't cook? How did you make beggar's chicken so delicious?" Go Hongying replied calmly, "The chicken itself is a good ingredient. How could it not taste good?" When Xuemian wiped her mouth with a napkin and scoffed lightly, "Even the best ingredients need cooking skills. Why don't you try making one yourself and see if you can do it just as well. You. Ji Hongying frowned and glared at Wang Shimin. This wealthy young lady always loved to go against her. Anhua glanced at Ji Hongying and suddenly smiled. I know everyone has heard about the time I almost burned down the house while cooking. But I want to clarify that the fire and my cooking skills are not related. Everyone misunderstood me. Today, I need to thank Sister Hongying for insisting I show my cooking skills, giving me a chance to clear up the rumor that I can't cook. Ji Hongying's expression finally faltered. Everyone present was sharp. They recalled how Ji Hongying had previously tried to put her sister in the spotlight while belittling Anhua, and the meaning was clear. It was just an attempt to undermine Anhua to elevate Ji Hongxia. Wang Shimin looked at Ji Hongying with disdain. This rural woman was still as petty as ever, always resorting to small tricks that were beneath consideration. Xiaojing put down his chopsticks, his face serious. Sister, I didn't expect you to take such care of my wife. Yesterday, Anhua mentioned that Ji Hongying didn't like her, and Xiaojing thought it was just Ji Hongying being strict and not very pleasant. Who knew that behind his back, Ji Hongying was bullying his wife like this? Xiaojing clenched his fists, his expression darkening. Ji Hongying felt extremely awkward. Xiaojing, it's a misunderstanding. I only meant for Xiao and to casually make a dish, even if it was just smashed cucumber. Zhou Meihua said softly, but you didn't say that in the kitchen. You said smashing cucumbers wouldn't show any cooking skills. Shi Weiguang nudged Zhou Meihua's arm, whispering, Don't stir the pot. Zhou Meihua replied, I'm not stirring the pot. I'm just speaking the truth. Shi Weiguang thought, The truth is stirring the pot. Zhang Zhaodi raised her hand. That wasn't what Director Ge said. It was me. Zhou Meihua replied, You have a good relationship with her, so what you said is exactly what she wanted to say. Shi Weiguang became even more anxious, signaling with his eyes for them to stop. Don't take sides. It was common for men to have conflicts behind the scenes, but they always appeared friendly in public. Why did it become so confrontational when it involved women? Shi Weiguang couldn't understand. Xiaojing stood up with Anhua, his face stern as he addressed Ji Hongying. Sister, you said you wanted to welcome my wife, and I appreciate that. But I didn't expect it to be like this. I fear my wife, and I cannot accept this, so we will leave. Did it have to be such a big deal? Everyone exchanged glances. Yu Baoshan, being the political commissar, was shocked that Xiaojing would confront him like this. However, it was true that Go Hongying acted inappropriately today. Stepping on Anhua's face was like embarrassing Xiaojing. After all, they are a couple. Yu Baoshan quickly stood up to pull Xiaojing back, saying, Xiao, you know your sister-in-law is a bit clueless. She doesn't think things through. Don't take it to heart. Under Yu Baoshan's gaze, Go Hongying forced a smile and said, Xiao, and I'm sorry for what I said. I'm here to apologize. No one else dared to speak up, and only Qingang said, Xiaojing, let's sit down and eat. We can talk after the meal. Forget it, I don't feel like eating today, Xiaojing replied, his expression still dark. Qingang sighed in frustration. Xiaojing was known for his bad temper, and sometimes he would even confront his superior when angry. Yu Baoshan was also feeling uneasy. Go Hongying had already apologized, so why was Xiaojing still being stubborn? Anhua pulled her arm away from Xiaojing's hand, held his hand tightly, and gently squeezed it. All right, let's sit down and eat. Xiaojing looked at her with concern. She had just joined the army a few days ago and was already facing such unfair treatment. It was all his fault for not protecting her well. Seeing that he was still upset, Anhua scratched his palm and softly said, I'm hungry. Xiaojing's heart melted instantly, and he allowed Anhua to lead him back to their seats. Anhua politely addressed everyone. I'm sorry, my husband has a bit of a temper and affected everyone's meal. Everyone assured her it was fine, but they were surprised that Anhua could calm Xiaojing down so easily. Just moments ago, even the superior's words didn't sway him, yet his gentle wife managed to bring him back. Wasn't it said that Xiaojing was tough on his wife? Why did he listen to her so well? Of course, it might be that Xiaojing didn't want to create conflict with Yu Baoshan, so he listened to his wife and backed down. Regardless, the atmosphere returned to normal. When Shui Man leaned closer to Anhua and whispered, "You should have left with Xiaozheng. Why give Go Hongying any face?" Anhua smiled, but remained silent. She wasn't trying to spare Go Hongying's feelings. In her mind, she weighed the situation. If she left with Xiaozheng today, it would embarrass Go Hongying and relieve her anger for the moment. But then what? Yu Baoshan was a political leader, and if she created a rift with him, it could lead to difficulties for Xiaozheng at work. That would only create obstacles for him. Today, she acted very understanding, which made Go Hongying seem even more petty in comparison, highlighting her shortcomings. Yu Baoshan had no reason to hold a grudge against them and had to pretend to be grateful. Indeed, although everyone tried to hide it, their glances at Go Hongying showed some disapproval. Go Hongying used to be a role model in the community, managing things fairly and justly, but her image would take a hit from now on. Go Hongying's plan to make Go Hongxia stand out also failed because once everyone learned of her actions, they couldn't even politely compliment Go Hongxia's cooking in front of Xiaozheng, who had a stern expression. The meal was not enjoyable and ended early. After returning home, Xiaozheng played with the child for a while, then helped wash up, put the child to bed, and soothed them to sleep. And Joie felt tired and lay down to rest after washing up. Just as she was about to drift off, she felt a shadow above her. Opening her eyes, she saw Xiaozheng lying behind her. A strong arm wrapped around her, and Joie shifted back slightly, fitting herself closer to him. Xiaozheng stiffened for a moment, but didn't pull away. "I'm sorry you had to go through that," Xiaozheng said, referring to what happened today. And Joie's eyes flickered. She had chosen to expose Go Hongying's intentions publicly, partly to test Xiaozheng's feelings. After all, Xiaozheng seemed to have a good relationship with Yu Baoshan's family, while Go Hongying clearly disliked her. If Xiaozheng prioritized his social connections and expected her to please Go Hongying, their future would not be smooth. However, it turned out that Xiaozheng was not that selfish. In fact, he was very supportive of her feelings. The more they spent time together, the more she appreciated him. "As long as you protect me, I won't feel wronged," and Joie said, tilting her head to kiss his chin. His stubble made her lips tingle, and her heart raced. She snuggled back against him. Xiaozheng wanted to comfort her more, but before he could say much, she started teasing him again. "Stop it," he said, his voice hoarse, but he remained still. "I've been here for so many days, and you haven't even touched me. Are you sick? Too young to handle it?" And Joie suddenly blurted out. Xiaozheng was taken aback, and his face turned dark. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm perfectly fine."
What are you talking about?
And Joie's eyes sparkled playfully. "Then why are you holding back? Are you saving up for the new year?" The subtle teasing was already too much for Xiaozheng to handle, let alone this obvious provocation. He quickly turned over, pinned the person down, his eyes fierce. Just as he leaned in, the door opened. Dong Dong sleepily walked in, climbed onto his parents' bed, and naturally lay down next to his mother, mumbling, "Mom, I dreamed that a big bad wolf bit my bottom." Little Dong Dong soon fell asleep beside them, curled up like a cocoon, his small hands resting under his head. He wasn't sleeping very soundly, occasionally mumbling something. Seeing this, Anhua couldn't bear to move him. She pushed the man aside and gently held her son, patting his back. Xiaozheng leaned over, wrapping his long arms around both his wife and child. The flirtatious tension faded, replaced by a warm atmosphere that filled the room. The mood next door was not so harmonious. Yu Baoshan paced back and forth, hands behind his back, his face full of blame towards Go Hongying. "What were you thinking? What did you gain from all this? You ruined our relationship with Xiaozheng for nothing." Go Hongying regretted it too. How was I supposed to know Xiaozheng would protect that rich girl? I thought their relationship was bad. What does that have to do with feelings? They are a couple, and no matter how they feel, they present a united front. If you bully in, it's like slapping Xiaozheng's face. Yu Baoshan was speechless. After so many years of work, Go Hongying was still so naive and self-centered. No wonder she couldn't shake off the deputy title in front of Women's Federation director. "I already know I was wrong. Why are you still blaming me?"
Ye Honging Frobnid.
She was still upset. It was bad enough that Hongxia didn't shine today, but Nhua, who knew nothing, had to bring it up. It forced her to apologize publicly, damaging her reputation among the people. Yu Baoshan sighed helplessly. Later, bring something over and properly apologize to him. Got it, got it, Go Honging replied dismissively. But let's not talk about that. Have you spoken to Director Li about Hongxia's matter? Yu Baoshan was getting impatient. What's the rush? It's not convenient to talk with so many people around today. I'll find another opportunity. Seeing this, Go Honging closed her mouth. And Hua didn't think much of Go Honging. Her attitude towards this neighbor was to keep her distance. If they didn't bother her, she wouldn't bother them. She clearly shared her thoughts with Xiaozheng, who immediately replied, if she bullies you, just retaliate on the spot without worrying about the consequences. Comrade Yu is still your superior. Aren't you afraid of offending him and causing trouble for yourself?
And Hua asked.
Xiaozheng looked at her seriously and said, your man may not be a hero, but he's not a coward either.
He can handle this.
And Hua watched him for a moment and then kissed him on the lips, smiling. Will you always protect me? No matter how the world changes or what happens in the future, will you stand by my side?
Yes.
Xiaozheng hesitated for a moment and awkwardly kissed her back. You are my wife. As long as you don't abandon me, I won't give up on you. And Hua looked at Xiaozheng quietly. His words were beautiful and sincere. She didn't think her arrival prompted him to make such a touching promise. After all, he didn't know that this body had changed. To him, she was still her. So his words were meant for his wife, no matter who that wife was. The original owner, her, or the female lead in the book. It didn't matter. She didn't know if there was love, but his sense of responsibility and commitment was definitely commendable. And Hua didn't mind. In fact, it made her feel more at ease. Promises made under the influence of love can fade, but actions driven by a person's true character are reliable. Xiaozheng had a good nature. He was responsible and dependable. And Hua initially came to cling to the male lead for protection during the upcoming events in 2 years. But she felt anxious. Couples are like birds in the same forest. When danger comes, they fly their separate ways. This has been true throughout history. However, she could now relax a bit. When Xiaozheng left for work, he ran into Yu Baoshan at the door. In his heart, he no longer felt as close to Yu Baoshan and his wife as before, but he didn't let his feelings show. Instead, he greeted them casually as if nothing had happened. And Hua observed this and nodded to herself. This man, though strong, was also clever. Someone who could hold a high position must have a smooth side. Sister, I'm here to help you plant vegetables, Zhou Meihua said after tidying up her home, and immediately went to find Nhua. And Hua had planned to wait for Xiaozheng to be home to plant the vegetables, since she didn't know how. But Zhou Meihua was very enthusiastic, picking up A to help dig the ground while guiding Nhua on what to do, all while chatting. Did Deputy Commander Xiao say anything about you yesterday? Zhou Meihua asked. And Hua was taken aback. Why would he say anything about me? Seeing her reaction, Zhou Meihua felt relieved. That's good. I was worried that since Deputy Commander Xiao is close with Comrade Yu, he might not support you. And Hua smiled. No matter what, I am his wife. How could he side with others instead of me? Besides, I was the one who was bullied yesterday. That shows he knows what's important. Zhou Meihua glanced next door. I always thought Go Honging was fake, but I didn't expect her to have such bad intentions. And Hua smiled but didn't respond. Honestly, she doesn't compare to Commander Chen's wife. Even though she's proud, at least she is straightforward and doesn't harm others. And Hua didn't want to talk about Go Honging and changed the subject. Sister-in-law, do you know where I can find a tailor? I bought some fabric in the county a few days ago and want to make a few outfits. Wow, didn't you buy 3 ready-made outfits that day? Why make more? Zhou Meihua said, clicking her tongue. City folks are different. She only makes 2 outfits a year, not because she's poor, but because she has developed a habit of being frugal since childhood. And Hua explained, I mainly want to replace my old clothes. The fabric I bought last time was dull, so I plan to make a few pairs of pants. Zhou Meihua just sighed and didn't mean to criticize. She quickly said, I have a sewing machine at home. I can help you. Just give it to me. Zhou Meihua was quick. By noon, she took the fabric with her, measured in Hua's size, and asked in detail about the styles she wanted. And Hua didn't pursue trendy styles. She preferred simple and common designs. At noon, and Hua specially made a lot of potato stew with ribs and filled a big bowl to send to Xiaozheng next door. When she returned, Xiaozheng said to her, Didn't you say you would wait until I was free to plant vegetables? You can just cook at home. Heavy work isn't for you. You think too highly of me. I can't plant vegetables at all. Most of it is done by Sister Meihua. She just let me scatter some seeds and water them, which is why I sent the ribs to thank her. Xiaozheng nodded. From now on, any heavy work at home, just leave it to me. And Hua added a piece of rib to his bowl, paused, and then added one to Dongdong's bowl. Dongdong smiled sweetly at his mom and added a piece for her, saying, Mom, eat more meat to grow tall. And Hua pretended to be touched. My son is so thoughtful. Xiaozheng glanced at her and quickly piled up her bowl with food. He is also considerate. And Hua shot him a glance, thinking he was quite a big guy with a strong competitive spirit. While eating, and Hua suddenly said, I want to find a job. Xiaozheng paused while serving food and asked, What's wrong? Is there not enough money at home? And Hua shook her head. No, there's enough. Xiaozheng, a deputy officer, earned a salary of 200 yuan at administrative level 11, with a 20% military service bonus of 40 yuan, totaling 240 yuan. He previously sent 30 yuan each month to help a comrade, 20 yuan back home, and 100 yuan to the original owner in the provincial city. The rest, after covering food and smoking expenses, went into savings. The savings book he gave to Enhua had over 3,000 yuan. The original owner was a spendthrift with no savings, but before leaving, Chiu Shushin gave Enhua 1,000 yuan as a backup. After arriving, Xiaozheng handed the savings book to her, and from then on, she would collect his salary, so money was not an issue. Even though I have enough money, I need to find something to do. It's boring to stay at home all day. There weren't many entertainment options in this era. The women in the family compound, after finishing their household chores, would gather to chat and gossip. Xiaozheng nodded. That made sense. You're a college graduate. Finding a job will be easy. You could work as a music teacher at the county middle school. I can arrange that for you. To his surprise, and Hua didn't want that. I don't want to be a teacher. Are there other jobs available? Xiaozheng was surprised. Why not? Teaching is a respected profession. And Hua would mention that in 2 years, teachers would be looked down upon. She said, I don't think I'm suited for teaching. I'm open to other jobs, not just my major. And Hua was different from the original owner. Although she studied violin, it was not out of passion but because her parents pushed her into it. Her middle-class parents, in pursuit of so-called high culture, forced her into the arts, hoping she would bring honor to the family. Unfortunately, she had limited talent in that area and struggled, leading to her parents' disappointment mixed with indifference. Having traveled through time, and Hua was no longer fixated on a career in music. Xiaozheng looked at her thoughtfully. Well, we'll have to wait and see. There aren't many job openings in the county, and many families in the camp are waiting in line. And Hua nodded. That's fine. I can wait. I'm not in a hurry. If I get a job, I'll send Dongdong to kindergarten. Hearing his name, Dongdong looked up at his mother. And Hua asked him, Do you want to go to kindergarten? Dongdong shook his head without hesitation, no.
And Hua said, Why not?
There are many kids at kindergarten and you can play with them. Dongdong replied in a sweet voice, I like playing with mommy. And Hua laughed and teased him. You're such a mama's boy. Xiaozheng asked, What is a mama's boy? And Hua explained, It's a boy who always talks about his mom and can't be away from her. Dongdong smiled and said, I'm a mama's boy. I never want to leave mommy. And Hua's heart melted. She thought her son was adorable. However, Xiaozheng looked serious. He always felt that Dongdong was too spoiled and acted like a girl. You are a boy. You can't always talk about your mom, understand? After a pause, Xiaozheng added, When I have time, I'll take you to ride horses and shoot. And Hua remembered when Xiaojing took their son to shoot when he was just over 3 years old and quickly said, "No way. How can such a young child handle dangerous weapons? He can't touch guns until he is grown up." Dangerous weapons? Xiaojing rubbed his nose. It was just a gun. Why use such fancy words? Besides, he wouldn't let the child play alone. When he took him to shoot at 3, the child was quite excited. Xiaojing believed that their son was spoiled by his mother. Thinking of this, Xiaojing decided to stick to his parenting beliefs and change his son's character in his own way. So, he put on a stern expression, trying to intimidate Anhua into agreeing with him. But Anhua wasn't scared at all. Her eyes were bright, and her voice was soft as she said, "Just listen to me, okay?" Xiaojing opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, and unexpectedly nodded. "All right, I'll listen to you." Even after entering the office, Xiaojing was still in disbelief. How did he end up agreeing with her? The office door was knocked on. Li Hansong walked in. "Deputy Commander Xiao, here is next month's training plan. Please check if there are any changes needed." Xiaojing took it and started to read carefully. After a while, Li Hansong noticed his furrowed brows and serious expression, feeling a bit uneasy. Is there a problem? Despite being old friends who joked around, Xiaojing was serious about work and didn't show any leniency. No one in the department could relax in front of him, including Li Hansong. After a long time, Xiaojing finally nodded. "Let's go with this." Li Hansong sighed with relief, stepped outside, and carefully closed the door. Xiaojing was even more puzzled. He wasn't doing anything wrong. He was still as intimidating as ever, even making Li Hansong uneasy. So, why was Anhua not afraid of him at all? In fact, he found himself worried about upsetting her. She was clearly a delicate little wife, and even 2 of her together couldn't match his strength. The materials for renovating the bathroom had arrived, and Xiaojing called a few soldiers from the engineering unit to help, also digging out the cellar. The construction site was bustling with activity. In the middle of it all, Anhua brought over a large basin of refreshing tea. "Everyone take a break and have some tea to cool off. Sister-in-law, we're not tired." Anhua smiled and said, "Even if you're not tired, you should drink some water. You've all sweated a lot and need to replenish." The soldiers exchanged glances, paused their work, and took turns using a tin cup to drink from the basin. Once they finished, Anhua left, and the soldiers began to whisper among themselves. "Xiao Deputy Commander's wife is really beautiful. No wonder he goes home right after work and doesn't wander around anymore. Yeah, he used to love catching people off guard when he had nothing to do. He'd catch those daydreaming on guard duty or sneak up on those napping while feeding pigs. Even the pigs in the pen would get scolded if they weren't eating properly. Everyone's on edge. Not just people, but even the pigs. Hey, do you think Xiao Deputy Commander scolds his wife in private? Not just scolds. I've heard he even gives her a hard time, leaving her with bruises. Haven't you heard? How could he hit such a beautiful wife?
How could he do that?"
After some time, they suddenly heard the voice of Xiao Deputy Commander's wife, and the soldiers slowed their movements, listening intently. "Old Xiao, don't just throw your stinky socks around. Didn't I put 2 baskets by the bedroom door? The big one is for dirty clothes, and the small one is just for your socks. Also, the first thing you should do when you get home is wash your face and hands. Don't come over all sweaty. Hee, I'm going to wash up now. Don't be mad, dear. Make sure to clean our son too. He just practiced writing and got ink on his hands. Don't worry, dear, I've got it covered." The soldiers exchanged incredulous glances. How was Xiao Deputy Commander acting like a gentle lamb in front of his wife? Weren't they saying he was tough on her? Someone said, "Don't you think Deputy Commander Xiao acts like..." Well, like a big dog wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. But that person didn't say it out loud, afraid to. Fortunately, he kept it to himself because Deputy Commander Xiao appeared out of nowhere and asked, "How's it going? Can we finish today?" "Sir, we'll bring more bricks this afternoon to finish the cellar. We can complete the task today." "Sir, we can finish the restroom today, and we can dig the pit tomorrow, so it will be ready for use." Xiaojing nodded with his hands behind his back. Good. He was calm and authoritative. Suddenly, Anhua arrived, and he quickly changed his tone. The backyard is muddy. Don't come over, or you'll get dirty. Anhua shot him a look. Don't be so picky. I've been here several times this morning. I'm here to say it's time to eat. Let's have a meal first, then take a break before working again. The engineer battalion leader said, No need to trouble you, sister-in-law. We'll eat at the cafeteria. You've already prepared it, and if you don't eat, it will go to waste. And Hua signaled to Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng understood and immediately said, Listen to my order. Wash your hands and eat now. The soldiers silently groaned. They heard that Deputy Commander Zhao's wife burned the kitchen while cooking, so how good could the food be? The engineer battalion leader quietly advised everyone, Remember, no matter how bad it is, we must eat with a smile and thank sister-in-law for her hard work. They weren't just eating, they were showing respect. The soldiers nodded seriously, ready to face whatever came. They could eat, but they had to use their own meal tickets to buy the main food from the cafeteria. Otherwise, 10 young men could eat up half a month's worth of food for Anhua's family of 3. This wasn't about being stingy, it was the supply system that forced them to do this. Unless it was a formal banquet, no one had the means to casually invite so many people to eat. In a way, it reflected a relative fairness in the social system of that era. Xiao Zheng returned from the cafeteria with bread, followed by Li Hansong, who also carried his own rations. Sister-in-law, I'm here to enjoy your delicious food. The engineer battalion soldiers were surprised. Director Li had quite a unique taste. And Hua's main dish today was boiled fish. She saw farmers selling fish at the entrance of the family compound and bought a small one. Then she took a larger one from her supplies and made a big pot of boiled fish. The hot and spicy fish dish, served with sizzling oil, made everyone's mouths water as soon as it hit the table. The soldiers stared at the bright red fish, looking delicious. Li Hansong swallowed hard and said, I was right to come today. I love Sichuan cuisine. And Hua smiled and encouraged everyone. Don't be shy. Dig in. Dongdong couldn't eat spicy food, so Anhua poured him a bowl of plain water to soak the fish before eating. People in this era had simple tastes and lacked rich flavors, so any tasty dish could awaken their taste buds. This fragrant and spicy fish was a hit with everyone, except for. Anhua glanced at Xiao Zheng and asked, Are you not used to it? Xiao Zheng wiped the sweat from his forehead, gasped, and nodded. I can handle it. It was clear he was lying. Xiao Zheng wasn't picky. He just couldn't handle spicy food. Without saying a word, Anhua poured him another bowl of plain water, saying, You can soak it too. Xiao Zheng, with his swollen lips from the spice, looked touched and said, Wife, you're so kind and thoughtful. Anhua quickly nudged him, Eat your food.
There were so many people around. No need for such sentiment.
Suddenly, Xiao Zheng laughed, his smile stretching from ear to ear. After so many days, it was the first time he saw his wife shy. Wasn't she always so bold? The others looked at Xiao Zheng in shock. After all these years in the army, it was the first time they saw the serious deputy commander smile so playfully. Cough, cough. Xiao Zheng cleared his throat, and everyone focused on their food. The spicy fish was so good it felt like a dream. How could a tough guy like him smile so easily? After the meal, Li Hansong helped with some chores before heading to work with Xiao Zheng. Director Li. On the way, a timid voice suddenly called out. Li Hansong looked around and saw a young woman coming out from the home of Commissioner Yu.
Go.
What was her name again? Li Hansong paused for a moment and quickly smiled. You're the sister of the commissioner's wife, right? What can I do for you? Go Hongxiao lowered her head and slowly approached. She glanced at Xiao Zheng but didn't say anything. Xiao Zheng was confused. Seeing Xiao Zheng standing there without moving, Gu Hongxia felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed. This guy not only hid his wife, but also had no sense of the situation. Thank goodness, she didn't marry him. Gu Hongxia felt helpless and had to show her hand, which she had been hiding behind her back, and handed a jar of pickled vegetables to Li Hansong. Director Li, this is for my sister.
She said.
She said you live alone and don't have anyone to cook for you. Eating in the cafeteria every day might get boring. This pickled vegetable is a specialty from our hometown, and it's very refreshing. Li Hansong felt a headache coming on. From the moment Go Hongxia called out to him, he felt uneasy. Not long ago, Yu Baoshan had hinted at wanting to match him with Go Hongxia. Li Hansong was not interested. Go Hongxia was nice, but she did not meet his criteria for a partner. So he subtly declined right away. After that, Yu Baoshan didn't bring it up again, and he thought it was all over. Li Hansong thought for a moment and said, I appreciate the kindness from Comrade Political Commissar's wife, but I live in a single dorm. My roommate has a big appetite, and if I take this home, he'll finish it in no time, so I'll have to decline. Please thank Comrade Political Commissar's wife for me. Go Hongxia didn't expect Li Hansong to refuse. He seemed much friendlier than Deputy Commander Xiao. She had used the same reason to give things to Deputy Commander Xiao, and he accepted them. After Li Hansong finished speaking, he directly pulled Xiao Zheng away, not giving Go Hongxia a chance to respond. Once they were far away, Xiao Zheng asked, Doesn't it seem like there's another meaning behind your receiving pickled vegetables from the political commissar's sister-in-law? You noticed too? Li Hansong sighed. Comrade, you mentioned wanting to match me with his sister-in-law, but I don't think we're suited for each other. Xiao Zheng fell silent. He remembered when Go Hongxia first arrived, she had also given him things with similar reasons. At that time, he didn't think much of it and truly believed it was Go Hongying showing concern for him, so he accepted a bun once and even went to Comrade Yu's house for a meal at Go Hongxia's invitation. Now that he thought about it, it felt a bit off. But he was a married man with a son. Oh no! Xiao Zheng suddenly exclaimed and stopped in his tracks. Li Hansong asked in confusion, What's wrong? Xiao Zheng glanced back toward home, feeling a bit cold sweat. No wonder his wife had asked him out of the blue a few days ago if he would marry Go Hongxia if they divorced. She must have sensed something. Li Hansong, what's going on? Xiao Zheng sighed deeply. You don't have a wife, so you wouldn't understand. Lian Sheng. Sometimes he really wants to shout at people. On the other side, Go Hongxia stood in place for a long time after Li Hansong left. She felt very disappointed. Unlike when she developed feelings for Xiao Zheng after Go Hongying's constant reminders, Go Hongxia liked Li Hansong the moment she saw him. Li Hansong was kind and knowledgeable, and he was handsome, completely fulfilling Go Hongxia's dreams of a husband. The less people have, the more they long for things. Go Hongxia, who had not studied much, admired Li Hansong, who had an education. After 2 days, the cellar and the toilet were fixed. Family members from the courtyard came to visit. They were not interested in the toilet but were very curious about the cellar, discussing how they wanted to make one at home too. Soon, a trend of digging cellars swept through the family courtyard. The soldiers from the engineering battalion were very busy. When Xuemian was different, she didn't dig a cellar but focused on fixing the toilet. And Zhuang was happy to have someone like her, directly giving her the design plans and telling her where to buy materials. This wave of construction enthusiasm made Go Hongying resent Zhuang, saying, It's all her fault for leading the way. The atmosphere in our courtyard has turned into something petty bourgeois. Yu Baoshan felt a headache. He didn't understand why, even though they had no conflict of interest with Xiao Zheng and Zhuang, Go Hongying insisted on targeting Zhuang. How is digging a cellar petty bourgeois? In my rural hometown, every family digs cellars. Yu Baoshan said, frowning and shaking the newspaper. Go Hongying was momentarily speechless, then became even angrier. As the political commissar, you should manage this. Instead, you're defending her. You have a problem with your thinking. Yu Baoshan slammed the newspaper on the table, stood up, and said, You really are getting less sensible as you age. About Hongxia, I've already told you that Li Hansong doesn't want to get close to her, yet you encourage her to pursue him. If she accidentally ruins her reputation, who will you cry to? After saying that, Yu Baoshan went back to his room. Go Hongying was so angry her chest heaved. She realized that she and Yu Baoshan had been arguing a lot lately. This man always sided with outsiders and looked down on her. Go Hongying gritted her teeth in frustration. She was not a housewife who needed to rely on a man. She had power in her own hands. The next day, Go Hongying went to work at the Women's Federation, looked at a personnel file on her desk, and then made a phone call. This military family recommended by the organization can't be accepted. Her family background is not good.
What?
A comrade from the Women's Federation said my partner comes from a poor background? Is that a problem? Xiaozheng tightened his grip on the phone, took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Which comrade specifically expressed this opinion that I understand? That a state-owned factory is also an option. Thank you, Minister Yang. With a click, he hung up the phone. Xiaozheng shook out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and stared blankly at a spot for a moment before picking up the phone again to dial. The swirling smoke blurred Xiaozheng's expression. Only his cold, emotionless voice revealed his feelings at that moment. Commander, last week there was an incident in a neighboring county where enemy agents sabotaged a state-owned heavy industry factory. The enemy is very active. I suggest we launch a counterintelligence campaign. First, to prevent future incidents, and second, to strengthen education and awareness. I also believe this campaign should not be limited to the military. All county agencies, factories, and community organizations should participate. I will communicate with the county committee. This is part of our defense work. Xiaozheng walked into his home yard, but did not see the familiar busy figure through the kitchen window. He wiped his sweat and washed his hands before finding Huan and their son in a room. This room was meant to be a study for Huan, a place for their child to learn. Currently, it only had a desk and 2 chairs. Dong was sitting properly at the desk, holding a brush, writing on a piece of newspaper. And Huan was sitting beside him, also practicing calligraphy. Xiaozheng stood at the door for a while, and Huan finally noticed him when she looked up to stretch her neck. She was surprised. You're back from work. I was so focused on practicing that I lost track of time and haven't made dinner yet. Saying this, she hurried to get up. Xiaozheng blocked the doorway and pulled her into his arms tightly. What's wrong? And Huan looked up in surprise. Xiaozheng pressed her head back against his chest. Nothing. He just felt guilty and pain for her. It wasn't only because of Go Hongying's targeting. Xiaozheng always felt that Huan had suffered for him while following the army. She could have had a better life in the provincial capital. Just relax, I'll make dinner, Xiaozheng said, ruffling Huan's hair, his voice softer than usual. Huan shivered slightly from the gentle touch. But since he wanted to be attentive, she happily accepted it and didn't pretend to say, You're tired from work. Let me cook instead. Hua stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. I haven't tried your cooking yet. I'm looking forward to it today. Xiaozheng had gotten used to, and even started to enjoy, her spontaneous kisses. He leaned down and returned the kiss before turning to head to the kitchen. Hua told their son to continue practicing his writing and followed him, helping to start the fire while chatting with Xiaozheng about their son. Did you know? Dong can already write 100 traditional characters and can recite dozens of Tang poems. My dad taught him. Hua was surprised because the previous owner of her body had been caught up in negative feelings about life and hadn't paid much attention to their son, so she had no memories of this. Xiaozheng was also amazed. He's better than his father. Hua laughed. To be a good leader, you need to be educated. You should work hard to learn. Xiaozheng's former superior had also advised him to read more, but he often only agreed verbally. Hearing his wife say this made him nod, and he felt more determined than before. If he didn't read more, he would become the least educated person in the family. Xiaozheng was a bit clumsy with the cooking process, but he cut the vegetables very well. The knife, which was difficult for Hua to handle, seemed like a toy in his hands, and he sliced the potatoes into thin, even strips. He was strong, giving off an impression of endless strength. He could handle anything with ease. Hua praised him at the right moment. You cut the vegetables really well. You're almost like a chef. Xiaozheng turned to smile at her and said, From now on, you should plan what dishes you want to make, and I'll chop the ingredients for you every morning before I go to work. The knife was heavy, and her hands were delicate, so it must have been hard for her to hold. Cooking was also a physical job. Hua replied, No need. If I can't do something well, I shouldn't just rely on others. I need to practice. Xiaozheng didn't say anything more but kept this in mind. What happened today? From Xiaozheng's mood, Anhua guessed something related to her had occurred, and since it concerned her, she didn't want to be left in the dark. Xiaozheng initially didn't want to share his troubles with Anhua, fearing it would upset her, but he couldn't resist her questions and briefly explained the situation. The Women's Federation didn't want her, and Hua immediately thought of Go Hongying. She wasn't upset because she never wasted her feelings on people who didn't matter to her.
If they don't want me, then fine.
I'm not in a hurry about work. I can take my time. Seeing that she truly didn't care, Xiaozheng felt relieved. Did you all not hear about the explosion at the chemical plant in the neighboring county last week?
It was in the newspapers.
It killed over 10 people. Among the dead was a relative of someone from our compound.
Who was it?
It was the wife of logistics Xiao Li. Her brother works at that chemical plant and happened to be on duty that day. Unfortunately, he was killed in the explosion. No wonder I haven't seen Xiao Li's wife for a while. She probably went back to her family. A group of family members gathered at Zhou Meihua's home, chatting. And Zhuang came to pick up the pants Zhou Meihua had helped make and was pulled in to join the conversation. Most of the time, others spoke while Zhuang listened. When she heard them mention the explosion at the chemical plant, she chimed in, "What caused the explosion?" Zhou Meihua quickly explained, it was sabotage by enemy agents. The term enemy agents had faded from use in Zhuang's time, but in the 1960s, it was often heard. Those agents are still human. How can they do such inhumane things? Lives were lost and many families are affected. They've become traitors. How can they still have humanity? Because of the explosion, Yun County also launched a counter-sabotage investigation. Every organization, big and small, underwent a tense investigation, and everyone's past was scrutinized again. Go Hongying did not expect the investigation team to come to her.
You.
Do you know who I am? How could I be linked to enemy agents? The investigators were quite polite. Deputy Director Ge, this is a routine procedure. Not just you. Even the director must be investigated. He can't compare to me. Go Hongying said with a dark expression, but she ultimately couldn't resist. Fine, let it be just a formality. Although Go Hongying was angry, she felt confident. She came from a good background and had seniority. No one in the Women's Federation could match her. She should have already been promoted to director. Go Hongying sat in her chair, looking down at the investigators with a fearless demeanor. But the first words from the investigator made her turn pale. Comrade Go Hongying, in September 1946, your propaganda team got separated from the main forces and was captured by the enemy. Yu Baoshan pushed open the door to Xiaozheng's office with a grim face, but found it empty. Behind him, Xiao Zhu smiled and said, Comrade Yu, our deputy division commander is really not here. He was called by Commander Chen. Yu Baoshan walked in and sat down in a chair. I'll wait for him to come back. Xiao Zhu maintained his smile. That's fine. You sit here, and I'll get you a cup of tea. No need for tea. I can't afford Deputy Commander Zhao's tea. Don't say that. You are our leader. You can drink any tea from the division. Yu Baoshan snorted softly. Xiao Zhu quickly glanced at him and stepped out. After waiting for half an hour, Xiao Zhengkai hurried back. Sorry, Comrade Yu. I went to report to the leader about the results of this anti-espionage investigation. I kept you waiting. Yu Baoshan said calmly, I heard this action was proposed and carried out by you? Xiaozhen glanced at the tea beside him, which had long gone cold, and he hadn't taken a sip. Yes, it was necessary for defense. Was it really for defense, or was it personal revenge? Xiaozhen looked surprised.
What do you mean by that?
Your sister-in-law hasn't been home for 2 days, saying she was taken to a study group by the investigation team. Yu Baoshan's voice was cold. I know about Hongying's situation. This investigation will definitely bring things up, but Comrade Yu, don't worry too much. If she is innocent, she will be fine in the end, Xiao Zheng reassured him. Yu Baoshan's expression remained serious. How could Xiao Zheng stay so calm? The big guy seemed simple, yet his mind was so deep. Yu Baoshan understood clearly that previously, Go Hongying had returned Manhwa's personnel file to the organization department. This incident could be seen as Xiao Zheng's revenge. Yu Baoshan was very angry. After all, he and Go Hongying were a couple, and targeting her was like disrespecting him. But he also understood that Xiao Zheng was not using any underhanded tactics. Even if there was a grudge, the situation was not in Go Hongying's favor. Moreover, Xiao Zheng was right. Go Hongying would likely be fine in the end. His goal was just to scare her. Yu Baoshan thought for a moment and sighed softly. Xiao, we've known each other for 5 or 6 years, right? Back when we were both studying at the military academy in the provincial capital, attending classes and drinking together. I even suggested the topic for your thesis. Xiao Zheng smiled. Yes, time flies. It's been so many years already. Yu Baoshan stood up, slightly tilting his head to look at Xiao Zheng, his gaze authoritative. Your sister-in-law is becoming more confused. She made mistakes, but she is my wife, and I can't just ignore her. I don't want this to happen again. Xiao Zheng became serious. Political commissar, I also want to say that I hope there won't be a next time. I have finally found happiness with my wife, and I will do anything to ensure she doesn't suffer. Yu Baoshan looked at Xiao Zheng for a while, without saying a word before leaving. Their friendship could never return to what it was. Brother-in-law, my sister hasn't come back for 2 days. Where could she be? Go Hongxia rushed to greet Yu Baoshan when he returned. Yu Baoshan paused and smiled kindly. I told you, she went to the provincial city for work. You're lying. I heard from Grandma Wang that my sister is being investigated and is in some kind of training class. Go Hongxia's eyes filled with tears, feeling very anxious. Go Hongying was her only support here. Nothing could happen to her. Yu Baoshan didn't know how to comfort a crying young woman and felt unusually helpless. Hongxia, please don't cry. Your sister is really fine. Don't listen to those rumors. She will definitely be back in a couple of days. Really? Yu Baoshan nodded firmly. Really? Go Hongxia wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Okay, brother-in-law, I believe you. I won't cry anymore. Yu Baoshan sighed in relief. The meal is ready. I'll bring it to the table. Brother-in-law, you should wash your hands first. Go Hongxia turned and went into the kitchen. Yu Baoshan watched her and sighed. What a wonderful girl, yet her marriage was so troubled. As for Go Hongying, Yu Baoshan wasn't too worried. Although she had been a captive before, that didn't mean much. He understood her mindset well. Go Hongying wouldn't make mistakes on important matters. The reason he didn't step in to help her after she got into trouble was that he felt she had become increasingly arrogant in recent years and often acted without thinking. He hoped this situation would help her reflect. Go Hongying returned home 3 days later. She wore the same clothes as 3 days ago. Her hair was messy, her face pale, dark circles under her eyes, and her cheeks were sunken. She had lost weight. Overall, she looked like she had been through a tough time. As soon as Go Hongying entered the residential area, she attracted attention, but everyone kept their distance, discussing her quietly. Few dared to approach her. After all, she had been investigated by the anti-espionage team. If someone had no issues, would they be investigated? It was better to keep their distance. Go Hongying was always strong-willed, and seeing this situation made her angry, but she didn't have time to deal with outsiders for now. As she pushed open the door to her home, the first thing she saw was her children playing in the yard. Go Hongying had lost 2 pregnancies during the war, and these 2, a son and a daughter, were born only after peace was restored. Her son was 8 years old, and her daughter was 6. They were her precious treasures. When the children saw their mother, they rushed over. Mom, you're back. Go Hongying hugged her children, tears welling up in her eyes. It felt good to know there were people who cared about her. Where's your dad? Her son replied, and is sick, so Dad took her to the clinic. Just then, a familiar voice came from outside. The doctor said you need to worry less to get better quickly. A young girl like you shouldn't have such heavy worries. I'm just worried about my sister and brother-in-law. When will my sister come back? I've told you many times she'll be back soon. Yu Baoshan stepped into the house and, upon seeing Go Hongying, his eyes lit up. Look, your sister is back.
Sister.
Go Hongxia quickly ran past Yu Baoshan to Go Hongying, tears streaming down her face. Sister, you're finally back. I was so scared. However, Go Hongying didn't rush to comfort her sister as she usually would. Instead, her gaze shifted between Yu Baoshan and Go Hongxia, and she said ominously, Yu Baoshan, you weren't worried when I was in trouble, but you're all over the place when your sister-in-law is sick. What's on your mind? Yu Baoshan was taken aback and then slammed the yard door shut, angrily saying, What nonsense are you talking about? Go Hongying retorted, You know exactly what I mean. Yu Baoshan glanced at the stunned Go Hongxia and pulled Go Hongying into the house. Soon, their raised voices could be heard outside. You're her brother-in-law. You should keep your distance. She's not dying. When did you become so unreasonable? You were understanding when you were younger. Unreasonable? You're the one being heartless. I was locked in a study group for 3 days, and you didn't even check on me while you took care of your sister-in-law. Do you know how I spent those 3 days? I was constantly watched while studying, scared to death, and didn't sleep a wink. That's your own fault. Who told you to do things that upset others? It's about Xiaozheng, right? I knew it. This ends here. You need to learn a lesson. You can't just think about your own feelings in the future. Yu Baoshan, how did I end up marrying someone like you? Xiaozheng is trying to get back at me for Manhwa. Even if you don't help me, you shouldn't scold me. Is this how a husband should act? I want a divorce.
Boo, hoo-hoo.
The sounds of arguing next door were faint and unclear, but Go Hongying's loud shout of divorce could be heard by several nearby families. Zhou Meihua quickly ran over to Manhwa. Did you hear that? They want a divorce. And Hua replied, I think it's just a heated argument. It's not that easy to get a divorce. Zhou Meihua nodded in agreement. Yu Baoshan is a good person and treats Go Hongying well. This is the first time I've seen them argue after all these years. Do you know why they are fighting? I couldn't hear clearly. And Hua had heard something about a sister-in-law and brother-in-law, and could easily imagine something scandalous, but she didn't want to share uncertain details with Zhou Meihua. She shook her head. I didn't hear clearly either, but Go Hongying just came back from a study class and started arguing. She probably hasn't been eating or sleeping well and wants to vent her frustration. Yeah, that makes sense. Zhou Meihua was about to say more when Shi Weiguang's voice called from outside Manhua's door. Meihua, what are you cooking? It's almost burning. Zhou Meihua was startled. Oh no, I'm cooking green beans. I have to go now. Zhou Meihua rushed in and out quickly, and Hua smiled and shook her head, returning to the kitchen. As she cooked, she thought about the recent anti-spy investigation. It was a big deal, and families in the compound had been discussing it. Many people with complicated political backgrounds had been investigated. The root of it all was the spy involved in the chemical plant explosion, who came from within the factory. Years ago, that person had been a rightist and seemed to have changed when sent down for re-education, but he secretly held a grudge and colluded with spies, leading to the explosion. Although he was eventually caught, the disaster he caused could not be undone. With this warning, the scale of the anti-spy investigation was justified. That made sense, but Manhua was still scared. If this anti-spy action affected Go Hongying, who had only been a captive, what would happen during the nationwide movement 2 years later? Until Xiaozheng returned, and Hua's expression remained heavy. After work, I was stopped by Li Hansong, who said a few words, so I came back late. Oh, you don't look well, what's wrong? And Hua looked at him seriously and sighed softly. Wife, don't scare me. What happened? And Hua expressed her worries. I was just thinking, will the situation get more tense? With my background, how can I protect myself and my family in a chaotic situation? If a movement really happens, no one will care about what is written on your household registration. Xiaozheng never expected that this anti-special action would frighten his wife and make her think so much. He scratched his head and took a while to say, You're not the same as before. You can give me a lesson on ideology now. Who would dare say you have a problem? If it were the old Manhua, Xiaozheng would have worried that she might say or do something wrong, even needing to monitor what books she read, just like Chen Gang did with Wen Shueman. But now, Xiaozheng really felt he didn't need to worry. What if? And Hua pressed, what if someone deliberately targets me and wrongs me? Xiao Zheng's gaze sharpened. I won't allow that to happen. Seeing in Hua's hopeful eyes, he felt a stir in his heart and added, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. No matter how chaotic the situation gets, your man will protect you. Just be yourself. And Hua smiled, looking at him with gentle eyes. Okay. She was relying on him. Xiao Zheng's heart swelled, like a balloon filled with air, ready to float away, if not tied down. He quickly squeezed in Hua's hand and hurriedly went out with the dishes. And Hua chuckled, touching the spot he had squeezed, which felt rough and ticklish. Speaking of which, she had been here for almost a month and still hadn't slept with this man. Last time, they almost got close, but little Dong Dong interrupted them, and since then, the man had withdrawn like a startled snail. As usual, Xiaozheng cleaned up and entered the bedroom. He didn't see Hua. He thought she was in their son's room, but then she walked out from behind the half-open wardrobe door. About your work. Xiao Zheng's words stopped abruptly when he saw Hua's outfit. Why was she wearing his shirt? Xiao Zheng was tall, and his shirt on Hua reached her thighs, the loose fit covering her upper body completely, hiding any curves. So, those white and shapely legs caught all his attention. What are you staring at? Aren't you going to sleep? And Hua threw him a soft glance. Why are you wearing my clothes? He asked. Don't want me to wear them? Then help me take them off. Xiao Zheng was sweating. Her wearing his clothes felt like he was completely wrapped around her. Just thinking about it made his heart race. And Hua playfully walked to the bed, and just as she lifted one foot, she was suddenly pushed down by a strong force. Before she could scream, she was flipped over. His warm lips pressed against hers, moving back and forth, clumsy yet eager. Have you thought it through? No regrets? And Hua wrapped her arms around his neck and asked in a husky voice, regret what? If you have another child, I will never let you go. You'll be tied to me for life. Are you willing? And Hua felt his firm body and was a bit confused, taking a while to understand what Xiao Zheng meant.
Wait.
Having a child? She was so caught up in the moment that she forgot that in this era, sleeping together usually meant having a child, as most people didn't think about contraception. So, they didn't have any protection right now.
How could they sleep together then?
She had had many boyfriends, but had never had a child. Even though this body already had Dong Dong, it couldn't be counted as her own experience. And Hua wasn't mentally prepared for this. She firmly pushed the man away. This time, it was Hua who let go of the tempting opportunity, and Hua felt the atmosphere was a bit awkward. After she pushed Xiaozheng away, his gaze gradually cleared, and his restless body slowly calmed down. Then he silently got off her, turning his back to her. There were no more inappropriate actions. He fully respected her wishes. But why did it feel so strange? And Hua gently poked his back with her finger, cleared her throat, and said, Do you know what preparing for pregnancy means? Xiaozheng paused and asked, What does preparing for pregnancy mean? And Hua began her persuasive talk. Preparing for pregnancy is a medical term. It's the preparations made before getting pregnant, like maintaining good health and a happy mood, so you can have a healthier baby. And it's not just for the mom. The dad should also participate in preparing. Xiaozheng turned to face her, looking puzzled. I need to prepare too? Of course. And Hua said seriously, Dad's health is directly related to the health of the seeds. Think about it, if the seeds are sick, how can the sprouts be healthy? Xiaozheng sat up and stretched his body. He felt strong and energetic. I'm very healthy. No sickness. He paused and added, And you're healthy too. And Hua replied, Being healthy doesn't mean there are no toxins in your body. Let me ask you, do you smoke? In the military, who doesn't smoke? Xiaozheng said, I don't smoke much, just a pack every 2 days. The commander smokes 2 packs a day. And Hua explained, cigarettes contain nicotine, tar, and carbon monoxide, which are toxic substances. They can affect the quality of seeds, which in turn affects the quality of embryos. In severe cases, it can lead to miscarriage, birth defects, and impact the baby's brain development. Xiaozheng was taken aback. Is it that serious? And Hua nodded. Yes, so in this situation, we can't just get pregnant casually. Xiaojing said, but Dongdong is very healthy and smart. The commander's daughter is also very healthy. And Hua responded, this involves a probability issue. The better the preparation for pregnancy, the higher the chance of having a healthy baby. Otherwise, the baby is more likely to have problems. And Hua's explanations were convincing. Where did you learn all this? I read it in books. Xiaojing looked at her with bright eyes. Wife, you know so much. You're really knowledgeable. And Hua gave him a proud look. So, until you quit smoking and drinking and maintain a good lifestyle, I can't get pregnant. Please take some time to get some health supplies from the medical room. She wasn't unwilling to be with him. She just didn't want to have an unhealthy child. Xiaojing felt reassured, and his worries faded away. He hugged Hua and kissed her forehead gently, saying, okay, I'll go get it. After that, I'll quit smoking and drinking. And Hua kissed him back on the lips, and they held each other, slowly drifting into sleep in a warm atmosphere. However, since it was summer, Xiaojing felt hot and soon started to sweat. And Hua, half asleep, wriggled away from him and rolled to the other side of the bed. Xiaojing laughed and covered her with a blanket, then got up to take a cold shower in the yard. The next morning, Hua suddenly remembered that Xiaojing seemed to want to talk to her about work last night. Yes, your job is set at the Red Star Food Factory. There are 2 positions available, one in the publicity department and one as a union officer. Which one would you like to choose? Nowadays, the general education level of the people is just at the level of having completed basic literacy. High school students can be considered educated, while university students are quite rare. The reason it was so easy to arrange a job for Hua and why she had good options to choose from is that she has a genuine university degree. Other military families might have to wait a long time for a job, as the county is small and the available positions are limited. And Hua thought for a moment, I'll go with the publicity department. Before she traveled back in time, she was able to support herself as a social media influencer during her university years, so working in the publicity department is somewhat related to her previous experience. Xiaojing nodded. However, your salary level is set at the lowest level, 24. I feel sorry for you. The original owner had been working for a few years and was the principal of an orchestra, earning a salary at level 22, so now it's like starting over. That's okay. After all, your salary and assets are in my hands, so I won't be unfair to myself, and Hua said with a smile. Xiaojing came from a poor background and valued saving money, living a frugal life. He only spent a little on himself for cigarettes. He understood Hua's tendency to spend. She could buy a lot of things without a second thought during a shopping trip, regardless of whether she needed them. However, from the moment he handed over his salary and assets to Hua, Xiaojing had mentally prepared himself. He decided that no matter how much she spent, he wouldn't say a word. So, even though he unconsciously clenched his jaw, he said cheerfully, "Spend as you like. I won't mind." And Hua laughed at his obvious discomfort while trying to act generous. Xiaojing felt a bit embarrassed. Then he said seriously, "I do care about money, but as long as you are happy, that's more important than anything else. People are always more important than money." And Hua nodded. Being straightforward is more touching than men who only speak sweet words. She would start her job next Monday, so she had a few days to prepare. And Hua planned to plant vegetables in the yard during this time. Last time, when Zhou Meihua helped her, they only planted a row of mustard greens because they were easy to grow. Just make a furrow and scatter the seeds. She intended to plant some peppers, tomatoes, and loofahs, which all require seedlings. Under Xiaojing's guidance and help, she successfully planted the vegetables in the ground, but unfortunately, a patch of the sprouted mustard greens died. The remaining leaves were weak and thin. Xiaojing said, "You need to fertilize them. Otherwise, they won't grow." Without chemical fertilizers, that meant using manure. Zhou Meihua had said the same thing before, but Hua struggled and decided not to believe it. The weeds in the yard grew so lush without any fertilizer. The weather was getting hotter, and applying manure in the yard would smell quite strong. But now, Hua couldn't be stubborn anymore. She didn't want to work hard and not see any results. The smell was just a smell, Anyway, she was going to work, so she wouldn't have to stay home during the day. When she went to work, Dong Dong had to be taken to kindergarten. Dong Dong didn't want to go to kindergarten and said in a childish voice, "I want to go to work with mommy." And Hua laughed. Adults go to work, and kids go to school. That's how it works. When you grow up, you can do adult things, okay? Dong Dong looked worried. When will I grow up? I really want to go to work. And Hua replied, "That's great. I hope you still think that way when you grow up." Dong Dong was sensible and obedient. Within Hua's comforting words, he reluctantly entered the kindergarten, looking back 3 times. Though it was called a kindergarten, it was more like a daycare, with teachers who were military families leading the children in singing, dancing, and playing games. When Dong Dong's little figure disappeared from Hua's sight, she felt a bit emotional. At that moment, she couldn't tell if it was a natural reaction or something from her own soul. The Hongxing food factory was just across the river, and it took only 6 minutes to walk there. Although this food factory was located in a small county, food was an essential part of people's lives, and the Hongxing food factory was quite large, mainly producing canned goods and exporting to Eastern Europe. It was one of the few companies in the province that earned foreign exchange, aside from a mine. As soon as Anhua entered the factory gate, she felt a different atmosphere. It was peak working hours, and people were streaming in, all wearing blue work uniforms, heads held high, faces full of pride and satisfaction in their jobs. They marched forward, accompanied by the song "We Workers Are Strong" playing from the loudspeakers, their spirits as bright as the morning sun at 8 or 9 o'clock, full of positivity. It seemed that for them, going to work was not a task they were forced to complete. Anhua was used to the complaints and negativity from workers online in the later years. Comparing that to the current scene, she couldn't help but be amazed. Even though they were all workers, their attitudes were so different. Excuse me. Everyone in front, move aside. Suddenly, a tense shout came from behind. Anhua instinctively jumped to the side, then heard a loud crash. Turning around, she saw a girl who had fallen off her bicycle. Anhua quickly approached her. "Are you okay?" With Anhua's help, the girl slowly stood up and carefully moved her ankle. After realizing it wasn't serious, she sighed in relief. "I'm fine, thank you." Anhua noticed a scrape on her elbow, which was dirty. "You should go to the clinic to clean that up. Be careful of infection." The girl looked at her arm and shook her head. "It's just a small issue. I don't need to go to the clinic. I'll just get some hydrogen peroxide from the office to clean it." Anhua decided not to say more. The girl picked up her bicycle and smiled at her. "I'm Yang Tianjiao, from the party committee office. Which workshop are you from?" "I'm from the factory's publicity department," Anhua replied, pausing before adding, "I just reported for duty today." Yang Tianjiao seemed puzzled at first, then suddenly understood. "I thought so. I know everyone from the factory and the union. So you're new. Let's go to work together." Anhua looked at her bicycle. "It seems like your front tire is flat. Can you still push it?" Yang Tianjiao pointed in a direction with her chin. "It's okay. Just around the corner is the bike shed. I'll lock it there for now and figure out how to fix it later." As she spoke, a flash of anger crossed Yang Tianjiao's face. "My tire must have been punctured by my nephew. That little brat listens to his mom and goes against me." Anhua, who enjoyed chatting and gossiping, naturally continued the conversation. "Oh, how old is your nephew? He shouldn't be so reckless. Falling off a bike can be dangerous." "He's 8.
Yang Tianjiao sigid.
He used to be so close to me when he was younger. I liked him a lot, but ants can't compete with mothers. His mom easily turns him against me, always asking when I'm getting married so I can move out of their house." Anhua felt indignant. "That's too much." "What do you mean, their house? That's the place you've lived in since you were young. It's your home too." Yang Tianjiao's eyes turned red as she said, "That's exactly the point. My parents didn't say anything, so why should she?" On their way to the office building, the two chatted happily, looking like old friends rather than newly acquainted. Anhua was unfamiliar with the reporting process, so Yang Tianjiao personally guided her around. Afterward, she showed Anhua the entire office building to help her get familiar with the environment quickly. When the work bell rang, Yang Tianjiao left. There were many people in the publicity department, all working in a large office. And Hua's desk was placed in a corner against the wall, which felt a bit cramped but also private, reminding her of sitting in the back corner of a classroom, which gave her a sense of safety. The department head, Mr. Kai, was a middle-aged man in his 40s, moving slowly and always holding a thermos. On her first day, he didn't assign her any tasks but had her study some documents, like the company history. At lunchtime, Yang Tianjiao came to find and Hua to go to the cafeteria together. And Hua shook her head, saying, "I need to go home for lunch. I have children at home." "Oh, right. You mentioned you're a military spouse from the opposite camp." Yang Tianjiao suddenly remembered and looked at Hua in disbelief, saying, "You have children? You look like you're in your early 20s. I'm 24 and my child is already 4 years old." The original owner had entered music school at 15, studied for 3 years, graduated at 18, and impulsively got married at 19, which led to having children early. "Wow, I'm only a year older than you, and I don't even have a partner." And Hua felt a spark of inspiration. Li Hansong had been asking her to help him find a partner, and she was struggling to find someone suitable. She carefully examined Yang Tianjiao. With her round face and clear features, she looked clean and pleasant, not a stunning beauty, but increasingly attractive the more you looked. After chatting, Hua had a general understanding of Yang Tianjiao's background. She graduated from a vocational school, which was considered a good education at that time. Her family lived in the county, her father was a police officer, her mother worked in the community, and her brother was a worker at a chemical plant in a neighboring county. She met Li Hansong's criteria of being educated and pretty, with a good family background, and her cheerful personality matched as well. Thinking of this, Hua cautiously asked, "Are you looking for a partner? What are your requirements?" Yang Tianjiao joked, "Are you going to introduce someone to me? My standards are high. He must be good-looking, have a good job, and be educated." That sounded just like Li Hansong's requirements. And Hua smiled and said, "Believe it or not, I actually have someone who fits your requirements, but I don't know if you would be willing to be a military spouse." Yang Tianjiao's face turned a bit red. "Are you serious?" And Hua replied, "Can this be fake? However, the person I want to introduce to you is already 30, 5 years older than you, and has a gentle and refined appearance. I wonder if you would mind." Yang Tianjiao blinked for a long time, finally managing to hide her shyness. She shook her head slightly and said in a soft voice, "And no, I don't mind." When Hua returned, she planned to pick up Dong Dong, but the kindergarten teacher informed her that Dong Dong had already gone home with some other kids. At that time, children were not raised so delicately, and the camp was very safe, so there was no concept of parents picking them up from school. They all walked together. At the entrance of the family compound, Hua saw Dong Dong with a few little boys. The boys were all around 4 or 5 years old. Some had runny noses, and others wore clothes that were hard to tell the original color of. They were walking forward, while playing with paper airplanes. Dong Dong was the cleanest among them, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close, occasionally joining in their conversations and laughter. He didn't seem out of place, but also didn't fully integrate. "Mommy," Dong Dong caught a glimpse of Hua out of the corner of his eye and immediately turned around. When he saw it was really his mom, his little face lit up with a bright smile as he ran over to her. Hua quickly squatted down to catch him. The little guy seemed heavier, and when he bumped into Hua, it made a solid thump. Hua laughed and said, "Our little piggy has finally gained some weight." "Are you talking about Uncle Zhu?" Dong Dong asked, referring to Xiao Zheng's bodyguard. Hua replied, "No, I'm talking about you. You are our little piggy, the one in the pig pen."
Ah?
Dong Dong made a face of disgust and laughed. "Little pigs get eaten during the New Year. I don't want to be a little pig." "Then what do you want to be?" Hua held his hand as they walked home. "I want to be Mommy's treasure. I must say, being sweet-talked by my son from time to time doesn't feel bad." As they passed by the little friends, Dong Dong waved to them, "Goodbye. I'm going home with Mommy." The kid stared at Hua in surprise and asked Dong Dong, "Is she really your mom? Why is your mom so pretty? Like a fairy." Parents' looks are also a source of pride for their children. Dong Dong proudly puffed out his little chest and said, "My mom is not only pretty, but also very gentle. She never hits or scolds me." The other kids were even more envious because they often faced the rolling pin at home. Just then, a voice called out from behind, "Dong Dong, auntie and help. My sister is trying to kill me." With that, Shijun dashed behind Anhwa, while Shershan chased after him, holding a stick and looking fierce.
Ah!
Shijun, don't you dare hide. If you can avoid me for life, good for you. But if I catch you, just wait. Shijun's dark hands left 2 marks on Anhwa's white shirt. She helplessly pulled him out from behind her. "Did you upset your sister?" Finally, Shershan found someone to complain to Annie and Shijun drew a big turtle and stuck it on my back. I was laughed at by my classmates for the whole class this morning. Anhwa looked at Shijun in disbelief. "Is that true?" "No, I didn't stick it on," he said, his eyes darting around, making it obvious he was lying. Dong Dong acted as the judge. "Brother Shijun, you did wrong. You need to apologize to Sister Shanshan." Shershan glared at her brother and said, "Shijun, did you hear that? Even little Dong Dong knows you were wrong. You're so much older than him, and you can't even compare." Shijun lowered his head and quietly moved toward home, then suddenly made a funny face at Shershan. "I won't apologize. Not gonna do it." He then dashed away, trying to provoke her before escaping. Unfortunately, he underestimated the power of sisters. Shershan took a deep breath and quickly caught up to him, pinning him to the ground in seconds.
Ah!
"I'm sorry, sis. I apologize." "I'm sorry, sister. I won't do it again. Do you like pretty hair ties? I can buy you one with my allowance." The little kids with Dong Dong cheered and waved their hands, making enough noise to attract nearby adults who came out to watch with smiles. The noise of voices, the buzzing of cicadas, and the distant sound of someone cooking created a lively atmosphere that felt warm and comforting. The delicious smell of cooking made Dong Dong's stomach rumble.
Mom, I'm hungry.
Anhua quickly took him home to get lunch from the cafeteria. On the way, I happened to run into Xiaozheng, who immediately turned around and went to the cafeteria with me. Go Hongxia just went to the headquarters to find Li Hansong. As soon as I sat down at home and took a bite, I was stunned by Xiaozheng's words. "Is it what I think it is?" Xiaozheng looked at me with a smile. "What do you think it is?" I said, "Last time, Go Hongying treated us. She wanted to match her sister with Li Hansong, right?" Xiaozheng exclaimed, "Oh, you're quite clever. Did you figure it out?" I asked, "Does Go Hongxia like Li Hansong? Does he like her?" Xiaozheng replied, "Don't you know? That guy has high standards. He won't settle for someone with a lower education." I nodded, agreeing with her thoughts. I mentioned the situation with Yang Tianjiao. Xiaozheng nodded. "That's good. We can introduce them. Should I invite them both to my house for dinner, or should I arrange for them to meet outside?" I was uncertain since I had never played matchmaker before. There aren't many suitable places outside. The park in the county is small and crowded, which might not be convenient. After thinking for a moment, Xiaozheng said, "This Sunday there's a movie at the small auditorium, a foreign film. You can invite her to watch it, and then you can naturally introduce them. Many foreign films are not shown in theaters, so whenever the army shows rare films, families invite friends to watch, and inviting Yang Tianjiao wouldn't seem odd." I praised him. My man is really resourceful. Xiaozheng was busy eating, but the corners of his mouth were already lifted high. My man sounds better than my old Xiao. By the way, Go Hongxia went to the headquarters to find Li Hansong, and then what? Did she pretend to use Go Hongying's name to send food to Li Hansong? Or invite him to her house for dinner? How did he refuse? That's impressive, you guessed it. She really wanted to invite Li Hansong to her house for dinner. Xiaozheng felt sorry for Li Hansong. How could he refuse? He just said he was busy and wouldn't go. It seemed like he was being too indirect, and the other party didn't understand. Go Hongxia was almost in tears. She turned and ran away, leaving Li Hansong standing there, attracting curious looks. It seemed like Li Hansong had bullied her. Well, if it doesn't work out, then forget it. We're not desperate to get married and cling to Li Hansong, Go Hongying said as she walked into the kitchen, her face calm, but her words revealed concern. Go Hongxia unexpectedly looked at Go Hongying. Ever since the argument between her sister and brother-in-law, her sister hardly spoke to her anymore. Go Hongxia had heard the content of their argument and found it absurd and unfair. How could her sister misunderstand that there was something between her and her brother-in-law? Since then, Go Hongxia had been especially careful about keeping her distance from Yu Baoshan. They hardly interacted alone, and when Yu Baoshan saw her, he mostly looked awkward. However, Go Hongying still treated her with some indifference. Now, Go Hongying finally showed her sisterly affection again, and Go Hongxia was very excited.
Sister.
Go Hongying stared at her sister for a moment and then sighed deeply. She was 16 years older than Go Hongxia and had left home before Go Hongxia was born. Although they didn't grow up together, blood is thicker than water. After all, they were sisters and Go Hongxia's love for her was genuine. During the last argument with Yu Baoshan, she had said many hurtful things. It was easier to talk with Yu Baoshan after so many years of marriage, but it felt awkward with Go Hongxia, and she couldn't bring herself to apologize. However, seeing Go Hongxia getting close to Li Hansong these days, she felt she had to say something. Li Hansong is looking for someone educated. Although I believe he wouldn't be too picky, marriage is a personal choice, and you can't force someone into it. Educated. Go Hongxia's eyes turned red with grievance. It's not that I don't want to learn, it's that our parents won't let me go to school.
What's the use of saying that now?
The fact is, you lack education and it doesn't meet his requirements. Go Hongying shook her head. Let it go. Don't waste your time. Go Hongxia remained silent for a while, stubbornly holding back her tears. Sister, if things don't work out with Director Li, what kind of person can I find? Go Hongying thought for a moment. There are a few single officers at the headquarters. They are decent. I can talk to Zhou Meihua and ask her to introduce you to Chief Advisor Shi. Advisor? Go Hongxia asked. What rank is an advisor? Is it higher or lower than Director Li? Go Hongying hesitated. How should she explain? Advisors don't hold high ranks and have little power. The highest rank for an advisor at the division level is equivalent to a regular battalion commander, but they don't have much authority. Li Hansong is a battalion-level official and the second-in-command at the headquarters, just below Chief Advisor Shi, so those advisors can't compare to him. After some hesitation, Go Hongying explained the situation to her sister. Go Hongxia looked defeated. She initially planned to marry Deputy Commander Xiao, the third highest official in the camp, and then there was Li Hansong, who could also be called a leader. But in the end, she was told she could only marry some staff officer. Go Hongxia came to the army with the intention of marrying a high-ranking official, someone as impressive as her brother-in-law Yu Baoshan. She didn't want to marry a low-ranking person who might retire and go back home at any time. Go Hongying knew her sister's thoughts and wanted her to have a good marriage so they could support each other. Originally, marrying Xiao Zheng would have been the best option, but unfortunately, there's nothing we can do. The notable officers in the camp are all older and already have families. We can't just hope for them to lose their wives or get divorced, right? The only one left is Li Hansong, but Hongxia, a staff officer, isn't bad. At least he's young, and a young person's future is limitless. If you support him as he rises, your relationship will be different. We can't just settle for what's easy. Go Hongxia lowered her head and said nothing. Who can predict the future? She didn't want to chase after something uncertain. Besides, Li Hansong suited her perfectly, and she didn't want to give up on him. Sis, who told you that Director Li doesn't like me? Go Hongying was surprised. What do you mean? Li Hansong agreed to date you?
Ye Hongxia blues head.
Not yet, but I have a feeling that if I keep trying, he'll eventually warm up to me. It has always been said that a girl chasing a boy is like a thin layer of gauze. She didn't believe that this barrier between her and Li Hansong was so hard to break. After finishing dinner and washing the dishes, Go Hongxia stepped outside, where the housekeeper Xiao Qiao from the Wen family was waiting for her. Xiao Qiao cheerfully linked arms with her. Director Li really has no sense of romance. You went all the way to the headquarters to find him, and he still rejected you. He deserves to be a lonely bachelor. Hee hee. Go Hongxia playfully nudged Xiao Qiao's arm. Don't say that, he's only 30. Xiao Qiao pouted. In our hometown, there are men in their 30s who are already grandfathers. If you like him, you must not give up, okay? Just keep showing up around him, so everyone knows you're interested. Maybe he'll give in to avoid any bad reputation. Go Hongxia hesitated. Will that really work? Of course it will. Xiao Qiao whispered some encouraging words in Go Hongxia's ear. Just as they were getting into it, Go Hongxia caught sight of someone walking past them and jumped, quickly pushing Xiao Qiao away. Xiao Qiao was not at all anxious and greeted her easily. Deputy Commander Zhao's wife. Heading to work? And Huan nodded slightly and replied. Ge Hongxia and Xiao Qiao were chatting on the main road, and she naturally overheard some of their conversation from behind. She needed to remind Xiao Zheng to keep a distance from Li Hansong. Xiao Qiao was right. The military strictly monitors the conduct of its officers. If Ge Hongxia was willing to swallow her pride, she still had a brother-in-law backing her, which would definitely not be good for Li Hansong. When Hua arrived at the factory and saw Yang Tianjiao, she didn't mention the movie date for now. She thought it best to wait until Li Hansong dealt with Ge Hongxia first. In the afternoon, Anhua continued studying the materials. After 2 days of this routine, Anhua had a clearer understanding of the factory and her future work. That day after work, Anhua picked up 2 letters from the reception room. The first letter was from Anbuhui and Qiu Shushen in the provincial capital. She had sent them a letter to let them know she was safe as soon as she arrived, and this was their reply. The letter contained greetings and small talk, but the feelings were sincere, making Anhua feel a bit emotional and miss her parents. And Buhui also reminded her to send a letter to her brother and sister-in-law in Shanghai. Anhua realized she had overlooked this and made a mental note of Buhui's reminder. After carefully putting away her parents' letter, Anhua opened the second letter. This letter was a bit unpleasant. The second letter was from the original owner's so-called first love. The first love was named Chen Siyuan, who had once been the original owner's music theory teacher in college. The original owner admired talented people and had an even stronger admiration for her teacher, quickly falling for Chen Siyuan's charm, and they secretly started dating. However, they were reported. While teacher-student relationships are not illegal, society does not tolerate them well, and they can greatly damage one's reputation. Chen Siyuan publicly denied their relationship and soon resigned from his teaching position, cutting off all contact with her. Later, when the original owner joined the symphony orchestra, they met again. Chen Siyuan sweet-talked the original owner back into a relationship, but not long after, she discovered that he had married 6 months after their breakup. After being repeatedly betrayed, the original owner attended a social event, met Xiao Zheng, and married him. Although they worked in the same unit, the original owner and Chen Siyuan had little communication over the years, except for work, until Chen Siyuan got divorced. He found the original owner and passionately confessed, saying that his marriage with his wife was forced by family pressure and that there was no love between them. He had always loved the original owner, and the divorce was also for her sake. The original owner was moved and decided to ask for a divorce, planning to return to her first love's embrace. And Hua. So much to say, yet no words. It really looks like a love-struck person. Actually, being love-struck isn't scary. It's the one-sided love that can be harmful, and it hurts not others, but oneself. The original owner's experience in the book was so tragic, and while the root cause was certainly within herself, the scoundrel also bears responsibility for leading and taking advantage of her. And Hua originally planned to burn this disgusting letter but suddenly had an idea and changed her mind. For now, she put the letter in a drawer. Since Anhua started working, she hardly cooks at noon. It's not that she doesn't have time. Many women start cooking after work, but because Xiaozhen couldn't bear to see her busy and strictly forbade her from cooking at noon. Anhua also enjoys a comfortable life and naturally wouldn't let herself become overly burdened. However, the food in the cafeteria is just average. It's not that the chef's skills are lacking, but the supply is limited at this time, and they can't afford to use the same quality ingredients as she does, so the nutrition is definitely lacking. Therefore, she still needs to cook dinner herself and try to make it a bit better. Seeing that Xiao Zheng hadn't returned yet, Dong Dong was practicing writing in the study. And Hua went into her space, took out a 3-pound piece of beef, and planned to make some spicy beef sauce for lunch. Just as she took out the beef, she heard Xiao Zheng's voice at the kitchen door. "What delicious food are you making?" And Hua was startled and turned to glare at him, holding her chest. "You walk so quietly. You scared me." Xiao Zheng looked her over. "Why do you seem so guilty? Are you up to something bad?" And Hua shot him another glare. She would never admit to feeling guilty. It seems she needs to be more careful when using the space. This man appears out of nowhere at any time. And Hua never thought about telling anyone else about the secret of her space. Not her parents, and definitely not Xiao Zheng. To change the subject, and Hua instructed Xiao Zheng, "Since you're back, you can help with this beef. Cut it into small pieces. I need it for the sauce." "Okay, I'm on it." After washing his hands, Xiao Zheng got to work and casually said, "You are lucky to find such a big piece of beef. The main products exported by the food factory are canned beef and canned pork. Therefore, there are special cattle farms and slaughterhouses in Yin County, which can also supply some to the supply and marketing cooperative, and if lucky, you can buy some." "Yes, that's lucky," and Hua agreed, glancing at the beef on the cutting board and hesitating. Wouldn't it be too much to make all of it into sauce? It's hot now, and it can only last for about 2 days. Xiao Zheng suggested, "Why don't you give some to Chief Staff Officer Shi's family? I see Sister May often helps you." And Hua thought the same. Once the sauce was ready, she filled 2 jars and took one to Zhou Meihua. Zhou Meihua sniffed. "What kind of sauce is this? It smells so good." And Hua replied, "It's beef sauce, with crushed peanuts and sesame added." Zhou Meihua was surprised. "Wow, so many good ingredients. I can't take this, you should take it back for your kids." And Hua turned to leave. "I have more at home. You should try this and see how my cooking is." Zhou Meihua smiled helplessly at Hua's back, thinking how kind she was. Just as Zhou Meihua turned around, Shi Xiaojun came over sniffing. "Mom, what smells so good?" "Dog knows." Zhou Meihua playfully scolded, "Go take a plate of dumplings from the kitchen to the neighbor, then come back for dinner." Shi Xiaojun replied with an okay and ran off quickly. Zhou Meihua called out, "Shi Weiguang, stop fiddling with that broken radio and come eat." At the dinner table, Zhou Meihua discussed with Shi Weiguang, "I've been saying we should invite in and her husband for dinner, but it hasn't happened yet. You should find a chance to mention it to Deputy Commander Xiao." Shi Weiguang asked, "Why should we invite them?" Zhou Meihua shot him a look. "No reason, I just wanna..." Shi Weiguang was taken aback, wondering if he couldn't ask anything. He mumbled, "Your temper is getting worse." Zhou Meihua thought to herself, whose fault is it that her temper is bad? It's because of him. Always tired in the evenings. Meanwhile, Anhua delivered the remaining jar of beef sauce to Commander Chen's house. As the top leader, you can't forget to send something to his family. As for the others, it was best not to worry about them. After the welcome dinner, her relationship with Go Hongying became complicated, and it was well known that the two families didn't interact, which was normal. As for Vice Political Commissar Wang's family, they should have kept in touch, but Mrs. Wang had a bad reputation in the family compound, so Anhua decided to keep her distance, only ensuring she didn't make any major mistakes in etiquette. Aside from the 2 jars given to Zhou Meihua and Wen Shuamian, there are 3 jars left, which Anhua placed in the basement. When she returned, she saw Xiao Zheng helping her prepare bathwater and quickly said, "I can do it myself. You don't handle the temperature well. Just help me carry it to the bathroom later." "I know you like your bathwater hot, and I made it quite warm," he replied. He had noticed her preference for hotter water since he helped her every day. Anhua checked the water temperature with her hand and continued to add hot water, taking a while to finish. Xiao Zheng couldn't help but touch the water and blurted out, "Are you trying to scald a pig's hair?" Anhua shot him a look. Xiao Zheng cleared his throat and carried the prepared bathwater to the bathroom. The bathroom was quite spacious and had a light smell because their house was at the front, and there were no buildings behind it, just open land. They had dug the waste pit outside, and with some covering, the smell was hardly noticeable. She planned to get a bathtub and cover so they could enjoy baths at home during winter. In summer, showers were quick, and Anhua was out in just over 10 minutes. The cool breeze felt refreshing against her body after the hot water. Old Xiao, old Xiao, and Hua called for a while before Xiao Zheng came out of the study. She said, "Don't let Dong Dong write tonight. It's not good for his eyes. Take him to wash up and get ready for bed." After a moment, Xiao Zheng replied with a simple and Hua sensed he seemed a bit down but didn't think much of it at the time. It wasn't until she got into bed that she realized he was genuinely unhappy. "What's wrong?" And Hua drew circles on his chest playfully and said, "My relatives have left." The supplies had arrived a few days ago, but coincidentally, her relatives had visited and only just left today. Xiao Zheng looked at her with a complicated expression, emotions swirling inside him, making his chest ache. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I'm a bit tired." And Hua was taken aback. After waiting so long. That was all he said? When someone says they're tired, it usually means they've spent too much energy during the day and feel drained at night. But this kind of fatigue typically doesn't happen to young people. A guy in his 20s could work hard all day and still have energy at night. But Xiao Zheng was already 30, and Hua's heart sank. She looked at him, strong and capable, thinking he could handle anything, but it turned out he was not as resilient as she thought. At just 30, he was already feeling this way. Even though things were difficult, and Hua didn't think badly of Xiao Zheng or want to end things with him. After all, everyone goes through a time when their youth fades. It's unreasonable to expect a man to always be at his best. She recalled some remedies she had seen online and thought about helping Xiao Zheng later. Slowly, she began to feel sleepy. When Xiao Zheng heard her breathing become steady, he turned to face her, allowing his complicated emotions to show. He found a letter in the drawer. He usually wouldn't have looked at it, but when he accidentally saw the sender's name on the envelope, he opened it out of curiosity. Then, he nearly smashed the desk in anger. How dare that guy try to run away with his wife? After the anger came fear. Wasn't Hua keeping the letter so carefully because her heart was being pulled away by another man? Last time, when Hua left him for another man, Xiao Zheng was furious about the betrayal and his pride as a man, but he managed to let her go. But this time, Xiao Zheng felt a panic of losing her. Just the thought that Hua might still have feelings for another man filled him with jealousy, making him wish he could go to the city and deal with that man himself. He struggled to control himself and tried to act normal. Honestly, Xiao Zheng felt a bit lost. He wanted to confront her, but feared the answer wouldn't be what he wanted. He wanted to pretend he didn't know, but worried she might quietly leave one day. Under the soft moonlight, he focused on her. She slept awkwardly, her head facing him while her body turned away, creating a strange, twisted position, with her messy hair covering half her face. Yet, the more he looked, the softer his heart felt. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Seeing she didn't wake up, he leaned down and gently kissed her lips, increasing the pressure until it turned into light nibbles. She murmured softly, but didn't wake. Xiao Zheng suddenly smiled, possessively wrapping his arms around her. He decided he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She was his. Anyone who wanted to take her would have to step over his dead body. And Hua woke up several times during the night, each time finding herself in Xiao Zheng's embrace. It felt like being next to a hot stove in the summer. The next morning, Hua warned Xiao Zheng, "You can't hold me at night anymore, or we'll have to sleep separately." Xiao Zheng paused for a moment and replied seriously, "There's no way we're sleeping separately. I'll try not to hug you." After saying this, he adjusted his hat and strode out the door. And Hua. How could he discuss such serious matters with her so seriously? It wasn't just Xiao Zheng who talked to her seriously about these things. There was also Zhou Meihua. "Sister, when you have a day off, let's go visit Dr. Fong at the big market." And Hua was surprised. "Sister-in-law, are you sick?" Zhou Meihua hesitated for a while before saying, "This Dr. Fong treats men's issues." And Hua understood immediately. Zhou Meihua sighed. "As men get older, they change. My husband, when he was in his teens and 20s, was like a strong bull, but after 30, he just keeps getting worse. Now he's almost 40 and has become quite lazy." And Hua awkwardly chuckled. Is 30 really a turning point? Should she ask about this Dr. Fong for Xiao Zheng? Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Meihua asked, "How's your deputy commander Xiao doing? He's big and strong, so he should be different from others, but it wouldn't hurt to be cautious and prepare." And Hua, "That sounds reasonable. Then it's settled. We'll go together when you're on leave." After confirming with Hua, Zhou Meihua happily left. And Hua checked the time. She had a little while before work, so she started writing a report. Reporting Chen Siyuan for trying to a good woman and disrupting a military marriage. The letter Chen Siyuan wrote was very explicit, not only expressing love in a pleading tone but also openly slandering Xiaozheng, showing disdain for the military profession. It wasn't just about disrupting a marriage. It could even be said that he had problematic views. Fortunately, although the original owner liked Chen Siyuan, she had been restrained during her marriage to Xiaozheng and hadn't done anything inappropriate or left any evidence, so she wasn't worried about Chen Siyuan retaliating. And Hua sent her letter along with Chen Siyuan's to the Provincial Cultural Bureau. She didn't send it to Chen Siyuan's workplace because, after all, he had been in the orchestra for many years, and the higher-ups might protect him. The Cultural Bureau was the orchestra's superior unit, and the director was an old classmate of Anbo Huai, so he would definitely support her. After sending the letter, Anhua went to work at the factory. What she didn't know was that along with her report, there were also people arranged by Xiaozheng heading to the provincial city. For some reason, Chen Siyuan felt that his eyelids had been twitching for the past couple of days, as if something bad was about to happen. Could it be that there was bad news from Anhua? Thinking of Anhua made him feel gloomy. He had thought that her divorce was a done deal. He had even written the wedding invitations. Who would have guessed she would suddenly join the army?
He was still in shock.
Women are really hard to understand. His ex-wife wanted a divorce just because he hugged a junior colleague, and now Anhua was even more unreasonable, ignoring him without giving a reason. He just hoped that his heartfelt letter would touch Anhua. If she came back, he would still be willing to marry her. After all, he couldn't find anyone better than her. Feeling down, Chen Siyuan went to the group, but as soon as he arrived, someone informed him to go to Secretary Yang's office. The uneasy feeling grew stronger. It turned out his instincts were right. As soon as Chen Siyuan entered the office, he heard Secretary Yang's angry voice. "Chen Siyuan, how dare you disrupt a military marriage?" Chen Siyuan was instantly terrified. Looking around the office, he saw not only Secretary Yang but also Director Zhao from the Cultural Department and a man in military uniform. After a moment, he regained his composure and, with a pale face, stammered, "As secretary, where is this coming from? I didn't do anything." Secretary Yang threw a letter at Chen Siyuan. "Still denying it? This letter is written by you, right?" Chen Siyuan glanced at it and recognized it as the confession letter he had spent all night writing. Anhua had sent it as an urgent letter, and with good weather and traffic conditions, it had reached the provincial city in 2 days. Director Zhao said slowly, "Chen Siyuan, stop making excuses. Besides your letter as evidence, Anhua also reported you personally." Chen Siyuan couldn't believe it. Secretary Yang glared at him. "I wondered why Anhua suddenly resigned. Turns out you were harassing her." He softened his expression and turned to the man in uniform. "Comrade Zhu, what does Deputy Commander Xiao want to do about this matter?" The man in uniform was Xiao Zheng's guard, Comrade Zhu. Comrade Zhu, usually cheerful, now had a serious expression and said, "Our leader hopes to handle this matter discreetly, but the punishment for wrongdoers cannot be taken lightly."
Secretary Yang understood.
After all, Anhua was a woman, and being involved in a scandal was never good, even if she was the victim. Secretary Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Chen Siyuan has a problem with his conduct, so we have decided to remove him from his position as the orchestra leader."
Secretary Yang.
Chen Siyuan exclaimed in a panic, "This isn't just my fault. And Hua was the one who tempted me first. Yes, she tempted me, and I divorced for her. Now that she has changed her mind, she is turning against me. How is that fair?" Xiao Zhu said sternly, "Slandering military families harms the unity between the military and civilians. You have a problem with your thinking." Director Xiao added, "Your letter also contains many insults towards military personnel." Secretary Yang, Why should someone like Chen Siyun remain in the orchestra? He should be sent for reform immediately. Secretary Yang looked at Chen Siyun with disappointment. It could have ended with just a conduct issue, but he had to drag Manhwa into it, making it a matter of ideology. His future now seemed bleak. As Secretary Yang's cold gaze fell on him, Chen Siyun felt his blood run cold. Why was Manhwa being so harsh with him? Had his feelings been wrong all along? Did she really not like him? Chen Siyun would never see Manhwa again, so he would never know the answer. After completing the task assigned by the leadership, Xiao Zhu hurried back to report. Xiao Zheng looked surprised. She wrote a report against someone named Chen? Xiao Zhu nodded. That's right. The report probably reached the provincial capital before I did. I hardly did anything, and Chen Siyuan's guilt was already established. Xiao Zheng felt a surge of emotions. The gloom that had lingered in his heart for days vanished completely. He laughed heartily and patted Xiao Zhu on the shoulder. Good job on this task.
You can take half a day off to rest.
Xiao Zhu winced and rubbed his shoulder where he was patted. The leader's strong hand was not something just anyone could handle. He had it tough. On his way home, Xiao Zheng felt light on his feet. Li Hansong exclaimed, "What's the good news?" Xiao Zheng glanced at him. It's a married man's good news. You wouldn't understand.
Lian Song raplia.
His heart had already been hurt too much to feel anything. Xiao Zheng then asked, Has Ge Hongxia contacted you in the past few days? No matter how I approached her, it didn't work. I turned to express my feelings to Comrade Yu instead. She hasn't come by these past few days, so Comrade Yu must have talked to her. Li Hansong sighed in relief, looking relieved. Xiao Zheng nodded. That's good. Your sister-in-law has a colleague named Yang Tianjiao, a vocational school graduate, 25 years old. If you're interested, you can invite her to the movie at the small auditorium the day after tomorrow to get to know each other. Li Hansong excitedly grabbed Xiao Zheng's hand. Really? Xiao Zheng pushed him away in disgust. Look at you. Just be careful not to scare her away. Li Hansong laughed and said, Get lost. Xiao Zheng hurried home, waving goodbye without saying much. Another officer passing by saw this and remarked, Deputy Commander Xiao has become a model husband, going home right after work without delay. Li Hansong smiled. Of course, marrying someone you love is truly happy. Xiao Zheng felt incredibly happy at that moment. He thought Manhwa was keeping the letter from someone named Chen because she was thinking of leaving him. He didn't expect she had reported the person instead. It was such a surprise. Xiao Zheng quickly returned home and saw Manhwa in the kitchen through the window, which made his heart soften. He quietly approached her from behind and hugged her while she was chopping vegetables. Manhwa was startled and raised the knife. Xiao Zheng quickly grabbed her wrist and joked, Are you trying to murder your husband? Manhwa glared at him. If you scare me again, I will. Xiao Zheng laughed playfully. What will you do? Manhwa replied, I won't talk to you. Xiao Zheng touched his nose, realizing she had actually threatened him. He feared nothing except her ignoring him. He changed the subject. Where's our son? I haven't seen him since I got back. Manhwa said, He's playing next door. He should be back soon. You can go call him for dinner. Xiao Zheng obediently said, Okay, and went to find him. Manhwa paused, feeling that today Xiao Zheng had a strangely gentle demeanor. At the dinner table, even if she glanced at him casually, he would smile at her nonstop. Manhwa even wondered if she touched his head, would he wag his tail like a happy dog? Dong dong, after dinner, it's time for bed. No more practicing writing, Xiao Zheng instructed their son. Dong dong, tired from playing with Xiao Jun, nodded. I want to sleep with Mom tonight, and have her hold me. Xiao Zheng's expression changed. No way, you're too big to sleep with your mom. Dong dong pouted. But Dad, you're grown up and still sleep with Mom. Xiao Zheng said, I'm sleeping with my wife. When you grow up, you should find a wife and sleep with her too. And Huan kicked him under the table, saying, Don't talk nonsense in front of the child. Then she told Dong Dong, Okay, you can sleep with Mommy tonight. Dong Dong was happy and made a proud face at his dad. Xiao Zheng remained calm, letting his son cling to his wife until the little one fell asleep. He quietly got up and carried the little one away. When he returned, and Huan had woken up, With sleepy eyes, she asked, "Did you carry him away? He didn't wake up, right?" And Hwan was wearing a long cotton nightgown with a U-shaped neckline, showing a lot of her fair skin and delicate collarbone. Her short hair was messy, casually covering part of her face, with slightly parted lips and half-closed eyes, looking lazily charming. Xiao Zheng's throat tightened, and suddenly he lunged at her, like a predator ready to pounce. His sudden move startled Huan, making her lose her drowsiness. Before she could hit him, he kissed her. "It's time to use the supplies." And Huan woke up at 8. Xiao Zheng had already bought breakfast. But she still didn't want to get up.
Her body ached.
Xiao Zheng came over, hugged her from behind, and kissed her on the lips, saying, "Aren't you getting up? You'll be late for work." And Huan lazily glared at him.
It turned out he was perfectly fine.
Remembering last night made her legs tremble. She had a good time, but there were ups and downs. This guy seemed to only understand his basic instincts and nothing else, which made her suffer a bit at first. How could she teach him? Seeing and Huan lost in thought, Xiao Zheng kindly suggested, "How about I ask for a day off for you? You don't have to go to work." And Huan snapped back to reality and sat up, saying, "How can I do that? What about my reputation?" Xiao Zheng laughed. "No one will think you took a day off because of that. Just say you're sick." And Huan shot him a glare. "Next time, don't use so much strength." Xiao Zheng looked innocent. "I was holding back. I didn't use much strength at all." He was afraid she was as fragile as tofu and didn't dare to be rough. And Huan didn't want to argue anymore and hurried to wash up and get ready for breakfast. Xiao Zheng followed her, chattering, "I've already cleaned that thing and left it on the balcony in our bedroom. Dong Dong shouldn't find it." That thing referred to the supplies. "This item is reusable. It should be washed after each use. Some parents haven't stored it properly, and it's not uncommon for children to find it and use it as a balloon." So, Xiao Zhengkai deliberately emphasized that Dong Dong couldn't find it. Anhua felt uneasy and thought about finding a way to get more from the hospital. After a quick bite to eat, Anhua hurried off to work. Xiao Zheng looked at her hurried back and then at the blazing sun, feeling sorry for her, and decided to buy her a bicycle. After the work bell rang, Anhua arrived at the office, about half a minute late, and only an older colleague commented on it. This older colleague, Ms. Ma, had been with the factory as long as it had existed and often looked down on the younger generation, frequently saying, "In our day, things were different." When she saw Anhua was late, she remarked, "Back when our old director was here, everyone was so motivated that no one was ever late. Everyone arrived half an hour early." Anhua pretended not to hear. If she ignored her, Ms. Ma would soon let it go, but if she responded, she would talk endlessly. Sure enough, when Anhua didn't engage, Ms. Ma quickly fell silent. Before long, Section Chief Kai came over with a thermos and assigned Anhua a task to change the blackboard display in the bulletin board. "I see you write well.
Can you draw?"
"If not, it's okay. Let Xiao Fan help you. He can draw." Anhua was happy to have help. Sure. Xiao Fan, also known as Fan Xiaoka, had only joined the factory a month before Anhua and was just 19, full of youthful energy. He smiled brightly at Anhua. "Sister-in, you can take the lead on the design. Just tell me how you want it, and I'll draw it." Anhua replied with a smile, "I'm also a beginner and have never done this before, so let's figure it out together." Everyone was polite, making work much more enjoyable. Yang Tianjiao came by to find Anhua, and she told her about inviting her to watch a movie at the military base on Sunday. It's a foreign film called Crew of the Seagull. Upon hearing it was a foreign movie, Fan Xiaoka's eyes lit up. The military base is great. You can often watch foreign films. People were always looking for something new, regardless of whether the movie was good or not. Just knowing it was foreign made it very appealing, as there were few ways to experience the outside world at that time. Fan Xiaoka sighed with regret. "If I had known, I would have joined the army." Yang Tianjiao joked, "Joining the army just to watch movies? That's a waste of a spot." Fan Xiaoka chuckled. "That's why I didn't go. I wanted to leave the spot for someone who really needs it." And Hua winked at Yang Tianjiao and reminded her, "Don't forget to come." Yang Tianjiao understood what she meant, gently biting her lip and nodding. In this era, there is a single day off, with factory workers taking turns and office staff having a fixed day off on Sundays. So the next day, Sunday, there was no work. Having promised Zhou Meihua to accompany her to the Fong family market during their break, and Hua kept her word since the movie was in the evening. The Fong family market is quite far from the camp, so Hua borrowed a bicycle to take Zhou Meihua there. The children stayed at home to play with Shi Xiaojun and Shi Xiaoshan. As the name suggests, the Fong family market is a large market held on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days of the month. On regular days, there aren't many people, just about 10 households living there, all with the surname Fong, forming a street. The Dr. Zhou Meihua was looking for lived at the end of the street. Half an hour later, Zhou Meihua and Manhwa came out, each carrying a few packets of medicine. Zhou Meihua had a clear look of joy on her face, saying, "If this works, I'll send a banner to the doctor." And Hua felt the medicine in her hands was a bit hot. She didn't want it, but she had promised Zhou Meihua a few days ago to help their men, and she couldn't say that Xiaojun was fine again, right? That might seem like bragging. However, she didn't plan to give the medicine to Xiaojun. He was already enough of a handful. And Hua and Zhou Meihua were carrying several packets of medicine home when they bumped into Xiaozheng and Shi Weiguang at the door. Shi Weiguang looked at them curiously and asked, "Are both of you sick?" Xiaozheng hurried over to feel Hua's forehead. "Sick? When did that happen?" "That I'm not sick," Hua said, pushing his hand away. Zhou Meihua impatiently told her husband, all right, just go inside. Stop talking so much." Shi Weiguang replied, "You can't just talk to me nicely? You act like I owe you something." "Well, you do owe me." Zhou Meihua muttered, then softened her tone. Okay, I get it. Let's go back. I have something nice prepared for you." Shi Weiguang then showed a happy expression. What nice thing. His wife was still thinking of him. And Hua also pulled Xiaozheng inside. Xiaozheng still suspiciously stared at the medicine in Hua's hands. "Who is this for?" "Don't worry about it. It's just some health supplements." And Hua brushed him off and tossed the medicine aside. "Did you talk to Li Hansong? He will come, right?" "Of course," Xiaozheng nodded. "He seems really invested in today's blind date and even changed to a nice watch, quite flashy." And Hua smiled. Then, her gaze briefly landed on Xiaozheng's wrist. It was empty. In this era, wearing a watch is quite common. If people can afford it, they usually wear one to tell the time. She remembered that Xiaozheng used to wear a watch. Why wasn't he wearing it now?
And Hua asked him.
Xiaozheng replied, "I broke the watch face a couple of days ago. I plan to get it fixed, but haven't found the time yet." And Hua offered to take it for him. "I'll help you get it repaired." Xiaozheng found it and handed it to her. When Hua looked at it, she realized it was not just the face that was broken. It was in pieces. She examined the watch closely and asked, "How long have you had this watch?" "It looks really old. I haven't worn it for many years, but someone else wore it before me," Xiaozheng explained. "I bought it from a classmate at military school. He wanted to get a new one and sold me the old one for a very low price, just 30 yuan. He seemed quite proud of his bargain." And Hua thought, this man is really stingy. He doesn't want to spend a single extra penny. She took the broken watch without saying anything. The movie was scheduled to start at 6 o'clock. Yang Tianjiao arrived at 5:30, carrying a bag of plums. "These are plums from my grandmother's tree. They're sweet and sour, quite tasty. I brought some for you to try. We can eat them during the movie. I also brought peanuts and sunflower seeds." Then she introduced Yang Tianjiao and Zhou Meihua to each other. Zhou Meihua asked, "Tianjiao, do you have a boyfriend yet?" Yang Tianjiao shook her head with a smile. "Not yet." Zhou Meihua enthusiastically said, "Then let me introduce you to someone. I tell you, there are plenty of great guys in our unit. My husband has a few subordinates who are single. For example, there's Director Li from the... What department was it? His conditions are really good." And Hua and Yang Tianjiao exchanged glances and smiled. However, Hua didn't mention that Yang Tianjiao was on a blind date with Li Hansong today. She just said to Zhou Meihua, "Sister-in-law, we should hurry. The movie is about to start." Zhou Meihua indeed shifted her focus. "We need to move quickly, or we won't get good seats. Dong Dong, Shi Xiaojun, and Shi Xiaoshan had already gone ahead to save seats. The auditorium was already packed with people, making it hard to get in. And Hua was a bit stunned. How are we supposed to get in? Zhou Meihua rolled up her sleeves, stretched her wrists and ankles, then dove into the crowd, pushing people aside while shouting back to Hua and Yang Tianjiao, "Come on, let's go." And Hua hesitated for a moment before stammering, "Oh, okay, coming." Zhou Meihua forged a path through the crowd, making it easier for Hua and Li Tianjiao to follow. As soon as they got in, Hua heard her son's excited voice, "Mom, over here." Shi Xiaojun was also shouting, "Comrade Zhou Meihua, over here." Zhou Meihua scolded, "You little rascal, show some respect." The kids had a great spot right in the middle. And Hua walked over and saw Xiaozheng sitting at the edge of the row, but the seat next to him was empty. She mouthed to him, "Where is he?" Xiaozheng pointed outside. And Hua frowned and walked over to Xiaozheng. He seemed to know what she wanted to ask and said directly, "He was here just now but got called out by his roommate." As long as he was coming, that was good. She went back to Yang Tianjiao and said, "He's on his way, he'll be here soon. Let's sit and watch the movie for now."
Yang Tianjiao nodded.
And Hua had originally planned for Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong to sit next to each other so they could chat and get to know each other. Now that Li Hansong's seat was empty, she kept talking to Yang Tianjiao to avoid her feeling lonely. Xiaozheng was signaling for her to come sit with him, but Hua pretended not to see. As the screen lit up, the noisy auditorium suddenly fell silent. The movie was exciting and easily drew everyone in. Both kids and adults were engrossed. Only Hua couldn't focus. After thinking for a moment, she crouched down and moved to Xiaozheng's side. As soon as she moved, Xiaozheng noticed and, seeing her approach, reached out to grab her hand in the dark. Is the kid behaving? Dong Dong is being held by Sister Meihua and is watching intently. Do you still want to sit with me? Xiaozheng whispered in her ear, his deep voice making her ears tingle. She pushed him gently. I need to talk to you about something serious. Why hasn't Li Hansong come back yet? Is something wrong? Xiaozheng paused for a moment. It is a bit unusual. Should I go check?
Can you even get out?
Xiaozheng didn't reply. He just stood up. Soon, Hua witnessed his impressive presence. He is not like Zhou Meihua, who uses her arms to push people away. This tall guy stands there, and even if you can't see his face, people will feel pressure to move aside. However, before Xiaozheng could walk out, someone behind shouted, "Someone is being inappropriate." Li Hansong was called out by his roommate for a quick chat, and when he returned, the auditorium was packed with people. He was looking for a way to slip in when a voice made his skin crawl. Brotherly, Li Hansong took a deep breath to calm himself. Comrade Go Hongxia. Go Hongxia was not alone. She was with Xiao Qiao. Today, when Xuemian gave Xiao Qiao a day off to come out and have fun. Xiao Qiao playfully tugged at Go Hongxia's arm and said with a giggle, "Is this Director Li? He seems nice." Go Hongxia shot her a glare. Don't say that. Li Hansong didn't want to engage with Go Hongxia and tried to leave. But Xiao Qiao stopped him. Director Li, don't go. Hongxia has something to say to you. Li Hansong ignored her and turned away. Seeing him avoid her like the plague made Go Hongxia feel a pang of sadness. Was she really that unappealing? He wouldn't even look at her. In a moment of courage, Go Hongxia stepped forward and gently grabbed Li Hansong's sleeve, shyly asking, "Brotherly, I didn't take a seat for the movie. Can I sit with you?" Li Hansong instinctively pulled his sleeve away and replied coldly, "No." Go Hongxia stumbled slightly from the force of his withdrawal. Xiao Qiao couldn't bear to see her friend humiliated and defended Go Hongxia. Director Li, at least show some basic courtesy when a girl is talking to you. Li Hansong replied impatiently, "Out of respect for Comrade Yu, I have been polite. Otherwise, Go Hongxia's actions could easily be considered inappropriate. Remember, it's not just men who can act inappropriately towards women." Go Hongxia felt both embarrassed and hurt. "I just tugged at your sleeve, and that's considered inappropriate? Any behavior that makes the other person uncomfortable or causes serious distress is inappropriate," Li Hansong said emotionlessly. "Comrade Go Hongxia, Your actions make me feel harassed. Please stop. A young lady should have self-respect. Lee Han-song was not someone who usually spoke harshly. This was the first time he treated someone so coldly, especially a girl. He lowered his voice to respect Go Hongxia's feelings, and since everyone was focused on the movie, no one noticed her embarrassment. But Go Hongxia still felt as if she had been slapped hard, and her face burned with shame. She stood there in a daze. Xiao Qiao had a fiery temper and immediately shouted, "What's so great about you? You're just some minor official. Our Hongxia's brother-in-law is a political commissar. If she likes you, that's your luck. Don't be so arrogant." Xiao Qiao was very educated and didn't understand the significance of a minor official. She only knew that the highest ranks in the camp were the division commander and the political commissar, and Gu Hongxia was the political commissar's sister-in-law, so she wasn't afraid of offending Lee Han-song. So she scolded without holding back. "You say Hongxia is teasing you, but it's you who is flirting with her." As she continued, Xiao Qiao suddenly got an idea. "That's right. You're the one flirting. You touched her." Xiao Qiao grabbed Lee Han-song's arm and shouted, "Someone is being inappropriate." Immediately, everyone turned to look. Gu Hongxia widened her eyes at Xiao Qiao. "Are you crazy? What are you saying?" Xiao Qiao quickly whispered in Gu Hongxia's ear, "He has humiliated you like this. Why don't you confront him? I'll back you up and say he touched you. Let him face the consequences." Then, Xiao Qiao shouted even louder, "Someone is being inappropriate with the political commissar's sister-in-law. Come help us catch the bad guy." Lee Han-song couldn't believe it. More and more people gathered around, drowning out Lee Han-song's protests. "What's all this noise?" The crowd parted, and Deputy Commander Xiao walked over with a stern expression. Deputy Commander Xiao, Lee Han-song saw a chance for help and quickly explained, "This lady is accusing me of touching Comrade Go Hongxia, which is completely false." Deputy Commander Zhao's gaze fell directly on Go Hongxia, and he asked in a deep voice, "You tell me, did Comrade Lee Han-song touch you?" Go Hongxia clenched her hands, her lips moved but no sound came out. Xiao Qiao felt anxious, mainly worried that Go Hongxia would tell the truth, which would make her a liar. She couldn't let Go Hongxia falter at such a crucial moment. "He did touch you, admit it." Xiao Qiao nudged Go Hongxia's arm. "Don't worry, Hongxia, your brother-in-law will support you." Everyone stared at Go Hongxia. She lowered her head, biting her lip, and after a long pause, she finally said in a barely audible voice, "He did." Deputy Commander Xiao looked at her sternly. "Are you sure?" Go Hongxia closed her eyes and nodded heavily. The moment she finished nodding, she fell into a daze. She had accused Lee Han-song of being inappropriate not to get back at him, but rather to imagine if he would accept her and marry her to clear his name. However, after telling the lie, she felt a bit guilty towards him. No matter what Go Hongxia thought, her nod had pushed the situation to a high point, and someone on that high step was bound to fall. Soon, Xiao Zheng called over a few soldiers. Go Hongxia, Xiao Qiao, and Li Han-song were all taken away. Xiao Qiao, unsure of what was happening, shouted, "Why are you arresting me? I haven't done anything wrong." Go Hongxia panicked too, saying, "Deputy Commander Xiao, I want to see my sister and brother-in-law." Xiao Zheng replied expressionlessly, "I will inform Commissioner Yu. For now, you three please cooperate with the investigation." Investigation? How could this be investigated? Go Hongxia had already identified herself as the one who was touched, with Xiao Qiao as a witness. Even if Li Han-song had 100 mouths, he couldn't explain himself. Go Hongxia and Xiao Qiao exchanged glances, seeing unease in each other's eyes. As the three involved were taken away, the onlookers shifted their attention back to the movie, though many continued to murmur about what had just happened. The guy who acted inappropriately is in big trouble. Why pick on the commissioner's sister-in-law? With so many people in the hall, he dared to act like that in public. He must be really bold. I think he's Director Lee from the operations department. Looks can be deceiving. Did he really do it?
He did. I saw it.
Oh, do you have eyes on the back of your head? And Ji said to Yang Tianjiao, there must be some misunderstanding. Director Lee isn't that kind of person. Zhou Meihua added, yes, Although Xiaoli seems a bit silly, he has good character and wouldn't do something inappropriate. I've even heard that Go Hongying's sister always tries to get close to Xiaoli, but he has rejected her many times. Yang Tianjiao pondered this, and Ji pulled Yang Tianjiao back to their seats, saying, "Let's focus on the movie for now."
Yang Tianjiao smiled. Okay.
As for Li Hansong, and Ji wasn't worried, with Xiaozheng around, he wouldn't be wronged. Meanwhile, the three who were taken away were locked in separate rooms. However, after a long time, no one came to attend to them. Li Hansong is fine. He knows he is innocent and feels confident, remaining calm. Xiao Qiao and Ge Hongxia are much more anxious. They are not together and cannot discuss things with each other. After some time, two officers come in. Ge Hongxia stands up excitedly. "Comrades, why are you holding me here? I want to see my brother-in-law." "Call Comrade Yu." The two officers sit down. One takes notes while the other speaks gently. "Don't be afraid. We just want to ask you a few questions. If you answer truthfully, you can go home afterward." Ge Hongxia feels a bit relieved. "Please tell us about the incident in the auditorium when Director Li Hansong acted inappropriately towards you." Ge Hongxia is taken aback. "What incident? What did he do to you?"
He
touched me." "Where did he touch you?" Ge Hongxia bites her lip, unsure of how to respond. The questioning officer becomes serious. "Answer the question." Ge Hongxia trembles. "He touched my hand." "Did he say anything inappropriate besides that?" Ge Hongxia quickly shakes her head. At this point, she deeply regrets lying but is too afraid to tell the truth. The officer asks more questions, but she barely hears them, only nodding or shaking her head in a daze. On the other side of the wall, Xiao Qiao is also being questioned. Li Hansong touched Hongxia's backside, really. When the lights were off in the auditorium, no one could see. I was right next to Hongxia. I saw it clearly. He has always liked Hongxia, but she doesn't like him, so he became obsessed. He even said that if Hongxia didn't go out with him, he would keep bothering her. Xiao Zheng presents the investigation results to Yu Baoshan. Ge Hongxia and Xiao Qiao have completely different statements. Under pressure, Comrade Ge Hongxia has admitted to framing Li Hansong. Yu Baoshan's face turns red with anger, but after calming down, he still defends his sister-in-law. This is Hongxia's fault, but isn't it a bit much to ask her to publicly apologize to Li Hansong? She is a young woman at an age where reputation is very important. Xiao Zheng replies, "Comrade, it was Li Hansong who requested the public apology from Comrade Ge Hongxia. He was falsely accused by her and is only asking for an apology, without pursuing further action, as a favor to you." Yu Baoshan showed a look of shame. Hongxia was just confused for a moment. The young girl is still immature and had a moment of misguided thoughts. This is also partly my responsibility and her sister's for not educating her well. An apology is necessary, but can we do it privately? Let's give the girl some dignity. As a soldier, Li Hansong's image and conduct are very important, and I don't need to explain this. If Comrade Ge Hongxia had succeeded in framing him, he might have to give up his uniform. Xiao Zheng sighed. If we don't publicly clear Li Hansong's name, does that mean his reputation doesn't matter? Comrade Yu, Li Hansong is our comrade. We can't let our comrade feel disheartened. The word comrade made Yu Baoshan fully realize the situation. Yes, Li Hansong represents more than just himself. Many eyes are watching. As a political commissar, if he doesn't act justly and handle this matter in a way that satisfies Li Hansong, how can he earn the people's trust? Yu Baoshan quickly made a decision. Notices of Ge Hongxia's apology letter were posted on all bulletin boards in the camp, including at the entrance of the family quarters. Naturally, the letter was written by someone else at Yu Baoshan's request, not by her. But it was under Ge Hongxia's name, and now everyone in the camp knew she had falsely accused someone. Her reputation was ruined. However, this was not the worst part for her. The real shock was when Ge Hongying planned to send her back home. "Sis, you're not going to support me anymore?" Ge Hongying was very disappointed in her sister this time, but her disappointment stemmed from her sister's foolishness. If you want to use tricks, at least discuss your story with that Xiao Qiao first. You exposed yourself as soon as someone asked. You've ruined your reputation completely. How can you find a partner in the camp now? It's better to go back home and let her parents worry about this. Go Hongxia shook her head repeatedly. No. She didn't want to go back. In her parents' eyes, a girl was just a burden. The one who offered the highest betrothal gift would get to marry her. She had no say in the matter. Besides, among the people the matchmaker mentioned back home, the best option was just a worker from the county town, which couldn't compare to an officer. She had worked hard to convince her parents to let her stay with her older sister. She couldn't go back without finding a partner. Sis, I beg you, don't send me back. I will listen to you from now on. I will work harder. I don't want to go back. Whoa. Hongxia, Go Hongying didn't want her sister to go back either, but Yu Baoshan had already explained the situation to her. Given Go Hongxia's current circumstances, going home was indeed better than staying here.
Sis.
Suddenly, Go Hongxia thought of something and became excited. Didn't you say there are a few advisors who can meet with me?
I'm willing. Ye Hongying.
Just because you're willing doesn't mean they will be. Zhou Meihua stepped down from the stool and said to Anju, crying? From what I see, Go Hongxia won't be sent away easily. Anju looked at Zhou Meihua, a bit speechless. Sister-in-law, did you come to my house just to eavesdrop on the Go sisters?
Zhou Meihua. Hee.
She continued that Xiao Qiao from Commander Chen's house was much quicker. She left this morning with her things, but she was also crying. Anju, was she dismissed? Zhou Meihua pouted. Of course. The incident with Xiao Li is just as serious for Xiao Qiao as it is for Go Hongxia. That's true. Xiao Qiao is from a nearby village, and when she makes a mistake, besides being educated, she can only be sent back to her village. However, because of Xiao Qiao's dismissal, when Xu Emyan and Chen Gang had a disagreement. The argument wasn't about Xiao Qiao but whether they should hire another housekeeper after dismissing her. Chen Gang didn't want to hire anyone else. He had actually wanted to do without a housekeeper for a long time. With Xiao Qiao's mistake, he finally had a reason to let her go, and he secretly felt pleased. But when Xu Emyan disagreed,
No housekeeper?
do you expect me to do all the chores? Am I supposed to wash your clothes and cook for you every day? What do you think I am, your servant? Chen Gang felt helpless. When did I ever treat you like a maid? Our child isn't here, and there are just the two of us at home. How much work can there be? Can't we just handle it? When Xu Emyan replied, that sounds nice. This big house requires a whole morning just to clean. Why don't I leave it all for you? You can clean up when you get home. Chen Gang was taken aback. I'm a teacher. Am I supposed to wash clothes and cook when I get home? What would others think of me? They would surely laugh behind his back. When Xu Emyan scoffed, you're so impressive. I guess I should just be a servant. Chen Gang, don't forget what you promised when you married me. Chen Gang paused and took a deep breath. He had told Wen Xu Emyan, after we marry, I won't let you suffer at all, and I will make sure you enjoy life. To be fair, he felt he had kept those promises over the years. After marrying him, Wen Xu Emyan continued to live a life without lifting a finger. Whatever she wanted, he would find a way to get it for her. When Xu Emyan said she didn't want to have more children, so they only had one daughter. She wanted to leave their daughter with her father-in-law in Shanghai, and even though he was reluctant, he agreed. Who knows how much he longed for a house full of children. No one could say he treated her poorly, but she never considered him, even a little. Things are different now compared to a few years ago. Who would dare to openly hire a nanny? If it weren't for being stationed in this remote place and him being in charge, with Wen Xu Emyan's behavior, he might have gotten into trouble long ago. Chen Gang tiredly closed his eyes and tapped his swollen forehead. After a while, he opened his eyes and said, How about this? I'll have someone from my hometown send a niece over to help you with chores. When she's old enough, I'll help her find a husband, and then we can get another younger one. When Xu Emyan immediately opposed, No way. How can I ask your relatives to help? A proper nanny is better. If something goes wrong, I want to be able to speak up without hesitation. Chen Gang looked at her for a while and asked, Do you look down on my hometown people because they're from the countryside? When Xu Emyan frowned, That's not what I mean. Don't be unreasonable. Xiao Qiao is also from the countryside, and she didn't mind. How about we find a nanny from the nearby villages and just say she's a relative from your hometown? Chen Gang shook his head no. If nothing happens, it's fine, but if something does, it could be used against us. When Xuemian huffed in annoyance, those high-ranking officials have nannies. Why can't we hire one ourselves? Stop talking nonsense.
Chen Gang chutet, frowning.
When Xuemian felt wronged. I didn't say anything wrong, and we're at home with no one else around. He no longer had the same patience and tolerance for her as before. Chen Gang tiredly waved his hand and stood up to leave. Let's leave it at that. You should take care of things at home. Xiao Zheng's wife comes from a wealthy background, and she manages her household well. You can too. When Xuemian stared at Chen Gang's back in shock for a moment before realizing he was comparing her to Anji, no matter what he said before, he never compared her to other wives. When Xuemian suddenly felt that Chen Gang's dissatisfaction with her was much greater than she had thought. Anji didn't expect when Xuemian to come to her, to share her feelings. Did you think he has changed? He never compared me to others before. When Xuemian's words were not meant to blame Manhwa, they mainly focused on Chen Gang's changes. And Hua didn't know much about their past and wasn't sure how to comfort her. After thinking for a moment, she said, I can't say much about other things, but Chen's concerns about the nanny make sense. When Xuemian sighed, I understand. So in the end, I compromised. If we don't have a nanny, then we won't. I'll slowly learn to cook and do laundry myself. The Wen family were true business people. Her father was known as the king of textiles before the liberation, and after the public-private partnership, their textile factory became the largest state-owned factory in Shanghai. Her brother continued to serve as the deputy factory manager, and the family still enjoyed dividends. She grew up in luxury and had never even held a needle. She and Chen Gang fell in love freely, but her father and brother opposed it. She had to fight for their marriage. When Xuemian probably had no one to talk to and, feeling pent up, shared a lot about her past with Chen Gang and her complaints about him. However, she didn't express any regret about marrying him. And Hua mostly listened, appearing serious and occasionally responding with or which allowed Wen Xuemian to vent. By the time she left, she seemed much more relaxed. That evening, and Hua mentioned this to Xiao Zheng, it feels like both Chen and Sister Xuemian have made significant sacrifices for each other, but they don't really understand one another. Sister Xuemian? Xiao Zheng asked, and Hua explained, she doesn't want me to call her sister-in-law because she thinks it's old-fashioned and sounds bad. She prefers I call her sister. Xiao Zheng paused for a moment and said, describing Chen's sacrifices for her as significant might not be entirely accurate. And Hua became curious. Why do you say that? Xiao Zheng replied, Chen Gang fought against the Japanese and participated in many important battles. He became a colonel in 1955 and hasn't advanced since. 2 of his old comrades were promoted to major general last year. And Hua asked, is it because of Sister Xuemian? Xiao Zheng said, the Wen family is more than just business people. They have complex overseas connections. I've heard that the sister-in-law's uncle went to the other side. And Hua gasped, that was too sensitive. Xiao Zheng sighed, if nothing changes, Chen Gang's future is likely set. And Hua asked, did Chen Gang think about the consequences of marrying when he got married? They married in 1950, and the situation back then wasn't as serious as it is now. If they could foresee the future, would they still make the same choices? Who knows? There are no what-ifs. Suddenly, Anhua turned to Xiao Zheng and asked, does my identity affect your future? Xiao Zheng was taken aback. How did this become about you? And Hua reached out and turned his face toward her. I want you to answer truthfully. Xiao Zheng held her hand and rubbed it. Don't think too much. There's nothing. And Hua looked at him suspiciously. Xiao Zheng said firmly, there really isn't, at least not at the moment. The Yin family is stronger than the Wen family because their relatives are straightforward. By the time of Anhua's brother, the Yin family had been passed down for 4 generations without any branches. There aren't many close relatives overseas, just a few from Qiu Shushan's side who immigrated long ago, but they are not involved in politics. And Hua believed him and playfully asked, "If I affect your future, would you blame me?" Xiaozheng thought seriously for a moment and then shook his head. "No, I wouldn't." And Hua thought he might avoid the question or give a vague answer, but was surprised by his clear response. So she happily kissed him on the cheek. "I believe you." Xiaozheng raised an eyebrow. "You believe me just like that? Aren't you afraid I'm just sweet-talking you? But I feel like you're telling the truth, and it makes me happy right now. Why assume something unpleasant?" And Hua never worries unnecessarily. Xiaozheng paused at her words and then smiled. "The future is important, but family is also very important. You've given me a happy home, and even if it affects my future a bit, that's okay. One should learn to be content." "You said that very well," and Hua said as she swung a leg over his body, resting her hands on either side of him, her eyes sparkling. "But we can't just do unseemly things in bed." Xiao Zheng's heart raced, and he swallowed. What are the proper things? In bed, what could be considered proper? However, for the sake of their happy life, Anhua decided to help Xiao Zheng develop a sense of service. Xiao Zheng never knew it could be like this. It could be that way too. Afterward, he asked, "Where did you learn all this?" Xiao Zheng wasn't doubting. He was just curious. And Hua replied, "I read it in a book. Books are like bricks. You take them where you need them." Xiao Zheng was amazed. They write about this in books? Then he sighed, "That's really inappropriate." And Hua shot him a glance. "Cultural knowledge can't be called inappropriate. It's called knowledge." Xiao Zheng grinned and leaned closer. "Wife, I want to learn more knowledge from you." And Hua huffed, indicating she was not interested. Xiao Zheng felt a bit upset. Wasn't she just clinging to him like an octopus a moment ago? Now that she was satisfied, she didn't care about him anymore. Xiao Zheng quickly brought the person over and went through some trouble with them. By the time everything was cleaned up, it was already midnight. Since her arrival in this world, Anhua had never stayed up this late. She planned to bring some cookies to the office for breakfast and sleep a bit longer, but was unexpectedly woken up at 7 o'clock. Zhou Meihua shouted in shock outside her window. Go Hongxia jumped into the river. And Hua suddenly woke up. Go Hongxia had jumped into the river at 6 that morning, just when the procurement vehicle was out shopping, and they had seen her and rescued her. It turned out that Go Hongying and Yu Baoshan insisted on sending Go Hongxia back to her hometown, but she didn't want to go. In the end, she was forced to jump into the river. Go Hongying was nearly scared to death. After the scare, instead of feeling pity for her sister as usual, she strangely felt a sense of disgust. Go Hongxia had caused her own trouble. Sending her back home was for her own good, yet she chose to jump into the river, which seemed to place the blame on Go Hongying, the older sister. Indeed, people often sympathize with the weak, and someone in the family compound came to persuade Go Hongying, saying, "After all, she's your sister. Don't push her too hard.
Talk to her nicely."
Even Yu Baoshan said, "Forget it. Don't pressure her for now. Talk about it later." Go Hongying's chest heaved with anger. Why was it all her fault? What had she done wrong? Go Hongxia even knelt before her, saying, "Sister, I really don't want to go back home. I'd rather die." Go Hongying looked at her sister and began to see her in a different light. In the end, Go Hongxia decided to stay for the time being. Meanwhile, Anhua was surprised to find that Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong's blind date was not going well. Yang Tianjiao was unwilling to continue. She said, "It's not that Director Li is bad. The problem is with me. Comrade Go Hongxia seems quite persistent and is willing to go to great lengths to achieve her goals. To be honest, I'm someone who dislikes trouble and don't want to get involved in their relationship. If they had already started dating, it would be a different story. But since they hadn't even met yet, and knowing there were unresolved issues, Yang Tianjiao didn't want to create complications." Feeling a bit embarrassed, she asked, "Do you think I'm selfish?" And Hua quickly shook her head. "Not at all. I completely understand your feelings and support you. Blind dates should be a mutual decision." She just felt that most people in this era, especially women, were more focused on collective and family values, with individual awareness being less prominent. Yang Tianjiao can focus on her own feelings and avoids feeling wronged, which makes her character quite similar to people in later generations. As long as it doesn't harm others or society, this individual awareness isn't a bad thing. Xiao Zheng invited Li Hansong to his home for dinner, and Anhua conveyed Yang Tianjiao's wish to end things. Li Hansong felt disappointed, but took it well. This shows that I have no fate with comrade Yang Tianjiao, so let's leave it at that. Anhua comforted him. Be patient. You will definitely find true love. Li Hansong smiled. Thank you for your kind words. After Li Hansong left, Anhua noticed Xiao Zheng was staring at her. She touched her face. Is there something on my face? Xiao Zheng shook his head, hesitating to speak. Anhua said, being overly sentimental isn't your style. Xiao Zheng remained silent for a moment and asked, what is true love? Anhua thought for a moment. True love is when the right person loves me and I love him. We are compatible in all aspects and can live together. Xiao Zheng recalled the divorce letter Anhua had written to him, where she mentioned she wanted to pursue true love. Although she was currently living well with him and even reported her true love, Xiao Zheng still felt a sense of dissatisfaction. He couldn't quite pinpoint what he was dissatisfied with. Anhua went inside to clean up the leftovers, and Xiao Zheng helped her. Finally, he asked the question on his mind, what do you think of me? What do you mean? Anhua replied, confused. I mean, what do you think of me as a person? Xiao Zheng said, swallowing nervously. Without hesitation, Anhua replied, you're great. You're responsible, caring, generous to your family, and hardworking. I can confidently say you're better than 99% of men in the country. As Anhua spoke, Xiao Zheng's chest puffed up, but he downplayed it, saying, it's not that exaggerated. Please don't say that outside. It might make people laugh. Anhua took the opportunity to add, however, if you could change one small habit, that would be even better. What habit? Xiao Zheng asked. If you could avoid smacking your lips while eating, that would be perfect. Anhua had already decided to help him change this eating habit, but since they hadn't been very close for long, she felt hesitant to say too much. Now that they were truly a couple, she felt more comfortable bringing it up. Xiao Zheng's expression was first one of surprise, then he lowered his eyes and mumbled a soft HM. He agreed, but it was clear he wasn't happy about it. Anhua tilted her head to look at his face. What's wrong? Xiao Zheng, wearing an apron and washing dishes, replied lightly, it's nothing. She still found him annoying. During their first year of marriage living together, Anhua often complained about his rough eating habits, giving him countless cold stares. Once, at her father-in-law's house, when a friend of her father-in-law came over for dinner, Anhua was worried he would embarrass her and insisted on leaving before the meal. Looking back, she was glad he had thick skin. If it were someone else, they might not have waited for her to mention divorce and would have already been fed up with her bad habits. As for his dining etiquette, it wasn't that Xiao Zheng didn't want to change, but habits formed since childhood are hard to break. Besides, he genuinely believed there was nothing wrong with how he ate. He didn't grab food or pick at it, and a little noise while eating didn't seem uncivilized to him. After thinking for a moment, Anhua understood what Xiao Zheng was feeling. She sighed deliberately. If you really can't change, then it's fine. After all, you've been eating this way since you were little. Making such a change isn't easy. It takes a man with strong self-control and determination to do that. Emphasizing the last sentence caught Xiao Zheng's attention. I'm a soldier, and I have enough confidence in my determination, Xiao Zheng replied, feeling he shouldn't let Anhua underestimate him. Just wait and see. I will change my eating habits. This time, he was more serious. Anhua secretly smiled and put on an expression of admiration. I believe in you. Xiao Zheng puffed out his chest. Actually, I want you to change your eating habits not because I dislike you, but because you're so wonderful, with hardly any flaws. I unconsciously want to fix this one little imperfection of yours. Am I asking too much of you? Anhua looked up at Xiao Zheng, her eyes blinking innocently. Not at all. Where's the high standard? Your eating movements are as beautiful as a painting. I can't be too rough, or I won't deserve you. Great, he was already learning to boost his own confidence. Anhua stood on her tiptoes and kissed his cheek. If you change this habit, I'll reward you. Xiaozheng felt a shiver from her flirtatious gaze and asked in a hushed voice, "What reward?" And Hua whispered something in his ear. Xiaozheng's breathing became heavy as he pulled Hua into his arms, staring at her intently. "Really?" And Hua nodded. Xiaozheng, feeling excited, suddenly leaned down and kissed her lips, mumbling, "I can't help myself because of you. Let's talk about rewards later. For now, let me kiss you a few times." And Hua felt a sharp pain in her lips and pushed him away. "I told you how to kiss that night. Have you forgotten so soon?" Xiaozheng thought for a moment and finally started to kiss her properly. Just as things were getting heated, a voice calling Mom startled Xiaozheng, and he quickly stepped back. And Hua looked at the gap between them, feeling awkward. At that moment, Dong Dong appeared at the kitchen door, looking troubled. "Mom, I can't sleep. I want to go play with Chunya." And Hua asked, "Who is Chunya?" Dong Dong replied, "Chunya is my good friend from kindergarten. She lives next to Aunt Zhou." Next to Aunt Zhou's house is Liao Sanmei's home, where she has 3 daughters. The youngest just started kindergarten. And Hua thought for a moment and said, "All right, then don't take a nap. Go play." Since he just started kindergarten, he doesn't have any academic pressure, so it's fine if he gets sleepy in the afternoon. "Then I'm off," Dong Dong said excitedly and ran away. And Hua mumbled, "It's the first time I've seen him make a good friend." Dong Dong often plays with Shi Xiaojun, but Shi Xiaojun is a few years older, so it's different from friendships with peers. "He's gone, let's continue." And Hua struggled, saying, "I still want to take a nap. Let's nap together." If it weren't for the temptation, he could manage. But once he gave in, Xiaozheng was like a wild beast released from a cage, seizing every opportunity to pull someone close and enjoy. He stepped out of the house looking satisfied and ran into Shi Weiguang. Shi Weiguang had been looking downcast lately, his face pale and eyes dull, as if he had been drained of energy. Xiaozheng couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you been resting well lately? You always look tired." Shi Weiguang gave an awkward smile. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and stared at Xiaozheng, noticing how energetic he looked, as if he could take on a bull. Xiaozheng felt uneasy under his gaze. "What's wrong?" Shi Weiguang asked curiously. "Old Xiao, did those 2 take the same medicine the other day? They both got it from that Fong family's market, right?" Xiaozheng replied, "What are you talking about?" "Not really." Shi Weiguang rubbed his forehead, puzzled. "We took the same medicine, so why do I have such serious side effects, like I've been drained of energy, while you look full of life, as if you've just had a feast?" Xiaozheng. So that medicine and Hua had was like this. What was it that she was unhappy with about him? He needed to have a serious talk with her tonight. Xiaozheng chuckled lightly. "Is it possible that it has nothing to do with the medicine, but rather that we have different foundations?" After saying that, he walked ahead, leaving Shi Weiguang with a broad back. Shi Weiguang. He wasn't doing too badly himself, standing nearly 6 feet tall, known as a strong young man in his youth. But the next moment, he casually looked down and saw his bulging belly. Well, ever since he stopped fighting, he had been eating well, sleeping well, and his belly had grown. Shi Weiguang took a deep breath, his belly deflated, then exhaled, and it puffed up again. "Hey, that was kind of fun." Noticing someone approaching, Shi Weiguang quickly straightened up, lifted his chest, and walked towards the office building. Meanwhile, after walking for a while, Xiaozheng and Hua finally got up slowly, planning to freshen up. Xiaozheng had already prepared the water for her in the bathroom, so she could just go straight there. After washing up, she changed her clothes and stepped out of the house. At the entrance of the family compound, she found Dong Dong, who was squatting on the ground with a little girl, both of them sweating from the sun. "Dong Dong," and Hua called out. Dong Dong looked up. "Mom, I'm watching the ants move their home with Chunhua." And Hua walked over. Chunhua was the same age as Dong Dong, a bit thinner but taller, with yellow hair, and her clothes were quite clean. She looked at Hua curiously, and Hua smiled and asked, "Chunhua, are you in the same class as Dong Dong?" Chunhua shyly pressed her lips together and nodded. Dong Dong said, "Chunhua sits next to me. Stop watching the ants. It's time to go to kindergarten." And Hua said, reaching out her hands, one for each child. Let's go, I'll take you to kindergarten first. After dropping the kids off at kindergarten, and Hua went to work. As soon as she entered the office, Fan Xiaoke called out to her. Sister In is here. Sister In, you mentioned wanting a watch ticket, right? Sister Ma has one. Sister Ma sized her up. You want a watch ticket? And Hua nodded, walking to her seat. If you have it, Sister Ma, I can trade you for some tobacco and alcohol tickets. The army has special tickets for cigarettes and alcohol, and Xiaozheng has collected a large stack of them. Sister Ma suddenly remembered that Hua is a military family member, and her husband seems to have a decent rank. She thought for a moment and said, That's good, but it's hard to get watch tickets, implying they are quite valuable. Indeed, items like watches, sewing machines, and bicycles are in high demand. In their large factory with thousands of people, they say only about 100 tickets for these scarce items are issued each year, and they are considered a well-performing factory. And Hua asked Sister Ma, How do you want to trade? Sister Ma walked over to Hua and lowered her voice. I want 10 cigarette tickets, 10 alcohol tickets. After a pause, she added, and 10 fabric tickets. And Hua was surprised. Sister Ma, your last name is Ma, not Lion. Why are you asking for so much? A few people around chuckled. Fan Xiaoke said, Sister Ma, don't bully In, she's new. Otherwise, I'll report you to the supervisor. Sister Ma replied irritably, You young people don't understand what scarce resources are. Do you think watch tickets are easy to get? I'm only asking for this because we're colleagues and I didn't ask for more from In. Since watch tickets are so rare, Sister Ma, you should keep them for yourself. I'll find someone else to trade with, and Hua said, not too attached to the watch ticket. If it doesn't work out, she could just write a letter to her uncle for help. Sister Ma became anxious. You little comrade, I didn't say I wouldn't negotiate. Just bargain a bit. And Hua replied, 0.5 alcohol tickets. Sister Ma said, deal. And Hua thought, that's too high. She looked at Sister Ma with a hint of resentment. This sister knows how to negotiate. Sister Ma chuckled, and you're not losing out. Watch tickets are indeed rare. If you don't believe me, try trading for one. It might take months to find one. Sister Ma's words were true, but when Hua took the watch ticket, she noticed. Sister, it expires in 3 days? Sister Ma blinked nervously. That's okay, just use it quickly. You want to buy a watch, right? My sister works at the supply and marketing cooperative. After work today, I'll take you to find her, so she can get you the latest model. They don't display good watches in the store, and regular people can't buy them.
And Hua nodded immediately, okay.
Before work ended, Sister Ma pulled Hua to leave early. And Hua felt a bit anxious. Is it okay to leave early? Sister Ma waved her hand. We've finished our work anyway. Sitting there is uncomfortable, so it's better to leave early. I told Director Kai that I would go home to take care of the child first. At that time, the workplace was quite understanding of married women, and leaving early to care for family was common. Sister Ma took Hua to the supply and marketing cooperative, as there were no other large stores in the county. The cooperative sold everything, similar to a department store in the city. After a while, a woman who looked a lot like Sister Ma approached. Sister Ma introduced her. This is my second sister, Ma Ling. You can just call her Sister Air. And Hua greeted her. Sister Air was kinder than Sister Ma, smiling warmly and treating Hua very nicely. When she heard Hua wanted to buy a watch and noticed her impressive demeanor, she didn't show her any cheap options. There were Tianjin, Beijing, and Shanghai brands, although the styles Sister Air presented were quite common in big cities, and Hua didn't mind. She just wanted to buy a practical watch for Xiaozheng, and something understated would be even better. In the end, she chose a Shanghai brand and spent a little over 100 yuan. After talking more, she learned that Sister Air was the deputy director of the cooperative. And Hua immediately thought about building a good relationship. The military supplies were sufficient, but having more connections could only be beneficial. Networking is about mutual value. And Hua, being a military spouse and an employee of a state-owned factory, was someone Sister Air could connect with. The two quickly became close, leaving Sister Ma a bit aside. When Hua was leaving, Sister Air even mentioned some new popular items at the cooperative and asked if she wanted to buy anything. and Hua certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. She picked out some food items: 2 cans of peach, 2 packs of white rabbit candy, 2 cans of golden chicken biscuits, and some imported Cuban candy. And Hua returned home with many bags. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw a new bicycle parked in the middle. It was a new women's 26-inch bicycle. And Hua called out, and Xiaozheng poked his head out from the kitchen window, wearing an apron and holding a knife, clearly having just come home to cook. And Hua asked, "Where did the bicycle come from?" Xiaozheng replied, "I bought it," and pulled his head back inside. And Hua was confused, put down her things, and walked to the kitchen. "Why did you buy a bicycle? We don't really need one." The chopping sound paused, and Xiaozheng looked up at her. "You can use it for work." And Hua replied, "But the factory is so close. It only takes 10 minutes to walk." Xiaozheng said lightly, "You've already bought it, so just use it for now." And Hua blinked and suddenly realized something. She walked over and smiled at him. "Are you reluctant to see me go?" Her sweet voice made Xiaozheng's ears turn red. He didn't reply, appearing busy with something he wasn't really doing. And Hua poked his arm with her finger. "Talk to me." She insisted he say it out loud. After a while, Xiaozheng finally nodded and softly said,
Such a shy guy.
When the man treats her well, and Hua gives him plenty of positive feedback. She kept praising him. "What man is as thoughtful as mine? You think of everything for me and make sure I don't suffer at all. You really deserve a banner that says Great Husband." "Great husband?" Xiaozheng asked curiously. "What makes a great husband?" "Good health, good character, good personality, responsible, and good to his wife." And Hua smiled at him. "You meet all those." Xiaozheng felt really happy inside, but then he thought his wife was exaggerating. He wasn't that great. It made him feel a bit embarrassed.
No.
He needed to keep working hard to be the great husband and Hua described, even a 50 good or 100 good husband. Just as Xiaozheng was making this determination, and Hua's next question made him awkward. "Where did you get the money for the bicycle?" "I borrowed it from Li Hansong." Xiaozheng said shyly. "By the way, you need to give me 180 yuan so I can pay him back." Xiaozheng had no money at all. After deciding to quit smoking, he didn't even spend money on cigarettes. And Hua had offered him a few yuan for pocket money each month, but he refused. He needed to ask Hua for money for anything he wanted to do. This time, he bought the bicycle to surprise Hua, so he hadn't asked her for money in advance. And Hua smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll give it to you before you go to work tomorrow." "What about the ticket for the bicycle? Where did that come from?" Xiaozheng replied, "That didn't cost anything. I got it through other means." And Hua didn't ask any more questions. She turned to leave and returned a little while later with a box in her hand.
"Put out your left hand."
He obediently extended his hand. After a moment, Xiaozheng looked at the watch on his wrist in surprise and exclaimed, "You bought this?" And Hua shot him a playful glare. "What? Did you think I stole it? That old watch of yours was broken, so there's no reason not to wear a new one." Xiaozheng was instantly speechless, unable to say a word for a long time. No one had ever treated him this well. When he was young, he had many siblings and lived in poverty. For a poor family's child, just having enough food was a blessing. Love and care were not present. His parents had exhausted all their strength to raise them. Elders used to say that marrying a wife meant having hot meals and someone to take care of you. At that moment, Xiaozheng truly understood that it meant having someone who cares about you. Only when someone is important to you do you think about their needs, noticing what they lack in life. Xiaozheng suddenly felt a warmth in his eyes. "Wife." And Ji looked up. Xiaozheng wrapped his arms around her, resting his head on her shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "You are so good." And Ji felt like a big dog was being affectionate with her. She patted his head. "You have such a wonderful wife. Aren't you happy?" Xiaozheng looked at her seriously and replied, "I must have earned a lot of good fortune to have you. This man really knows how to say sweet things." And Ji gave him a kiss and then patted his abs. "Okay, hurry and cook. Your wife is hungry."
"Sure."
And Ji looked outside and noticed Dong Dong hadn't returned yet, so she decided to go look for him. As she reached the gate, She saw him coming back with Chunya. Mom. Dong Dong ran towards her, proudly showing off a cicada in his hand. This is a gift from Chunya. The cicada was tied with a thread, and Dong Dong held one end, making it fly a little like a unique kite. Chunya followed behind him, holding a toad. And Ji looked at the slimy toad and felt goosebumps on her arms. Seeing that Dong Dong's mom was staring at the toad, Chunya thought she liked it and generously held it out to her. Here. And Ji quickly waved her hands. No. You keep it to play with. Chunya thought she was shy and moved closer. I'll catch another one. And Ji stepped back. I really don't want it. Come inside, and I'll get you some snacks. The big bags of snacks she bought were still on the table. She opened a candy wrapper and first gave one to Chunya, then to Dong Dong. Is it good? Chunya took a few small bites and nodded vigorously. Sweet. But Dong Dong said not sweet. One said it was sweet, and the other said it wasn't. Manhwa was curious and tried a piece of the so-called imported Cuban candy. The candy didn't look very nice, it was roughly made, and it wasn't very sweet. Chunyan said it was sweet, probably because she rarely ate candy. Manhwa thought about her mother, Liao Sanmei, and guessed that Grandma Wang probably didn't treat her granddaughter much better. She opened the box of Jinji biscuits, took out a few pieces, and stuffed them into Chunyan's pocket, telling her, hide these and eat them quietly. Don't let anyone else at home see. Annie, I don't want them. The biscuits are expensive. Chunyan quickly shook her head. Sometimes, she and her sisters would crave biscuits when they saw them in stores, but Grandma said buying biscuits required food coupons. Instead of wasting food on that, it was better to send it back home, as her cousins were growing and needed all the food they could get. So, Chunyan usually had some malt candy that didn't require food coupons, but biscuits like these were only bought once or twice a year by her dad, and they were loose, not in a tin like Dongdong's mom bought. Manhwa ignored her struggles and put them in her pocket. Dongdong even helped her by patting her a couple of times, saying, make sure to keep them safe. Chunyan, being just a 4-year-old, didn't have much resistance to delicious food. Blushing, she asked, Annie, can I share some with my sisters?
Of course you can.
Since the child wanted to share, Manhwa had no reason to stop her. Mom, I want some biscuits too, Dongdong shouted. Manhwa broke a piece in half for him, saying, just taste it for now. We're having dinner soon. You can have more tomorrow. She then fed the other half to Chunyan. Chunyan was caught off guard by the salty and fragrant taste and paused for a moment before chewing. Wow, it was so delicious. She looked at Manhwa in disbelief. Annie Xiaoan, what kind of biscuit is this? Manhwa showed her the biscuit box. This is Taikong Jinji biscuit, scallion-flavored soda biscuit. Chunyan carefully noted the design of the biscuit box, which had a big rooster on it. When she has money in the future, she wants to buy lots of these biscuits for her mom and sisters. Chunyan tucked the biscuits away and took the toad with her. Xiaozhen called for dinner. Just after finishing the meal, there was a sudden noise at the courtyard door. Manhwa thought someone was visiting so late, but when she opened the door, she only saw Chunyan's small figure running away. Looking down, she noticed a large handful of lotus pods on the ground. As soon as Chunyan ran home, she bumped into her grandma. Grandma Wang squinted her eyes. Where have you been at this late hour? Nowhere. After saying that, Chunya ran back into the house quickly. Old Lady Wang shouted from behind, you little brat. So rude. When your elders don't let you leave, you run off so fast. I think we should wrap your feet up and see how you jump around all day. Not satisfied with scolding her granddaughter, Old Lady Wang turned her anger towards Liao Sanmei, who was washing dishes. What a good daughter you raised. She doesn't even respect me, her grandmother. Tomorrow, send her back to her hometown to be raised properly, and let the second branch take care of her. Liao Sanmei replied nervously, Mom, that's not possible. Chunya is only 4 years old. She can't be away from me. Old Lady Wang said, then send back the oldest, Chunhua. It's just right, her aunt can teach her for a few years, and then she can get married. Go back to the countryside to get married? Liao Sanmei didn't even finish washing the dishes and rushed out. Mom, Chunhua is 12. She just started middle school. Old Lady Wang scoffed, so what? I got married at 14. And why should a girl study so much? Let her drop out. If we have extra money, send it back to the second branch. They have many sons. They will need money for weddings and building houses. Liao Sanmei hesitated, but it was He Ping who wanted our daughter to study. Old Lady Wang glared. Men don't understand. Can't you advise him? Just then, Wang He-ping came out of the room, looking troubled. Mom, why are you arguing again? I can't even read a document in peace. Old Lady Wang immediately put on a smile. See, I'm not arguing anymore. Wang He-ping sighed and went back inside. Considering her eldest son, Old Lady Wang didn't say anything more. Listening by the window, Chunya patted her chest and said to her sisters, Grandma didn't mention sending us back to our hometown anymore. The Wang family had 3 daughters. The oldest, Chunhua, was 12. The second, Chunlu, was 10. And then there was Chunya, the youngest. They had a brother who was born but passed away shortly after. Both sisters were quiet and easygoing, while little Chunya was the most opinionated. Chunhua softly said, Actually, going back to the hometown wouldn't be so bad. It's the same anywhere. Chunya shook her head. She felt it was different, but couldn't explain how. After thinking for a while, she said, I don't want to be separated from my big sister. Chunlu nodded in agreement. Chunhua smiled gently. Did you take the lotus pods to Dongdong's mom? Those lotus pods were picked by Chunhua in the afternoon. Little sister wanted to give them to Dongdong's mom, so she chose the biggest ones. Yes. Chunya nodded and then took out the cookies that Anhua had given her to share with her sister. Before Grandma Wang arrived, Chunhua and Chunlu had enjoyed a few peaceful days with their parents, and they had the same treats as the other kids in the neighborhood. Only Chunya had Grandma come right after she was born. Chunhua didn't want to eat the cookies and insisted on giving them to her younger sister, and Chunlu followed her example. In the end, Chunhua and Chunlu couldn't refuse their sister, and each had half a cookie. Chunya felt warm inside, but she didn't eat much and saved some for her mom. That night, as Chunya went to sleep, her mouth was filled with the taste of scallion pancakes, and she savored it happily as she drifted into dreamland. It was another day off, and coincidentally, Xiaozheng was home too. He had brought a pile of wood to the backyard to do some carpentry work. Anhua asked him, What are you making? Xiaozheng replied, I promised Dongdong I would make him a bunk bed. Anhua remembered that promise she made to the child when they first arrived. She felt a bit embarrassed for forgetting. Good thing you remembered, or I would have been an untrustworthy mom. Xiaozheng smiled at her. Anhua watched him work with interest and said, You've learned quite a bit, huh? You still remember your skills from childhood. Xiaozheng said, When I first joined the army, I fixed the broken tables, benches, and beds. I haven't done much of that in recent years. Anhua suddenly thought of a question. I remember you said you joined the army because you were hungry, but you have skills. Do skilled workers really struggle that much? I was only 14 then, and couldn't earn money yet. My family couldn't support 3 sons, so I signed up to join the army. I was afraid they wouldn't take me, so I added 2 years to my age, Xiaozheng recalled. Anhua curiously asked, You have 3 brothers? What's your birth order? Why was she suddenly interested in his family? But Xiaozheng was pleased. It showed she cared about him and wanted to know more. I have 2 older brothers, 2 older sisters, and 1 younger sister. I'm the youngest brother and second youngest overall. But my brothers are not much older than me. Anhua frowned and asked, Why didn't your 2 older brothers join the army instead of you, a 14-year-old? You have skills. Isn't it a waste to enlist? Despite Xiaozheng's current success, it was a hard-earned achievement. Joining the army back then was a gamble for survival, with no way to predict the future. The family cannot support so many people, so logically it should be the older brother who is more mature both physically and mentally to go out and explore. Xiaozheng wiped his sweat with the towel around his neck and said, There aren't that many reasons. Maybe it's just fate. And Hu didn't understand what he meant, but her intuition told her there might be a story behind it. She decided not to ask for now. Suddenly, they heard the sharp voice of old Lady Wang from outside. Dongdong's mom, come out. and Hua stepped outside and saw old lady Wang pulling Dong Dong with one hand and Chunhua with the other, pushing the two children toward her. And Hua frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Old lady Wang's small eyes darted around as she examined and Hua's home. "Dong Dong's mom, your son held my granddaughter's hand. That's inappropriate behavior. What do you think we should do? How about this? I see your family is doing well, so let's arrange a betrothal for the two kids. I won't ask for much, just 500. A fixed price of 800 yuan. Chunhua looked clearly frightened, shrinking back and staring at old lady Wang. Dong Dong clung to Hua's leg, complaining, "Mom, Grandma Chunhua hurt my arm." Dong Dong was wearing a long-sleeved shirt made of coarse cloth to protect against insect bites. When Enhua rolled up his sleeve, she saw several purple-red fingerprints on his arm. Enhua's expression turned cold instantly. Seeing this, old lady Wang smiled awkwardly. "Your child is too delicate. I didn't mean to hurt him. But Dong Dong's mom, don't take it too seriously. Our families will be one soon, and Dong Dong will have to call me grandma." Enhua scoffed lightly. "How are we one family? TSK, didn't I just say I want to arrange a betrothal between your Dong Dong and Chunhua? I don't have many demands. Just set up a couple of tables for a feast, pay the betrothal money, and I'll send Chunhua to your family. She'll be part of your family from then on." And Hua asked with a half-smile, "Are you saying you want to make Chunhua a child bride for us?" "Exactly." Old lady Wang clapped her thigh and pointed at Chunhua. "Don't be fooled by her age. Look at her features, big eyes and a high nose. She's a beauty." "What child bride?" Xiao Zheng came over from the backyard, raising his voice. He was only wearing a tank top, and his arms were thicker than old lady Wang's thighs. His booming voice shook the floor, causing old lady Wang to instinctively take 2 steps back in fright. However, thinking of her goal, she forced herself to stay calm. "Your son has already held my granddaughter's hand. Shouldn't we arrange their engagement?" "Ridiculous." Xiao Zheng glared and pointed outside. "Get out." He didn't take Grandma Wang seriously and wanted to send her away without further discussion. And Hua, however, had a clever idea. "Grandma, don't leave yet. Let's talk about this properly." Grandma Wang's eyes lit up, thinking, and Hua agreed, and she happily said, "Great, let's talk." Xiao Zheng was surprised, but seeing the mischievous look on Hua's face, he held back his words, smiling faintly as if to say he would let her handle it. "Since we are talking, we should do it in front of everyone. We need witnesses, right?" And Hua said as she walked outside. Seeing this, Grandma Wang followed with a big smile. She was always worried about her eldest son raising 3 daughters. It would take so much food, and in the end, they would marry into other families. Since they would eventually belong to someone else, it was better to send them off early and save some costs. So, even though she knew that a 4-year-old holding hands didn't mean much, she insisted on bothering Enhua about it. If it worked out, she could send Chunyo away. If it didn't, she wouldn't lose anything. Grandma Wang happily thought about it, and it turned out she really made it happen. She had already planned to send Chunyo away as a child bride, then send Chunhua and Chunlu back home, and find a son from the second family to adopt for the eldest. Liao Sanmei was not doing well, and as a mother, she couldn't just watch her eldest son have no future. Grandma Wang was moved by her own thoughts. If her eldest son didn't have her to worry about, who would be there for him in the future? She called out to Enhua, wanting to discuss who could be a witness, when Enhua suddenly shouted, "Everyone, come out and see. There's a human trafficker." This shout startled Grandma Wang. "Where's the human trafficker?" "Where?" Several nearby families came out, with Shou Meihua being the most excited. "This is a military camp. Which human trafficker would dare come in here? Are they crazy?" And Hua smiled at Grandma Wang and said, "Grandma Wang, could you repeat what you just said to me?" Grandma Wang stared at Enhua, sensing something was off. Seeing she wouldn't speak, Enhua continued, "Did you say you wanted to give your granddaughter Chunya to my family as a child bride and that I should give you 800 yuan as a bride price?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd immediately erupted in shock. A child bride? Has old lady Wang lost her mind? We're not in the old society anymore. Is she trying to sell her granddaughter for money? TSK, Vice Commissioner Wang has a decent salary. Why would she do something like this? Old Lady Wang, seeing everyone pointing at her, tried to defend herself. I am Wang Heping's mother and Chunya's grandmother. Of course, I have a say in my granddaughter's marriage. What do you mean by selling? That's called a bride price. Don't you ask for a bride price when marrying off your daughter? Manhwa clapped her hands twice to signal everyone to be quiet. Did you all hear that? Old Lady Wang wants to sell her granddaughter. I told you she's a human trafficker. Zhou Meihua looked at Old Lady Wang with disdain. Not only is she mistreating her daughter-in-law, but now she's also scheming about her granddaughter. Are you trying to send off Sanmei's daughter to make room for Wang Heping's nephews in the countryside? Even a 4-year-old child is not safe from you, ugh. This hit the mark, but Old Lady Wang was not afraid at all. She put her hands on her hips and shouted, So what? What does our family's business have to do with you? You're all just minding other people's business. At that moment, Liao Sanmei rushed over, hugging Chunya tightly, her eyes red with anger as she glared at Old Lady Wang. Chunya is my daughter. You can't sell her. Old Lady Wang looked at Liao Sanmei as if she were foolish.
Selling?
I'm just finding her a match. Don't all women have to go through this eventually? She's only 4 years old. Liao Sanmei shouted. How dare you yell at me? Old Lady Wang said, reaching out to grab Liao Sanmei. This time, Liao Sanmei did not silently endure as before. She actually dodged. Old Lady Wang felt her authority was being challenged. She rolled up her sleeves and raised her hand to slap Liao Sanmei. Manhwa, standing nearby, quickly stopped her hand. Old lady, you just said this is your family's private matter, but I don't think so. The first article of marriage law abolishes arranged and forced marriages, male superiority, and neglect of children's interests. The second article prohibits child brides. Your actions are already illegal. Do you know that? I can report you to the police and have you arrested. Manhwa, with her beautiful face, now looked cold as ice, her gaze sharp, giving off a frightening aura reminiscent of her man. Old Lady Wang trembled in fear, losing her balance and falling to the ground.
You.
She stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Manhwa, unable to say anything more. Mrs. Wang has been causing trouble for a long time, but others would only complain to Wang Heping, who would then tell her off at home. Over time, Mrs. Wang developed the illusion that she was the most important person and that no one in the neighborhood could intimidate her. But today, she has run into Manhwa, who is different from the others. Manhwa even said she committed a crime and would be sent to labor camp. Is that true? While Mrs. Wang was in doubt, she saw her son rushing over. She immediately felt emotional and said, Son, they are bullying your mother. Vice Commissioner Wang is back just in time, and Hua briefly explained the situation. The old lady is causing trouble at my place. You should see how to handle this. Wang Heping felt so embarrassed he wished he could hide. He helped Mrs. Wang up and bowed to Hua and Xiaozheng, saying, I'm sorry, my mother is from the countryside and doesn't know better. Please don't hold it against her. And Hua smiled. We're not upset. We're just worried about you, Vice Commissioner Wang. If you can't manage your own family, how can you manage everyone else? Wang Heping understood this well. Previously, Mrs. Wang only had a bad reputation for bothering her daughter-in-law, but now she had also gained a bad name for selling her granddaughter, which was a stumbling block in his career. He looked at Mrs. Wang pleadingly. Mother, please think of me and stop causing trouble. What? You think I'm causing trouble? When did her son ever speak to her like that? Mrs. Wang immediately began to cry. Oh, ungrateful Wang Heping. Your father died young, and I raised you two by begging. It was so hard back then. I was a small woman, carrying one on my back and holding the other by the hand, swallowing tears and blood just to raise you both. Now that life is better, you find me a burden? Fine. I'll leave and go back to the countryside. At least your brother isn't as heartless as you. He will take care of me. Mrs. Wang had repeated these words countless times, but each time they struck Wang Heping deeply. Indeed, Mrs. Wang had endured a lot to raise her two sons. Wang Heping still remembers a time when they went 3 days without food. They saw a wild dog on the road with half a bun in its mouth. Mrs. Wang, weak from hunger, somehow found the strength to the bun from the dog and cooked a pot of porridge to feed all three of them. Every time Wang Heping thinks of this, he cannot harden his heart against old lady Wang. Mother. Just as Wang Heping's head droops again, Liao Sanmei's voice suddenly rings out. Wang Heping, if you don't send mother back to the countryside, I will divorce you. When Liao Sanmei mentioned divorce, everyone was shocked. Because Liao Sanmei's meek image over the years was deeply ingrained, hearing her say she wanted a divorce was very unusual. Wang Heping was also taken aback, then frowned and said, "What are you doing causing trouble at a time like this?" Liao Sanmei, holding her little daughter Chunyan, looked calmly at Wang Heping. "You say your mother raised you with difficulty, and that I should respect her. I can be obedient and endure her mistreatment, but my daughter is my bottom line. If she wants to send Chunyan away as a child bride today, will she want to send Chunhua and Chunlu away tomorrow? I will never allow it." Wang Heping said urgently, "Mother doesn't understand. She's just joking. Besides, who would agree to let Chunyan be a child bride? This has nothing to do with whether they agree or not." Liao Sanmei shouted, "Your mother's thoughts alone show what she thinks of my daughter. Don't think I don't know what you two were whispering about recently. Did she ask you to adopt a nephew? She wants to get rid of my daughter. I have already refused." Wang Heping glanced at old lady Wang. "I am a leader. I don't have a preference for sons over daughters. My daughter is just as important to me as my son. There's no need for adoption." Old lady Wang wanted to say something, but Wang Heping interrupted, "Mother, this is a matter of principle. Don't bring it up again." Someone nearby praised, "Deputy Commissioner Wang is right about this. I don't care about anything else. Old lady must go back to the countryside, or I will divorce you. Even if I have to beg after the divorce, I can raise the child better than leaving her in the Wang family, not knowing when she might be sold by her grandmother." Liao Sanmei's expression was more determined than ever, startling Wang Heping. She didn't seem to be threatening. She looked like she would really do it. Old lady Wang jumped up, "You Liao Sanmei, I thought you were honest when I chose you as my daughter-in-law, but it turns out it was all an act. You're actually trying to incite my son to send me back home." "I will." Everyone hurried to intervene, but Wang Heping was quicker. Old lady Wang angrily pinched her son. Wang Heping remained calm and said, "Mom, you should go back home." Wang Laotai was taken aback. Wang Heping didn't dare to look at her face and lowered his head. "I'll book your ticket in a couple of days. I'll buy some things for you to take back." It was clear that Wang Heping had been moved by Wang Laotai's words earlier and didn't plan to send her away. Liao Sanmei's mention of divorce changed his mind. Everyone was surprised. It seemed Wang Heping still cared about his wife and didn't want a divorce. Liao Sanmei also didn't expect that Wang Heping would choose her over his mother. She had already prepared herself for divorce. The way his mother was easily dealt with made Liao Sanmei feel unreal. Wang Heping took his crying mother and Liao Sanmei back home. Seeing there was no more excitement, the crowd dispersed. And Ju questioned, "Can Wang Laodai really be sent back so easily?" Xiaozheng nodded, "Yes." She looked at him. "How can you be so sure?" Xiaozheng pulled his wife inside and explained. Everyone knew that Wang Laotai mistreated her daughter-in-law, but it didn't affect Wang Heping much because his wife never complained and even helped cover it up. However, today, when his wife publicly announced the divorce in front of so many people, it was like she revealed the truth. He can no longer maintain peace between the two women. And Ju said, "So he has to make a choice." Xiaozheng nodded. A divorce has a huge impact on a leader, especially since this family issue was exposed in public. The reasons for his wife's divorce are clear to everyone. He won't have a chance to cover it up. And Ju pondered, in the end, it's about how it affects his own future that made him decide so decisively. So rational. Also a bit cold-hearted. And Ju said to Xiaozheng, "People like him shouldn't be too close." Xiaozheng smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to my wife and not get too close." He clearly had his own thoughts but pretended to agree with her. and Ju shot him a playful glance. And Ju didn't talk much with Xiaozheng. She quickly shifted her focus to their son. Dongdong was startled by Wang Laotai's behavior and remained silent. And Ju teased him a bit, and he finally spoke up, asking, "What is a child bride?" And Ju thought for a moment and decided to explain it to him. In the old society, some families were poor and could not afford to feed their daughters, so they sent them to be child brides, which was somewhat understandable. However, there were also families who could afford to raise their daughters but chose not to, believing that their daughters would eventually belong to another family and would need to bring a dowry when they married. It was better to send them away early. Most child brides did not have a good life and often faced oppression and abuse from their husbands. Ultimately, this custom is rooted in the oppression of women and does not treat them as independent individuals. Dongdong blinked in confusion. "I don't understand." Anhua smiled. "That's okay. When you grow up, you might suddenly understand one day."
Dongdong nodded and sighed sadly.
"Can I still play with Chunyan?" "Of course.
Why not?"
Anhua encouraged him. "You and Chunyan are good friends because you have fun together, right? So don't worry about anything else. Playing together doesn't affect others, so just enjoy yourselves." Dongdong looked at his mother, and his dull eyes gradually brightened. Anhua patted his head. Xiaozheng silently watched from the side, thinking how well his wife taught their child. If it were him, he would only know to say yes or no and wouldn't have thought of so many words. Anhua said to Xiaozheng, "All right, you should get back to work. Try to make the bed as soon as possible during your break." "Okay." Xiaozheng immediately got to work. Dongdong also perked up and followed his dad to watch him do woodworking. Wang Heping indeed kept his promise and quickly bought a ticket for Grandma Wang to return home. However, no one expected that Grandma Wang would cause a big scene before leaving. When Anhua got home from work that day, she felt that everyone in the compound was looking at her strangely, whispering and pointing at her and Dongdong. "She doesn't look like him. Deputy Commander Xiao is so impressive, but Dongdong seems too gentle. How could she be so bold? Deputy Commander Xiao could easily overpower her.
She really dares to."
"She may be pretty, but I don't think she has a wild side." "Are we misunderstanding something?" "You shouldn't spread rumors. What could there be to misunderstand? Just look at Dongdong's looks. You all might not know, but she was quite rebellious at the military academy. She even had a divorce argument with Deputy Commander Xiao before." Anhua did not hear exactly what they were saying, but she already had a bad feeling. Arriving at the front door, Zhou Meihua stopped her and asked Dongdong to go home first, then took Anhua to her house. "Sister, let me give you a heads up. Don't get too upset." Anhua asked, "What happened?" "I feel like everyone is looking at me strangely."
"Well..."
Zhou Meihua hesitated before saying, "It's nothing much, just someone is spreading a rumor that Dongdong isn't Xiaozheng's biological child. And they're saying it quite convincingly. But I don't believe it. Even though Xiaozheng isn't nice to you, your character and upbringing show that you wouldn't do something like that." Anhua didn't ask why Zhou Meihua thought Xiaozheng was unkind to her. Instead, she asked, "Sister-in-law, who did you hear this from?" Zhou Meihua sighed. "Everyone is talking about it, and it's not good. This kind of thing just makes it worse. The best way to handle it is for your Xiaozheng to address it. If he just says the child is his, what more can anyone say? But that only addresses the surface issue. Xiaozheng might silence others, but he can't control what they think." When Anhua first heard the rumor, she wasn't too surprised because she suddenly remembered her first day when she met Go Hongying in the cafeteria, and Go Hongying looked at Dongdong in a strange way. She had a feeling about where the rumor started. "Sister-in-law, tell me, where did you hear this?" Seeing Anhua ask again, Zhou Meihua thought carefully and replied, "I overheard it from a few people at the logistics department." Usually, Zhou Meihua would be the first to know the latest gossip in the family compound, but since everyone knew she was close to Anhua, they wouldn't talk about Anhua in front of her. "Okay, take me to the Li family now," Anhua said. "Are you going to confront them?" Zhou Meihua hesitated. "You might not get anything out of it. With so many people talking, what could you do?" But Anhua insisted, so Zhou Meihua took her there. When the Li family saw Anhua, They seemed to sense something and awkwardly smiled. Comrade Anhua. Anhua got straight to the point. Did you say that my Dongdong isn't Xiao Zheng's biological child? The Li family quickly shook their heads. I didn't say that, I didn't. Zhou Meihua scoffed. I heard it with my own ears, so what do you mean? Are you saying I'm spreading lies? Meihua, it's not just me saying this, said Xiao Li's family with a troubled expression.
Everyone is talking about it.
Everyone?
Who did you hear it from?
Xiao Li's family lowered their head and stayed silent. Anhua sneered. If you don't speak up, I'll assume you started this rumor. Come with me to the political department. I will report you for slander. Not only will you be dealt with, but so will your husband. Xiao Li's family turned pale, their voice trembling. Please, I was wrong. I didn't start the rumor. I heard it from Lu Hong. Anhua took Xiao Li's family to find Lu Hong. Lu Hong was straightforward and didn't need to be scared into speaking. I heard it from Zhao Xuejing, the wife of the deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment. Anhua felt the name Zhao Xuejing sounded familiar but couldn't recall where she had heard it before. Zhao Xuejing seemed quite refined and was said to teach at the county's first elementary school. When confronted by Anhua, she showed no signs of guilt. I did tell Lu Hong, but I clearly emphasized that this might not be true and told her not to spread it. Lu Hong immediately protested. So you mean I'm spreading lies? It's all my fault? Zhao Xuejing shrugged. I didn't say that. Anhua asked, where did you hear it from? Take me to her. Zhao Xuejing sized up Anhua. Was she really trying to get to the bottom of this? She actually wanted to befriend Anhua, but before she could find the chance, this incident happened. If she had known Anhua was so serious, she wouldn't have said anything to Lu Hong. I heard it from Sister Zhaodi. I'll take you to her. More and more people gathered behind Anhua, and eventually they found Grandma Wang. Zhou Meihua exclaimed, Grandma. So, it's you causing trouble. Wasn't Wang Heping supposed to send you back home? Why hasn't he done it yet? If he can't afford the ticket, just tell me, and I'll lend him the money. Liao Sanmei stepped forward. What's going on? Ever since Wang Heping planned to send Grandma Wang back home, Liao Sanmei had gained more confidence and was no longer so afraid of her. Zhou Meihua explained the situation, and Liao Sanmei looked at Grandma Wang with disdain. Mom, you're causing trouble again. Heping will have something to say about you when he comes back. Now, even her daughter-in-law dared to criticize her. Grandma Wang felt frustrated and suddenly found it hard to breathe. She took a few breaths through her mouth, then coughed loudly to clear the thick phlegm stuck in her throat. Just as she was about to spit it at Anhua's feet, she heard Anhua's cold voice. Old Lady Wang, you are accusing me of stealing someone else's partner without any proof. Have you thought about what would happen if I couldn't handle the rumors and did something drastic? You would be responsible for a life, you know? If I really ended up like that, I would come back to haunt you, disturbing your peace forever. Old Lady Wang was frightened and swallowed the phlegm again. She quickly defended herself. What do you mean by responsible?
I didn't say that.
I only heard that you were unfaithful and that your child isn't really your husband's. Then who said it? Old Lady Wang pointed across the room without hesitation. I heard it from Go Hongying's sister. If you don't believe me, I can take you to her. Let's go. After Go Hongxia's tragic decision, life didn't return to normal. Because of her damaged reputation, others in the neighborhood rarely spoke to her. More importantly, Go Hongying's attitude towards her changed. For some reason, Go Hongying now looked at her with a scrutinizing gaze. Although she still provided for her, she no longer showed the same care and concern as before, especially regarding her future. Go Hongxia had no choice but to keep her head down, working quietly at home, avoiding visits, and saying little. When she saw so many people at her door, looking ready to confront her, she was confused. The incident with Li Hansong was in the past. They wouldn't be coming to trouble her again, would they? You all. Old Lady Wang stepped forward, grabbing Go Hongxia's sleeve and began to shout. You told me. You said Deputy Commander Zhao's wife was being unfaithful and that he was being cheated on. You said their child wasn't his. The crowd began to murmur. Since she said it, it's not surprising. Didn't she also accuse Director Li of harassment recently? Exactly. Her words can't be trusted. I told you, and Hua isn't that kind of person, but you didn't believe me. Go Hongxia suddenly felt a chill run through her. She had never said those things directly to old lady Wang. They were comments made in private while discussing with Xiao Qiao, which old lady Wang had overheard. At that moment, she was worried that Mrs. Wang, known for her gossiping, would spread the news. Little did she know her fears came true.
Ye Hongxia felt this.
Her reputation was already bad, and if she was accused of spreading rumors, she would have no chance of finding a partner in the camp. And Huan looked directly at Go Hongxia and said, "You have to take responsibility for your actions. Do you want to write me a public apology like you did when you falsely accused Li Hansong? Or do you want me to slap you right now?" Go Hongxia was stunned, and Huan looked down at her with a cold, piercing gaze, as if she might actually come over and hit her. Go Hongxia was extremely nervous and blurted out, "I heard all this from my sister." And Huan stared at Go Hongxia and said, "I don't believe you. Sister Hung Ying is the head of the Women's Federation and a well-respected role model in our community. How could she spread such harmful rumors about women? Don't push the blame onto her just to clear yourself." Go Hongxia was so anxious that tears fell. "I'm not shifting the blame, I swear. I've only known you for a short time. I wouldn't even know how to spread rumors about you." At that moment, Go Hongxia didn't think much and instinctively spoke the truth, not realizing she had put her sister in a difficult position. And Huan turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone heard it. Go Hongxia just admitted that her sister, Go Hongying, is the one who spread rumors about me." Zhou Meihua led the agreement. "That's right. We all heard her. She can't deny it. I can't believe Director Go is like this. She often said that women should support each other. Last time during the anti-espionage investigation, she was questioned. She's definitely not what she seems." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Go Hongying is back." Go Hongying left work early today and went to the headquarters to find Yu Baoshan, hoping to avoid Go Hongxia and discuss how to safely send her back home. After discussing for a long time without any results, they had to head home. Along with her were Xiao Zheng, Chen Gang, and Shi Weiguang. The men chatted casually while Go Hongying was lost in her thoughts. At that moment, a group of women appeared across the street, marching toward them with determination. Chen Gang wondered, "What's going on?
Are they
about to fight?" As soon as Xiao Zheng saw his wife, he wanted to ask her something, but she rushed over to Go Hongying and slapped her hard across the face. Before anyone could react, she followed up with another slap. The sound was sharp and clear, leaving everyone stunned, including Go Hongying.
Wah?
Anhua, the one who slapped, started crying. "My life is so hard. I quit my job in the provincial city to support my husband and came to this remote place, only to be slandered that my child is not mine. Wah, I can't go on like this. I want to jump into the river," Anhua said, and she really ran toward the river, but after a few steps, Xiao Zheng caught her. His forehead was tense, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "You hit Go Hongying because she spread rumors about you?" Anhua buried her face in Xiao Zheng's chest, sobbing sadly. Zhou Meihua was moved by her tears and felt sorry for her, saying, "Exactly. Go Hongying made up lies saying Dong Dong isn't your biological child. Everyone in the compound is talking about it, and my sister can't explain herself. It feels like there's no way out." Other family members began to support Anhua, no longer believing the rumors about the child not being Xiao Zheng's. The reason was simple. Since Anhua dared to cause such a scene and slap Go Hongying in public, it showed she was confident and had nothing to hide. Xiao Zheng held the crying Anhua with one arm and clenched his fist with the other, glaring at Go Hongying. Go Hongying trembled, feeling fear like she hadn't in years, reminiscent of when she was captured. She instinctively denied it, and "No, I didn't." Old Lady Wang, enjoying the drama, pushed Go Hongxia forward, saying, "Your sister pointed you out, and we all heard it." Go Hongying quickly looked at Go Hongxia, her eyes filled with anger. Go Hongxia realized she might have made a mistake by telling the truth. Her sister was her only support, and if she upset her, who would help her find a partner? But if she didn't speak the truth, she would be blamed, and Anhua's slaps would land on her face. Go Hongxia lowered her head. Go Hongying lunged at Go Hongxia, starting to hit her. I treated you so well, and you betray me like this. I shouldn't have brought you here. You bad luck charm. You little brat. Enough. Yu Baoshan shouted angrily. Go Hongying did not listen and kept slapping Go Hongxia, who was holding her head. Yu Baoshan had no choice but to step in, pulling Go Hongying away and shouting, Aren't you embarrassed enough already? Go Hongying looked at Yu Baoshan, tears streaming down her face. She had hoped he would support her, but instead, he thought she was embarrassing. Yu Baoshan was very annoyed. He had warned Go Hongying not to speak without evidence, but she hadn't listened at all. Old Yu. Go Hongying was angry inside but pleaded with him, You can't just ignore me. Meanwhile, Anhua was crying even more pitifully, repeatedly mumbling, I can't go on, I can't go on. Xiaozheng turned to Chen Gang, saying, Commander, if we don't get justice for today's incident, I will report it to the military district. Chen Gang quickly replied, Don't worry, we will make it right. He then turned to Yu Baoshan, Comrade Yu, how do you think we should handle this? Yu Baoshan looked at the crying Anhua, the angry Xiaozheng, and the upset family members around them, feeling a headache coming on. How should this be handled? It would probably just involve an apology. But Yu Baoshan sensed that just an apology wouldn't satisfy Xiaozheng and Anhua. So he said, This matter is due to Comrade Hongying's mistake. How to handle it should be decided by Deputy Commander Xiao. Go Hongying protested, I've already been slapped twice. What more do you want? You're the one pushing her to the edge. What's 2 slaps? Zhou Meihua shot back. Anhua temporarily stopped crying, pulled Xiaozheng closer, and whispered a few words in his ear. Xiaozheng nodded, indicating he understood, then said loudly, Not only the main culprit should be punished, but also those who spread rumors. There were many people involved in the gossip, but Anhua pointed out the main ones, from the Li family, Lu Hong, Zhao Xuejing, Zhang Zhaodi, and Grandma Wang. They would need to write reflections and apology letters. As for Go Hongying, in addition to the reflection and apology letter, her workplace would also be notified for criticism, which would be recorded in her file. Go Hongying felt like the sky was falling. Being criticized at work was an administrative punishment that would go on her record. Old Yu. Go Hongying was so anxious, she was losing her voice. You have to help me. Yu Baoshan didn't want Go Hongying to be criticized either, as it would definitely affect her future. But there was nothing he could do. Xiaozheng was stubborn and wouldn't give up until he got what he wanted. The current situation didn't allow him to say no. Those who need to write reflections should do so, and those who need to apologize should apologize. Chen Gang made a decisive statement. Comrade Go Hongying's unit should be informed personally by Deputy Commissioner Yu. Yu Baoshan said, Commander. Chen Gang looked at him seriously. Old Yu, home is a safe haven. Our officers need to return to the family quarters for rest and support. How can they do that in a chaotic environment? With your family facing one problem after another, you need to take responsibility. Yu Baoshan lowered his head in shame. I understand. All right, everyone can leave now. Chen Gang waved his hand and took the lead in stepping away. Yu Baoshan pulled the stunned Go Hongying along with him. As they passed by Xiaozheng and Anhua, he paused for a moment. I'm sorry. I promise this won't happen again. He hurried off after saying that. Go Hongying felt pain in her arm from being pulled and almost stumbled as Yu Baoshan held on tightly. Go Hongying stared blankly at Yu Baoshan's expressionless profile, feeling like a puppet being dragged along. Xiaozheng, holding the softly crying Anhua, also headed home. Once at home, Anhua's tears stopped instantly, like a turned-off faucet. Xiaozheng said. Anhua said, I'm tired of crying. Get me a glass of water. Xiaozheng quickly poured her some water. Anhua drank several big gulps, finally feeling better. Xiaozheng gently wiped the water from the corner of her mouth with his finger. She smiled and said, My crying performance was amazing, right? Xiaozheng replied, I thought you were really going to jump into the river. You scared me. Anhua huffed lightly. If I didn't act a bit dramatic, how could I express my frustration? I was wrongly accused of something terrible, and rumors could destroy me. Xiaozheng squatted down, held her hand to his lips, and kissed it several times before speaking hoarsely. I know you did well today. You not only avoided getting caught in rumors, but also dealt with the real troublemaker. You're a smart and clever woman. And Hua smiled and lifted her chin. I'm hungry. Go make me something to eat. Xiao Zheng laughed, the lines around his eyes deepening. What do you want to eat? And Hua ordered. Sister Liao sent over some green beans yesterday that we haven't eaten yet. Make some dry-fried green beans, smash a century egg, and stir-fry some shredded meat. Xiao Zheng was happy to cook. Watching his wife and son enjoy his food filled him with a sense of accomplishment. As long as he comes back early and has time, he always takes over the cooking, and over time he improves his skills. When it was time for dinner, Dong Dong returned with a few older kids, having gone to pick wild vegetables today. Luckily, the children were not at home, so they avoided the noisy commotion. Dong Dong entered with a small bamboo basket and called out, Mom, I found so many wild vegetables. Anhua took the basket and looked inside, not recognizing the vegetables. She asked him, Can you tell me what these wild vegetables are? Dong Dong, like a little teacher, seriously taught his mom how to identify them. This is called ant vegetable, this is dandelion, and this is will plant. Actually, Dong Dong didn't know much about wild vegetables. He had just learned them from Shijun today. He has a great memory and remembered everything after just one explanation. When Xiaozheng saw the mother and son studying the wild vegetables, he came over and picked one up, saying, This is called horse-foot vegetable. Dong Dong corrected him. This is ant vegetable. Xiaozheng laughed. Both ant vegetable and horse-foot vegetable are names for it. Different places have different names. He then took the whole basket of wild vegetables, saying, Dad will make you a salad. Dong Dong clapped his hands happily, knowing that the vegetables he picked himself would taste even better. Once the dish was on the table, the little guy focused on the wild vegetable salad. Anhua teased him. Is it that delicious? Can I give you wild vegetables every day? Dong Dong replied, Then I have to go pick them every day. Xiaozheng asked, Is picking wild vegetables fun? Dong Dong nodded. Yes, it's fun. After a pause, he added, We found a large patch of morning glory on the mountain. It was beautiful. Xiaozheng chuckled. You even know how to say beautiful?
Who taught you that?
Dong Dong said. Mom mentioned it while telling stories. Anhua reminded him, When you play with Shijun and the others, make sure not to go near the river. Today, Shijun and the others went to the river to bathe. Dong Dong puffed out his chest, but I didn't go. I stood far away and watched them play in the water. Anhua often emphasizes to Dong Dong not to go near the river, and he listens well, remembering her words. Today, even when Shijun called him to play in the water several times, he didn't go. Anhua praised her son and thought about warning Zhou, Manhwa not to let the kids play by the river alone. They live in a place with mountains and water. The mountain is just a small hill with no wild animals, but the river is the biggest safety concern. Hearing from the factory workers, there are news reports every summer about children drowning while swimming. Xiaozheng said to his son, When the weather is nice, I'll take you swimming in the river. Dong Dong looked at his mother, and Hua replied, It's okay for Dad to take you. Dong Dong smiled, his eyes squinting with joy. Children always love to play, and Hua's home was filled with happiness, while the atmosphere was not so good in other families where some were punished for spreading rumors and had to write self-reflections. Zhao Xuejing glared at her husband. I didn't spread the rumors. It was Lu Hong's fault. I was wronged and now have to write a reflection. You didn't even comfort me, and instead blamed me. How did I end up marrying you? Lu Haifeng felt a headache coming on. I just asked one question, and you had 10 responses ready for me. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm going to the cafeteria to get some food.
Don't go yet.
Zhao Xuejing grabbed him, carefully examining his expression. I want you to tell me the truth. Are you blaming me?
No.
I want to hear the truth. Lu Haifeng felt helpless. After a long silence, he said, A little bit. I wanted to get closer to Deputy Commander Xiao, but with all this chaos you caused, I don't think that's happening now. Zhao Xuejing sneered. You're clearly blaming me, but deny it. You're so hypocritical. Lu Haifeng felt he couldn't communicate with her. Do you regret marrying me? Not at all, Lu Haifeng said, tossing his words out as he grabbed his lunchbox and left the house. After taking a few steps, he paused and took a deep breath. Did he regret marrying Zhao Xuejing? No, he did not regret it. Zhao Xuejing was a true city person. Both her parents were officials at a state-owned factory, and she graduated from high school. When she moved with the military, she secured a job as an elementary school teacher thanks to her education. She was educated, had a decent job, and looked good, definitely someone impressive. Although her temper was a bit short, she was still much better than the match his family had arranged for him. Thinking of this, Lu Haifeng's worries gradually calmed down, and he stepped toward the cafeteria again. Old Lady Wang was also scolded by her son. Wang Heping finally said, "I've changed your train ticket to tomorrow. You should go back then." Previously, Old Lady Wang had cried and pleaded, saying that at her age, she didn't know how much longer she had to live and wanted to spend as much time with Wang Heping as possible. Wang Heping, feeling soft-hearted, had bought a ticket for half a month later. Who would have thought that in such a short time, Old Lady Wang would cause trouble again? This time, no matter how much she cried and made a scene, Wang Heping remained firm, insisting on sending her off tomorrow. Mrs. Wang realized there was no hope left, wiped her tears, and began to gather all the good things from the house to take back to her hometown. She didn't say much about food and clothes, but when Mrs. Wang reached for the family savings book, Liao Sanmei couldn't stay quiet. "Mom, we need to eat. If you take all the money, how will we survive?" Mrs. Wang jumped up and slapped Liao Sanmei. Liao Sanmei dodged but not completely, and Mrs. Wang's nails left a scratch on her face. Chunya was sweeping the yard and, seeing this, threw down the broom and rushed out like an angry calf, bumping into Mrs. Wang's stomach. Mrs. Wang, being small and caught off guard, was knocked back. Wang Heping was shocked and quickly helped his mother up, scolding Chunya. Mrs. Wang cried out for Wang Heping to hit Chunya, but Liao Sanmei quickly took her daughter and went inside. Wang Heping didn't chase after them, but said to Mrs. Wang, "Mom, Chunya is only 4 years old and doesn't understand. Don't be to her." Mrs. Wang still had anger to vent, and then heard Wang Heping say, "I can't give you the savings book. That's all I have." Mrs. Wang, furious, hit her eldest son lightly. "You ungrateful child. Now that you're living well, you don't care about me or your brother. He's working in the countryside and barely earns what you make in a month. He has sons to marry off. If you don't help him, who will?" Wang Heping replied helplessly, "I never said I wouldn't help, but I can't use all my savings to do it." Mrs. Wang retorted, "So what? You're not going to stop getting paid. What are you going to do with over 200 a month? Spend it all on those girls in your house?" Wang Heping fell silent, accepting her words. Mrs. Wang wanted him to adopt his nephew, but he had always refused. Though he regretted not having a son, he would never treat his nephew like one. He knew that if it wasn't his own blood, he couldn't bond with it. No matter what, a daughter is still his own. So, he could support his brother and nephew, but he wouldn't give everything he had. Over the years, Mrs. Wang had taken many things back to her hometown, but it hadn't affected his core. Mrs. Wang felt overwhelmed with anger. The mother and son were at a standstill for a while, but in the end, Mrs. Wang compromised. Fine, fine. You unfilial child. I can't control you anymore. I won't take the savings book, but give me the cash at home and send me $100 every month." Wang Heping said, "I sent 50 before, and I will continue to send 50. Once your nephews are settled, I will only take care of your pension." After saying this, he ignored Grandma Wang's reaction and found 80 yuan in cash to give her. "Tomorrow, I will take you to the train station and send a telegram for the second brother to pick you up." Grandma Wang huffed heavily and went to bed. She was not planning to let this go easily. She would return later, saying she missed her son and wanted to stay for a while. She didn't believe Wang Heping would really force her out. Grandma Wang had a good plan, but she didn't expect misfortune to strike. Wang Lar's cart broke down on the way, and Grandma Wang waited at the train station until dark without seeing anyone. She decided to find a place to stay. As an elderly woman with many bags, she quickly caught the attention of some troublemakers. As soon as she left the train station, a group of them rushed up to rob her. Grandma Wang had money sewn into her clothes, 80 yuan from Wang Heping and 500 she had saved over the years. They could take her belongings, but she couldn't let them take her money. So,
she threw her things down and ran.
Unfortunately, it was dark and she didn't see the road well, falling into a ditch. Normally, a ditch wouldn't be too deep, and falling in wouldn't cause much harm. However, Grandma Wang happened to fall on a large rock that someone had thrown in, injuring her spine and leaving her paralyzed. The news of her paralysis reached the military 3 days later. Liao Sanmei said, "The old lady can't move," and wanted me to take the kids back to care for her. Zhou Meihua quickly replied, "You can't go back. Going back is like going to. The old lady always liked to torment you, and now that she's paralyzed, her personality will be even worse." And Huan looked at Liao Sanmei and saw her calm expression, indicating she wouldn't return. Sure enough, Liao Sanmei shook her head, saying, "I haven't even spoken yet, and the father of my child already said I shouldn't go back. He said if I leave, it won't feel like home anymore." Liao Sanmei spoke with a rare shyness, realizing that since her mother-in-law left, everything seemed to return to how it used to be. Indeed, the source of the problems had been her mother-in-law. Hearing that her mother-in-law was paralyzed, Liao Sanmei knew she shouldn't feel this way, but she couldn't help but feel a sense of joy inside. Her mother-in-law would never come back. Zhou Meihua added, "Your life will be better now. Without your mother-in-law, Wang Heping will treat you well." Liao Sanmei sighed with a smile. "Yes, now he doesn't take care of things at home. I make all the decisions. I can buy whatever I want for the kids." Listening to their conversation, and Hua felt that Wang Heping not allowing Liao Sanmei to go back and take care of his mother might simply be because he needed someone to look after him. But she kept this thought to herself, as she didn't want to stir up trouble in their marriage. As long as there was money to spend, no one to pressure her, and she could raise her children well, that was enough for Liao Sanmei. Zhou Meihua then said to Anhua, "By the way, my little June said that Uncle Xiao is taking them horseback riding tomorrow." And Hua smiled and replied, "Yes, at first, it was just supposed to be Dong Dong going, but after June heard about it from Dong Dong, he wanted to go too, so he went to Uncle Xiao to ask if he could join." Zhou Meihua clicked her tongue. "Your Xiao Zheng is really good to the kids. My husband, on the other hand, just tinkers with his old junk whenever he has a break and never thinks about taking the kids out to play. I want to go too." And Hua invited Zhou Meihua and Liao Sanmei, "Are you coming?" Both of them shook their heads in unison. "We have too much to do at home. We can't spare the time. I need to take apart all the blankets and wash them tomorrow, and there's a mountain of dirty clothes from the kids waiting for me to wash. That little rascal Shi Xiaojun changes 3 times a day and is always dirty. I also have laundry to do and I need to tend to the vegetable garden. I want to dig up some worms to feed the chickens. Let's go dig together after we finish the laundry." Zhou Meihua and Liao Sanmei were making plans. And Hua listened and suddenly realized something. There was quite a bit of work at home, and besides cooking, she hadn't really done much. In such a large house, with both front and back yards, she only cleaned occasionally, yet it was always tidy. She had taken care of the vegetable garden at first, but after starting her job, she hadn't managed it much, and the garden was thriving. The dirty clothes and bed linens seemed to magically find their way to the clothesline in the yard. For the household to run smoothly, the tasks she didn't do were certainly being handled by Xiao Zheng. And Hua wasn't unaware of this. She just hadn't realized until now how much Xiao Zheng actually did. Of course, this was related to her working, as it was common for men to help with housework in dual-income families during that era. In the 1960s, the military was not very mechanized and still retained a significant cavalry presence, with established cavalry regiments in border areas. Although the place where the independent unit is stationed is not on the border, it still has a cavalry company with dozens of horses in the stable. And Hua knows how to ride. When she was a child, her parents would take her to learn anything that seemed impressive. She learned horseback riding, painting, calligraphy, and various musical instruments, trying to please her parents. She took each lesson seriously and did quite well. However, the original owner couldn't ride, so Anhua had to pretend she couldn't. Mom, I can ride. I'll take you. Dong Dong shouted. The little guy learned to ride at 3 with his dad, but he could only ride a pony himself. Xiao Zheng gently patted his little head. You ride by yourself. Dad will teach Mom how to ride. Sure, Xiaojun called out, Uncle Xiao, I can't ride either. You need to teach me too. Xiao Zheng thought, I just want to ride with my lovely wife. Little Zhu glanced at his leader, then smiled at Sher Xiaojun and Sher Xiaoshan. You both can't ride? I'll teach you. Sher Xiaojun didn't mind who taught him, as long as someone did. Sher Xiaoshan looked at the tall horse with fear in her eyes. Uncle Zhu, if I fall off the horse, will I get hurt? It was the first time Sher Xiaojun saw his sister scared of something, and he burst into laughter. Sher Xiaoshan is a scaredy cat, afraid of horses. Sher Xiaoshan clenched her fist and raised it. Sher Xiaojun quickly said to little Zhu, Uncle Zhu, I'll go first. You help me get on the horse. And Hua turned her attention back from the Sher siblings to Xiao Zheng, saying, I'm worried about Dong Dong riding alone. You should watch him. Just let the soldier over there guide me. I should learn quickly. This time was different from when she rode before. With helmets, protective vests, knee pads, and boots, there were no safety measures, so she couldn't let her child ride alone. Xiao Zheng understood Anhua's parenting style and didn't argue. He nodded, then don't ride yet. I'll watch him for a while and then come teach you. Okay. Anhua agreed, but once Xiao Zheng left, she turned to call the soldier to bring her a horse. Sister-in-law, this is a gentle mare I picked for you. Perfect for riding. Before you ride, feed her some beans to build a bond. The soldier handed Anhua a small bowl of black beans. Anhua was familiar with horses and fed her skillfully. The soldier praised her. Many women are scared the first time they try, but you're so brave, sister-in-law. You're definitely a strong woman. Anhua smiled. You really know how to talk. Do many people come to this horse ranch to ride? The young soldier chuckled. No, I'm just speaking the truth. He continued, there are indeed quite a few people who ride, but they are all family members of our unit. Outsiders can't come in. And Hua asked him, what's your name? How long have you been in the army? Do you take care of the horses? The young soldier replied, my name is Zhang Jingshan, and this is my 2nd year in the army. My dad takes care of mules in our production team, so I followed him every day and learned how to care for animals. When I first joined the army, the leaders heard I could take care of animals, so they assigned me to raise pigs, and later I was transferred to the horse ranch. Talking about this made Zhang Jingshan regretful. If he had known, he wouldn't have mentioned his animal care skills. Otherwise, he might have been assigned to an infantry unit, a communications unit, or even an artillery unit. It's not that taking care of animals is bad, but being a proper soldier feels much more fulfilling. Zhang Jingshan was lively and talkative, teaching horse riding with great detail, chattering away. And Hua already knew how to ride, but there were many lesser-known tips that Zhang Jingshan shared that she didn't know, so she listened attentively. Before long, Anhua was trotting on the horse. Xiao Zheng noticed and quickly left his son to run over. You learned that fast? In Xiao Zheng's imagination, Anhua should have been nervous and hesitant to ride, and then he could have shared a horse with her, holding her close. How did she learn so quickly? Xiao Zheng looked at the young soldier Zhang Jingshan. Zhang Jingshan puffed out his chest with excitement. Although the commander's wife had a great talent for riding, he felt he deserved some credit for teaching her well. Deputy Commander Xiao would surely praise him. However, he waited for a long time, and Deputy Commander Xiao didn't say a word. Instead, he gave a meaningful look and let out a hum. What was that about? At that moment, Anhua returned after a lap, pulling the reins to stop in front of Xiao Zheng, proudly lifting her chin and saying, Aren't I amazing? Xiao Zheng quickly changed his expression, giving her a thumbs up. Amazing. No wonder you're my wife. Mom, I want to ride a big horse too. Little Dong Dong exclaimed, eyeing his mother's horse. And Hua waved him over and said to Xiao Zheng, Put him on my horse. I'll take him for a ride. Xiao Zheng replied. What else could he do?
He had to comply.
Dong Dong climbed onto his mother's lap, and Anhua gently flicked the whip, making the horse start to run. Dong Dong opened his arms, excitedly screaming and laughing. Xiao Zheng's eyes turned red. It should have been him and his wife riding together. He huffed at Zhang Jingshan. Zhang Jingshan. What is he huffing about? Anhua stopped and let Xiao Zheng lift Dong Dong down before preparing to jump off the horse herself. Xiao Zheng quickly came over to help her, saying, "Be careful." Anhua handed her hand to him for support. Xiao Zheng smiled slightly. "Let's take a break." Anhua nodded and asked, "Do you want to run a lap?" It was boring alone. He wanted to run with his wife. But with so many people around, he couldn't find a good excuse and felt shy to say it. Just then, Xiao Zhu walked over. "Sir, do you want to ride that horse, Lightning? It would be a good chance for your wife to see it too." Recently, a new batch of military horses arrived, and one was wild and hard to tame. In the end, Xiao Zheng managed to tame it and named it Lightning out of excitement. After being tamed, Lightning only recognized Xiao Zheng. Anyone else trying to ride it would fall off. Hearing Xiao Zhu's words, Xiao Zheng immediately perked up. "Sure." He then explained to Anhua about Lightning's background. "I named it Lightning because it's fast." Anhua asked, "How fast is it?"
You'll see.
Lightning was a chestnut horse with shiny fur, strong tendons, and solid muscles. A fine horse indeed. Xiao Zheng didn't need to use the stirrups. He easily jumped onto the horse's back, his agility earning cheers from the children. Anhua marveled. "You ride often, right? Your movements are beautiful." "Not bad," Xiao Zheng replied, keeping a straight face. Xiao Zhu said to Anhua, "Sister-in-law, our deputy commander often rode with Commander He from the military district for hunting. That's how he got so good." Anhua asked with interest, "So his shooting skills are good too?" Cough, cough. Xiao Zheng coughed a few times on the horse. "I'll run a few laps to show you Lightning's speed." Anhua smiled and nodded. As he was leaving, Xiao Zheng gave Xiao Zhu a warning look, and Xiao Zhu responded with an understanding glance. Anhua asked, "What are you two whispering about?" "I know," Zhang Jingshan said proudly, "Sister-in-law, I know. Deputy Commander Zhao's shooting skills aren't great. He might not want Comrade Zhu to reveal that in front of you." Xiao Zhu. Anhua. Zhang Jingshan only noticed Anhua's expression and thought she didn't believe him. He became a bit anxious. "I'm serious." Deputy Commander Xiao lost to Director Li from the Operations Department in marksmanship. Everyone in the division knows this. Xiao Zhu glanced at the silly guy and said, "Director Li is a well-known sharpshooter. How many people can beat him? Our commander is actually a good shot. He just doesn't stand out compared to Li's other strengths." And He wanted to give Xiao Zhu a thumbs up. Zhang Jingshan seemed to understand something and scratched his head, falling silent. Xiao Zheng had been watching Anhua from his horse. Seeing that she didn't even look at him and was only talking to Xiao Zhu and Zhang Jingshan, he felt a bit upset. He didn't want to ride anymore. He pulled the reins to stop. Xiao Zhu said, "Sister-in-law, do you want to ride too? Let the commander show you the speed of Lightning?" Anhua was indeed quite interested. She looked up at Xiao Zheng. "Is that okay?" "Absolutely. Come on up." Xiao Zheng smiled, and the lines around his eyes became more pronounced as he nodded approvingly at Xiao Zhu. Zhang Jingshan was stunned. The infamous Deputy Commander Xiao was known for being stern. When did he become so friendly? He glanced at Xiao Zhu. Xiao Zhu let out a huh and raised her chin slightly. No wonder. He could be the commander's trusted aide. After Anhua got on, Lightning became restless for a moment, raising its front hooves and whinnying twice. Xiao Zheng leaned down to pat its neck, and Lightning gradually calmed down. Anhua turned to look at him, her eyes wide with surprise. "It really only recognizes you." They were close together. Anhua was almost nestled in Xiao Zheng's embrace, with one of his arms completely around her. When she turned her head, her lips brushed against his chin, and when she spoke, her warm breath touched his neck. Xiao Zheng felt thrilled inside but maintained a serious expression. "Don't worry. With me here, you're safe." Anhua wanted to say she wasn't scared, but Lightning suddenly dashed forward, and the wind rushing at them felt like a soft sponge, enveloping all exposed skin. The scenery on both sides blurred by rapidly, almost like a series of afterimages. It felt like an extreme sport. Anhua couldn't help but spread her arms like dong dong and let out a scream. Xiao Zheng looked down at her and smiled, going even faster. After a while, Anhua signaled that she wanted to get down. Xiao Zheng asked, "Isn't it fast? Isn't it fun?" "Lightning can go even faster." Anhua shook her head. "It's too sunny, and I've already ridden long enough today." The sun was getting really hot, and although Anhua wouldn't get tanned, she could still get sunburned, which would take several days to heal. Xiao Zheng regretted, "I should have made you wear a hat." Just as he was about to ask Xiao Zhu to find a hat, Sure Xiao Jun jumped up and shouted, "Uncle Xiao Mi, I'm not afraid of the sun. Take me with you." Xiao Zheng. Seeing the lightning run so fast, Sure Xiao Jun was eager. He clasped his hands together and bowed, saying, "Please, Uncle Xiao, you're a great person, even better than my dad." Sure Weiguang, who was at home fiddling with the radio, sneezed. Xiao Zheng. "Come on up." After Sure Xiao Jun, it was Dong Dong's turn. The two took turns asking Xiao Zheng to take them, keeping him busy. And Hua said to Sure Xiao Shan, "Shouldn't you ask your Uncle Xiao to take you out too?" Sure Xiao Shan shook her head weakly. "I won't ride horses again. My backside is sore." And Hua laughed a few times. "You'll get used to it." She felt the same when she first started learning. After playing at the horse ranch all morning, they finally headed home just before lunchtime. Zhou Meihua was waiting at the door and smiled when she saw them return. "I was just about to send Lao Shi to call you all back for lunch."
Mom, I'm starving.
"What delicious food did you make?" Sure Xiao Jun rushed into the kitchen. Zhou Meihua ignored him and said to Anhua, "I've already prepared your meal, so let's eat at my house to avoid cooking at home." It was getting a bit late to cook, and Anhua said, "I was planning to go to the cafeteria." Zhou Meihua pulled her toward the house. "What cafeteria?" "I've already made it. If you don't eat, it will just go to waste." She called for Xiao Zheng and Dong Dong. "You two coming quickly." And Hua said to Xiao Zheng, "How about we eat at your sister-in-law's house? You can buy some bread from the cafeteria." Zhou Meihua quickly stopped Xiao Zheng. "No need, no need. We have plenty at home, and there's rice too. Don't feel shy, you two can eat a lot." And Hua glanced at Xiao Zheng. He could eat quite a bit, enough for 2 or 3 people. Zhou Meihua probably knew about Xiao Zheng's appetite and kept inviting him, worried he might feel uncomfortable. Just as they were happily eating, a sharp shout suddenly came from outside. "I want a divorce." Immediately, Zhou Meihua perked up her ears. "That sounds like Go Hongying, right?" And Hua nodded. "That's right, it's her." Sure Weiguang said, "Go Hongying's director has been removed and seems to have been reassigned to manage the archives. It looks like someone in her unit had their eye on her for a long time and used this opportunity to bring her down." Xiao Zheng took a big bite of the bread, his dark eyes flickering. Zhou Meihua said, "She deserves it. She works for women's issues but leads the persecution of women. Luckily, Xiaoan is strong. If it were someone weaker, they might have been driven to jump into the river. She brought this on herself." Sure Weiguang nodded in agreement. "But why is she causing a divorce?" Zhou Meihua was very curious, so she picked up her bowl and walked to the door to listen to the commotion from across the street. Sure Weiguang told her, "There are still guests at home. What are you doing?" Zhou Meihua waved her hand. "Xiao Zheng and Xiao An are not outsiders. I'll just listen for a bit and come right back." "Divorce, divorce, always talking about divorce. How did you become like this?"
What do you mean like this?
"I've always been this way. It's you who has changed, so you can't stand me." "I've changed." Yu Baoshan laughed in anger. "Why don't you tell me how I've changed?" Go Hongying glared at him. "You've grown to dislike me. When you come home from work, you can't even be bothered to talk to me, but you're nice to my younger sister. Tell me, do you have something going on with her?" Yu Baoshan pointed at Go Hongying, his finger trembling. You have a dirty mind." Go Hongying laughed. "If not, why don't you agree to send her back home? What does she want to stay for? To replace me?" Yu Baoshan sat down heavily in a chair, closed his eyes, and covered his chest for a while before he could catch his breath. "Your mother wrote saying that if Hong Xia can't find a husband here, she should go back home. She found someone for her, a man who's 28, whose first wife has passed away, and he has a 3-year-old daughter and a 1-year-old son. Can you bear to let your sister marry someone like that? Go Hongying sneered. Isn't it Hongxia who doesn't want to? Humph. She said she would marry Xiaozheng, but that was to be a stepmother.
Why was she willing then?
Since it's your mother's choice, the family conditions must be good.
You
Baoshan looked at Go Hongying in disbelief. You know that even if a country man has good conditions, he still digs in the dirt. Can he compare to Xiaozheng? It's normal for Hongxia to refuse. As her sister, you shouldn't say that about her. Go Hongying's gaze turned sharp. Does she even see me as a sister? If it weren't for her causing me trouble, would I have lost my position as the women's director? Yu Baoshan replied. What does this have to do with Hongxia? This is your own doing. You're still protecting her. It's her fault. It's definitely her fault. She shouldn't have spoken about me. She should have taken all the responsibility herself. After all, she doesn't have a job or a position. If she makes a mistake, all she has to do is apologize and write a reflection. What impact could it have? I'm different. My reputation is so important. Go Hongying was becoming a bit hysterical. The day her position was taken away, it felt like a bolt from the blue. It took her several days to recover, but she still couldn't accept it. This incident had become a heavy burden on her mind. She needed a way to vent and someone to blame. That day, Go Hongxia stepped forward to point out her sister, leaving an indelible scar in Go Hongying's heart. This was a betrayal from a family member. Naturally, she blamed Go Hongxia. Everything was because of Go Hongxia. It was Go Hongxia who spread her words and then turned around to stab her in the back. The love Go Hongying once had for her sister was now replaced with hatred. She must be sent away, or I will report you. Yu Baoshan replied, Report me? For what? Go Hongying said ominously, I'll report you for having questionable conduct, for being involved with my sister-in-law. Yu Baoshan was stunned for a moment, then grabbed a cup and smashed it on the floor, shouting, Ridiculous! Outside, Go Hongxia, who had been eavesdropping, was startled and quickly ran away. She rushed into the kitchen, sat in front of the stove, and stared blankly. Finally, tears began to fall. Where was her future? Did she really have to go back and let her parents arrange her marriage to a divorced man from the countryside? Meanwhile, the eavesdropping Zhou Manhwa returned to her seat, somewhat in disbelief. I vaguely heard something about an affair with the sister-in-law? Could it be Yu Baoshan? And Shi Weiguang was also startled. Don't say such things. Zhou Manhwa replied. Maybe I misheard. Shi Weiguang said seriously, Keep your mouth shut. No matter what you just heard, don't tell anyone. He knew Zhou Manhwa loved to gossip, so he specifically warned her. The idea of an affair with a sister-in-law was obviously false. In this family compound, as long as a man was somewhat clear-headed, he wouldn't make such mistakes, especially not with someone living under the same roof. That would be like walking a tightrope, just waiting for disaster. Zhou Manhwa muttered, Even though I love gossip, I know how serious this is and won't say anything. Do you think I'm Go Hongying? Her husband doesn't even trust her with this little thing. Anhua smiled and said, Don't worry, Chief Shi, Sister Manhwa knows what she's doing. However, it no longer mattered whether outsiders spread rumors. A few days later, the rumors about Yu Baoshan and Go Hongxia turned out to be true. This was because Go Hongying really reported them. The incident started on the night after they had a fight when Yu Baoshan took his bedding and went to sleep in another empty room. After many years of marriage, it was the first time they slept apart, and Go Hongying couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. Yu Baoshan was always protective of Go Hongxia, which made her suspicious, especially with her work troubles and resentment towards Go Hongxia, making her even more sensitive and doubtful. After thinking it over, she decided to get up and check. To her surprise, she saw Go Hongxia standing at Yu Baoshan's bedroom door, handing him a bowl. Go Hongxia turned pale when she saw Go Hongying and quickly explained, Sister, I heard my brother-in-law coughing, so I made him some tea. Go Hongying stared at Go Hongxia, silent, but her gaze was so cold it seemed to freeze everything. Yu Baoshan coughed a couple of times and said, Don't misunderstand. Hongxia is just being kind. As soon as he finished speaking, Go Hongying turned and went back inside, slamming the door loudly enough to wake the child. Go Hongxia hurried to check on the child. Yu Baoshan didn't think much of it, assuming Go Hongying would calm down like before. Little did he know, Go Hongying quietly sent a report to the military district. Upon learning of Go Hongying's outrageous actions, Yu Baoshan slapped her hard. "Brother-in-law, don't hit my sister." Go Hongxia suddenly rushed in from nowhere and grabbed Yu Baoshan's arm. Yu Baoshan had never been this close to any woman other than his wife, feeling a bit uncomfortable. "Hongxia, let go of me." But Go Hongxia held on tighter, choking back tears. "I won't let go. I won't allow you to hit my sister." Yu Baoshan was at a loss for what to do and didn't dare to struggle, afraid of accidentally touching her inappropriately. Go Hongxia, a young girl, easily held onto a 40-year-old man.
Ye Hongying vachet koldlu.
The sting on her face couldn't hide the sadness in her heart. Yu Baoshan was ready to slap her without hesitation but was careful not to hurt Go Hongxia. These two didn't care at all about being affectionate in front of her. She and Yu Baoshan were introduced to each other by the organization, having gone through war together, with a deep bond. Although in recent years, married life has become dull, with couples focusing more on work and children, Go Hongying once thought this was normal. Isn't this how middle-aged couples are? But now, Go Hongying doesn't think that way anymore. Yu Baoshan's relationship with her has grown cold, simply because she is no longer young. Look how gentle and caring he is with the young girl. Go Hongying avoids looking at them and quietly goes to the kitchen, grabbing a rolling pin and smashing anything in sight.
Ye Hongying.
Yu Baoshan finally pushes Go Hongxia away. He snatches the rolling pin from her and shouts, "What are you doing? Look at this mess. Have you thought about the kids? Do you want to give up?" Go Hongying retorts, "What have you two done when I'm not home? Last time I was gone for 3 days. Did you sleep in the same bed?" Once the seed of doubt is planted, it takes root and grows. Go Hongying can no longer control her imagination. She can almost see Yu Baoshan and Go Hongxia together. Yu Baoshan looks at Go Hongying, his eyes filled with unfamiliarity. Is this woman really his wife of nearly 20 years? "Sister, I promise there's nothing between me and my brother-in-law. Please don't misunderstand."
Ye Hongxia kris, grabbning Ye Hongying's sleeve.
"I'll go back home tomorrow and marry anyone, as long as you two stop fighting over me." Yu Baoshan says sternly, "Hongxia, this has nothing to do with you. Your sister is the one losing it." Go Hongxia turns to pull Yu Baoshan's sleeve, pleading, "Brother-in-law, please stop." Go Hongying, provoked, has red eyes and grits her teeth, saying each word slowly, "Divorce.
Divorce."
When Yu Baoshan asked her if she wanted to give up, her answer was no. Even though she mentioned divorce and wrote a complaint letter, her goal was just to teach Yu Baoshan a lesson. As per usual, the organization would send someone to investigate and mediate. As long as she didn't pursue it, Yu Baoshan would be fine. A scare would make Yu Baoshan realize she is not like an ordinary housewife. She is not someone he can easily control. But at this moment, Go Hongying has lost her reason due to the provocations from Yu Baoshan and Go Hongxia. She wants to leave this man with the children. She wants him to lose everything, regretting it without a place to cry. Yu Baoshan is going to transfer back to his hometown. As Xiao Zheng returns home, he announces this. And Hua was taken aback for a moment before saying, "Is it because of Go Hongying's report? Is it confirmed?" Xiao Zheng nodded. When a wife reports her husband's behavior, it's usually taken seriously. Plus, when they asked Go Hongxia, she just cried and didn't say anything, which seems like an admission. No matter how much Yu Baoshan tries to defend himself, what strong evidence can he provide? And Hua said, "Could Go Hongxia really want to break up her sister and brother-in-law to improve her own situation?" Xiao Zheng replied, "Only she knows what she's thinking." But when they announced that Yu Baoshan would be transferred, her expression was like she had been struck by lightning. She probably didn't realize the consequences would be so serious. And Hua asked, "Go Hongying must know the consequences. If she's making such a big fuss, she's determined to get a divorce." Now, even if Go Hongying didn't want a divorce, it wouldn't matter. Yu Baoshan was furious with her. I really regret marrying you. Who doesn't regret it? I regret marrying you too. After nearly 20 years of marriage, they had turned into enemies overnight. Yu Baoshan thought Go Hongying was just making a scene to scare him, but he didn't expect her to truly ruin him. At just 40, he had a bright future ahead. If he could hold on, becoming a general was not impossible. Even if he couldn't become a general, a normal transfer could lead him to a powerful position locally. Now, because of a baseless accusation, he was being transferred to be the head of a county livestock station.
How could he accept that?
Go Hongxia was equally confused. Was a behavior issue really such a big deal? Why did it lead to a transfer? The leader of her hometown's production team often interacted with widows, and everyone knew about it, yet nothing happened. Regardless of what they were thinking, Go Hongying was already packing her things. She had applied for a dormitory at her workplace. When she left, she only took her daughter. Having her daughter by her side would keep her safe. Her son would stay with Yu Baoshan, as his father's old comrades could help him in the future, whether he joined the military or found a job. Otherwise, those connections would benefit someone else. Yu Baoshan would surely have more children in the future. As for Go Hongxia, Go Hongying had already sent a telegram to their parents, asking them to come and bring Go Hongxia back. Moreover, she would no longer acknowledge her as a sister. However, before their parents could arrive, Go Hongxia made a surprising decision. She wanted to go back home with Yu Baoshan. She realized that finding a partner in the camp was impossible. Rather than return home to be arranged with a farmer by her parents, she preferred to follow Yu Baoshan. The head of the livestock station is a leader, after all, and an official in the county. He is better than the city workers she met before. Although Yu Baoshan is much older than her, he doesn't look too old and isn't unattractive. Of course, Go Hongxia didn't boldly say she wanted to be with Yu Baoshan. Instead, she mentioned wanting to take care of her nephew. Yu Baoshan understood her meaning, but didn't agree right away. He had fallen to this point partly because of her. Go Hongxia seemed to sense his feelings and said with tears in her eyes, "I'm sorry, brother-in-law. I was so scared at that time that my mind went blank, and I didn't know what to say. By the time I realized what was happening, they wouldn't listen to me anymore. You have every right to be upset with me, so let me stay by your side and serve you to make up for my mistakes." Yu Baoshan neither nodded nor shook his head. On the day they left, Go Hongxia followed him with her bundle, and he didn't rush her. Wow, Yu Baoshan looks like a serious person, but he actually has a thing with his sister-in-law. What do you think Hongxia is thinking? Yu Baoshan is at least 20 years older than her. What does she want? Does she like older men? She must be attracted to his position. But even after Yu Baoshan retired, she still followed him. I just don't get it. What's there to understand? She's in too deep. With her bad reputation, how can she get married now? Is she supposed to go back home? If she could find a good match back home, she wouldn't have come here in the first place. Ultimately, she had too high of expectations. If she had been practical from the start and found a grassroots official, with her sister and brother-in-law supporting her, life would have been much better. That would just benefit Yu Baoshan, getting a young woman at his age. Their future might not be easy. A big age gap isn't simple. By the time Yu Baoshan is 60 and losing his teeth, Go Hongxia will only be 40 in her prime. She may seem obedient, but she has high ambitions. The gossip about Yu Baoshan's family was discussed for a while in the housing area, until the arrival of Army Day. The military held a grand and solemn commemorative ceremony, and the military art troupe came to perform. On the day of the performance, the auditorium was packed with people, just like at a movie. Manhwa happened to have a day off and went to join the excitement. A few children were running and playing in front. Zhou Meihua kept complaining, "Since the kids started summer vacation, I haven't had a moment of peace. I really hope they go back to school soon. Your little one is lucky. You can just send them to kindergarten during the summer." The kindergartens here are more like daycare centers, where many working families send their kids during the summer for supervision. And Jiao smiled and said, "My Dongdong is quieter, too." Zhou Meihua nodded in agreement. "He's well-behaved, unlike my child, who can turn the house upside down and never listens, always running to the river." And Jiao suggested, Why not send him to the youth center? They have many courses: arts, sports, painting, and calligraphy. If you find something he's interested in, he'll definitely enjoy it. Zhou Meihua had heard of the youth center, but didn't know much about it. After hearing In Jiao's suggestion, she thought it sounded good. I'll take him to check it out tomorrow and let him choose. As they were talking and walking, someone called In Jiao's name. She turned to see a young woman in military uniform. "And Jiao, is that really you? I almost didn't recognize you." And Jiao searched her memory and recalled who this person was. Chun Xiangjuan, a college alumna and one of many students who had a crush on the unreliable Chen Xiyuan. And Jiao said to Zhou Meihua, "Sister-in-law, you go ahead. I ran into someone I know and want to chat for a bit." Zhou Meihua led the kids away. Chun Xiangjuan looked at In Jiao with curiosity. "I heard you got married early and to a soldier, too. I didn't think it was true." And Jiao replied, "You're in military uniform. Are you with the art troupe?" "Yes, I was recruited into the art troupe after graduation." Chun Xiangjuan hesitated. "Did you know that teacher Chen was sent away?" And Jiao was aware, as in Bohai had written to her about Chen Xiyuan's situation. But she shook her head. "I didn't know." Chun Xiangjuan sighed. "They say he made some ideological mistakes. His ex-wife took their child back, so now he's pretty much alone." And Jiao looked at her suspiciously. She couldn't be still harboring feelings for that scoundrel, could she? Chen Xiyuan was handsome and somewhat talented, a popular figure in college, often discussed among the female students. When the rumors about In Jiao and Chen Xiyuan spread, many were envious of her, but once he denied it, they began to sympathize with her, thinking he lacked responsibility. Chun Xiangjuan had even comforted In Jiao, telling her not to be sad over a man who wasn't worth it. "Why do you look so regretful and pity the bad guy again?" Noticing Anhua's expression, Chun Xiangjuan quickly shook her head. "I didn't mean anything else. I just felt emotional upon hearing that someone I used to know is in trouble." Anhua nodded. "Life is unpredictable. Let's not talk about him," Chun Xiangjuan said, looking at Anhua. "Actually, when I saw you today, I remembered a recent problem I could use your help with. You compose music, right? Our group is preparing a new program for National Day. I wrote some lyrics and would like you to set them to music. If it's accepted, there will be a cash prize." And Hua's eyes lit up at this. The original character's dream was to be a violinist, to perform nationally and internationally, but due to the limitations of the times, it was hard to achieve. And Hua's own dream was to be a composer, but her parents disapproved and insisted she perform on stage, sending her to various competitions both domestically and abroad. She won many awards, but her talent in performance was always just a bit lacking. After her parents divorced and stopped managing her, she switched to the composition department and started a self-media career to support herself and her dreams. Before her time travel, she was already a well-known music producer online. However, her popular works online were pop songs, which were very different in style from this era. But that was okay. She was naturally better at creating passionate and uplifting music. "I can give it a try." Chun Xiangjuan happily grabbed her hand. "That's great. But we need to be quick to leave time for rehearsals." They had already been preparing for the new program, but several songs had been rejected, causing delays. This was also why Chun Xiangjuan wanted Anhua to give it a shot, casting a wide net to select the best. Anhua knew there would be a selection process, but her enthusiasm was not dampened. It only fueled her determination. After receiving the lyrics from Chun Xiangjuan, she felt a spark of inspiration and couldn't wait to grab an instrument and start playing. However, in the camp, there were no instruments to be found. She only heard that Li Hansong liked to play the erhu, and there was one in the dormitory. It wasn't until the next day at work that Anhua's dilemma was resolved. Instruments? Yes, there's a piano in the storage room behind the auditorium, but no one can play it. It's been there for many years, covered in a thick layer of dust. I don't know if it's still working. Sister Ma suddenly slapped her thigh and said, "Speaking of the piano, I just remembered, Shaoan, you are a top student from a music university, right? For the National Day, our factory office needs a program, so why don't you perform for us?" Director Kai, Sister Ma shouted. You should suggest to Director Feng that Xiaoan represent the factory office in the performance. She will definitely bring glory to our department. Director Kai was drinking water, chewed on a goji berry, swallowed, and then turned to look at Anhua. Xiaoan, what do you think? Anhua smiled and said, how can I represent the factory office alone? It would be better to prepare a big choir where everyone can participate. That way, we can truly show the spirit of teamwork in our factory office. Director Kai nodded in approval. Xiaoan's idea is good. Director Feng suggested the same and asked our publicity department to assign someone to lead the practice. I think you should take on this task, Xiaoan. If we win a prize, you will get credit for it. Of course, if we don't win, that's okay. The important thing is to participate. And Hua thought for a moment and agreed. Whether she got credit or not didn't matter. She mainly wanted a reason to use that piano. After seeing Anhua nod, Director Kai immediately went out to discuss this with Director Feng. In the end, they organized the group, scheduling rehearsals every afternoon at 5:30 p.m. for 1 hour. Since the factory office's work hours ended at 6 p.m., this meant they would take half an hour from work and half an hour from after work. Lunch break was from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m., giving them 2 hours of rest. And Hua decided to use her lunch break to work on the composition, eat a meal at home, and then hurry back to the factory. Seeing her busy, Xiaozheng wondered, you guys are just rehearsing a choir. Do you really need to be that busy? Before the song was finalized, and Hua didn't want to tell anyone about it, so she just waved her hand and said, let's go. She gave her child Dong Dong a kiss on the cheek and left. Xiaozheng. He didn't even get a glance. Dong Dong. Daddy, Mommy didn't kiss you, Xiaozheng. Do I need you to remind me? But during the day was one thing. Xiaozheng didn't feel the need to be overly affectionate in broad daylight. However, at night, Anhua didn't even touch him. That was unacceptable. After finishing a shower in the dark yard, Xiaozheng was about to put on a tank top but thought better of it and tossed it aside. Anhua had finished her shower and was reading a picture book story, The Legend of the White Snake, to their child. Suddenly, Dong Dong asked, Mommy, why did Su Xian stop liking his wife after he found out she was a white snake? Anhua said, maybe he's scared. Think about it, if the person sleeping next to you suddenly turned into a snake, wouldn't you be afraid? Dong Dong shook his head without thinking, no, I'm not afraid. I like snakes, they're cute. Anhua thought to herself. She was actually very afraid of snakes. Dong Dong continued, I've seen green snakes and small pattern snakes, but I've never seen a white snake. I want to see one. Anhua responded. Dong Dong asked Mom, do you like snakes? What color do you like? Tomorrow I'll go catch one with Chunyan for you.
Anori Blade, no.
You don't have to. Thank you, my dear son. Dong Dong concluded. If Dad turned into a snake, it seems like Mom would be like Su Xian and wouldn't like Dad anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaozheng, who had appeared at the door, said sternly, what do you know about love at your age? Go to sleep. His wife loved him so much. She traveled far to be with him, and the way she looked at him was so affectionate. Dong Dong pouted and complained to Anhua, Dad is so fierce. Anhua glared at Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng cleared his throat and lowered his voice. It's getting late. Let's go to sleep. Dong Dong finally felt satisfied, turned over, and climbed up the bed using the ladder, saying, I want to sleep on top tonight. The bunk bed Xiaozheng made was very sturdy, with high guardrails, creating a safe little space on top with only one entrance. Once Dong Dong got up, he lay down neatly and closed his eyes, saying, Mom, just give me a kiss, and then you can go. The bed was a bit high, and as Anhua was about to take off her shoes to climb the ladder, she suddenly felt herself lifted into the air. Xiaozheng picked her up with one arm, holding her like a child, with her sitting in his embrace. Anhua felt his strong and steady arms, like the sturdiest branch she had found when climbing trees as a child, giving her a sense of safety. She kissed her son's little face and signaled for Xiaozheng to put her down. But Xiaozheng just carried her back to the bedroom. I still have things to do. Put me down. What else is there to do at this hour? The only thing to do now is sleep. I really have something. After some struggle, Xiao Zheng had no choice but to set her down. Anhua glared at him and went to the study. After spending several days, she finally finished writing the piece without many changes and planned to send the sheet music out tomorrow. If she sent it as an express package and the weather and traffic were good, it would arrive in 2 or 3 days. Anhua did not plan to contact Chen Xiangjuan privately. Instead, she sent the music score directly to the art troupe to prevent anyone else from claiming it as their own. According to the memories left by the original owner, Chen Xiangjuan was a good person, but knowing someone's face doesn't mean you know their heart, so it's wise to be cautious. After finishing everything, Anhua returned to her bedroom. Xiao Zhen was lying with his back to her. She thought he was asleep, so she moved carefully to avoid waking him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly turned over and pinned her down. "What are you doing? Why did it take you so long?" Anhua felt he looked a bit resentful. "I was busy with important matters. Why do you keep asking?" Xiao Zheng replied, "You've changed." Anhua was confused. She remembered when she first arrived, she would tease him and shower him with sweet words, looking at him like he was the sweetest thing. Now, she seemed impatient with him and didn't say nice things anymore, nor did she wear those short skirts to flirt with him. Had she grown tired of him after just a few nights? Xiao Zheng, feeling frustrated, leaned down and bit her soft lip. Anhua winced in pain. "Are you a dog?" Without saying a word, Xiao Zheng flipped her over. It didn't matter if she had changed. He decided to teach her a lesson first. The next day, Anhua woke up to find her thighs and knees red. Thankfully, she was wearing long pants. She looked at Xiao Zheng, who had just walked in, and asked, "Where did you learn those things last night?" "What do you mean? Where did I learn them?" Xiao Zheng chuckled. "You taught me. I just applied what I learned." He looked at her eagerly, like a good student waiting for praise.
Anhua thought, huh?
Praise? After crying and begging him last night, he didn't show any softness to give her a break. Noticing her expression, Xiao Zheng realized she was genuinely upset this time, so he quickly started to act submissively. He brought her slippers and helped her put them on. He prepared her face wash and squeezed the toothpaste, even offering to brush her teeth. Anhua pushed him away. Xiao Zheng said, "I'll go set the table. You can come eat when you're ready." At the dining table, he brought a bun to her mouth, trying to feed her. Anhua frowned. "I have hands, you know." Xiao Zheng smiled at her. "True, your legs might be tired, but your hands should be fine." Anhua glared at him, shocked. What kind of inappropriate talk was that in front of the child? Xiao Zheng had slipped up, but fortunately, Dong Dong didn't understand. Dong Dong asked with concern, "Mom, why do your legs hurt? Did the bad monk chase you last night?" Anhua replied, "Bad monk?" Dong Dong nodded, "The one who locked Lady White in the pagoda. Last night, I dreamed I turned into a beautiful little white snake, and the bad monk kept chasing me. I woke up feeling so tired." Anhua couldn't help but laugh. Dong Dong pressed on, "Mom, did the bad monk chase you?" Anhua glanced at his dad. "Yes, a bad monk." Xiao Zheng gently held her hand from under the table and squeezed it lightly. Anhua stretched a bit at home before heading out, but her thighs still ached, making it hard to walk. It felt nice at the time, but why was she the only one suffering afterward? The men seemed full of energy. "Sister," Zhou Meihua said while cleaning in front of her house. Seeing Anhua limping, she approached with concern. "What happened?" Anhua quickly stood up straight. "It's nothing." Zhou Meihua looked at her suspiciously. "You don't look right walking. What's wrong with your leg?" Anhua replied, "I accidentally twisted it." Zhou Meihua's eyes fell on Anhua's wrists, which had slight redness. Anhua quickly covered them, silently cursing Xiao Zheng. He had been told not to grab her wrists. Zhou Meihua's expression turned serious as she pulled Anhua into her yard and asked, "Tell me the truth. Did Xiao Zheng hit you again?" Anhua replied, "Why do you say again?" Zhou Meihua said, "Last time you almost burned the house down while cooking. Didn't he hit you then?" Anhua had to explain again. Zhou Meihua said, Okay, he didn't hit you last time. What about this time? Look at your wrist. Who would squeeze someone's wrist like that?" Anhua thought they weren't in a normal situation when it happened. But how could she explain that to Zhou Meihua? From the start, Xiao Zheng's behavior suggested that people in this era didn't have many tricks, most probably just relied on instinct to have children. Anhua awkwardly tugged at her mouth. Sister-in-law, please don't ask so much. Anyway, it wasn't Xiao Zheng who hurt me. He treats me very well. Zhou Meihua watched Anhua's retreating figure and blinked. It seemed she realized something. Though she and Shi Weiguang weren't very fancy, she had given birth to a few children, and some things were easy to understand if you thought about them in that direction. And Hua's face was flushed, and her eyes were glistening like they had just been splashed with water. If she had been hit, she wouldn't look so radiant.
But
Xiao Zheng was quite a character. Zhou Meihua clicked her tongue, turned her head, and saw Shi Weiguang walking out with a bulging belly. She glared at him. Shi Weiguang stopped and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhou Meihua held back for a while but couldn't resist saying, "The people next door took that medicine and it worked for them, but you only tried for 2 days." Shi Weiguang, startled, turned to look inside the house. Seeing it was quiet and the kids were gone, he frowned and said, "I mean you. Thinking about this first thing in the morning. You shouldn't be so inappropriate." Zhou Meihua replied, "What's inappropriate about it? When a couple is alone, what else should they talk about?" Shi Weiguang waved his hand impatiently. "I don't want to talk about this. I'm leaving." Zhou Meihua stopped him. "Should I find you another remedy? I heard about a great doctor." Before she could finish, Shi Weiguang quickly ran off. Once he was far away, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in relief. He was really having a hard time dealing with Zhou Meihua's fierce attitude. Maybe he should bring their second child back from the countryside? If she had more kids to worry about, she might not have the energy to think about other things. On the other side, Anhua had finished sending her letter and arrived at the factory. After riding her bike for a while, her thighs felt less sore, and at least she looked normal again. As soon as she entered the office, a group of people who had been huddled together discussing something quickly dispersed. Anhua sat down at her desk, and Fan Xiaoke immediately came over and said, "Sister, have you seen Lu Meng and the others? They are definitely talking about you." Anhua asked, "What are they saying?" Fan Xiaoke replied, "They say you have connections. You were recommended from the military, right? Our factory has taken in many military families, but they usually end up in the cafeteria, guarding the warehouse, or cleaning. The only one who became a leader is you." And Hua responded, "I became a leader because I'm a university graduate. It really has nothing to do with connections. If I were illiterate, no matter how strong my connections, I wouldn't be able to lead." Fan Xiaoke said, "We know that. But Lu Meng is jealous of you. He was originally trying to get a role in the National Day program, but then Director Kai put you in charge, and he felt uncomfortable about it, so he started spreading rumors about you." And Hua looked over at Lu Meng. His appearance did not match his name at all. He was short and thin, with a rather large head. However, it is said that Lu Meng is talented. He used to play in a local theater troupe and has a wide range of interests, knows many instruments, and has a good voice. Lu Meng was secretly watching Anhua. When Anhua looked his way, he quickly turned his head. "She's looking at you. Did she find out you were talking bad about her?"
someone nearby asked.
Lu Meng felt guilty, but upon hearing this, he straightened his neck. "Was I talking bad? I was just stating the truth. She's new here. Why should such an important task be given to her?" The person next to him muttered, "It's just a National Day performance. It's not that important. You don't understand. This is an insult to me and my abilities. I should be the first one considered for this. Choosing Anhua is only because she has connections. I found out her husband is a deputy commander." Wow, a deputy commander? He must be at least 40, old enough to be her father. As Lu Meng spoke, he felt a shadow fall over him. Looking up, he saw Anhua smiling at him. "Are you gossiping? I'm not interrupting you, am I?" "Oh, I just came over because I smelled something bad from afar and wanted to see what it was. Turns out it's your mouth. TSK, how long has it been since you've washed it? It smells so strong." Lu Meng seemed surprised that Anhua would confront him directly about his gossip. He paused for a moment and forced a smile.
"I wasn't talking about you."
Anhua turned to Sister Ma. Is there anyone else in our department named Manhwa? No, Sister Ma said, glancing at Lu Meng. Short and petty, a big guy gossiping about a young girl. How impressive. Lu Meng decided to speak freely. Am I wrong? She's a nice girl, marrying an old man who could be her father. What other reason could there be but vanity? And Hua replied, my husband is an old man? Have you seen him? You have no right to speak without evidence. Your baseless claims are slandering military personnel and their families. Do you want the organization to talk to you about this? Hearing this, Lu Meng instantly felt defeated. Your words are more broken than the minced meat from the cafeteria chef. Sister Ma laughed. I didn't expect you to be so good at throwing shade. And then Sister Ma leaned in and whispered, but is your husband really a commander? If so, he must be quite old, right? And Hua was recommended by the military. The matter was handled by Xiaozheng, and his identity is not a secret. He is a deputy, 30 years old, 186 centimeters tall, has a full head of hair, and is in great shape. He could probably knock out a cow with one punch. Oh, and by the way, he has a bit of a temper. If he finds out someone is calling him an old fool behind his back, I might not be able to hold him back. Lu Meng shrank in his seat and buried his head at his workstation. Sister Ma clicked her tongue and said, from your description, the man you're marrying sounds like a fierce warrior. And Hua corrected her. He doesn't have a beard. His face is quite handsome. Sister Ma laughed heartily. Little and is quite protective of her man. And Hua smiled without feeling embarrassed. Before long, National Day arrived. And Hua's choir performance earned second place, while the first place went to the factory workers, as they are the main group in the factory. And Hua received a compliment and a household appliance as a prize, a flashlight. She didn't care much about it. She was eagerly waiting for news from the art troupe. Not long after she sent the letter, Chen Xiangjuan sent a telegram saying her song was accepted. And Hua looked forward to the response after the performance. By the end of October, the art troupe's letter arrived, along with a remittance slip. The slip was a small bonus, 30 yuan. However, the letter mentioned that her song received great feedback at the military district's National Day performance. A person from a film studio, who is a military family member, heard it and wanted to use the song in a movie. The art troupe wrote to Anhua to ask for her authorization on behalf of the film studio. At this time, literary copyright was already quite established, but music copyright was still just a concept. It wouldn't be until the 1990s that the copyright law was enacted, clearly defining music copyright. However, since these were all state-run organizations, they respected the basic rights of authors, though the copyright fees were not very high. And Hua didn't care much about the copyright fee. She hoped her work would be widely sung. As long as it gained popularity, when the country opened up and society became more commercialized, she could rely on these works for her future, even passing them down as a legacy. So, she would definitely grant the authorization to the film studio without hesitation. At the same time, she wanted to create more songs. Not only would she send them to the art troupe, but she would also send them to Anbo Huai, who had some connections in the arts and could help promote her work. One day, while on leave at home, Anhua prepared a big meal because Xiaozheng had told her the day before that Li Hansong was coming over for dinner. When it was time for dinner, Li Hansong arrived carrying a large bag. Sister-in-law, this is some dried mushrooms sent from my hometown. I don't cook, so I brought them all for you. And Hua looked inside and saw various mushrooms like morels, dried mushrooms, and porcini. These are all wild mushrooms. They taste great no matter how you cook them. Isn't this too much? I don't cook, so I brought them for you. No refusing, or I won't feel comfortable coming over for meals next time. And Hua smiled and said, okay. Where is your hometown? There are so many mushrooms. Li Hansong replied, Yunnan province, there are plenty of mushrooms there. My mom will definitely send me some chicken mushroom sauce next spring, and I'll bring some for you. And Hua said, your Mandarin is so standard, with no accent at all. Li Hansong proudly replied, of course. He glanced at Xiaozheng, unlike old Xiao, who sounds so rustic. Xiaozheng calmly responded, even if I'm rustic, I still have a wife. Li Hansong was left speechless. Speaking of which, Li Hansong no longer asked others to introduce him to someone. Ever since he was falsely accused of misconduct, he seemed to have lost interest in dating. Xiaozheng told him, "You still need to find someone and get married. If you wait too long, all the good girls will be taken. In our countryside, a 40-year-old bachelor can only marry a widow." Li Hansong was silent, and Hua comforted him. "That's not true. Fate is unpredictable. Sometimes it comes quietly. Who says you can't find the right person just because you're older?" Li Hansong said, "You always know the right things to say, sister-in-law. By the way, I heard you played the piano at your factory's National Day performance?" And Hua nodded. "Yes, our factory organized a choir, and I accompanied them on the piano. Many families in the area worked at the food factory, and after Hua played the piano on National Day, the news spread quickly." Li Hansong envied her. "I wanted to learn music too, but my family forced me to study medicine. Being rebellious, I just joined the army instead." Xiaozheng proudly said, "Your sister-in-law is very talented." Li Hansong looked at Hua with hopeful eyes. "I can play the erhu, but not very well. When you have time, could you give me some tips?" And Hua smiled, "Sure, no problem." After dinner, Li Hansong chatted for a while longer before leaving. It was getting dark, and the streetlights on both sides had turned on. Li Hansong felt a bit full and walked slowly, digesting his food while enjoying the cool breeze of the early autumn night. Suddenly, he heard a commotion ahead, with many people gathered in front of a house. A loud female voice rang out from the crowd. "Lu Haifeng, you scoundrel! A fraud in marriage! Today, I'll give you a piece of my mind." Li Hansong moved closer to see what was happening. He knew Lu Haifeng, the deputy commander of the 3rd Regiment, whose wife taught at the county's primary school. Most of the military families in the compound came from rural backgrounds, with only a few having received a proper education. Marrying an educated city girl was definitely something to boast about. Lu Haifeng was proud of his wife, Zhao Xuejing. Whenever they walked together with other families, her outstanding beauty and grace made him stand tall. Even though, after 7 years of marriage, he found her personality somewhat unreasonable, the glory she brought him made him overlook those traits. City girls tended to be a bit more proud. However, what outsiders didn't know was that Lu Haifeng had been betrothed to someone back in his hometown. The girl was 5 years younger than him, and when he turned 18 and was of marriageable age, she was still a small girl. The marriage was postponed, and feeling bored, he secretly enlisted in the army. He was sent to the battlefield as a replacement soldier and, using his quick thinking, managed to survive and even rise in rank. From that point on, Lu Haifeng's life changed, and he saw a brighter future ahead. The girl from his hometown could no longer stand by him. He wanted to marry a city girl. Lu Haifeng quickly wrote home, asking his family to cancel the betrothal, offering to provide some financial compensation. His family agreed. With no guilt, Lu Haifeng began searching for the city girl he desired. However, his standards were high, and it wasn't until he became a company commander that he found someone he was satisfied with, Zhao Xuejing. He wrote home, saying he would bring his new wife to meet his parents. It was then that his parents revealed they had never canceled the betrothal. Instead, they had held a banquet without a groom, bringing the girl into their home as a proper daughter-in-law because Lu Haifeng's brother had passed away and his wife had left. Lu Haifeng's mother was also unwell, and there were no one to care for his brother's children. Lu's parents originally planned to slowly persuade their son to return and accept the arranged marriage, but unexpectedly, he found someone else outside. Now, what should they do? Lu Haifeng's city wife definitely wouldn't come back to the countryside to take care of his parents and look after the nieces and nephews. Moreover, the girl they had arranged for him was hardworking and honest, and Lu's parents liked her very much. They couldn't bear to let her go, so they told her that Lu Haifeng had died outside, keeping her at their home as if she were in mourning. In his letters, Lu Haifeng repeatedly urged his parents to let her go, but they simply replied, "Otherwise, let your city wife come back to take care of us," leaving him speechless. In the end, he had no choice but to turn a blind eye and tolerate his parents' actions. At first, Lu Haifeng was anxious, fearing that the girl would find out the truth and cause trouble at the army base. However, as time passed, his parents kept saying that the girl was uneducated and easily fooled, which eased his worries. Just when he was focused on his career and ready to make a name for himself, Feng Xiaoqiao showed up. Feng Xiaoqiao was the girl he was arranged to marry. She was much taller than he remembered, her features more developed, but she still looked very thin, malnourished, with a pale complexion, and her clothes were full of patches. The only difference from his memory was her eyes, which now had a fierce intensity. At first, Lu Haifeng didn't recognize her, but she recognized him immediately. Without saying a word, she raised a brick in her hand and threw it at him. Lu Haifeng instinctively dodged, but the corner of the brick grazed his forehead, scraping off a layer of skin. Clearly, if he hadn't reacted quickly, that brick would have seriously injured him. This scene immediately attracted the attention of those around them. Furious, Lu Haifeng shouted, "Who dares to cause trouble in the military family area? You're a fraud, Lu Haifeng. Today, I'm going to give you a taste of your own medicine." Hearing this, Lu Haifeng's heart raced as he finally recognized Feng Xiaoqiao.
You,
he said, startled, as he approached her, trying to pull her inside.
come in and talk.
"I won't go in. I have nothing to hide, no reason to sneak around," she replied. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves, clearly sensing there was a story behind this. 10 years ago, it was common for men who gained wealth and power from the war to divorce their rural wives under the pretense of opposing arranged marriages and marry city women instead. So when everyone saw the scene before them, their first reaction was to wonder if Lu Haifeng had some marital issues. I must say, the crowd was right. Lu Haifeng was anxious to pull Feng Xiaoqiao back. Feng Xiaoqiao shook him off and said, "Everyone look. Lu Haifeng is a scoundrel. He marries a country girl to take care of his parents and raise his nieces and nephews. Then he marries a city girl to sleep with. I want to ask, is anyone going to do something about this? Our new laws don't allow men to have 2 wives." Someone in the crowd replied, "Men can't have concubines or marry a second wife. That's what the marriage law states." Lu Haifeng quickly said, "I haven't taken a concubine, and I haven't married a second wife. There's a misunderstanding. I only have one legal wife, and that's Zhao Xuejing." Feng Xiaoqiao sneered, "You say you only have one legal wife, but what about the others? I was promised to you by your family with a bag of rice when I was 16. Your parents brought me to the Lu family, saying you were hurt and couldn't come back for the wedding. They decided to marry me in your place, waiting for you to recover. Who knew a few years later they would say you were dead? I, a young girl, ended up waiting as a widow in your family. So tell me, am I legal or not?" The crowd seemed shocked that the Lu family could be so shameless. This was worse than those who abandoned their country wives for city girls. At least those people got divorced first, but the Lu family wanted everything without honesty. They even tricked a girl into coming over. Lu Haifeng's face turned from green to red as he clenched his fists, staring hard at Feng Xiaoqiao. But Feng Xiaoqiao showed no fear and met his gaze. There was a chilling intensity in her eyes. At that moment, Lu Haifeng could only think one thing. Feng Xiaoqiao was there to ruin him. Feng Xiaoqiao looked at Lu Haifeng and thought about what she was doing in her past life at that moment. Oh, she was still in the Lu family, working hard like an ox, serving Lu Haifeng's parents and raising his nieces and nephews. In fact, Feng Xiaoqiao never intended to go to the Lu family. Lu Haifeng wasn't home, so there was no wedding and no marriage. How could she be considered a daughter-in-law? But Lu Haifeng's parents, along with her brother and sister-in-law, scared her by saying that if she didn't go to the Lu family, they would marry her off to a lazy man in his 40s. Terrified, she immediately agreed. The truth of the situation, including that Lu Haifeng was not dead and had another home in the city, was something she only learned a long time later, when she was in her 40s. By then, she had raised Lu's nephews and nieces and was starting to take care of her nephew's son. Someone from the village went to work in the city and accidentally saw Lu Haifeng. When they returned and told her, she began to have doubts. Lu's parents were just ordinary elderly farmers with no real way to earn money, So why had their family been living so well in the village for all these years? Why did Lu's parents visit the provincial city every year to see relatives? What relatives were so important that the two elderly people made the trip annually? Why did Lu's parents watch her so closely that even when she wanted to go to the county town, she had to be accompanied by Lu Haifeng's mother? She had thought about these questions before, but Lu's parents treated her well. They always shared good food and drinks with her, made her new clothes every year, and spoke to her kindly without scolding. No one had ever treated Feng Xiaoqiao well when she was young, so she thought this was kindness. Even though she had no husband or children, her nephews and nieces regarded her as a mother, giving her hope for the future. During her time with Lu's family, she felt quite content and didn't think deeply about certain issues. Who would have imagined that what seemed like a simple and happy life was actually a huge lie? After growing suspicious, Feng Xiaoqiao searched for evidence at home, convinced that there was something to find. Eventually, she broke open a cabinet that had been locked for years and discovered it was filled with letters, correspondence between Lu's parents and Lu Haifeng over the years. Feng Xiaoqiao had not learned to read as a child, but after starting to help Lu's nephews and nieces with their homework, she began to teach herself and often attended classes at the local primary school. She was quite perceptive, and her self-taught skills were enough for her to read at a primary school level, so she could understand the letters. After reading through all the letters, she trembled uncontrollably, feeling as cold as if she had just been pulled from icy water. The kind Lu parents and the once fuzzy memory of Lu Haifeng now transformed into terrifying monsters with sharp teeth. She realized she had been trapped in their lies, giving everything to Lu's family, while their kindness was merely a way to keep her dependent. Reflecting on her years of hard work for Lu's family, Feng Xiaoqiao began to doubt herself. Was she really just a cow? Instead of just being a person, she was a living being like Lu's parents, Lu Haifeng, and everyone else in the village. She almost jumped into the river because she couldn't understand. But when facing the rushing water, Feng Xiaoqiao suddenly realized. No, she could speak, read, and had feelings. She was human. It was just that someone had turned her into a cow. It was the bad person who turned her into a cow. Feng Xiaoqiao went back and confessed to Lu's parents that she knew Lu Haifeng was not dead. She insisted that Lu Haifeng must return to handle the matter himself, or she would cause a scene at his home in the city. Lu Haifeng's city wife didn't know he had a widow waiting for him in the countryside. Lu's parents had no choice but to let Lu Haifeng come back. The dead person suddenly returned, and Feng Xiaoqiao looked at the well-dressed Lu Haifeng, feeling that he was so unfamiliar. She and Lu Haifeng were engaged since childhood, having grown up together. When they were young, Lu Haifeng often carried her up the mountain to gather grass and firewood, and she always called him brother. She didn't understand love, but she was sure that Lu Haifeng was better than her real brother. He would buy her candy and flowers. Feng Xiaoqiao smiled and calmly made a request to Lu Haifeng, give her a large sum of money, and she would let go of the past. Lu Haifeng visibly relaxed. He had a large stack of cash in his bag, which he intended to use to settle things with Feng Xiaoqiao. Feng Xiaoqiao was sensible, which was good. That money amounted to 10,000 yuan. At that time, the richest in the village were pig farmers with 10,000 yuan. Feng Xiaoqiao had no worries about food or clothing, but she never had more than 5 yuan in her hand. 10,000 was an astronomical figure for her, so she was very happy when she received the money and prepared a big feast for Lu's family. After dinner and washing the dishes, Feng Xiaoqiao left with a small bundle and never returned. The next day, Lu's family was discovered dead. Lu's parents and Lu Haifeng had died from pesticide poisoning. Feng Xiaoqiao changed her name and used the 10,000 yuan given by Lu Haifeng as capital to start a business, traveling far and wide and gaining many experiences. However, 8 years later, she was caught and sentenced to death. Feng Xiaoqiao felt no sadness. If she had to die, so be it. After all, she had lived a wonderful 8 years on the run. At the moment the bullet pierced her head, Feng Xiaoqiao fell with a smile. However, she did not expect that after her death, she would be reborn. She was reborn at the age of 25. At this age, although she had been a servant in Lu's family for 9 years, she was still young. Perhaps heaven couldn't stand the Lu family's shamelessness and decided to give her back her youth. After being reborn, Feng Xiaoqiao quickly decided that this time she would live her life well. She wouldn't sacrifice her life for the Lu family, but they shouldn't expect an easy time either. She came to the military to ruin Lu Haifeng's future. In her past life, Lu Haifeng had transitioned to civilian life as a regiment commander, and after a few years, he left to start a business. Using his previous connections, he made a fortune during the reform era and had a happy marriage, as if everything went smoothly for him. This time, she would make sure things didn't go well for him from the start. Lu Haifeng, I am here to accuse you. I am accusing you of marriage fraud and bigamy. What marriage fraud and bigamy? Zhao Xuejing came out of the room, looking confused at the scene before her. Feng Xiaoqiao sized up Zhao Xuejing. Are you Lu Haifeng's city wife? Do you know he got married in the countryside?
What?
Zhao Xuejing's eyes widened as she quickly turned to Lu Haifeng. Lu Haifeng, ignoring Feng Xiaoqiao, hurried to pull Zhao Xuejing away. Don't listen to her. She's a liar trying to scam money. Feng Xiaoqiao scoffed and didn't waste time arguing with him. She turned to the crowd and asked, Who is the political commissar here? I want to file a complaint. The family members replied, Commissariu has transferred out, and a new one hasn't been appointed yet. Right now, Deputy Commissar Wang is in charge. You can find him. A man in military uniform, handsome and fair, approached her with a smile. Comrade, my name is Li Hansong, the director of the operations department at the headquarters. I can take you to see Deputy Commissar Wang. Deputy Commissar Wang, I am truly wronged. I was engaged to Feng Xiaoqiao, but in 1954, I wrote to my family asking them to cancel the engagement. They agreed and even gave the Feng family 2 bags of wheat as compensation. If you don't believe me, you can send someone to investigate my hometown. Lu Haifeng was terrified but tried to maintain a confident front. He had to deny any connection to Feng Xiaoqiao. Their regiment commander was about to be reassigned, and he was doing everything he could to secure his position. If something went wrong now, he didn't know if he would ever get another chance to advance. In truth, Feng Xiaoqiao's situation wasn't entirely his fault. It was trouble caused by his parents' decisions. Thinking of this, Lu Haifeng felt a bit more confident. If it came down to it, he would shift all the blame onto his parents, claiming he had no idea. Lu Haifeng stood tall, his gaze firm. Wang Heping walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, calmly asking, Feng Xiaoqiao, right? What are your specific demands? Feng Xiaoqiao replied firmly, I want to accuse Lu Haifeng of marriage fraud and bigamy, and I want the military to punish him. He doesn't deserve to wear that uniform. Lu Haifeng glared at Feng Xiaoqiao, his eyes filled with anger. How could this woman be so cruel? Wang Heping said, All right, I will send someone to investigate your hometown. Before the results come out, you should stay at the guest house. I will arrange for someone to take you there. Lu Haifeng felt a sense of relief. His parents were smart and would know what to say. Feng Xiaoqiao's brother and sister-in-law wouldn't offend the Lu family for her sake. Wait, Feng Xiaoqiao said. I think we can skip the investigation.
Why?
Wang Heping asked sternly. Are you afraid of something? Lu Haifeng scoffed. She must be scared because she's just a fraud. Lu Haifeng felt reassured. It seemed Feng Xiaoqiao knew no one would support her. Even an investigation wouldn't yield the results she wanted. Feng Xiaoqiao looked at Lu Haifeng and smiled, revealing a small, sharp tooth. Lu Haifeng's expression froze, sensing something ominous. Sure enough, the next second, Feng Xiaoqiao said, I have enough evidence to prove that everything I said is true. Lu Haifeng stared at Feng Xiaoqiao, trying to detect any guilt on her face, but she seemed confident. Unfortunately, he failed. Feng Xiaoqiao was very sure of herself. Feng Xiaoqiao continued, However, before I present the evidence, I have a request. I want 2 more witnesses, and they should be high-ranking officials. Wang Heping's expression darkened. What do you mean? Don't you trust me? Do you think I would cover for Lu Haifeng? At that moment, only Feng Xiaoqiao, Lu Haifeng, and Wang Heping were present. Feng Xiaoqiao smiled. It's not that I don't trust you. I've been tricked too badly before, which has made me cautious. Please understand, Deputy Political Commissar Wang. Lu Haifeng shouted. Do you think the leaders have nothing better to do than deal with your personal matters? You clearly don't understand. Feng Xiaoqiao ignored Lu Haifeng and insisted, Please understand me, Deputy Political Commissar Wang. If not, I will have to go to the provincial military district or the capital to seek justice. The impact of that could be significant. Wang Heping took a deep breath and opened the office door. He intended to call a soldier over to give some instructions, but saw Li Hansong, who had brought Feng Xiaoqiao, still waiting outside. He said, Director Li, if you have time, could you help me out? Li Hansong put out his cigarette and smiled. I have time. Wang Heping only called one person, but this person was probably someone who had helped Feng Xiaoqiao, and since Feng Xiaoqiao had a good impression of him, he didn't say much. Now you can take out the evidence, right? Feng Xiaoqiao carried a patched cloth bag with her. She rummaged through it and pulled out several letters. Lu Haifeng's heart sank. Those letters were the back-and-forth correspondence between Lu Haifeng and his parents regarding Feng Xiaoqiao. Although Lu Haifeng initially disagreed, he eventually compromised with his parents. He was indeed involved in the deception. Lu Haifeng's parents never destroyed letters. They had always kept their correspondence with their son. Feng Xiaoqiao had already known where the letters were hidden in her past life, and now that she was reborn, she easily found them. Wang Heping and Li Hansong read the letters carefully. Li Hansong smirked at Lu Haifeng. You kid, have quite a devious mind. Lu Haifeng's situation had become quite the topic, and Anhua was aware of it. Feng Xiaoqiao. Wasn't that the name of the female lead in the book? However, she wouldn't keep this name for long. It would change soon. No wonder she felt familiar when she heard Zhao Xuejing's name. It turned out she was also a minor character in the book, just like her. Please forgive her for not remembering the names of these minor characters. She followed at least 8 or 10 historical novels daily, so remembering the main characters' names and general plots was already impressive. What happened next? How did Deputy Political Commissar Wang handle this? And Hua had forgotten how it was written in the book. Xiao Zheng said, Deputy Political Commissar Wang initially said he would give him a warning and demote him, but Li Hansong suggested reporting it to the military district for further action. And Hua asked, reporting to the military district will make it more serious, right?
Xiao Zheng nodded. Yes.
The waiting time before the consequences are revealed is the hardest. Lu Haifeng will probably have a tough time during this period. And Hua was right. Lu Haifeng was not just having a hard time, he was practically being tortured. To make matters worse, Zhao Xuejing was also starting divorce proceedings with him. You liar! I was a good girl, and you deceived me into this mess. I must have had terrible luck for 8 lifetimes. I want a divorce. Saying this, she started to cry. Her family is well off. She could marry anyone, yet she was captivated by Lu Haifeng. Their 3 children saw their mother crying and began to wail as well. Suddenly, the house was in chaos. Lu Haifeng felt a throbbing in his temples, his eyes glaring at Zhao Xuejing. Divorce? It seemed she wanted to escape because he was facing punishment. It appeared she was not only unreasonable, but also quite vain. After all the careful choices, how did he end up with Zhao Xuejing? Lu Haifeng clenched his fists tightly, taking a long time to calm himself down. He had faced a huge setback at work. Nothing else could go wrong in his marriage. He crouched down, trying to soften his voice. Wife, please don't be angry. Let me explain. The Lu family argued for 2 days, but then stopped. I saw Zhao Xuejing this morning. Her face looked bad, but she didn't seem like she wanted a divorce. Lu Haifeng seems to have some skills. He managed to calm his wife down. That Feng Xiaoqiao is quite pitiful. She came to the Lu family at 16 and has worked hard for 9 years, wasting her youth. Sigh. So many things have happened in our neighborhood this past 6 months. We didn't have this many issues in previous years. Isn't that the truth? Zhou Meihua and a few women were chatting at home when suddenly, Shi Xiaojun rushed in. looking terrified, shouting, "Mom!
Mom.
Mom!" Zhou Meihua threw down her sunflower seeds, annoyed. "What's wrong now?" Sure Xiaojun ran to Zhou Meihua, eyes shining as he pointed outside. "There's a white swan outside." "What white swan?" "Just. It's a white swan." Sure Xiaojun scratched his head. "Oh my." Zhou Meihua looked at her son in disdain. "You're in 2nd grade and still can't speak properly. Is there a big goose for sale outside? I should go check and buy one to stew for you all at noon." Sure Xiaojun panicked. "No. Don't stew it. It's a white swan, not a big goose." A woman stretched her neck to look outside and immediately stood up. "I saw Chen Shizhang's wife. She's back. I heard she returned to Haisher." Wow. She must have been gone for 3 or 4 months. Everyone rushed outside to see. Along with Wen Shueman, there was a little girl. "Is this Chen Shizhang's daughter? She looks quite grown up. She must be around 11 or 12. "No, she's only 10. "Does Commander Chen only have one daughter?" "Yes, I haven't heard of any other children." Sure Xiaojun said. "That's what I mean by a swan." Zhou Meihua responded. "Oh, so if she's a swan, then you must be the ugly duckling." Everyone looked at Sure Xiaojun and laughed. Sure Xiaojun, teased by his mother in front of everyone, huffed in annoyance. Manhwa had just returned from work and saw Wen Xuemian moving things into the house. She walked over to greet her. "Sister Xuemian, you're back." When Xuemian turned and smiled. "Yes. Did you just get off work?" And Hua nodded. When Xuemian waved for her daughter to come over and introduced her to Anhua, "This is my 10-year-old daughter, Chen Qingyin. She will be staying with us from now on. Wan, this is your dad's comrade's wife. You can call her Auntie and hello, Auntie Yin," Chen Qingyin said, wearing a beige dress with a little coat over it. Her voice was clear, and she stood tall and graceful, looking more mature than her peers. And Hua smiled and nodded at her. "Hello, Qingyin. You're welcome to come and play at Auntie's house often." Chen Qingyin smiled back, saying confidently, "Mom told me about Annie and when she was in Haisher. She said Auntie Anne is amazing, a top student from the music academy. I will come to visit you often, and I hope you won't find me annoying." Everyone loves a polite and beautiful child, and Anhua felt a warm, affectionate gaze towards Chen Qingyin. Having a daughter is truly wonderful. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they each went into their homes. However, unlike before, when Xuemian nodded to a few military families watching from a distance, everyone was quite surprised. "Am I seeing things? The commander's wife is greeting us? Weren't her eyes always up in the air before?" Regardless, everyone was happy and waved back at Wen Xuemian. Before long, when Xuemian came back to find Anhua, looking a bit shy, and said, "I want to boil some water, but I don't know how to use the coal stove. Can you teach me?" And Hua quickly replied, "Sure," and followed Wen Xuemian. Wen Xuemian learned quickly and soon mastered the technique. Looking at the bright red stove, she sighed. It seems that work isn't so painful after all. And Hua noticed the change in Wen Xuemian. She wore a simple coat, and her hair was styled in 2 braids at the back, just like most women. When Xueman noticed Anhua's gaze and smiled, saying, "This time returning to Haisher, my father and brother talked to me a lot. They said the future situation might not be peaceful, and I should be more cautious." Anhua asked, "Is there something special happening in Haisher?" When Xueman replied, "From what my family knows, I can only say that the struggles among the upper class are becoming more intense." When Xueman's father is a well-known figure often featured in the news, a representative of the business community, and has some connections with the upper class. And Bo Huai is part of the provincial political advisory body and has his own network for gathering information. When Anhua communicated with him, she intentionally discussed these matters, but correspondence is always limited to avoid drawing attention. It seems she needs to return to the provincial capital occasionally, since the train goes directly there, making it convenient. Staying in the small place of Yin County makes it hard to feel the changes in the situation. After all, Chun Gang and Wen Xueman argued countless times without changing her mind. Just one visit to Haisher made her realize the seriousness of things. When Chun Gang returned, he was pleasantly surprised. He was amazed by Wen Shueman's transformation and delighted to see his long-missed daughter. He picked her up and tossed her into the air, making Qin Qingyin look for her mother in fright. Chen Gang felt a bit disappointed, saying, "You used to love playing like this with me when you were little." Qin Qingyin replied, "Dad, I'm a big girl now." Chen Gang felt a twinge of sadness. "Yes, you are a big girl now. I can't carry you anymore." Wen Shueman felt a bit uncomfortable and regretted having Qin Qingyin raised at her family's home. When making that decision, she only considered Qin Qingyin's education and didn't think about how both she and her husband missed many moments of their daughter's growth. When Shueman softly said, "Old Chen, I'm sorry," Chen Gang looked at Wen Shueman in surprise. When Shueman looked up at him, "I'm sorry for being so willful before and neglecting your feelings." Chen Gang, rarely at a loss for words, was taken aback as it was the first time when Shueman had apologized to him. "No," Chen Gang shook his head and said seriously, "I also have many faults. At home, I acted like a teacher and didn't care for you enough. Earlier, when I said you were not as good as Xiaoan, it wasn't true. It was me who couldn't compare to Xiaozheng. Unlike me, Xiaozheng doesn't just relax at home. In a marriage, both partners should understand and support each other." When Shueman felt emotional, looking at Chen Gang with teary eyes. They had argued a lot over the years and hadn't spoken so warmly in a long time. Old Chen. Not far away, Chen Qingyin watched her parents share their feelings, seemingly unaware of her presence. Shaking her head like a little adult, she left the house. Arriving in a new place, she was curious about everything. While looking around, a little boy caught her eye. Shi Xiaojun met Chen Qingyin's gaze without feeling shy and grinned, "Hello, Swan." Chen Qingyin sized him up and smiled back. Shi Xiaojun immediately jumped up and ran home, shouting, "Mom!
Mom."
The swan smiled at me." Chen Qingyin turned and went back home. "Mom, there's a little boy who looks quite unusual. When Shueman came to ask in Hua, I heard Go Hongyin got divorced. Where is she living now?" And Hua replied, "Probably at her workplace, but she might be transferred and leave Yun County for good." And Hua heard about Go Hongying's transfer from people at the factory. Go Hongying had been the deputy director of the Women's Federation and was somewhat well known in the county, so news about her spread widely. When Shueman had never liked Go Hongying, often looking down on her for being seemingly capable yet rather petty. However, she didn't gloat this time and said, "No matter what, not many women have the courage to just get divorced. It must be the confidence from her job. After all, Go Hongying had worked for many years and had her own social circle, not relying entirely on Yu Baoshan. Spiritually, she was more independent than many women. And what's the deal with Lu Haifeng?" When Shueman, who used to ignore gossip in the family compound, was now starting to learn about what was happening around her. And Hua explained the situation to her. When Shueman was surprised, "Is there really such a strange thing? Why would Lu Haifeng do that? His salary isn't low. He could just..." She intended to say hire a nanny but changed her words. "He could just hire someone to take care of his parents and nieces and nephews, right?" And Hua replied, "No one can care for them like family does. And it's not just a short-term thing. It requires decades of dedication." "That's true." When Shueman nodded and curiously asked, "What does Feng Xiaoqiao look like?" "She seems quite bold." "I haven't seen her yet either." On the first day Feng Xiaoqiao arrived at the family compound, when Hua went over, Feng Xiaoqiao was preparing to pull Lu Haifeng to find Deputy Commissioner Wang. And Hua only saw her back. After that, Feng Xiaoqiao stayed at the guest house waiting for results. And Hua was a bit curious about the female lead's appearance, but she couldn't just go and look. When she first crossed over, she wondered if the original plot was irreversible. Would the male and female leads be drawn together like magnets when the female lead appeared? If that were the case, how should she respond? Should she propose a divorce to step aside, or get ready to compete for the man? In the end, she realized she didn't want to choose either option. She didn't want her life to be controlled by the so-called plot, nor did she want to compete with the female lead. However, when the female lead finally appeared, and Hua no longer felt troubled. From the first day of her crossing over, every choice she made changed the plot. Yet, this world remained the same. It didn't collapse or become chaotic, and the history that was meant to happen would still come. She and Feng Xiaoqiao were just small drops in this world. From Feng Xiaoqiao's perspective, she was the female lead. From Manhwa's perspective, she was the female lead. Even when Shui Man could be the female lead, and Zhou Meihua could also be the female lead. As for who the male lead was, it depended on whom the female lead chose. Without Xiaozheng, there could still be others. In the book, the male and female leads fell in love after marriage, so without marriage, there would be no entanglements. Besides, Feng Xiaoqiao was the female lead, and her basic values were definitely fine. She wouldn't set her sights on a married man. So, and Hua didn't need to overthink. She could just live her life normally. Lu Haifeng received his punishment due to his misconduct, which severely damaged the honor and image of the military. The military district decided to expel Lu Haifeng and send him back to his hometown. This punishment hit Lu Haifeng like a bolt from the blue. Zhao Xuejing was also stunned, and after a moment, she erupted in anger. Didn't you say you could handle this? Didn't you say it would only be a warning or a demotion? What is this? You're a liar. You deceived me. Lu Haifeng took a while to regain his senses and muttered, no. It must be a mistake. Commander Yang from the military district clearly. Zhao Xuejing shouted, divorce. I want to take the child back to my parents' home.
Liu Haifeng grabbed Zhao Xuejing. No.
You can't leave. Zhao Xuejing sneered. Why wouldn't I leave? Am I supposed to go back to the countryside and farm with you? Being expelled meant it would be recorded in his file, making it difficult for him to find a job in the future. Other than going back to the countryside to farm, he had no other options. Because of this, Lu Haifeng was even less willing to let Zhao Xuejing go. He suddenly knelt down, holding Zhao Xuejing's legs, and cried, Wife, please don't leave me. I have nothing now, only you and the kids. We've been together for many years, and I cherish you so much. Don't you care about our relationship at all? Zhao Xuejing remained silent. Indeed, Lu Haifeng had treated her well over the years and was very respectful to her parents. However, whenever Zhao Xuejing thought about Lu Haifeng's lost future and the harsh conditions in the countryside, she couldn't convince herself to stay with him. Lu Haifeng quickly called the 3 children over, saying, Hurry, tell your mom not to leave Dad. He usually treated the kids well, and they liked him, so they would surely help him. Sure enough, the children clung to Zhao Xuejing, crying, Mom, don't go. We don't want to leave Dad. We don't want to go to Grandma's house. Our aunt doesn't like us. Lu Haifeng added, Yes, dear, if you take the kids back to your parents' house, will your sister-in-law even want to see you?
She always criticizes you.
Zhao Xuejing frowned. Lu Haifeng continued to persuade her, Our community has a primary school. You can transfer your job there and keep teaching without having to work in the fields. My mom is here, so you won't need to worry about anything. You can keep your salary, and we can live the same way we used to. I will also work hard to support you and the kids. Trust me. Zhao Xuejing replied, What kind of job can you find in your current state? How can I trust you? Lu Haifeng raised his hand and swore, I promise I can find a job. If I'm lying, I won't have a good life. Zhao Xuejing was somewhat convinced. He was clever and might really find a way out. Lu Haifeng seized the moment and continued, I know you're attractive and educated. You could find someone else, but think about our 3 kids. Who would accept you with 3 children? If they stay with me, you might never see them again.
Can you bear that?
The 3 kids immediately cried out, Mom. Zhao Xuejing felt a sharp pain in her heart. She was in a dilemma. She didn't want to go in, but she couldn't back out either. How did she end up marrying Lu Haifeng in the first place? Lu Haifeng stared intently at Zhao Xuejing, determined not to let her go. Otherwise, he would return home alone, feeling ashamed, and if he wanted to find someone else, he might only end up with someone like Feng Xiaoqiao, a village girl. Ironically, Feng Xiaoqiao was about to become a city person soon. The military was willing to offer some compensation for the harm done to Feng Xiaoqiao. Initially, they planned to give her some money and send her back home, but Feng Xiaoqiao requested not to receive money. Instead, she wanted a job. This was a tentative request, as she wasn't sure if the military would agree. The military had already dismissed Lu Haifeng from service and provided her with justice. The financial compensation was merely a humanitarian gesture. Not receiving it wouldn't matter much. In the end, the military agreed, but they could only offer her a temporary position. A temporary job was still good, and Feng Xiaoqiao felt satisfied. Even without a city residence permit and the ability to receive rations, she could manage to support herself with a temporary salary. She had no intention of returning to her rural hometown. Not to mention that Lu Haifeng's family now viewed her as an enemy. Just dealing with her own siblings would make her life difficult. Having been given a second chance at life, Feng Xiaoqiao did not want to take extreme actions that could ruin her future, so the best approach was to keep her distance from those people. She only wanted to manage her life well. When she reported to her new job, Feng Xiaoqiao changed her name to Feng Qi, which was the name she used while escaping in her previous life. The character Qi means beautiful jade, which she learned from watching television. She had always been seen as common grass, easily disregarded. Now, she wanted to be like jade and would only be seen as such in the future. Of course, she couldn't change her name on her official documents just yet. That would be addressed later. As Lu Haifeng left the housing complex with his wife and children, Feng Qi happened to be moving out of the guest house, and they crossed paths on the road. Lu Haifeng glared at Feng Qi with malice. If it weren't for the daylight and the presence of passers-by, he might have lost control and attacked her. Feng Qi merely glanced at Lu Haifeng, treating him as if he were just a piece of trash by the roadside. Feng Xiaoqiao, don't get too proud. Just because you have a temporary job doesn't make you a city person. Don't end up starving in the city with no one to claim your body. Huh. That's still better than you, digging for food in the fields, Feng Qi replied, looking at Zhao Xuejing and then at the three children. You, a city person, are taking your kids back to the countryside with him? TSK. Feng Qi didn't push further, giving Zhao Xuejing a look of disbelief before walking away. However, that glance left Zhao Xuejing feeling uncertain. Her job could be transferred, but the conditions at the commune's elementary school were poor and the pay was low. If Lu Haifeng couldn't find work, how could her salary support three children? Moreover, she later learned that being expelled from the military had significant consequences. Lu Haifeng might live under this shadow for the rest of his life, leaving little hope for his future. Zhao Shui was feeling very anxious. Finally, she stopped walking. I want to go back to the provincial city first, and will come to find you later. The child can stay with you for now. When she mentioned the child, Zhao Shui almost couldn't bear it and paused before saying, I will send money for them. Lu Haifeng stared at her in shock. And Ji heard the name Feng Qi from Aunt Ma. The female lead started working as a temporary cleaner in a food factory. And Ji had heard that the military arranged a job for her. This was different from the story in the book, where the female lead initially had no job and married the male lead first before getting a position at a supply and marketing cooperative through him. Perhaps this was a chain reaction from the plot going off course. Although Anji no longer cared about the story, she still paid attention when she heard the female lead's name. Temporary cleaner? Aunt Ma, you are quite well informed. You even know about a new temporary cleaner so quickly, and there are thousands of people in our factory, and Ji teased Aunt Ma with a smile. Aunt Ma proudly lifted her chin. I joined the factory early, and know many people. If anything happens in the factory, I find out first. By the way, this temporary worker was recommended by your military, but she isn't a military family member. I wonder why the military would recommend her. She then asked Anji, do you know? Anji shook her head. No, I don't. She just liked to listen to gossip and gather information but didn't like to spread it. Aunt Ma continued to speculate. Anji, however, thought about how Feng Qi, even with a temporary job, had no household registration, no place to live, and couldn't buy food. How would she survive? But soon she found out, as Feng Qi's story spread throughout the factory. Feng Qi's temporary worker salary was 18 yuan a month, similar to an apprentice, and her benefits were about the same, so she wasn't eligible to apply for the factory's single dormitory. Feng Qi ended up building a makeshift shelter in Shantytown on the outskirts of the city. The people living in the shantytown were mostly drifters, some fleeing disasters at home to beg, while others escaped from rural areas due to difficult circumstances. In short, anyone who had a chance elsewhere wouldn't end up living there. The county likely didn't want to push people to desperation, so the shantytown existed without being cleared out. Feng Qi lived here to save money. She wanted to reduce her rent and also cultivate some land to grow vegetables, which would cut down on her grocery costs. As for grains, she had no choice but to buy them on the black market. She calculated that if she ate less and focused on whole grains, she could save a few dollars each month. Regarding the safety issues in the shantytown, Feng Qi had looked into it. The residents often kept an eye on each other to prevent any crimes because if any security problems arose, the county would surely demolish the area, leaving everyone homeless. Along with Feng Qi's tough life, her experience of being tricked into marriage by Lu Haifeng spread, making her even more well-known. Although they worked at the same place, Feng Qi was just a name that Manhwa had heard about and eventually stopped paying attention to. After November ended, the temperature dropped suddenly, and winter officially arrived. Manhwa received a remittance slip and a letter. The slip was from the provincial city, where the provincial song and dance troupe, introduced by Bo Huai, asked her to write 2 songs as payment. The letter was from the general political song and dance troupe in the capital, inviting her to write a military song. Manhwa was unsure how the general political song and dance troupe knew about her, but it was a good opportunity. She read the letter's requests several times, not rushing to create, but planning to gather inspiration first. One day, when Xiaozheng returned, he saw Manhwa waiting for him at the door, smiling and helping him take off his coat. He looked down at her and swallowed. "It's not even dark yet, and you're already thinking about this?" And Hua replied, "To clear out the nonsense in your head." Xiaozheng touched his nose, realizing he might have misunderstood. But aside from when she wanted to, she had never helped him take off his clothes before. And Hua hung up the coat and looked at him with bright eyes. "I need your help with something." Xiaozheng chuckled. "I thought it was something serious." "You should say, I have something for you to do." And Hua couldn't help but laugh. "You're getting more charming by the day." Xiaozheng glanced around, not seeing the child at home, hugged Hua, kissed her, and quietly asked, "What do you need me to do?" And Hua explained, "Did I want to visit the military camp and interview some soldiers to understand their lives and thoughts?" Xiaozhen was already aware of her side projects and fully supported her, nodding, "No problem, I'll arrange it." And Hua smiled generously. "To show my thanks, I'll reward you tonight." Xiaozhen looked at her expectantly, and Hua decided to tease him, saying, "I'll reward you by letting you have an extra bowl of rice." Xiaozhen was annoyed and wanted to hold her and give her a hard time, but unexpectedly, and Hua slipped away like an eel. Xiaozhen felt frustrated. If he didn't make her cry by the end of the night, he would write his name backward. And Hua needed to interview grassroots soldiers, so Xiaozhen, who didn't have time to accompany her, arranged for Xiaozhu to go with her. She also visited some remote units with tougher conditions, spending 3 days gathering information that sparked some inspiration in her mind. Just as she finished a draft, someone from the general political song and dance troupe came looking for her. A soldier on duty approached Hua, saying, "Sister-in-law, there's a guest from the general political song and dance troupe looking for you in the reception room." And Hua followed him. The visitor was a man in his 30s, dressed casually with a coat over his clothes, wearing a cotton hat. He had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a strong, handsome face. He greeted Hua warmly, saying, "I'm Zhou Jinhua, a singer from the general political song and dance troupe. I'm the one who invited you to write a song." "Hello," Hua replied. "I'm curious. How did you find out about me?" "The director of the movie Feng Hua is my friend. He asked for my opinion on the theme song's production." Zhou Jinhua smiled. "I really admire the composition of that song, so I inquired about you." After a pause, he continued, "This song I'm inviting you to write is very important to me. After thinking it over, I decided to come in person to discuss it with you." And Hua asked, "May I ask why it's so important?" Zhou Jinhua explained, there will be a military arts performance in April next year, and I want to compete. And Hua knew about this military arts performance, which had only been held 4 times since the founding of the country, with thousands of participants and hundreds of performances each time. Many winning songs are well known today, like I Am a Soldier and Learning from Lei Feng. She wasn't afraid of competing with such excellent works. Since Zhou Jinhua recognized her talent, it meant he appreciated her work. With others believing in her, she had no reason to feel anxious before the battle. Previously, Anhua had written a song showcasing soldiers' lives, with a warm tone. After hearing Zhou Jinhua's needs, she quickly discarded her earlier idea. Considering the current political atmosphere, she thought it would be better to write a song that praises and celebrates. Anhua shared her thoughts with Zhou Jinhua, and the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. Finally, he clapped his hands and said, "It seems I came at the right time. Some things are best discussed face-to-face." The two exchanged views and chatted excitedly. In Xiao Zheng's office, Xiao Zhu hesitated to speak. Xiao Zheng frowned and asked, "When did you become so hesitant?" Xiao Zhu chuckled, "Sir, it's nothing much. It's just that Xiao Zhang from the reception room told me that your wife is meeting some visitors today, who seem to be friends. I was wondering if she might go out for a meal with them, and whether I should inform you in advance." Xiao Zheng was writing something and casually asked, "What kind of friends?" Xiao Zhu replied nonchalantly, "A tall, handsome man with a dignified and graceful presence." Xiao Zheng paused his pen, then returned to normal and simply said, Xiao Zhu was surprised. "That's it?" He quickly glanced at Xiao Zheng and realized there was no further discussion, which relieved him. He didn't really want to report this, considering his wife had a past and Xiao Zheng might have concerns. If a stranger caused a fight at home, it would just create unnecessary trouble. But then he thought, since he knew about it, he had to say something. What if Xiao Zheng found out he knew, but didn't report it? In the end, as a soldier, Xiao Zhu decided to follow the principle of not hiding information. Fortunately, Xiao Zheng was generous and didn't seem to mind. Xiao Zhu mentally gave his superior a thumbs up. What a real man. A few minutes later, the real man stood up and said, "Sitting in the office is making my back hurt.
I'm going out to inspect."
His voice lingered in the air, but his figure had already disappeared. After a moment of silence, Xiao Zhu hurried after him. "Sir, it's cold outside. You should wear your coat." Usually, Xiao Zheng liked to check on the logistics team, guiding them on pig farming, but today he headed straight for the reception room. Xiao Zhu understood what was happening. Xiao Zheng moved quickly with his long legs, while Xiao Zhu struggled to keep up. He wasn't just curious. He needed to stay alert in case Xiao Zheng acted impulsively and confronted that man. He had to find a way to minimize any trouble. When they reached the reception room, Xiao Zheng suddenly slowed down, walking leisurely with his hands behind his back. He touched the windowsill by the door and turned to Xiao Zhu, saying, "Why is the reception room so dirty? Who is responsible for cleaning? Call them here." Xiao Zhu cooperated with his performance, saying, "It's Xiao Zhang, I'll go call him right now." But his feet didn't move. Over there, Anhua saw Xiao Zheng and exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Zheng, just noticing Anhua, replied, "I was inspecting the camp." "What are you doing here?" Anhua pointed to the person next to her and said, "This is Zhou Jinhua from the General Political Department's Song and Dance Troupe. He came all the way from the capital to discuss a new song with me." Xiao Zheng relaxed a bit, but he still felt uneasy. He wasn't worried about his wife being with another man. He just suspected that any man close to his wife had intentions. It was like having a beautiful flower at home. He couldn't help but wonder if any nearby bees were up to no good. Regardless of the truth, it was better to be cautious. Xiao Zheng carefully observed Zhou Jinhua. He looked decent, but not as handsome as Xiao Zhu had described. He glanced at Xiao Zhu, who blinked in surprise, wondering why he was suddenly looking at him. Xiao Zheng extended his hand to Zhou Jinhua, saying, "I am Anhua's husband, Xiao Zheng. We've been married for 5 years and have a son." What kind of self-introduction was that? Zhou Jinhua glanced at the insignia on Xiao Zheng's uniform and smiled. Hello, sir. My name is Zhou Jinhua, a singer. Xiao Zheng nodded politely. You two can talk. I won't disturb you. Saying that, he actually turned to leave. By the way, Xiao Zheng looked at Xiao Zhu. Why haven't you gone to call Xiao Zhang to clean the reception room? Xiao Zhu was confused, wondering if acting required such thoroughness. Unaware that he had just increased his workload, Xiao Zhang was about to sneak a smoke when he suddenly sneezed, feeling an ominous premonition that he might be caught by Deputy Commander Xiao. Zhou Jinhua stayed for a week before leaving, satisfied with the song. Xiao Zhang let out a sigh of relief. And Hua looked at him sideways. Xiao Zheng cleared his throat and asked, What's wrong? And Hua inquired, Have you been very tense these past few days? Xiao Zheng replied, How did you notice? And Hua said, Your eyes have been glued to me these days. Xiao Zheng felt a bit embarrassed. It's just, I have to keep an eye on my wife. What if she ran off with someone again? He quickly stopped himself, glancing at Anhua, worried she might get upset about the past. Anhua realized that this man lacked security. His strong exterior didn't reveal that at all. However, Anhua did not comfort him. Instead, she said, If you're afraid I'll run away, you need to treat me better and be nicer to me, okay? Xiao Zheng puffed out his chest and replied, Got it. Then he asked uncertainly, Do you think I've been good to you lately? I feel like I want to try harder to be nice, but I don't know what else to do. And Hua traced circles on his firm chest with her finger, smiling playfully, just like you said, just try a bit harder. Xiao Zheng paused for a moment before responding, gritting his teeth. I haven't even used my full strength yet. Didn't you say to take it easy? And Hua replied, After teaching you so many times, you still don't understand? You need to focus your efforts. Xiao Zheng picked her up and tossed her onto the bed, saying, If you can't explain it, it's better to practice. And Hua quickly put her hand up to stop him. You haven't showered yet. Xiao Zheng said, I just went to the bathhouse yesterday. I soaked my feet earlier too. Now, he could confidently say that he was one of the cleanest in the whole camp. That's not good, and Hua said, patting him playfully, If we're going to practice, we need to clean up first because. And Hua whispered something in his ear. Xiao Zheng's eyes lit up like light bulbs. No more? Really? And Hua nodded. Xiao Zheng immediately jumped up, saying, Wait, I'm going to wash up so well I can see my reflection. And Hua was speechless. The supplies at home had been reused several times, and she hadn't had a chance to get new ones. She calculated the dates and realized it was a safe period, so she decided not to use any. Even though the safe period wasn't completely safe, she was now fully adapted to life here and was open to welcoming a new life. So, she thought it was best to let things happen naturally. Later, Xiao Zheng made a large wooden tub for Anhua to soak in. In winter, he even made a cover to hang over the tub, keeping the heat in so she could enjoy her baths comfortably. Of course, Xiao Zheng didn't use it. He was too lazy to heat water and just took cold showers like in summer. When Anhua heard he was showering with cold water, she was surprised. It's below freezing now. Aren't you cold? Not at all, he said, as he climbed into her warm bed. Anhua initially moved away, thinking he would be cold after a cold shower, but when they touched, she found he was actually warm. Oh my, you're so warm, Anhua said, feeling envious of his body heat. She is very afraid of the cold, not to mention taking cold showers in the winter. Even a little chill can take her a long time to warm up. Then I'll share some warmth with you. Xiao Zheng leaned down and kissed her. The spring breeze chased away the winter chill. That day, Zhou Meihua came to find Anhua, inviting her to watch a performance at the county primary school on New Year's Day. My daughter is going to dance. Little Swan is leading her. Who is Little Swan? Anhua asked. Oh, look at me. I got it from my son, Shi Xiaojun. Zhou Meihua explained. She is the daughter of Commander Chen. Shi Xiaojun always shouts at home that she is a swan, and now I only remember her as Swan. Anhua laughed. Qingyin has an outstanding temperament and looks great. She does resemble a little swan. Exactly. Those boys in Shi Xiaojun's group can be wild, but they become well-behaved in front of Little Swan. Zhou Meihua's words were teasing, filled with relief that someone could keep those mischievous boys in line. Chen Qingyin is a year younger than Shi Xiaoshan, but they are in the same grade. After transferring to the school, Chen Qingyin joined Shi Xiaoshan's class and quickly became the cultural committee member. For the New Year's program, Chen Qingyin organized a shell dance for the class. The shell dance is a traditional folk dance using paper-made shells as props, and it is a group dance that is very popular these days. Manhwa took Dongdong to watch. She initially wanted to bring Xiaozheng along, but he had to go on a visit to the grassroots and couldn't find the time. Where's Xiaoshan? Manhwa's eyes searched the stage. The little girls on stage were all wearing the same outfits, each carrying a shell on their back. Dongdong, with sharp eyes, pointed out, Sister Xiaoshan is over there. Zhou Meihua said, My Xiaoshan is easy to recognize. Look, while others have white pearls, my Xiaoshan has a black pearl. Last time, Shi Xiaoshan rode a horse with Xiaozheng and Anhua. She found it painful at first, but after a few days, when the pain went away, she insisted on going again. Eventually, she fell in love with riding and went every day, getting quite tanned, but after winter, she lightened up a bit. Zhou Meihua thought this was great. It showed she was healthy and strong.
Anhua.
Hearing someone call her, Anhua turned to see Yang Tianjiao waving at her from a distance. Yang Tianjiao walked through the crowd and came to Anhua's side. I thought it looked like you, and it really is. Anhua was also happy and asked, Are you here to watch the performance too? Yang Tianjiao nodded. My nephew is performing something with a clapper, and my sister-in-law insisted I come to cheer him on. Zhou Meihua and Yang Tianjiao had met before and exchanged greetings. And Hua held Dongdong in her arms and said to Yang Tianjiao, Then you can just sit here and watch.
Great.
Yang Tianjiao exclaimed as she sat down and took out some candies for Dongdong, saying, Annie took your spot, so here's some candy for you. Dongdong looked at his mother before accepting the candy and politely thanked her. The shell dance finished quickly, but Hua and the others stayed to watch the entire morning performance before leaving. As they stepped out of the school auditorium, a round-faced, slightly plump woman walked toward them, specifically heading for Yang Tianjiao. Tianjiao, where have you been? I've been looking for you, the woman said, sounding a bit annoyed. Yang Tianjiao replied, I told you I ran into some colleagues from work and went to say hello. Then she introduced Hua and the others. It turned out that the woman was Yang Tianjiao's sister-in-law. Sister-in-law Yang looked over Hua and Zhou Meihua before turning her attention back to her sister-in-law, scolding her. I'm not saying anything wrong, but look at your colleague here. She's about your age, and her son is already this big. You don't even have a partner. TSK, always jumping around without a proper demeanor. No wonder the electrician we introduced you to didn't like you. Then, sister-in-law Yang turned to Hua with eager eyes, saying, Comrade, since you are Tianjiao's colleague, please help her find a suitable partner. She's not young anymore, and we're not picky, whether it's someone divorced or with kids, as long as they like her. Yang Tianjiao was taken aback that her sister-in-law would publicly ask someone to find her a partner while criticizing her, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Sister-in-law Yang didn't care, saying, What's wrong? Isn't it the truth? You're already 27. What girl at 27 isn't thinking about marriage? Do you want to eat your parents' food for the rest of your life? Yang Tianjiao replied angrily, I pay 10 yuan a month for living expenses. The food I eat is what I earn. Even if I didn't pay, it's still my parents' food, and it has nothing to do with you. You have no right to comment on me.
Hey.
Sister-in-law Yang started glaring. I'm the daughter-in-law of the Yang family, cooking and cleaning every day, and I've given birth to a grandson for the family. I have a say in this house. Why can't I speak to you? You take care of your own matters, but don't meddle in mine. I'm your sister-in-law, not your daughter. Instead of focusing all your energy on me, you should think about how to resolve your city residency issue quickly. Don't forget, the food you eat now comes from others in the family, including me. Yang Tianjiao's voice grew louder, attracting the attention of passers-by. Seeing Yang Tianjiao showing no respect outside, Yang's sister-in-law angrily revealed her rural residency status, making her face turn red. She took a couple of steps forward, as if ready to argue. And Hua said, Yang's sister-in-law, You worry too much. Tianjia is a vocational school graduate with a good job. She shouldn't have trouble finding a partner. With such good conditions, we can't just settle for anyone to marry. Yang's sister-in-law huffed. Good enough is fine, but her conditions aren't that great. How high can she aim for marriage? And Hua looked at Yang's sister-in-law and smiled. If you could marry from the countryside to the city, why can't Tianjiao aim higher? Zhou Meihua laughed out loud. Exactly. Your sister-in-law's conditions are much better than yours. If she could marry a worker, Tianjiao should at least find someone in a better position. Yang's sister-in-law couldn't find a way to argue back, and with so many people around, she had no advantage in a fight. She stomped her foot and walked away angrily. Those who can be friends with Yang Tianjiao are certainly not easy to deal with. After this encounter, Yang Tianjiao felt a bit down. If Yang's sister-in-law spoke so carelessly outside, it was easy to imagine how much worse it was at home. My sister-in-law wants me to marry early, but it's not for my benefit. She just wants to give her son my room since we have limited space. My nephew is still sharing a room with my brother and sister-in-law. Yang Tianjiao sighed. Actually, I am actively going on blind dates. It's not that I want to marry someone wealthy, I just feel a bit unwilling? I don't know how to express it. And Hua said, you just don't want to marry for the sake of marrying. Yes, that's exactly how I feel. Yang Tianjiao exclaimed, grabbing and Hua's hand. Every time I see those blind date candidates, just thinking about spending a lifetime with them makes me feel resistant. And Hua replied, that means you haven't found someone you truly like. Yang Tianjiao blushed and lowered her head. After all, she was raised in the 1960s, and talking about feelings in public made her a bit shy. Zhou Meihua was listening nearby and suddenly slapped her thigh, saying, we have many young men in our camp. Old Shi has several single guys under him, and they're all great. Sister, how about I introduce you to one of them?
Yang Tianjiao glanced at Hua.
And Hua had introduced Li Hansong to her before. Although they had never met, there had been some connection. Would it be awkward to go on a blind date with one of Li Hansong's comrades? And Hua understood what she was thinking and didn't think it was a big deal. However, Zhou Meihua was likely talking about the single officers under Shi Weiguang, who might not be as good as Li Hansong. And Hua always felt that Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong shared similar values and would be suitable for each other. Before Yang Tianjiao could respond, Shi Shaoshan and Chen Qingyin came over. Mom, Anton, did you see me dance? Shi Shaoshan was very excited. It was her first time performing on stage. Zhou Meihua put aside the idea of introducing a match for Yang Tianjiao and nodded at Shi Shaoshan, saying, yes, we saw it, and you danced well. And Hua also praised her and Chen Qingyin. Shi Shaoshan danced well, even better than that person who dances wildly. Shi Shaojun popped up from somewhere and jokingly said. Shi Shaoshan clenched her fist and waved it threateningly. Say that again? Shi Shaojun made a funny face. I won't say it again. Chen Qingyin watched the siblings bicker and smiled. Zhou Meihua said, look, even Qingyin is laughing at you too. Shi Shaojun glanced at Chen Qingyin and his expression became serious. Chen Qingyin quickly added, I'm not laughing at you. I'm envious. I don't have siblings and my cousins are much older than me. So, I really admire the bond between Shaoshan and Xiaojun. Zhou Meihua said, that's nothing. You can think of them as siblings from now on. Chen Qingyin nodded. I'm already good friends with Shaoshan, but I'm not very familiar with Xiaojun yet. Shi Shaojun immediately replied, that's okay. You'll get to know me better over time. Come on. She doesn't want to get to know you better, Zhou Meihua teased with a laugh, leading everyone outside. At the school gate, they parted ways with Yang Tianjiao and headed back to the camp. Xiao Zheng returned 2 days after New Year's Day. In the evening, he came home, bringing a chill with him, his overcoat covered in a light dusting of snow. The room was warm with the stove burning, much warmer than outside. Xiao Zheng took off his hat and overcoat. And Hua told him to take off his military uniform as well and handed him a short cotton jacket. Xiao Zheng exclaimed happily, did you make me a new cotton jacket? Dong Dong pointed to his own outfit. I have one too. And Hua said, my parents sent a lot of cotton tickets, so I made new cotton clothes for our family of 3. The mention of parents was just an excuse. The cotton came from her special space. And Hua's winter clothes were all wool coats, which were stylish but not very warm. She had down jackets in her space, but they didn't fit the current style, so she couldn't wear them. Cotton was warm and suitable for the times. And Hua made 2 cotton vests for herself and Dong Dong to wear under their clothes for warmth, without sacrificing style. For Xiaozheng, she made a cotton jacket to wear at home, since he could wear a military coat outside, which was also warm. Once Xiaozheng warmed up by the stove, he pulled away from Dong Dong and kissed Hua several times, saying, I missed you so much. And Hua responded to him. When Xiaozheng wanted to continue, Hua pushed his face away and said, there's something I want to discuss with you. I heard the Ministry of Defense is going to hold a national defense presentation in all county offices and factories, and they want to invite a war hero for the promotion. Xiaozheng replied, I haven't heard about it. You know quickly. And Hua felt a bit proud. I have my own sources of information. Xiaozheng smiled and pinched her earlobe. Go on. What's your plan? And Hua said, my plan is to see if you can get Li Hansong to participate. He's been on the battlefield, earned honors, and is quite good at speaking. Xiaozheng stared at her. And Hua asked, what's wrong? Xiaozheng replied, what are you up to? And Hua said, I won't tell you yet. Just say if this can be arranged. Xiaozheng said, I doubt Li Hansong will want to go. He doesn't like the spotlight. And Hua replied, then try to persuade him. As she spoke, she gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She almost said something else but held back, and Xiaozheng quickly changed his response. I promise to get it done. If he doesn't want to go, I'll make him. A few days later, the national defense presentation began, and soon it was the food factory's turn. The publicity department was responsible for coordinating with the Ministry of Defense to organize the event. And Hua sought help from Yang Tianjiao, saying, our department had asked me to set up the venue, but I have no experience. Can you help me check if there's anything wrong? Without hesitation, Yang Tianjiao went with Hua. She carefully inspected everything, saying, the microphone isn't working. We need to find someone to check it. As she turned her head, the person was gone. Yang Tianjiao was searching for Hua when a man in military uniform approached her. Is the microphone not working? If you don't mind, I can take a look. Yang Tianjiao recognized Li Hansong right away since she had seen him at the military hall. However, Li Hansong was too busy dealing with Go Hongxia's accusations that day to notice her in the crowd. Yang Tianjiao hesitated for a moment but decided not to mention it and said, sure. Thank you, soldier. Li Hansong smiled at her and began to fiddle with the microphone. Somehow, he managed to get it working. Yang Tianjiao exclaimed, thank you. Li Hansong laughed, you're welcome. I'll be using it soon anyway. Yang Tianjiao replied, so you're the heroic speaker. Li Hansong extended his hand and introduced himself. I'm Li Hansong. Yang Tianjiao felt a bit awkward but said, I'm Yang Tianjiao. Li Hansong was surprised and then smiled. Looks like we have quite a connection. 2 people who weren't meant to be together unexpectedly met again. What a coincidence. And Hua listened to Yang Tianjiao talk about her encounter with Li Hansong without interrupting. He's quite nice, very smart, and has good manners, Yang Tianjiao said. And Hua smiled at her. Yang Tianjiao asked, what's wrong? And Hua replied, nothing. It seems you two have a special connection.
Yeah.
Yang Tianjiao sighed. What a coincidence. And Hua lowered her head, biting her lip. She intended to bring Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong together, but after the earlier incident, she was hesitant to suggest a formal introduction, fearing it might create pressure. She thought it would be better to create a natural encounter. If they hit it off, great, and if not, they could just forget about it. Listening to Yang Tianjiao talk about their meeting, it was clear they both had a good first impression of each other. And Hua decided not to interfere further. With the new year approaching, Hua planned to return to the provincial city. Xiaozheng said, you've been with the military for 6 months. It's time to go back and visit. How about you prepare some gifts, and we can pick a day to leave? And Hua nodded. Before we leave, I want to visit the big market. My dad likes folk items, so I'll see if I can find something there. Xiao Zheng calculated the time, then let's go to the Fong family market. I'll go with you. Joining them for the market trip were Zhou Meihua's family and Wen Xuemian's family. A large group of people left Shi Weiguang stunned. He quickly turned to go home, saying, "There are so many people going with you, I won't go." Zhou Meihua grabbed him and said, "No. Commander Chen and Deputy Commander Xiao are going, so you must go too. Otherwise, she would be all alone." Shi Weiguang hesitated, but Chen Gang said, "Comrade Shi Weiguang, just join us." Shi Weiguang nodded, "All right." Zhou Meihua shot him a glare, realizing her words didn't carry as much weight as the leader's. With so many people, riding bicycles wouldn't work. Chen Gang thought for a moment and had his assigned car brought over. In the division, only Chen Gang had a personal car. The cars for Xiao Zheng and others were shared and required a request to use. When Xueman looked at Chen Gang, "Aren't you worried about people saying you misused the official car?" Chen Gang coughed lightly and replied, "It's fine just this once." The children got into the car, while 6 adults rode bicycles. And Huo was bundled up warmly, and with a big person in front blocking the wind, it wasn't too cold. Zhou Meihua said, "When we get to the market, let's have a bowl of lamb soup. I saw some for sale last time I came with Xiao." And when Xueman asked, "When did you come?" Zhou Meihua eagerly replied, "Just last time. I came with Xiao and to find Dr. Fong." Shi Weiguang coughed loudly to interrupt her. Was it appropriate to talk about such things? Zhou Meihua realized and closed her mouth reluctantly. When Xueman wisely didn't press further. Chen Gang, however, knew about Dr. Fong. He glanced at Xiao Zheng, thinking that despite Shi Weiguang being a bit clumsy, Xiao Zheng was young and strong, yet appearances can be deceiving. Xiao Zheng had no idea that the seemingly serious commander was already gossiping about his abilities. He found the lamb soup vendor first, had a bowl to warm up, and then started to browse the market. As the year-end approached, the market was especially lively, selling local agricultural products. Although trading was generally not allowed now, such rural markets were often permitted. No tickets were needed for items at the market. And Hua bought some dried chicken, dried duck, salted eggs, and persimmons. Remembering that Qiu Shushan loved fermented black beans, she bought some of those too. Additionally, she picked up some handmade crafts for Nbohuai. She didn't buy too much, just enough to show her appreciation. "There's candied hawthorn for sale, do you want some?" Xiao Zheng asked Dong Dong. With so many people around, worried about losing the child, Xiao Zheng let Dong Dong ride on his shoulders. Dong Dong nodded, yes. Xiao Zheng asked the other children. Shi Xiaoshan and Shi Xiaojun both wanted some. But Chen Qingyin shook her head, "The candied hawthorn is too cold for me to eat." The outside temperature was probably below 0, making the candied hawthorn truly an icy treat. Shi Xiaojun immediately said, "That's okay. I'll warm it up for you." Saying this, he tucked the candied hawthorn wrapped in oil paper into his warm embrace and grinned at Chen Qingyin. The adults were all shocked, watching him. At such a young age, how could he be so considerate? "You silly boy, if you warm up the candied hawthorn, the sugar will melt."
How can you eat it then? Take it out.
Zhou Meihua laughed. Shi Xiaojun realized this and awkwardly scratched his head, taking the candied hawthorn out. "What should we do now?" Chen Qingyin quickly waved her hand. "Don't worry about me, Xiaojun. I won't eat it." Chen Gang glanced at the dark-skinned boy from the Shi family, snorted, and took his daughter and wife to the side. "Let's walk separately. We'll go explore over there." Shi Weiguang tapped his son's head, scolding, "Useless boy, at such a young age, already trying to impress girls."
What?
Shi Xiaojun glared at his father, who was trying to impress anyone. "You." Shi Weiguang looked at him disdainfully. "You don't even understand what impressing means." Zhou Meihua chimed in, "At least he knows how to impress someone. You've never done that for me." Shi Weiguang retorted, "When I was young, I bought you flowers." Zhou Meihua sarcastically replied, "Oh, buying flowers once, and you bring it up forever." The two began to bicker back and forth. And Hua and Xiao Zheng exchanged glances and quietly slipped away. They took the train back to the provincial city on the 29th day of the 12th month. Xiao Zheng carried a large bag, while Anhua just held onto her son. As soon as they entered the university staff housing, someone greeted Anhua. Is this Professor An's daughter? I heard you went with the army. Wow, you look so different now, much more energetic than before. The one in military uniform must be your son-in-law, very nice, tall, and impressive. The An family will have a lively new year. Your brother brought his wife and kids back a few days ago. Hearing this last sentence, Anhua felt a surge of happiness. My brother is back too. Let's hurry. Xiao Zheng suddenly felt a bit uneasy. Anhua asked him, what's wrong? Xiao Zheng loosened the button on his collar and cleared his throat. It's nothing. Just a little. Nervous about meeting your brother. Anhua laughed. Are you afraid of my brother?
Why?
Why else? Because he is educated and looks down on me. He didn't say anything, but Anhua thought for a moment and guessed the reason. She comforted him. It's okay. After spending time together, he will see your good qualities. My parents also opposed me marrying you at first, but now they are very happy with you. That made sense. Xiao Zheng stood a bit taller, feeling more confident. During their years of marriage, the couple lived apart, with Xiao Zheng always visiting his wife and child. He was polite and never complained, which gradually eased in Bo Huai and Xiao Shushin's dissatisfaction with their son-in-law. Moreover, since the original owner had caused a divorce over another man, An's parents felt guilty towards Xiao Zheng for their daughter's mistakes. So, when they returned this time, and Bo Huai and Xiao Shushin came down to greet them after hearing from the neighbors.
Dad, Mom.
And Hua picked up Dong Dong and ran towards her parents. Xiao Shushin quickly embraced her daughter and grandson, choking up, Mommy misses you so much. And Hua was touched and immediately shed tears, Mom. Dong Dong cuddled up to his grandmother. Does Grandma not miss Dong Dong? Xiao Shushin laughed and took Dong Dong into her arms, poking his little nose. Of course I do. Sometimes I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. Dong Dong giggled. I miss Grandma too. Ahem. And Bo Huai coughed from the side. Dong Dong quickly added, I miss Grandpa too. And Bo Huai smiled as he stroked his beard. Behind the two elders stood a young man in a black coat, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a gray wool scarf, looking refined and elegant. It was Anzai, the brother. He stepped forward, smiling down at Anhua. Long time no see. Do you not recognize your brother anymore? Brother, Anhua called out. This was her first time seeing Anzai since she arrived, and she felt no strangeness, naturally starting to act cute. How could I not recognize my brother? Anzai smiled and patted her head. That's good. I thought you only had eyes for your husband now. Finally, Xiao Zheng saw his chance. He stood up straight and greeted An's family, Dad, Mom, Big Brother. Qiu Shushen and An Bo Huai both nodded warmly. Only Anzai, with his hands in his pockets, looked Xiao Zheng up and down and let out a soft "hm." And Bo Huai said, It's cold outside. Let's talk more at home. Ans walked alongside Anhua and whispered, Why did you suddenly decide to join the military? You even quit your job with the band. Did Xiao Zheng pressure you? Ans was unaware that his sister had been through a divorce. Anhua shook her head. No, I chose to join the military on my own. Ans studied his sister's expression and saw no signs of dishonesty, so he sighed, Let's put aside any dreams for now. Women need to work to be financially independent and achieve personal independence. Leaving your job to join the military seems a bit hasty. Anhua replied, Don't worry, brother. I have a new job at the base, working at a state-owned factory. Hearing this, Ans relaxed a bit and asked, Is Xiao Zheng treating you well? You didn't get along when you were at the military academy. How is it now? Xiao Zheng, who was following behind, heard everything. When he heard the last question, he held his breath, hoping Anhua would affirm him in front of her family. Anhua said, We've adjusted well, and he treats me very well. Xiao Zheng felt relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. Unexpectedly, Ans turned around and saw Xiao Zheng smiling, letting out a humph. Xiao Zheng smiled back at his brother-in-law. Ans. At home, Ans' wife, Wu Xiaolin, was busy in the kitchen. Hearing the commotion, she came out to greet them. Sister and brother-in-law are here.
Anhua called out sister-in-law.
Wu Xiaolin replied, "You two sit down. Dinner will be ready soon." Qiu Shushan quickly pulled her daughter to sit down and asked her about life in the military. Meanwhile, Xiaozheng handed over the things he brought to Ans, who organized them with Wu Xiaolin. When Xiaozheng turned to sit on the sofa, Wu Xiaolin glanced at the items and frowned. "Your sister married a country boy, and now her life looks just as rough. Look at what she brought back." It all seemed shabby and unrefined, making her feel like she had dirty hands just touching it. Ans indeed felt that Xiaozheng was not a suitable match for his sister, but since they had been married for so many years and would be together for life, he wouldn't openly criticize Xiaozheng. Moreover, Wu Xiaolin was not only criticizing Xiaozheng but also making sarcastic remarks about Anhua. Ans warned Wu Xiaolin with a glance, "Watch your words. Don't say things you shouldn't." Although Wu Xiaolin did not attend university, both her parents were educated, and she felt that her family matched well with the Yin family. She didn't see herself as inferior to Ans. "Am I wrong? Look at this, the local chicken and duck, and this stinky fermented bean paste. How can your sister bring these local products back home?" "Ans, what do you know? My mom likes fermented bean paste. My sister must have bought it for her." Wu Xiaolin rolled her eyes. Her mother-in-law was quite interesting, claiming to be a refined lady from a big family, yet her tastes were all about simple, humble things. But since she was her mother-in-law, Wu Xiaolin kept her thoughts to herself. At the dinner table, Wu Xiaolin regained her enthusiasm, serving Anhua and Xiaozheng. And Bo Huai opened a bottle of red wine. Xiaozheng had been visiting the Yin family for many years and had tried red wine before, but he still found it hard to enjoy, thinking it lacked flavor. So, Bo Huai opened a bottle of white wine instead, and switched to a glass of white, saying, "I'll have white too." Xiaozheng glanced at his brother-in-law and smiled. "All right, let's drink together." Ans raised his glass to clink with him. "Xiaozheng, my sister can be a bit spoiled. She hasn't caused you any trouble during the 6 months, has she?" Xiaozheng replied, "Not only has she not caused trouble, but she's also made life quite lively." Ans didn't believe it. "You used to argue with her and said you couldn't stand her bourgeois ways." That was back when they lived in military school. Xiaozheng was almost driven mad by the various demands Anhua had set. In a fit of anger, he had shouted that. He thought he was justified then, but now looking back, he felt a bit guilty. He glanced at Anhua and saw she wasn't bringing up old grievances, which relieved him. I didn't understand back then, but I do now." Anhua calmly ate her food, not holding any grudges because she hadn't even arrived then, and Xiaozheng wasn't angry with her. Ans chuckled and adjusted his glasses. "What do you mean by understanding now?" Xiaozheng confidently replied, "Of course, it's because my wife has educated me well. Don't worry, at home, Anhua is in charge. She decides everything, and I follow her lead." Ans and Bo Huai and Qiu Shushan looked at Xiaozheng in surprise. In the past, although Xiaozheng wasn't very educated, he was a leader in the military and had a certain authority.
Now,
it was hard to describe, very hard. Wu Xiaolin looked at her sister-in-law, surprised at how well she had trained her husband to be so obedient. Qiu Shushan felt pleased, realizing her daughter's life wasn't as difficult as she had imagined. Ans, however, suspected Xiaozheng was putting on an act and decided to get him drunk to uncover his true self. Before long, Xiaozheng started to slur his words. "Who cooks at home?"
"She."
"Sometimes I." "Who does the laundry?" "Who cleans the floor?" "I do the laundry." "I clean." Anzai looked at Anhua in surprise, and Anhua nodded gently. Anzai asked again, "What's so good about my sister that you spoil her like this?" Xiaozheng was a bit out of it because she is just good in every way. Qiu Shushan quickly said, "Anzai, stop drinking." Anzai still had more questions but was reluctant to stop. And Bo Huai spoke up, "No more drinking. Help the son-in-law inside to rest." Anzai had no choice but to give in. Anhua and Anzai helped, and it took a lot of effort to get the big Xiaozheng onto the bed. "I want a drink. I still want a drink." Anzai felt a bit embarrassed and poured a glass of water for Anhua. "You feed him." After saying that, he left the room. Anhua closed the door, set the cup aside, and playfully slapped the man's backside. Xiaozheng jumped up and hugged Anhua, trying to kiss her. How many times have I told you not to touch the tiger's backside? Are you looking for trouble? You smell like alcohol. Don't kiss me. Anhua pushed his face away. You're not even that drunk. Why pretend? Xiaozheng smiled. Your brother wanted to get me drunk, but he doesn't know I have a nickname, Xiao Senjin. If I don't pretend to be drunk and drink with him, I'll definitely make him pass out. Anhua poked his forehead. So, should I thank you for sparing my brother? Not really. He's my brother-in-law, so it's only right to spare him. Anhua pulled him off the bed. Get down. This is my mom's new bedding. You can't get it smelling like alcohol. Xiaozhen got off the bed but leaned towards her, hugging her playfully. While they were fooling around in the room, the dining table outside was being cleared. Wu Xiaolin pulled Anzai into the room. Did you notice that our parents are much nicer to Xiaozheng now? Anzai shrugged. They never really had a big problem with him.
No.
Wu Xiaolin was more sensitive. Our parents don't say it, but their feelings about Xiaozheng are similar to yours. This time, they are genuinely starting to accept him. Anzai asked, what are you trying to say? Wu Xiaolin pondered. It must be because your sister's attitude has changed. That's why our parents' attitude changed too. So, your sister is determined to be with Xiaozheng for life. I thought she would divorce him eventually. Ans frowned and said, stop saying pointless things. Don't talk about my sister behind her back anymore. Wu Xiaolin couldn't stand how he defended Anhua and remarked, I see now. Anhua is the treasure of your family, and everyone always supports her. Ans replied, what are you making a fuss about now?
Wu Xiaolin said, don't think I don't know.
2 boxes are missing from your dad's study, and all the good stuff has gone to your sister. A new year has arrived. Wishing everyone wealth and prosperity. Anne said firmly, my parents can give their things to whoever they want. You have no right to comment. Besides, I can't just go into my dad's study. When have you ever been in there to know about the boxes? Wu Xiaolin felt guilty and said, anyway, your parents are clearly biased towards your sister. I'm not complaining for myself, but for you. Your sister is already married, so giving her the good stuff is like giving it to someone else. Don't you see that? As she spoke, her confidence grew. She wasn't thinking of herself, but of their little family with Anne's. But Anne's truly didn't care about that. His dad had told him that what was left at home was all for the women's dowries, his grandmother's and mother's dowries, which would also go to his sister. How can I, as her brother, take away my sister's things? Besides, my salary is enough to ensure you and Tian live comfortably. Those extra things are really not important. Wu Xiaolin was so frustrated, she almost laughed. You really are high-minded and generous to your sister, but why not be a little generous to your wife and child? Do you know how poor I feel compared to the other families at the research institute? They sip coffee, watch plays, and buy new clothes without a second thought, while I have to wear the same old coat all winter and into next year. Have you ever thought about my pride? Anne's frowned at Wu Xiaolin. When did you become so vain? Wu Xiaolin. Anne's continued. In any case, I will do my best to provide you with a good life, but I must emphasize that my parents' money and belongings are not automatically mine. They have the right to decide how to distribute their property. Moreover, what they give to my sister is part of the dowry tradition in our family, which is meant for girls. So stop fixating on it and definitely don't bring it up in front of my parents. Wu Xiaolin felt it was unfair. Why should it be like this? Your family has nothing left, and you still want to give all that dowry to your sister? Anne's, did you take the wrong medicine today? You seem like a completely different person. Wu Xiaolin felt a tightness in her chest and stayed silent for a while before saying, all right, let's not talk about your sister's dowry for now. What about the money? Dad's income is so high, why doesn't he help us a bit? Is it all going to your sister? She lived at home for 4 years, eating everything from mom and dad, right? I've said before, mom and dad's money is for them to decide how to use. It has nothing to do with me. Anne said, feeling a bit irritated as he tried to open the door, but Wu Xiaolin grabbed his arm. Don't go yet, I haven't finished talking.
You need to talk to dad this time.
Just tell him your salary isn't enough and ask him to support you a little. Anne couldn't believe it. I'm 30 years old. You want me to ask my parents for money? And how is my salary of 106 a month not enough for you? Wu Xiaolin looked away, feeling guilty, but quickly regained her confidence. Are you silly? If you don't take it, it all goes to your sister, and she spends it all on the Xiao family. Xiaozheng may have a nice title as a deputy director and a decent salary, but he comes from a poor rural background. He has a bunch of poor relatives waiting for him to support them, and I've heard he generously helps his friends, so he can never have enough. Anne shook off Wu Xiaolin's hand and left without saying a word. He felt exhausted, thinking that no matter what he said, he couldn't get through to Wu Xiaolin. She wasn't like this before. The Wu family was once prominent, but they fell from grace during Wu Xiaolin's grandfather's generation. Wu Xiaolin's father was a high school teacher, but his health was poor, requiring constant medication, so the family lived in poverty. When Wu Xiaolin was young, she helped her mother wash clothes for others to earn money. Wu Xiaolin didn't go to college because of the heavy family burden and the little time she had for studying. After failing the entrance exam, she got a job at a university printing factory, and in her spare time, she attended classes as an auditor. That's how Anne's met her. She shared her dream of becoming a translator, saying that even if she didn't get into college, she would teach herself languages. Anne's was drawn to Wu Xiaolin's resilience, determination, and her unwavering ambition even in tough times. After they got married, Wu Xiaolin moved to Haishur with Anne's. She stopped studying, and her dream of being a translator faded away as she focused on family life, comparing herself to other housewives in terms of food, clothing, and their husbands and children. Anne spent most of his time working and felt guilty about the family, so he didn't want to think deeply about how different Wu Xiaolin was before and after marriage. Now he suddenly realized that Wu Xiaolin not only had lost her dreams long ago, but was also completely focused on money. He gave his entire monthly salary to Wu Xiaolin. How could it not be enough for their family of 3? The next day was New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, the whole family started cleaning, putting up spring festival couplets, and decorating for the New Year's dinner. And Zay's daughter, and Tian, was 1 year older than Dong. The two of them played together happily, adding warmth and liveliness to the home. Qiu Shushan was busy in the kitchen while Manhwa and Wu Xiaolin helped her. Wu Xiaolin pointed to some yellow croaker fish and said, "Wow, Mom, these yellow croakers are nice. Where did they come from?" Qiu Shushan replied, "And Zay's old classmate sent them, along with some mackerel. We'll make mackerel dumplings for you to eat later." And Hua playfully said, "Mom, I want to eat pan-fried yellow croaker." But Wu Xiaolin insisted, "Yellow croaker is better steamed." Qiu Shushan paused while ladling soup and smiled. "All right, we'll steam the biggest one and pan-fry the smaller ones." Wu Xiaolin chuckled, "Mom, you really keep things balanced." And Hua and Qiu Shushan exchanged glances, both sensing that Wu Xiaolin had a deeper meaning. And Hua didn't know Wu Xiaolin well, because she had gone to Haishur with Nzai right after they got married, only returning once a year for a few days. So, the original owner's memory of Wu Xiaolin was just that she was warm and polite. Now it seemed there was more beneath the surface. Wu Xiaolin continued, "If only Mom could keep things balanced in other areas too." And Hua frowned and said, "Sister-in-law, just say what you mean." Wu Xiaolin quickly waved her hand. No, I'm just making a casual remark." "Mom, please don't overthink it." Qiu Shushan replied calmly, "If you don't mean anything else, why would I overthink it?" "Don't worry, I won't." Wu Xiaolin felt stuck, thinking, if you don't ask more, how can I continue? Unexpectedly, Qiu Shushan didn't ask anything further and continued talking to Anhua. Frustrated, Wu Xiaolin tossed the vegetables she was holding and said loudly, "Mom, I want to go back to my parents' house on New Year's Day. Please help me prepare some gifts. I saw there are sea cucumbers and dried abalone in the storage room. Please pack them for me to take back." Qiu Shushan looked at Wu Xiaolin in surprise. When did this daughter-in-law become so rude? The sea cucumbers and dried abalone were gifts from Anbuhui, and they were hard to come by now. She had planned to give them to Nzai to take to his teacher. As for the New Year's gifts for the Wu family, she had prepared them early, just like in previous years, with practical items like cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea. What? Is the daughter-in-law unhappy with the gift she prepared? Even if she really is, she shouldn't say it out loud. She should remember that every year, the Wu family's return gift is only 2 cans of peach preserves. Even if the Wu family is not well off, they should be able to give more than just 2 cans of peach preserves. It's just that they don't take the Yin family seriously. Wu Xiaolin noticed that her usually gentle mother-in-law had a dark expression, and she felt a bit nervous. However, after a moment, she convinced herself to be more assertive. If she didn't take the initiative to fight for what she wanted, everything in the house would eventually be taken away by others, leaving her with nothing. I'm afraid that won't work. Those sea cucumbers and dried abalone are for Nzei's teacher. I've already prepared the New Year's gifts for your Wu family, Xiaolin, so you don't need to worry. Qiu Shushan directly refused Wu Xiaolin and then changed the subject. Hua Hua, we're out of dark soy sauce. Ask your brother to pick some up from the store. Mom, I'll go tell Nzei, Wu Xiaolin said awkwardly and made an excuse to leave. After she left, and Hua asked Qiu Shushan, isn't my sister-in-law different this time? Does she know that you and Dad gave me 2 boxes of things? Qiu Shushan thought for a moment. That could be possible. And Hua asked Mom, are those things only for me? What about my brother? Qiu Shushan explained, your father was quite reckless in his youth. He spent all the gold and silver saved by our family on antiques. I managed to secretly save a portion of the dowry, which I intended to keep for you. Even though we live in a new society where women can work, life is still harder for us women, so I need to save more for you. As for your brother, he is a man, and he should go out and make his own way and build his own career. Parents can be biased. No parent can be completely fair. Some show more bias than others, especially toward sons. Qiu Shushan's bias is mild. In her eyes, her daughter needs more support to survive in society. And Hua asked again, since my sister-in-law has her own thoughts, what about my brother? Qiu Shushan replied firmly, your brother is not someone who cares about wealth. And Hua nodded. Indeed, and Nzei has a somewhat aloof, scholarly demeanor. Qiu Shushan looked at her and said, part of your dowry comes from your grandmother, and part is from me. Your grandmother didn't have a daughter, and before she passed away, she specifically asked to leave these things to you. In the old society, a dowry belonged to the woman, and she could handle it as she wished. Husbands had no say, let alone daughters-in-law, so you don't need to worry about what your sister-in-law thinks. Naturally, and Hua wouldn't give up her share just because Wu Xiaolin felt unfair. Otherwise, it would set a precedent, and she wasn't a saint who could always accommodate Wu Xiaolin. However, and Hua was still concerned about one thing. She quietly asked, Mom, where are the antiques Dad bought with the family fortune? Qiu Shushan glanced at her. Some were donated. Only some? What about the rest? Qiu Shushan didn't say more. And Hua's eyes scanned the house and finally landed on a door that was always locked. After the Yin family handed over their property, they received the house they currently lived in, which had 4 rooms and a study, and it was quite spacious. They had lived there for over 10 years. During these 10 years, and Bohuai's study was generally off-limits, filled with antiques and artworks. Besides that, there was a room that was always locked. Since the original owner had memories of this house, that room had never been opened. At first, the siblings were curious, and Nzei even tried to pick the lock but was punished by Bohuai, so he gave up his curiosity about that room. Now, thinking back, it was likely filled with the antiques and Bohuai bought when he was young. And Hua asked Qiu Shushan in confusion, why keep it in the house? Aren't you afraid of theft? Why not find a deserted place to dig a hole and bury it? Qiu Shushan was even more puzzled. Where is there a deserted place? Where can you dig a hole? And how would you move so many boxes there? And Hua. Okay, maybe she had read too many novels. Qiu Shushan continued, those boxes are not easy to move. What thief could sneakily take them outside the school? So the house is very safe. Thieves might not be able to take them, but a raid could wipe everything out. As long as the Yin family stayed out of trouble, everything would be fine. But if something happened, they couldn't keep anything safe. And Hua really wanted to put everything in a safe space, but what excuse could she use? In this era, there was no Spring Festival Gala to watch. but the radio at home was on, playing the Peking opera Dragon and Phoenix presenting auspiciousness, combined with the sound of firecrackers outside, creating a lively, festive atmosphere. Wu Xiaolin acted as if nothing had happened in the kitchen, smiling and saying various auspicious words like in previous years. Mom, I found a coin in my dumpling. And Tian exclaimed excitedly. Wu Xiaolin smiled and said, even though Tian is a girl, she is still a lucky person. The atmosphere became awkward. Why add that extra comment if she's lucky? Qiu Shushan said, Tian is round and cute, with big ears and a full forehead. She is indeed a blessed child. Wu Xiaolin sighed. It's a pity she's a girl. She can't carry on the in-family line. And Zhe looked at Wu Xiaolin in shock. Why are you saying this again? And Bo Hui frowned and said, Xiao Wu, we don't have a preference for boys over girls. Tian is our granddaughter, and both your mother and I love her. Tian felt a bit lost from her mother's words, but when she heard her grandfather say he liked her, she smiled happily, showing her little dimples. Wu Xiaolin didn't think much of it. She had analyzed why other families favored sons while the in-family was different, keeping the good things for their daughter. The only reason was that she hadn't given the in-family a grandson. Despite in Bo Hui's kind words, who knows how he really feels about his granddaughter? Thinking this way made Wu Xiaolin feel a bit wronged. Did she not want to have a son? Wasn't Zhe unwilling to have more children? After the New Year's Eve dinner, the family planned to stay up together, but Wu Xiaolin took in Tian into the room early. And Zhe's expression was not good. Let her be. We'll do our own thing. Qiu Shushan said, A's, go inside and keep Xiaolin company. And Zhe turned his head. I'm not going. And Bo Hui ordered him, go now. And Zhe simply went to the balcony to smoke. And Bo Hui was angry. He doesn't even listen to me now. Qiu Shushan comforted him. It's fine. He's an adult with his own ideas. And Bo Hui replied, what ideas does he have? He can't even manage his own family. If he can't take care of his own home, how can he contribute to society? Qiu Shushan remained silent. Why should the daughter-in-law's lack of understanding be blamed on the son? And Hua placed the drowsy Dong in Xiao Zheng's arms and wanted to check on Zhe on the balcony. Xiao Zheng pulled her close and draped a military coat over her. It's cold outside. Be careful not to catch a chill. And Hua smiled at him. And Bohai and Qiu Shushan felt relieved seeing this scene. At least one of their children was happily married. And Zhe heard the noise and turned to see his sister had arrived. He quickly put out his cigarette and waved his hand to clear the smoke. What are you doing out here? Just getting some fresh air, and Hua replied, standing beside him. The sounds of firecrackers and fireworks filled the air, and there was a smell of gunpowder. You were always scared of firecrackers when you were little. The neighbor's kid scared you with them, and you ended up giving him a black eye, and Zhe laughed. That was the only time you ever hit someone, remember? And Hua nodded. You helped me with that. They shared a smile. Are you happy with Xiao Zheng? And Hua didn't hesitate to nod. Yes, I'm quite happy. And Zhe was surprised. He and their parents had opposed in Hua marrying Xiao Zheng, mainly because they thought their values and habits were too different and they wouldn't get along in the future. After marriage, and Hua indeed seemed unhappy, just as they had predicted. How could she change so much in just 6 months? But Zhe could see his sister wasn't lying. As long as she was truly happy, that was what mattered. And you? How about you, brother? And Hua asked. And Zhe usually didn't hide anything from his sister. He sighed and said, I feel like your sister-in-law has changed. In what way? And Zhe thought for a moment before saying, she used to be a proud flower growing in poverty, but now, I feel like she's become very materialistic. And Hua reflected for a moment and replied, actually, your marriage to her was quite rushed, right? You didn't know her for long, did you? Can you really say you knew all of her back then? And Zhe was taken aback. That was indeed the case. He was attracted to Wu Xiaolin and wanted to get close to her, so he took the initiative to help her borrow books and find foreign materials. But when they officially got together, he was more passive. Once, he went to the printing factory to deliver materials to Wu Xiaolin and learned she was sick and had gone home early. He found out her address and decided to visit her to check on her. When he arrived, he found Wu Xiaolin alone in bed, struggling to get a glass of water. And Zhe couldn't bear to leave her, so he stayed to take care of her for a while. Unexpectedly, Wu's mother returned and accused him of being a rogue, claiming it was inappropriate for him to be alone with Wu Xiaolin, which drew the attention of neighbors. Ans felt embarrassed as people pointed at him. Wu Xiaolin quickly said, "He's not a bad person. He's my boyfriend." Later, Wu Xiaolin explained to Ans that she was worried about him being misunderstood, so she claimed he was her boyfriend and apologized to him. Ans said he didn't mind. However, Wu's family believed the two were dating and often asked Wu Xiaolin to bring him home for dinner. Wu Xiaolin felt troubled and thought about telling her family that she and Ans had broken up, even if it meant getting scolded. When Ans learned of her thoughts, he didn't want to make things difficult for her, so he went home with her for dinner. Over time, their fake relationship turned real. Ans admitted that he had feelings for Wu Xiaolin and went along with their relationship. But Anjua was right. They had only known each other for 2 months before getting together, and then married 2 months later, so they didn't really know each other well. The rush to marry was due to Wu Xiaolin's father's worsening health. He wanted to see his daughter settled before it was too late. Ans and Wu Xiaolin were in love and didn't mind getting married. Over the years, Ans had realized some things, but chose not to think too much about them. He wanted to smoke and fiddled with his cigarette pack. Anjua said, "Brother, about you and sister-in-law, as your sister, I shouldn't interfere. But I want to remind you that the situation is unstable. Everyone talks about politics, and it can turn people against each other, even family members and spouses." From Anjua's perspective, Wu Xiaolin's marriage to Ans seemed calculated, as if she was only interested in his status. It's normal to consider benefits in marriage, but it's concerning if someone only sees it as a transaction. Wu Xiaolin had behaved well in previous years, and the Yin family had a good impression of her. However, this year, after learning that An's parents gave Anjua a dowry, her attitude changed completely. It raised doubts about how she would act if faced with more personal interests. "Anjua, you've grown up," and sighed, seeing his sister in a new light. Anjua replied sharply, "You need to take my words seriously." An smiled and ruffled his sister's hair. Got it. It was unclear if he truly understood or was just appeasing Anjua. "Let's go inside," Angela said, pulling Anhua into the house. Xiao Zheng was discussing something within Bohai. Anhua walked over. "Imperialism is evil, but capitalism isn't necessarily so. A deeper exploration reveals that capitalism has clear pros and cons. When we fully utilize its positive aspects, it can lead to technological advancements, increased productivity, and improved efficiency, benefiting the people. Of course, there are also obvious downsides, like the wealth gap and periodic economic crises, so we need to view and use it rationally and objectively," Xiaojing said. "But capitalism is very corrosive. If we develop capitalism first, and it seeps into every part of society, how can we manage it later?" And Bohai replied, "You're worrying too much." Anhua cleared her throat, interrupting in Bohai, "Dad, let's not discuss sensitive topics on New Year's Eve." "What's so sensitive about this?" "I'm just chatting with my son-in-law," and Bohai said. Anhua said seriously, "Didn't I tell you before I joined the army to talk less about politics? Just focus on your research." And Bohai's earlier comments made Anhua feel uneasy. Regardless of whether those statements were right or wrong, they definitely shouldn't be said in the current environment. It's one thing to talk at home, but it's concerning if those opinions slip out in public. Seeing his daughter looking fierce, and Bohai felt a bit intimidated and muttered, "When did my daughter become so tough?" He then asked Xiaozheng, "Is she like this with you too?" Xiaozheng chuckled, "She's fine with me. I just listen." And Bohai, "Honestly, sometimes the son-in-law can be quite cheeky." And Zhe heard in Bohai and Xiaozheng's conversation and wanted to share his thoughts. Anhua decided to change the subject. "Dad, are you still teaching at school?" "Why do you ask that?" "I haven't taught in a long time. Now I'm just doing research at the institute. No fixed hours, mostly working from home," he replied. Qiu Shushan said, "Your dad always wants to go out. Many of his old friends in the capital and Haishur have written to invite him to visit." But 2 months ago, an old friend of his in the capital committed suicide. Oh dear, we shouldn't be talking about this during the new year. Manhwa pressed. Why did he commit suicide? What happened? Chiu Shushen looked at In Bohai. And Bohai sighed and said, isn't their school doing something called for cleans? He couldn't take it and ended up taking his own life. The 4 cleans focused on cleaning politics, economy, organization, and thought. It was a small movement before a larger one, only happening in a few cities and rural areas, with a limited scope. And Hua was a bit shocked. She didn't expect someone close to In Bohai to suffer at this time. And Zay also became anxious. Dad, your school isn't involved in this movement, right? And Bohai shook his head. Our province doesn't have any signs of that, so don't worry. That's not reassuring. And Hua said seriously, Dad, I'll be direct. From your conversation with Xiaozheng just now, I think your thoughts are very dangerous. You need to keep quiet and not speak carelessly. After all, he was her father. No matter how open-minded In Bohai was, he felt a bit unhappy being lectured by his daughter. Just focus on your own life and leave me alone. And Zay tried to ease the tension. Dad, my sister is just looking out for you. And Bohai's expression softened. I know she's concerned for me, but she's being overly cautious. I've made contributions. I donated a plane in 51 and a batch of valuable cultural relics in 53, and I've even been praised in the newspapers. They can't do anything to me. And Hua dismissed his claims. In a society that had lost its reason, those achievements would mean nothing. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Since she was far away in Yun County and couldn't keep an eye on In Bohai all the time, instead of worrying constantly, why not have him leave the provincial capital and move closer to her? This way, he would be away from the city and his circle of acquaintances, avoiding any hidden traps. While she couldn't escape the tide of the times, she could at least stay on the edge of it. Plus, with Xiaozheng in Yun County, even if things got chaotic, he could act quickly. Unlike the provincial capital, where by the time news reached Yun County, it might be too late to react. The more Hua thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. But convincing In Bohai would be a challenge. Dad, let's not talk about this anymore. And Hua peeled an orange and fed it to In Bohai, playfully saying, it's my fault for not understanding. My dad is smart and clever. He doesn't need a little girl to teach him how to do things. And Bohai couldn't resist his daughter's charm, and his eyes brightened, though he still maintained a proud expression. Chiu Shushen and Nzay were used to this, while Xiaozheng felt a bit envious. It turned out that sweet talk was her specialty, and he thought she only used it to tease him. Moreover, she hasn't fed him oranges yet. And Hua said some sweet words and then sighed. After the new year, we have to leave. I really don't want to leave Mom and Dad. Chiu Shushen immediately replied, then you should stay a few more days. If your husband is busy with work, let him go back first. Xiaozheng. He didn't want to go back alone at all. He must take his wife and child with him. Fortunately, and Hua shook her head, I have to go to work too. She hugged In Bohai's arm and swayed. I really don't want to leave Dad. And Bohai's heart melted a little. He gently said, it's okay. When spring comes, Dad will go to Yun County to see you. And Hua's eyes sparkled. How about this, Dad? You and Mom stay in Yun County for a while. I'll rent a small courtyard for you. And Bohai and Chiu Shushen exchanged glances. Rent a house? How long did she want them to stay? And Hua continued, Yun County is an ancient city with a history of over 1,000 years. Many houses are 200 or 300 years old, and there are towers from the Tang dynasty and steles from the Liao dynasty. The cobblestone streets might have countless footprints from ancient people. Don't you like places like this, Dad? And Bohai had passed through Yun County before, but it was just a quick visit. He had thought about coming back someday. He was tempted, but renting a house isn't necessary. It's too much trouble. Does your husband not welcome me to stay at your home for a few days? Xiaozheng quickly stated, you're absolutely welcome. But Anhua wasn't thinking about just a few days. She wanted them to stay for many years. In that case, renting a house would be better to avoid gossip, and her parents would feel more comfortable. However, getting this far in convincing them was already good enough. The rest could be figured out slowly. She also needed to find a way to store the antiques at home in her space. That excuse would be harder to come by. As the clock struck midnight, the year 1965 officially arrived. After traveling through time, Anhwa had developed a habit of going to bed early, and she was already very sleepy. As soon as it was past midnight, she couldn't wait to go back to sleep. Xiao Zheng followed her, holding the already asleep Dong Dong. Qiu Shushan came over with 3 red envelopes, giving one to Anhua, one to Xiao Zheng, and slipping one under Dong Dong's pillow.
Xiao Zheng was stunned. This.
You're giving me New Year's money? Qiu Shushan smiled. To us, you and Anhua are still kids, so of course, you get New Year's money. We hope evil spirits stay away from you, and that you have a safe and peaceful year ahead. Xiao Zheng was in shock for a long time until Anhua tugged at his sleeve, bringing him back to reality. Are you really that happy just to receive some lucky money? Anhua teased him. Xiao Zheng shook his head slowly, feeling a mix of emotions he couldn't express. In his 30 years of life, it was the first time someone had given him lucky money. Xiao Zheng lay down with Anhua and suddenly said, "You are really wonderful, and your family is too." Anhua could barely keep her eyes open, sleepily responded, and soon fell asleep. Xiao Zheng chuckled softly and kissed her forehead. The next morning, they were awakened by a loud commotion. What did our Wu family do to upset you? Now you won't even come back to my family for the new year. And Zay replied calmly, "You know very well why I won't go back to your family." Wu Xiaolin paused, recalling what had just happened. She woke up to find a red envelope by her daughter's pillow, opened it, and saw 5 yuan, just like previous years. She had casually mentioned, "Mom will definitely give Dong Dong more than Tianshan." In truth, Wu Xiaolin was just guessing and hadn't thought much of it. Even if she was right, she wouldn't cause a scene in front of An's parents. Over a red envelope? She wasn't that petty. Who knew Anze would suddenly explode in anger and argue with her, eventually saying she should go back to her family alone today. Wu Xiaolin thought he was just saying that out of anger, but when the time came, he really didn't go with her. Every year, the 3 of them went back to the Wu family together. If Anze didn't go this year, how would she face her family? They would surely think she couldn't keep a man and had been abandoned. Just imagining that scene made Wu Xiaolin feel suffocated. She controlled her anger and softened her tone. "Anze, I was wrong. I shouldn't have argued with you on New Year's Day. Please don't be angry, come back with me." Thinking she had lowered her stance enough, she expected Anze to relent, but he remained unyielding. Fuming, Wu Xiaolin grabbed her daughter and left, not forgetting to take the cigarettes, alcohol, candy, and tea prepared by Qiu Shushan. Once Wu Xiaolin left, Anhua and Xiao Zheng stepped out of the room. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Anze replied, "They went out for a walk." Xiao Zheng automatically went into the kitchen to see what leftovers from last night could be heated for breakfast. After a while, he poked his head out and asked, "Wife, we have dumplings and noodles. What do you want to eat?" And Hua said, "Please make me a bowl of plain noodles." Xiao Zheng looked at Anze, silently asking what he wanted to eat. Anze also walked into the kitchen. Xiao Zheng watched his brother-in-law gracefully frying eggs with a spatula and said without hesitation, "I want 4 fried eggs." Anze. He's even ordering his brother-in-law around. Why doesn't he just fly? And 4 eggs? Isn't he worried that his salary will only fill his own stomach? Does his sister even have money to spend? However, Xiao Zheng just stood there watching eagerly. Considering he was a guest, Anze eventually made him 4 fried eggs. And Bo Huai and Qiu Shushan returned and said as soon as they entered, "The street is lively today. There's a Yanga dance troupe performing. You all should go out and have fun after breakfast." Dong Dong clapped his hands and said, "I want to go out and play." Qiu Shushan, holding her grandson, smiled and said, "How about letting Mom and Dad go out alone and Grandpa and Grandma take Dong Dong out to play?" Dong Dong loved his mom the most, and then his grandma, so he eagerly nodded in agreement. Xiao Zheng felt excited. His mother-in-law was truly the most understanding in the world. But while the mother-in-law was understanding, the brother-in-law was quite a downer. Xiao Zheng watched his brother-in-law walking alongside his wife, gritting his teeth. Does he not have a wife, or what? And Zay turned back and smiled at him politely, asking, "Is it okay if I join you? I won't disturb you, right?" And Hua quickly replied, "How could you disturb us? I'd love to go out and play with my brother." She meant it. She saw Xiaojing every day and they had plenty of chances to date, but she only saw her brother once a year. Xiaojing forced a smile. "My wife is right." And Zay slowly adjusted his glasses. That's good. The old customs hadn't been fully discarded yet, and the Spring Festival remained the liveliest holiday of the year. The buildings on the street were decorated with red lanterns and couplets, and many young women and children wore red clothes, adding vibrant colors to the gradually gray world. And Zay bought a small red flower and tucked it behind his sister's ear, making her complexion look even more radiant. And Hua smiled brightly and thanked her brother. Xiaojing felt both jealous and frustrated. Why hadn't he thought to buy his wife a flower first? And Zay glanced at Xiaojing and thought, he looks so dull and wooden. His sister's daily life must be so boring. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. A scream erupted from the crowd by the roadside. "Help! Someone is shooting!" Accompanied by the cries, a small but quick figure began to run wildly down the street, randomly firing at passers-by. Some people were hit and fell to the ground, blood soaking through their thick winter clothes, while the panicked crowd scattered in all directions. A brave person tried to approach and subdue the shooter, but to everyone's shock, the shooter immediately removed his jacket, revealing a bundle of explosives strapped to his body. With a crazed expression, he shouted, "Ha ha ha! You all deserve to die. What kind of society is this? What nonsense about the poor rising up. You poor people should live at the bottom forever, working for us." As he spoke, he began to cry, "My family has farmed for generations, accumulating thousands of acres of good land. Why do I have to do the hardest work and still not fill my stomach? Why must I face your discrimination? Why? I want this world to give me justice." And Zhe and Hua had never seen anything like this. Before they could react, they felt themselves being lifted off the ground. Xiaozheng held Hua in one arm and clutched Zhe with the other, quickly moving them to a hidden spot by the roadside. He then strode toward the center of the chaos. And Hua was startled, her heart racing. The shooter was firing wildly, but in just a few steps, Xiaozheng dashed forward, tackled the man from behind, pinned him to the ground, and swiftly disarmed him, pressing his knee firmly against the man's neck. The whole action was quick and precise. From the moment Xiaozheng charged into the shooter being subdued, it took no more than 3 seconds. And Hua's heart was still racing, unsure whether to remain tense or to relax. "Quick, clear the way, the police are coming." Once the police arrived and Xiaozheng handed over the shooter, he finally relaxed a bit, and just sighed in relief. This brother-in-law, though dull and boring, was quite capable and fearless in the face of danger, knowing to protect his family first. He still had some bright spots. No wonder his sister was serious about building a life with him now. However, the pain in his ribs made Nja frown. Why did that guy run while holding on to him? And how could that guy lift him considering he was nearly 6 feet tall? Xiaozheng approached and looked at Nhua. "Were you scared?" Nhua nodded. "It was my first time witnessing a shooting, so I was a bit scared, but I'm feeling much better now." Xiaozheng turned to Nja. "You weren't scared, were you, big brother?" Nja adjusted his glasses, frowning. "Who do you think you're looking down on? He is still a grown man." Seeing that his brother-in-law made him 4 fried eggs this morning, Xiaozheng didn't confront him. Xiaozheng still needed to go to the police station to give a statement, so Nhua and Nzay went along with him. The shooting incident was only 2 streets away from the university, and the news quickly spread to the school. Someone knocked on the In family's door and asked Bo why. "Professor In, hasn't Zay come back yet?" And Bo Huai shook his head. "Not yet, why?" The person hesitated for a moment and then said, "There was a shooting on Chongning Street. I was there this morning and saw Nzay and his sister." And Bo Huai's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" "Don't worry, the shooting didn't result in any deaths. A man was seriously injured and taken to the hospital. That person I caught a glimpse from a distance, and he looked quite a bit like your Nze, wearing glasses. Plus, I couldn't find Nze anywhere. And Bo Huai felt dizzy and nearly collapsed. The person quickly added, "It might not be him. I could be mistaken. I just wanted to let you know in case. You might want to check the hospital." And Bo Huai called out to his wife, Xu Shen. The elderly couple hurried to the hospital, while neighbors began to gossip. At first, when the news spread, they were cautious, and Zay from the Yin family seems to have been injured by criminals. But soon it changed too, and Zay was shot and taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. By the time it reached Wu Xiaolin's ears, it had transformed into, and Zay was shot and didn't survive. He died. The Wu family lived close to the Yin family, and coincidentally, someone from their building was visiting relatives nearby. Almost as soon as Nze's parents arrived at the hospital, Wu Xiaolin heard the news that her husband was dead. Wu Xiaolin was in shock. Dead? He died? The person who had been lively and arguing with her that morning was gone? The first to react was Wu's mother, grabbing the person and asking, "Is this true? It's the first day of the new year. You can't spread such rumors, or there will be consequences." The person awkwardly replied, "I'm not spreading rumors. I heard it too, but I can't guarantee it's true," and quickly left. Wu's father said, "Xiaolin, hurry home and find out what really happened." "Wait." Wu's mother stopped Wu Xiaolin. "I heard there was someone shooting on Chongning Street, and several people were killed." Wu Xiaolin's face turned pale. "It can't be that lucky. It must be Anne's, right?" Wu's mother frowned. "It's hard to say. Your husband didn't come back to visit today, so he might have gone out to see the excitement. The folk dance team is performing in that area today." Wu Xiaolin shook her head. Anne's isn't the type to enjoy crowds. Wu's father became a bit anxious. "What's the point of talking so much? Just go back and see for yourself." Wu's mother stopped Wu Xiaolin again. "Dear daughter, you need to think carefully before going back." Wu Xiaolin asked in confusion. "Think about what?" "Of course, you need to think of a plan." Wu's mother replied. "Tell me, if it really is your husband who is in trouble, what are you going to do?" "What do you mean, what to do?" "I don't know." Wu Xiaolin felt scared and anxious. Even though she had just argued with Anne's, they had been married for many years, and their feelings couldn't be easily broken by a few fights. Wu's mother was frustrated. "My silly daughter. Didn't you say Anne's parents gave all the good things to your sister-in-law? When Anne's is around, they still favor their daughter. If something happens to Anne's, how will you compete with your sister-in-law?" Wu Xiaolin replied impatiently, "Mom, this is not the time to think about that." Wu's mother said, "You can ignore it, but then you'll end up with nothing. When the time comes, you'll be kicked out with nothing, and with Tion, I doubt you'll be able to remarry." Wu Xiaolin's brother chimed in, "Sister, I think Mom is right. You need to plan for yourself." Wu's mother seized the opportunity. "Daughter, why not do this? While Anne's parents are still in the hospital, go home and get the savings book and gather some valuable things. We don't want to take too much from Anne's family, but you deserve his money since he is your husband and you have a daughter together. If he passes away, the money should belong to you." Wu Xiaolin's brother became excited. "Sister, didn't you say there's a locked room in Anne's house? There must be valuable things inside. I'll help you break the lock and see how much treasure there is." Wu Xiaolin felt overwhelmed and looked at her father. Wu's father pondered for a moment and sighed. "You should listen to your mother. Thanks to her ideas over the years, you married well and could support the family. Otherwise, my illness would have ruined us, and your brother wouldn't have had the chance to find a partner." Wu's mother looked pleased. The family was thriving because of her. However, Wu's father added, "But before things are certain, make sure no one finds out you are preparing an escape plan. Here's what you should do. Go home and find the bank book. Have your brother check at the hospital to see if Nze is really dead, then come back and tell you the news. If Nze is dead, take the bank book back to your family. If he isn't, quietly return the bank book as if nothing happened." Wu Xiaolin was persuaded by her family. She realized she couldn't only think about Nze. She needed to plan for her own future. If she didn't think about her own situation, Who could she rely on? And Zay's parents? They only care about their own daughter. When have they ever treated their daughter-in-law well? The more Wu Xiaolin thought about it, the more determined she became. She followed her parents' advice and went home to find the bankbook. And Zay's monthly salary barely left anything, but he also earned money from publishing articles and translating foreign literature. Since college, he had saved almost 2,000 yuan over the years. He had always told her not to touch that money, saying it was for Tian's dowry. Since it was for their daughter's dowry, as her mother, she had to keep it safe. Otherwise, if Zay really died, wouldn't his parents just take that money for his sister? Wu Xiaolin easily got the bankbook, but her brother took a long time to bring back news. Was Zay alive or dead? Wu Xiaolin waited anxiously. Finally, her brother arrived. I saw your in-laws crying at the hospital. It must be that brother-in-law is dead. Wu Xiaolin was shaken by the news, and tears streamed down her face. Even though she had prepared herself, hearing about her husband's death made it hard to stay calm. Her brother urged, "Don't cry yet, sister. We agreed to find the treasure first." He pulled out a hammer and struck the lock, startling himself with the noise. "This won't work. It will attract the neighbors, and then we won't be able to do anything." Wu Xiaolin's brother thought quickly and focused on the unlocked study, which had many valuable items. He remembered his sister saying that the paintings on the wall were worth a lot, so he rolled up a few scrolls. "Sister, did you get the bankbook? There should be cash at home too. Hurry and look so we can leave." Just as he finished speaking, the door opened. And Zay, and Hua, and Xiaozheng walked in. Wu Xiaolin stared at Zay in shock and blurted out, "Aren't you dead?" And Zay frowned at Wu Xiaolin, "Who told you I was dead?" Wu Xiaolin was speechless. Wu Xiaolin's brother bluntly said, "They said you were shot dead on the street. I even saw your parents crying in the hospital." And Zay glanced at the small bundle in Wu Xiaolin's hand and then at the rolled-up painting in her brother's hands, and everything became clear. And Zay's expression turned icy. Wu Xiaolin quickly rushed over and grabbed Zay's hand. "Let me explain." And Zay pulled away as if touched by something dirty.
And Zay,
Wu Xiaolin said, "I was just worried something happened to you. Without you and Tian, we have no one to rely on." "Stop talking." And Zay interrupted, taking off his glasses and pressing a trembling hand to his forehead. And Hua looked at her brother with concern, but this only made Wu Xiaolin direct her anger at her. "It's all your fault. You, a married woman, came back to stir things up. If your in-laws weren't biased towards you, would I have thought of this desperate measure out of insecurity?" And Hua replied, "Do you really have such thick skin? You can blame me for this? Also, if I'm not mistaken, you and your brother are here searching for valuable things in the house? Taking without asking is stealing, and I can report you to the police." Wu Xiaolin's face turned pale. Her brother stood protectively in front of her, saying loudly, "Don't think you can bully my sister just because there are more of you. My sister is also part of the family. How can taking from her own home be called stealing?" His words reminded Wu Xiaolin. Yes, she was the daughter-in-law of this family. How could taking from her own home be stealing? And Hua, stop acting like the owner. You are a married daughter, while I am the daughter-in-law of this family. If we ask someone on the street for their opinion, they would say I am the rightful owner here. And Hua scoffed, "The owners of the family are my parents. Even my brother isn't in charge yet." Wu Xiaolin, where did you hear the rumor that my brother is dead? You rushed to take valuable things and run away, and you dare to call yourself the daughter-in-law of the family? And Zay could see through the situation, and so couldn't Hua. It's normal for people to have a bit of selfishness, but Wu Xiaolin's actions were truly disheartening. To run away over an uncertain rumor, if something really happened, could she be counted on in tough times? She might even step on others for her own benefit. If it were someone like Xiaozheng, and Hua would definitely divorce him without hesitation. Just sleeping in the same bed with such a person would make her feel anxious. However, since the person involved is Zay, and Hua can't just cheer on her brother to get a divorce. Wu Xiaolin noticed that Hua had made things clear and felt embarrassed and anxious, so she hurried to check on Zay. But Zay kept his head down and didn't speak. his face mostly hidden in shadow, making it hard to read his expression. However, the low pressure he radiated was something anyone could feel. Wu Xiaolin thought this wasn't the time to argue with Manhwa. She needed to calm Anze first.
Anze, listen to me.
I really didn't mean to run away. I'm just scared that life will be tough. Think about it. I'm a woman without a job or income, and I have Tian to take care of. Your parents favor your sister. So, who can I rely on? Only money can give me some confidence. That's Dad's beloved painting. Whether to report it to the police or not, let Dad decide when he comes back. Anze finally looked up and spoke. Wu Xiaolin was stunned. Anze didn't question her or scold her. His expression had returned to its usual calm. Yet, Wu Xiaolin felt her heart sinking, as if falling into an unseen abyss. She had a bad feeling. Brother. Wu Xiaolin interrupted him sternly. Put the painting back. Her brother was reluctant, but seeing the situation, he knew he couldn't take the painting away. Just then, the door opened again, and Bo Huai and Qiu Shushin returned, both with red eyes. And Hua quickly asked, Dad, Mom, what happened? I heard you were crying at the hospital? Qiu Shushin was taken aback. Who spread the news so quickly? There was a shooting on Chongning Street this morning. We thought something happened to Anze, so we went to the hospital. Although it wasn't Anze who was hurt, it was someone from our neighborhood, the only son of Director Qian. The bullet almost hit his heart, and he hadn't woken up when we left the hospital. And Bo Huai added, your mom cried with Director Qian's partner. After Qiu Shushin finished speaking, she noticed the atmosphere at home seemed off. What's wrong? Wu Xiaolin didn't want her in-laws to know about her actions and looked at Anze pleadingly. And Hua, however, didn't hold back and spoke up. Wu Xiaolin's behavior was too terrible to keep from their parents. And Bo Huai and Qiu Shushin were both in disbelief after hearing everything. Qiu Shushin, usually calm and open-minded, was now trembling with anger at her daughter-in-law.
You.
Back then, you and Anze were in a free relationship. Don't you have any feelings or attachment to this family? Wu Xiaolin quickly replied, I do. I have feelings. I just thought that if Anze died, Tian and I would have no support, so I needed to plan ahead. Mom, Dad, I was just confused. Please forgive me. Wu Xiaolin's expression was very sincere. She was speaking the truth. When her brother returned from the hospital and said that Anze had died, she was stunned. At that moment, she realized that Anze was really gone and she didn't care about money at all. But no one believed her. And Bohai and Qiu Shushin looked at Anze with concern. How could their son's partner be like this? Dad, Wu Xiaolin's brother stole something from our house. It's up to you whether to report it to the police, Anze said expressionlessly.
Anze.
Wu Xiaolin realized that Anze's insistence on reporting to the police meant he no longer considered her family. Otherwise, why would he send a family member to the police station? She panicked even more and began to plead, I really know I was wrong. Can't you forgive me just this once? Dad? Anze looked up at Bohai. And Bohai understood his son's meaning, which was that Anze was thinking about divorce. As the head of the family, he could report it to the police without considering anything else. After thinking for a moment, Bohai sighed, since nothing was lost, we won't report it to the police. It would be embarrassing if it became widely known. Even if they couldn't become in-laws, there was no need to create enemies. All right, Anze said calmly. If we're not reporting it, I'll go pick up Tian tomorrow. From now on, I'll need you two to take care of her for a while. Wu Xiaolin exclaimed, Anze, what do you mean? Do you want to divorce me? Hearing the word divorce, Wu Xiaolin's brother immediately said, no way. My sister is a respectable woman who married into your family and even had a daughter. How can you divorce her? Anze calmly looked at Wu Xiaolin. It's not about divorce. It's about separation. I can overlook how you pretended and led me into this marriage, but I can't accept that my partner is a cold-blooded monster. How did Anze know about the past? Wu Xiaolin broke down and cried. I am not. I didn't. Wu Xiaolin's brother complained. Stop with the excuses. You all must not let the in-family divorce. Otherwise, I'll take a train to Haishur and cause a scene at your workplace. And Hua slowly replied, how about I take you to the police station before you go to Haishur? Wu Xiaolan's brother immediately quieted down and said nothing more. However, getting a divorce turned out to be harder than expected. Although Wu Xiaolan returned to her family home, she refused to agree to a divorce, and Zhe couldn't handle the paperwork alone. And Hua suggested, can we file for divorce? And Bo Huai sighed and said, without sufficient reasons, it's hard to succeed in a lawsuit. Qiu Shushan said, I prefer to resolve this through the organization. Let's talk to the street officials and have them persuade them. And Hua shook her head. The hope is very slim. The Wu family can't bear to lose the Yin family, which supports them. Wu Xiaolan herself doesn't want a divorce either. It's not something the street can convince them about. Qiu Shushan felt troubled. So what should we do? Brother, and Hua asked Zhe, you're determined to get a divorce, right? Zhe rubbed his forehead, frowning in pain. Just thinking about someone next to me who only cares about benefits and has no feelings makes me shiver. I can't continue living like this. And Hua said, in that case, let Wu Xiaolan propose the divorce herself. Qiu Shushan was puzzled. If she won't agree to a divorce, how can we make her propose it? And Zhe understood. Since Wu Xiaolan was the type to abandon others in tough times, they should let her face a challenge. She might just leave on her own. But how should this challenge be presented to make Wu Xiaolan believe it? There's no rush. Let's cool off for now, and Zhe said wearily. After all those years of marriage, it had come down to schemes and calculations. Even though he had recognized what kind of person Wu Xiaolan was, and Zhe didn't want to end the marriage in an ugly way unless absolutely necessary. And Zhe said to cool off, and he really did. He let Wu Xiaolan stay at her family home with their daughter, stopped mentioning divorce, and returned to Haishur early. When Wu Xiaolan heard that Zhe had gone back to Haishur, she felt relieved, thinking it was a temporary victory in her struggle. As time passed, Zhe forgot about that day, and it all faded away. Divorce? There is still a bond between them. Anne's values his daughter, Wu Xiaolan, and as long as she stays close to him, this marriage won't fall apart. Wu's mother is also happy and comforts her daughter, saying Anne's will definitely compromise in the end. Just relax and stay at home. Wu Xiaolan's brother is not pleased. Aren't I supposed to start courting? What does it look like for my sister to stay at home? She should go back to the Yin family. They haven't divorced, so they can't just kick her out. Wu's father scolds his son. What kind of talk is that? This family has managed to stay together thanks to your sister. Even if you court someone later, you can't push your sister out. Wu's mother gives her son a disapproving look. Exactly. You're old enough to understand better. Wu Xiaolan's brother reluctantly smiles and says, all right then. Sister, stay as long as you want. I won't say anything. Wu Xiaolan feels warm inside, thinking that her efforts for her family are worth it. Only her family truly cares for her. At the Yin family home, Anne's is left, and Hua and Xiaozheng are preparing to go back soon. Qiu Shushan holds onto Dong Dong, not wanting to let go. I don't know when we will meet again. And Hua reminds her, Mom, didn't we agree that you and Dad would come to Yin County to live after spring? Oh, I forgot for a moment. Qiu Shushan smiles, feeling a bit lighter. And Hua thinks for a moment and decides to cautiously bring up the antiques within Bo Huai. Dad, when Wu Xiaolan's brother came to our house to look for things, I saw he had a hammer. Was he planning to break open the locked door in our house? And Bo Huai is surprised now that you mention it. That is possible. And Hua says, I think leaving all those antiques just sitting there isn't very safe. What should we do to make it safe? And Bo Huai asks, then seems to realize something and stares at Hua. How do you know there are antiques in that room? And Hua coughs lightly and looks down. Qiu Shushan admits, I told her. So what? Our daughter is grown up. Knowing about it is fine. It's not like when she was little, when we worried about her talking too much outside. And Bo Huai strokes his beard and waves his hand. All right, knowing is fine. And Hua suggests, Dad, why don't we move the antiques to another place? And Bo Huai asks, where should we move them? Xiaozheng can find a completely safe place. And Hua thought about it and realized that she could only use Xiaozheng's name to handle this matter. First, She couldn't reveal the secret of the space, and second, she had no political power or social resources. And Bo Huai would definitely not believe that she could find a place to hide antiques. Xiao Zheng was different. As a senior officer in the army, he would seem more capable compared to her. However, and Bo Huai hesitated. Could he trust his son-in-law? Would the marriage of his daughter and son-in-law last a lifetime? It wasn't that he didn't want the best for them, but the situation with Wu Xiaolin reminded him that young couples' relationships could easily fall apart. Unlike the bond between parents and children, which is forever tied by blood, or the bond he shared with his wife, forged through decades of experiences together. And Bo Huai stood with one hand behind his back and stroked his beard as he paced back and forth. Finally, he said, "Let me think about it." And Hua didn't expect Bo Huai to agree right away, nor did she pressure him for a decision. On the 6th day of the new year, Hua and Xiaojing took their son back to Yun County. A few days after returning to Yun County, the army faced a sudden shake-up. Chen Gang was unexpectedly removed from his position as commander and was assigned to a farm as its manager. Chen Gang's situation happened very suddenly and no one knew the details. There were no hints from above. They just asked Xiaozheng to temporarily take over military affairs. The entire family compound was filled with unease. Chen Gang had to report to the farm immediately, and the family was busy packing their things. The families of the soldiers went to visit Wen Shueman. Although they hadn't built strong friendships over the years, most people naturally felt sympathy. Wen Shueman maintained an elegant smile as she responded to everyone's concerns. Once the crowd dispersed, Hua approached her. "What is going on?" As the person involved, she should have some idea, right? To her surprise, Wen Shueman shook her head. "I really don't know the specifics. But since I returned from Haishir and sent a letter home, I haven't received any replies from my father or brothers." It seemed that this was mostly related to Wen Shueman's background. It was only the beginning of 1965, with over a year until the movement officially began. However, recalling the news she heard from Bo Huai, Hua felt she was overly focused on the timeline. In reality, since the late 1950s, there had been ongoing struggles without any peace. 1966 was just when the conflicts intensified. Chen Gang walked in and said to Wen Shueman in a low voice, "Just pack some basic daily necessities. Don't make the luggage too complicated."
Wen Xueman nodded silently.
After Chen Gang finished speaking, he left. Hua didn't ask any more questions and said to Chen Qingyin, "The farm isn't far from here. If we have the chance, we can come back to visit Mom." Chen Qingyin understood the situation well. She felt scared about the bad things happening at home, but didn't show it. Instead, she gave Hua a bright smile and said, "It's a pity. I was hoping Aunt and could teach me how to play the piano." Hua patted her ponytail and smiled, feeling sorry for the little girl. Chen Gang didn't know why he was in trouble. Even if he could get his position back, it would be after the movement ended. 10 years is a crucial time for Chen Qingyin's education. Even though Chen Gang's demotion was different from regular assignments, the difference between being a farm director and a leader of an independent unit was still significant. The change in living conditions would definitely affect the children. From the time the documents were issued until Chen Gang's family left, only 3 days passed. Xiaojun was the one who cried the hardest. He clung to the car, tears and snot all over his face. Zhou Meihua couldn't stand seeing her son like this and rolled her eyes. "What a shame." Chen Qingyin held Xiaojun's hand and said, "Don't be sad, Xiaojun. We'll definitely see each other again." Xiaojun anxiously asked, "When?" Chen Qingyin smiled, "When we all grow up." Before Xiaojun could say anything else, Xiaoshan pulled him away. "Move aside. I need to say goodbye to my good friend." Xiaoshan grabbed Chen Qingyin's hand and said, "Sister, I will keep writing to you. You have to write back." Chen Qingyin tightened her grip on Xiaoshan's hand and promised, "I will." Although the two girls hadn't spent much time together, they already considered each other best friends. The car slowly drove away, and Xiaojun ran after it, shouting, "Swan sister, I will write to you too. You have to write back." "What a shame. What a shame." Zhou Meihua pulled Hua and headed home. not wanting to look at her son again. Well, speaking of it, Chen's family is really unlucky. They don't even know the reason for their troubles, Zhou Meihua sighed. And Hua was silent for a moment and said, not knowing the reason might mean the situation is serious. It's hard to say what will happen next. If Chen Gang was caught up in the struggle, it would be understandable. Once the movement ends, things could get better for him. But if it's for another reason, unexpectedly, and Hua's guess turned out to be true. Chen Gang faced difficulties because of the Wen family, but not due to Wen Zimin's parents. It was because of Wen Zimin's uncle, who became a representative. As a result, Wen Zimin's family also faced troubles. And Hua. Xiao Jingdao. Actually, Commander Chen had a chance to clear his name. And Hua. How so? Xiao Zheng. He was given an opportunity. If he divorced his wife and made a clear separation, then no matter what happened with Wen's uncle, it wouldn't concern him. And Hua. Did Commander Chen refuse? Xiao Zheng nodded. He refused. Then, he fell from a high position. Since Wen Zimins didn't know the details, it meant Chen Gang hadn't told her what really happened. And Hua asked, if that's the case, does Commander Chen have no chance to recover? Even after the movement ends, he might not regain his position. Xiao Zheng was silent for a long time. It was likely true. Chen Gang was gone, and Xiao Zheng took over military affairs. Although it was temporary, many believed that the temporary title would eventually be dropped. And Hua noticed that some family members who weren't very close to her were frequently coming to her, all wearing very warm smiles. Even Dong Dong said that the teachers in the Yuhong class were much friendlier to him. Wang Heping also encouraged Liao Sanmei to interact more with Hua. Liao Sanmei asked, do you want me to flatter her like Zhang Zhaodi? I'm not very good at that. Wang Heping. Don't you usually interact with her? Just be a bit more enthusiastic from now on. No matter the occasion, always stand by her side and agree with her. Liao Sanmei. Actually, I'm not very close to Deputy Commander Zhao's wife. I mostly hang out with Manhwa. Wang Heping was frustrated. If you're not close, then make it happen. Zhou Meihua is friends with Hua, and you're friends with Zhou Meihua. Don't you have a great advantage? Why can't you think differently? Liao Sanmei replied honestly. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I used to be just average with her, and now that I know her husband is getting promoted, it feels too opportunistic. Wang Heping. Is this woman's brain made of wood? Wang Heping had to break it down and explain thoroughly. Yubao Mountain has been gone for a while, and there hasn't been a new political commissar appointed, so I have a lot of room to maneuver. Xiao Zheng is someone brought up by Commander, he from the military district. Now that Chen Gang has fallen, he has a great chance of taking his place. His words carry a lot of weight. We are a couple. If I do well, won't you and the kids be happy too? That's true, but Liao Sanmei still feels that it's not right to get close to someone just because they are in power. However, she didn't argue with Wang Heping anymore and replied, I understand. As for what to do next, that's not Wang Heping's concern. There's a saying about being outwardly compliant while secretly opposing. As Chen Gang's situation gradually faded from the family compound, Xiao Zheng's official appointment was announced. Hua held Xiao Zheng's face and playfully rubbed it, saying, I didn't expect my husband really got promoted. Xiao Zheng enjoyed the attention and didn't resist. Hua finally patted his head and smiled. In a few days, you'll be celebrating your 31st birthday. Let's invite a few people to make it lively. Xiao Zheng hesitated. Isn't that a bit too much? What if it's too showy? Hua replied, just a few good friends. It's not showy at all. Besides, your promotion is a happy occasion, so let's celebrate. Xiao Zheng chuckled. You really are good to me, wife. Hua said, of course. But I'm not someone who gives without expecting anything in return. You should remember how good I am to you. Even though Hua acted a bit calculating, Xiao Zheng found her adorable and pulled her in for a big kiss. He was genuinely happy about his promotion. After all, the reason Hua decided to follow the army after her time travel was to support him, and now that he was advancing, she felt more secure. However, on Xiao Zheng's birthday, they didn't invite many people, just Li Hansong and Zhou Meihua's family. Li Hansong even brought a two-stringed instrument. saying he wanted to play a tune to celebrate Xiaozheng's birthday. Xiaozheng quickly said, "No, I can't handle that." Li Hansong replied, "Don't be so dismissive. I've been practicing every day, and I've improved a lot." Xiaozheng said, "No wonder the two people living next to you have complained several times, saying you sound like you're sawing wood in the dormitory." Sure, Weiguang chuckled. Little Li often brags about his musical skills. I thought he was really good. Li Hansong got anxious. "You don't believe me. I'll play for you all to hear. Sister-in-law is a professional. Let her judge." Saying this, he really pulled Anhua out of the kitchen. Anhua had no choice but to hold a bunch of celery and listen to Li Hansong play the two-stringed instrument. The performance ended. Dong Dong suddenly started crying. "Mom, Mr. Arrow was beaten badly by Uncle Hansong."
Manhwa.
Li Hansong shouted, "Hey, what does this kid mean? Is he saying I play badly?" Xiaozheng laughed heartily. "My son is known for his words. If you play badly, he won't say it directly." Sure, Weiguang also laughed along. Li Hansong was still not satisfied and insisted that Anhua give her opinion. "Anhua, there's braised pork cooking in the pot, and Sister Manhwa is busy alone. I'll go check on it." After saying that, she hurried away. Li Hansong mumbled, "Is it really that bad? I think it sounds pretty good. I was planning to use it to impress some girls." Sure, Weiguang, intrigued, asked, "Oh, is the iron tree blooming? Which girl are you trying to impress?" Li Hansong was reluctant to say, "I'll tell you, when I succeed." Xiaozheng said, "It's fine if you don't say. Just make sure not to show off your era skills in front of the girl." Li Hansong waved his hand and sulked to the side. He wouldn't say who he was pursuing, but Anhua, listening from the kitchen, guessed immediately. Who else could it be but Yang Tianjiao? However, knowing the truth, Anhua decided not to bring it up since the two were still in the early stages of getting to know each other. Soon, she had no time to think about others' matters. Anne's was in trouble. It wasn't a made-up story to scare Wu Xiaolin, it was a real issue. And Bo Huai only sent her a telegram which had limited words and couldn't explain everything clearly. Anhua decided to return to the provincial city to understand the situation. Xiaozheng was worried about her and wanted to send Xiaozhu along, but Anhua refused, saying, "I still don't know what's going on. Having Xiaozhu with me would be too noticeable." Xiaozheng had no choice but to give up, repeatedly reminding her to tell him if anything happened, and he would find a way to help. Anhua entrusted Dong Dong to Zhou Meihua for a while and set off alone back to the provincial city. When Qiu Shushan saw her daughter, she burst into tears. Your brother might be sent away." Anhua was shocked. "Is it that serious? What happened?" And Bo Huai sighed. "It's about a paper he published last year. There was an issue with the data he used from abroad, which cannot be found in our country. Now, he has been called out to explain the source of the data. I got a journal from Honggang through special channels, and the data came from that journal, but given the current situation, it's not wise to say that. Otherwise, it could easily be seen as colluding with foreign enemies. A few years ago, both official and unofficial channels were connected to Honggang, but it was all done privately. Now that the situation is getting tenser, no one dares to openly admit they have secret channels. If Ans reveals how he got his data, it might involve Anbo Wai too." Anbo Wai comforted Qiu Shushan and sighed. "Actually, this isn't a huge issue. Your brother isn't the only one using foreign data. Now that he's being singled out, it seems someone has their eye on him." Anhua asked, "Who could it be? We need to find out quickly. If we know who it is, we can figure out how to solve the problem at its source." Anbo Wai nodded. "I've already asked someone to look into it." Anhua stayed home waiting for news and also sent an urgent letter to Xiaozheng explaining the situation. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaolin learned about Anne's situation. She had been in contact with friends in Haishur to keep track of Anne's movements and to prevent any other women from getting close to him. So, when Anne's got into trouble, both she and Anne's parents found out around the same time. Wu Xiaolin was stunned. How did everything change so suddenly? What would she do now? This was worse than if Anne's had died. Political issues could affect her and her child. Wu's mother shared Wu Xiaolin's thoughts and immediately said, "Divorce him. Do it right away." Wu Xiaolin's brother disagreed. That's not right. If she divorces, she'll have to live at home forever. How can I find a wife then? Wu's father coughed a few times and tapped his son with his cane. You ungrateful child. Is this the time to talk about getting married? The most important thing now is to protect your sister. Wu's mother glared at her son. Exactly. If your sister doesn't divorce and gets implicated, our family might suffer too. Wu Xiaolin's brother thought about it and stopped opposing the idea. Only Wu Xiaolin hesitated. Maybe we should wait a bit. There might be a chance for things to change. She felt reluctant. If she divorced, she couldn't stay at her parents' house forever. What kind of man could she find after that? Anne's looks, knowledge, and income were all excellent. She wasn't confident she could find someone better. Moreover, there was the child. If she divorced, she would have to send Tian back to the Yin family, making it hard for her to see her daughter. Wu's mother was anxious. Divorce. This isn't a small matter. Do you want to suffer alongside Anne's? I've heard that those who are sent away live terrible lives, doing hard labor every day, not getting enough to eat or wear. You're still so young and beautiful. If you go to the countryside, will you be okay? Aren't you afraid of being bullied? Wu Xiaolin shivered at her mother's words. She really wasn't someone who could endure hardship. Wu Xiaolin looked at Tian, who was standing in the corner, staring at her with longing, and her heart ached. But in the end, she made her decision. The Yin family was busy with matters concerning Anzai and temporarily forgot about Wu Xiaolin. However, Wu Xiaolin's mention of divorce was not surprising to them. Qiu Shushan hugged Tian tightly and pushed Wu Xiaolin out, saying, "Let's go. From now on, you have nothing to do with our family." Wu Xiaolin instinctively didn't want to leave like this and said, "I am still Tian's real mother. You can't stop me from seeing her." Qiu Shushan got angry and shouted, "You don't want her anymore, yet you still have the face to call yourself her mother? Go away, or I'll make you leave with a stick." Without saying a word, Manhwa grabbed Wu Xiaolin's arm and threw her out, then slammed the door shut. And Tian stood there, dazed, looking at her grandparents and aunt as if she didn't know how to react. She used to be such a lively child. It was pitiful. And Hua gently touched her niece's face. Right now, the most important thing was Anzai's safety. And Bo Huai quickly found out some insider information. He Liangzhe is the head of your brother's research institute. They only had professional interactions and no conflicts. I didn't expect him to go after your brother. It must be that Anzai had some conflict of interest with him. And Bo Huai analyzed. However, when Anhua heard the name He Liangzhe, she immediately remembered who he was. In the original story, He Liangzhe was just a minor antagonist, but his unique surname and immoral behavior left a strong impression on Anhua. After the female lead's daughter went to college, she was harassed by an old professor, which naturally angered the female lead's daughter. The female lead immediately started investigating the old man's background and discovered that he was greedy and immoral. He had registered multiple companies and took advantage of the reform to embezzle countless state assets. From a young age, he had used his social status to either entice or coerce many well-known women, including his students and subordinates. Even during the movement, he left the research institute, transformed himself, and joined the opposing side, falsely accusing many people. Whenever he set his sights on a woman, he would first take down her partner. He was truly a villain. A student accused him of in the 1960s, but the case was unsuccessful due to lack of evidence. The female student, unable to bear the strange looks from others, took her own life a few years later. This old man is He Liangzhe. The female lead took action against He Liangzhe through his company, and he was eventually sentenced to 7 years in prison for embezzling state property. His other wrongdoings were too far in the past, making evidence hard to find. And Hua asked in Bo Huai, "Dad, was He Liangzhe ever accused of?" And Bo Huai nodded. "That was last year." It spread widely in academic circles. Many said that the female student approached him for help with her graduation delay, but when he refused, she tried to tarnish his reputation out of anger. And Hua smirked, realizing that He Liangzhe had maintained a good public image. After all, It wasn't yet the time for movements, and he was still young enough to cover up his misdeeds. Dad, I need to go to Haishur. And Bo Huai seemed to understand what his daughter intended and firmly said, if you want to save your brother, I will go. You should stay out of it. And Hua thought that to save Inze, they must first take down He Liangzhe, and she had to be involved. Otherwise, without her influence, He Liangzhe might live a long life like in the books. Why don't you two go together? Your dad is older, and you can help him, Chiu Shushan suggested, thinking that going to Haishur meant networking and that Bo Huai should go. Naturally, and Bo Huai had the same plan and had already pulled up a list of old classmates in his mind. After thinking it over, Hua agreed. She didn't want Bo Huai to go because she needed to use her space, which might be inconvenient. However, considering Inze was already in trouble, even if they took down He Liangzhe, it wouldn't guarantee Inze's safety. Having Bo Huai's connections would be safer. And Hua secretly took some items from home to store in her space and set off with Bo Huai. Once they arrived in Haishur, Bo Huai got busy. He didn't take Hua with him while working, allowing her to move freely. In an alley in Haishur, Lin Xiaojun was carrying a chamber pot to the public restroom. She hunched her shoulders, trying to stay close to the wall, with her head lowered, her hair covering half her face. But a child kicked a ball that knocked over her pot, spilling its contents everywhere and soaking her shoes. A foul smell spread, causing those around to frown. The daughter of that disabled man is really disgusting, making a mess. This is a public area, not your home bathroom. Clean it up. She always looks so unhappy, as if we owe her something. Isn't it because she falsely accused a teacher and got expelled? Her mother was a dancer in the old days, very untrustworthy, or she wouldn't have run off, leaving her with a disabled father. Only someone like that would think of falsely accusing a teacher of something so serious. A decent girl wouldn't joke about her reputation. Exactly. Lin Xiaojun thought she had gotten used to her life and had become numb, but hearing the neighbors' gossip made her tremble. She wanted to shout that she didn't make a false accusation. He Liangzhe forced her. He really did. But she couldn't say it, because she had no evidence. She could only watch helplessly as He Liangzhe went free, enduring the criticism from others. Lin Xiaojun's ears buzzed, and she could no longer hear what they were saying. She looked up at the sky. The bright spring day only made her feel cold all over. Why was her life so difficult? Was it worth continuing such a hard life? Excuse me, are you Lin Xiaojun? Lin Xiaojun pulled her gaze from the sky and slowly looked ahead. Focusing her eyes, she saw a young woman with a warm smile appear before her. Hello, my name is Hua. Lin Xiaojun didn't know why she brought this stranger home, listening to her talk so much. What? To accuse He Liangzhe again? Lin Xiaojun smiled bitterly. Do you think I don't want to? Since you found me, you know I tried to accuse him before, and failed. And Hua nodded. Yes, He Liangzhe committed the crime 2 years ago, and you only accused him a year ago. There was a whole year in between, making it almost impossible to keep evidence. Hearing Hua's words, Lin Xiaojun tightly clenched her hands. She regretted it. Regretted not accusing He Liangzhe right after it happened. If she had done that, he would have been ruined. But she was so scared at the time, lost in self-loathing, wanting to hide away from the world. Later, her mental health worsened, affecting her studies, and she couldn't graduate. She suddenly realized why she hated herself. She had done nothing wrong. It was He Liangzhe who had committed the crime. He should be punished, not her. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Xiaowan looked at Hua's moving lips, unsure how she had been convinced by her. By the time she realized it, she was already standing in front of He Liangzhe. They were in an empty classroom, quiet and still. He Liangzhe was in his 30s, wearing black-rimmed glasses, tall and thin, with a gentle demeanor. He looked at Lin Xiaowan, first smiling, showing his white teeth silently, making a short ha-ha sound from his nose. Lin Xiaowan felt her hands and feet go numb, her mind flashing back to the moments when this beast had forced her. He had smiled like that then too, like a devil. Lin, is there something you want to talk about? He Liangzhe's eyes were still smiling, but there was a coldness in them. Lin Xiaowan forced herself to stay calm. Not much, just to let you know that I'm going to accuse you of. He Liangzhe showed a hint of surprise, then began to lecture her like a teacher. You really are persistent, Lin. If you put this effort into your studies, you wouldn't be struggling to graduate. Lin Xiaowan replied, if you hadn't bullied me, I wouldn't have been so distracted that I couldn't study. Don't pretend to care. He Liangzhe feigned a helpless expression. Lin, do you still want to frame me? I advise you not to make things worse. Think about your paralyzed father. If you accuse me falsely and something happens, what will happen to him? Lin Xiaowan felt provoked and suddenly screamed, You're the reason I'm like this today. You have no right to say that. You hypocrite. Seeing Lin Xiaojuan's almost frantic state, He Liangzhe became excited. He stepped closer, pretending to be concerned. Are you okay, Lin? Is life not treating you well? Don't worry, if you have difficulties, just tell me. Even though you've wronged me, I can't bear to see you suffer. I'll help you. Lin Xiaowan glared at He Liangzhe with hatred. You want to help me?
Fine.
You tell everyone that you forced me, and I'm not lying about you. He Liangzhe stared at Lin Xiaowan, then suddenly smiled again. But what can you do? You have no evidence. Lin Xiaowan asked, so you admit it? He was cautious. Lin Xiaojun suddenly asked to meet him, so she must have a purpose. However, he looked around the empty classroom and saw no place to hide or any recording devices. Perhaps Lin Xiaojun had simply lost her mind and wanted to vent her feelings to him? He found it amusing. He enjoyed watching people lose control, especially young, beautiful girls who seemed powerless against him, breaking down little by little. He stepped closer, and Lin Xiaojun took steps back, feeling the pressure. In a voice only they could hear, he said, Yes, I admit it. So what? Will the law punish me? Will morality condemn me? No, because I am useful to society and have done good for the people. You have no real evidence, so you can't accuse me.
Come on, Lin, you really don't need to dwell on this.
It's just a minor thing. Since it's already gone, why not let it go completely? I really like you. I like your smooth skin, your dark hair, and your youthful, healthy legs. Oh, and my favorite is the way you cry and scream. So desperate, yet beautiful. He enjoyed watching Lin Xiaojun tremble, his excitement growing. If it weren't for the classroom setting, where someone might come in at any moment, he would have liked to relive what happened 2 years ago. Finally, he straightened up and gently patted Lin Xiaojun's shoulder. She shuddered violently. He laughed heartily for a moment and then said, Lin, you might want to consider my suggestion. Since you're already in such a tough spot, what else is there to hold on to? Let's leave it at that. I'll wait for you to come find me. After he left, Lin Xiaojun's expression changed instantly. The fear was gone. She glared at the direction he had disappeared, and after a long time, she finally looked away. But then, she scanned the surroundings, her eyes filled with confusion. She wondered what Manhwa's purpose was in pushing her to make Black Liangzhe say those things. Even though he admitted to doing something terrible, only she had heard it. Even if she spoke out, it wouldn't count as evidence. However, Lin Xiaojun didn't think too much about it. She agreed to Manhwa's request with a mindset of trying anything, even if it seemed hopeless. It was only after Lin Xiaojun had been gone for a long time that Manhwa finally emerged from her hiding place. This classroom was chosen by her. She had been here before Lin Xiaojun and He Liangzhe arrived, but she was hidden in the space. She glanced at the electronic tube recorder in her hand, a slight smile on her lips. He Liangzhe would never guess that the words he whispered to Lin Xiaojun were almost directly into her recorder. She had a voice recorder in her space, but it was too advanced for Lin Xiaojun to use, so she came up with this idea. The electronic tube recorder belonged to Bohai, and she took it from home when she left. When Manhwa played the recording for Lin Xiaojun was so excited that she suddenly burst into tears. How did you do this? Don't worry about that as long as it's useful. Useful. Very useful. Lin Xiaojun accused He Liangzhe again. This time, she succeeded. He Liangzhe was sent to a labor farm. If nothing unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to come out during the entire movement. That's good. Those he had harmed in the past could finally escape misfortune. Without He Liangjia's constant watch, and within Bohai's activities, Anzei's situation was soon handled lightly. During this time of interrogation, Anzei looked unkempt, with bloodshot eyes and a weary appearance, but when he saw in Hua and in Bohai, he smiled. Dad, sister. And Bohai sighed. It's okay, don't worry. Anzei felt comforted. No matter when or what the situation, his family was thinking of him and helping him. His parents, sister, and daughter were the most important people in his life. Anzei made a decision. Dad, I want to leave Haishur and transfer back. The reason Anzei wanted to transfer back was simple. He felt that the research institute in Haishur was too chaotic. He came here for the good research resources, but over the years, he had spent a lot of time dealing with interpersonal relationships. After this incident, he knew that some people were eager to trip him up. Anzei felt too tired. It would be better to go back and find a position at the university. And Hua supported Anzei's return. It would be nice for the family to be closer and help each other with any issues. However, upon hearing he wanted a position at the university, she felt a bit worried. Brother, the university is also complicated. And Bohai thought both children were too idealistic. Wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. It doesn't matter if it's a university, a middle school, or a research institute. In the mundane world, how can one avoid worldly matters? You should adjust your mindset. Otherwise, the only one who will suffer is yourself. Ans knew that Anbo Huai was right. He sighed and said, I'll try to adjust my mindset, but I really don't want to stay in Haishur, Tian. Wu Xiaolin quickly applied for a divorce from the organization. Ans also wanted to leave, so they successfully divorced soon after. In the future, Tian will likely need her parents to help take care of her, so Ans didn't want to be too far from them. Anbo Huai said, All right, I have connections with universities in the provincial capital. I will arrange it for you. And Hua wanted to persuade Ans to go to Yun County, but Ans was different from Anbo Huai. He needed a lab and a platform for his studies. It would be hard for him to stay idle in Yun County for 10 years. Even if he was told that there would be great turmoil and he should go to Yun County to avoid the chaos, he would probably say he would rather face the risks during the turmoil than give up his career. Before leaving Haishur, Lin Xiaojun came to see Anhua. She bowed to Anhua seriously and said, Thank you for your help. Anhua quickly helped her up and said honestly, I was targeting He Liangjia, and I should thank you for your cooperation. Lin Xiaojun smiled and said, No matter what your purpose was, I benefited from it too. Anhua remembered Lin Xiaojun's fate in the original story and paused before asking, What are your plans for the future? I heard you haven't had a job. Lin Xiaojun replied, Next I will look for a job, any job. Even if it's sweeping the streets or working as a sanitation worker, I can do it as long as I can support my daughter and me. It seemed that with He Liangjia facing justice, Lin Xiaojun had regained her confidence in life. There was no need to worry about her committing suicide anymore. And Hua had just met Lin Xiaojun, so they didn't have a deep bond, but losing such a young and vibrant life would be regrettable for anyone. Being able to save a life was a good thing. With Anne's matter settled, Anhua felt relieved and planned to explore Haishur, since she was already there. Anbo Huai wanted to visit the Qiahui store to buy a gift for Qiu Shushan. How about this shawl? The cloud brocade shawl that Anbo Huai liked was in a four-cornered design, featuring exquisite Su embroidery. It was originally meant for foreigners and overseas Chinese, and locals had to use foreign exchange coupons to buy it. However, Anbo Huai had exchanged for the coupons before coming to shop. And Hua nodded and complimented, Dad's taste is definitely the best. Amber stroked his beard happily and said, I'll buy you one too. You can choose the color. Thank you, Dad. Anhua replied without hesitation. Choosing a gift for Xiaozheng was quite difficult because he wouldn't use many items, like clothing. Amber suggested, How about buying him a fountain pen? Anhua said, He might not need it. Amber replied, That's exactly why we should give it to him. It will remind him to read more and write more. As a leader, he needs knowledge. Besides, his handwriting is terrible. Can you imagine his messy writing on official documents? Anhua smiled slightly. Xiao Zheng's handwriting was not only messy, but often incomplete. Since many occasions still use traditional characters, It was even harder for someone who didn't spend much time writing. Alright then, let's buy him a fountain pen. Amber added. It seems Xiaozheng listens to you. You should remind him often and keep an eye on him. If I were closer to him, I would encourage him too. Manhwa replied, then you should move to Yun County, so you can support him better. At that moment, Xiaozheng, who was in a meeting, suddenly felt a chill, sensing something ominous. He wondered if his brother-in-law was having trouble with something. After browsing the Qiahui store and buying the gifts, Amber took Manhwa around a bit more. 2 days later, the father and daughter returned home. Anne's wouldn't be back so soon. Even if he were to return, there were many procedures to complete. Manhwa thought that given Wu Xiaolin's personality, she would reach out again once she knew Anne's was fine. However, after waiting at home for 2 days without any news, she found out that Wu Xiaolin was already on blind dates. Perhaps she had stopped paying attention to Anne's. That was fine. Manhwa planned to return to Yun County and agreed with her parents that they would come to visit once Anne's was back. After being away for 20 days, Dong Dong missed his mom very much. Every night, he would run to his mom's bed and sleep with her pillow. When he saw his mom return, he rushed at her like a little cannonball, bumping into her and bursting into tears. Mom, I thought you didn't want me anymore. He looked so pitiful. Manhwa felt a pang in her heart, handed her luggage to Xiaozheng, and hugged her son tightly, saying, Never. Dong Dong is my treasure. I could never not want you. The mother and son embraced, crying together in a sweet moment. Xiaozheng separated the two, wiped his son's tears, and then wiped his daughter-in-law's tears, gently patting their backs. All right, just a little cry is enough. Dong Dong pushed his dad, but couldn't move him. Dad, you're annoying. You're stealing Mom's pillow from me. Xiaozheng's face turned red, and he coughed. How's the situation with En's going? Seeing Manhwa come back with many bags, Xiaozheng already guessed the outcome. He asked this just to change the subject. Manhwa explained what happened, but left out the part about the recording. Xiaozheng pressed on. How did you record it? The recorder has to be close to pick up sound, right? The classroom is so big. Where did you hide the recorder? Manhwa shot him a glare. Anbo Huai and Ens didn't ask so many questions, so why did he? Xiaozheng rubbed his nose and mumbled, All right, let's not talk about it. I'm just worried about your safety. Manhwa took out the gift she bought. For Dong Dong, she got a set of imported building blocks. He was very happy when he received them and immediately went to his room to play. Xiaozheng looked at the pen, confused.
I have pens in my office.
Why do I need this? It looks expensive. Manhwa replied, It is a bit pricey, but you deserve to use something nice. From now on, keep the pen in your shirt pocket to remind yourself to study and write seriously.
That's what my dad said.
Xiaozheng didn't pay much attention to the last part, but he was very happy to hear the first part. What does this mean? It means he is valuable in his wife's eyes. Xiaozheng immediately put the pen in his pocket and walked with more confidence that afternoon. Everyone could see the shiny pen on his chest. During the meeting, while listening to reports, Xiaozheng picked up the pen and started taking notes. In the past, he would write, but it was just scribbles. This time, he wrote very carefully. Li Hansong glanced over curiously. Xiaozheng looked at him and smiled. Wanna ask about the pen? Yes, that's right, my wife bought it. Lian Sheng. He wasn't even going to ask.